Chapter 001, Maintaining a Persuasive Su Bai. Let's witness together. The annual sales volume of the Rice cell phone breaks through 200 million units. At the celebration dinner, as the founder of Demi Technology, Su Bai drank too much today. As a traveler, in less than 10 years, he had become a 100 billionaire. The secret of Su Bai's success is simple. Only 2 words. Listen to advice. The netizens said that the price of cell phones was too high, and they could only afford those within $2,000. So he listened to persuasion and made his cell phone 1999. The netizens said that the phone charging slow, time-consuming. He backhanded to a charging 5 minutes. Life all day. Netizens said that the shape of the phone does not look good. He dared to let the netizens out of the picture. According to the netizens' preferences to build. For such a boss who listens to advice, netizens cannot buy. Early the next morning, Su Bai, who was woken up by the alarm clock, sat up from the bed with a hatch. He walked into the bathroom and washed up while habitually opening his cell phone's Douyin account to check the messages from netizens. This was a habit that Su Bai had developed over the years. Every day he would take a look at the netizens' feedback on his product. If a large number of users reflected the same problem, Su Bai would have his men follow up and rectify the problem in a timely manner. Thanks to Su Bai's good image of listening to advice, coupled with Su Bai's personality of having no shelf and mingling with netizens, Su Bai's Douyin fans had now surpassed the 10 million mark. Let me Kong. What kind of problems will the netizens who love the whole job give me this time? While shaving his beard, Su Bai opened the comments section and browsed item by item according to the number of likes. Mr. Su, I think $19.99 is still too expensive for a rice phone. I suggest not $998, not $699, just $399. Seeing this comment with the first number of likes, the corner of Su Bai's mouth straightened and decisively replied, I'll give you this, boss. You come to $399. Su Bai just finished replying. A large number of good netizens surrounded up. Caught. Live Mr. Su, hurry up and pack away. Mr. Su's cowhide. He got up at 6 o'clock and hammered the boss of Nyoma. Damn. Mr. Su personally replied to me, quickly get out of the way. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket today. Looking at the netizens who love the whole job, Su Bai, who has long been accustomed to it, directly skimmed over it and continued to look at the highly praised comments. Su always, now on the market many phone cases are formaldehyde superstandard. Suggest Su always launch Rice own matching phone case. Let us buy assured. With peace of mind. Comment likes, 15713. More than 10,000 likes? No, just a cell phone case. The cost of a few dollars. In the end, how poor quality. In order to achieve the formaldehyde exceeds the standard. I've seen conscience. I've never seen so conscience. Silently note down this comment. Su Bai decided to go to the company today to implement. It is not just to acquire a factory. Increase 2 cell phone case production line. For the current Rice technology, simply not too simple. The only thing people's netizens asked for was that the phone cases not have formaldehyde. Listen, is this a request? This should clearly be the bottom line. After reading the comments, Su Bai immediately replied decisively under the comments. Received. Arranged. After shaving, Su Bai was about to put away his cell phone and change clothes to go out. But the next comment caught Su Bai's attention. Mr. Su, our female compatriots 10,000 people's blood, begged Mr. Su to enter the sanitary napkin industry. Seeing this comment, Su Bai, the action of brushing his teeth lurched. Sanitary napkins? How come sanitary napkins are here? I'm a technology company. What does it have to do with sanitary napkins? Comment likes, 13,479. There are still more than 10,000 likes. What is the situation? This is. Curious Su Bai subconsciously point into this comment. The phone immediately popped up thousands of sub-comments. Support you, sister. Must let Mr. Su see. Mr. Su, the health of our hundreds of millions of female compatriots depends on you. Mr. Su, you're the only one we can find on the net. Please, you must see it. Top 1. Mr. Su must see it. After looking through dozens of comment sections, Su Bai finally understood what had happened. Originally, just yesterday, a well-known review blogger, in the evaluation of the market a variety of big brand sanitary napkin products, accidentally found many well-known sanitary napkin brands, not only the existence of jerry-built, poor material, the use of recycled black cotton as raw materials for sanitary napkins and other issues. What's more, many sanitary napkins, even the basic hygiene are not qualified. This has led to the emergence of various gynecological diseases after the use of many female compatriots. A circle of comments read down. Su Bai people are silly. Sanitary napkins, unhygienic, you dare to believe? No, to make a hygienic and safe sanitary napkin, the technical difficulty is so high? Rongqing, high-tech zone. Rice Technology Industrial Park. As the headquarters of Rice Technology, the industrial park is busy and thriving. Early on Monday morning, several top-level cadres of Big Rice Technology, after arriving at the company, rushed to the conference room at the first opportunity. It originated from Mr. Su's habit, Su Bai, who listened to the persuasion, held a high-level meeting every Monday to take the rectification opinions put forward by the netizens and bring them to the meeting for discussion. Those that can be implemented, implement them as soon as possible. Cannot be implemented, but also to give the netizens a satisfactory explanation for his own boss's character of listening to advice. At first, a few executives were still a little uncomfortable, thinking that Su Bai was talking nonsense. Running a company, do not go to do competitive analysis, do not go to financing and listing to play capital sets, do not go to cut leaks, run to go and netizens blindly mix, but practice has proven time and again, Su Bai is right. It is relying on him to draw advice from the netizens, so that the Rice Technology has become a leading enterprise in the cell phone industry in the Dragon. In the conference room, when a group of high-level cadres had taken their seats, while Su Bai had not yet arrived, everyone began to talk again. I don't know what strange suggestions from the netizens did Mr. Su, again, fancy today. Don't mention it. Last year, in order to make the price of wireless headphones to $199, our whole department gripped out a patch of hair and cell phone film. Who sells new cell phones will put the film in advance off. Just for this matter, we hard to add 2 film production line, but one thing is for another. Without these suggestions from Mr. Su, it's impossible for our Rice Technology to develop so fast. Just as the crowd of executives were discussing, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Su Bai, who was dressed in a civilian outfit, appeared at the office door. Seeing Su Bai appear, the crowd of executives got up and greeted with smiles. Good morning, Mr. Su. Yo, I also have this t-shirt of yours. Heroes see the same thing. Mr. Su, last night's celebration will end up looking for you for half a day. You are still short of a drink for me. Mr. Su is great. He drank so much last night, but today he can still get up early on time. I admire him. From the greetings of a few executives, it was easy to see that Su Bai was a rather unassuming person in private, and could still joke around. The premise was that in private, in official matters, no one had the guts to joke with Su Bai, who loved to be serious. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a few executives, Su Bai came to his seat and sat down, and with a sentence that the meeting would start, all of them put away the smiles on their faces and started to enter the working state. Half an hour later, this matter of cell phone cases, old Ma is responsible for catching it. Remember, the netizens' request for cell phone cases without formaldehyde is just the bottom line. On the bottom line, we should do better. In terms of quality, style, and color, we should likewise strive for excellence. The meeting proceeded to this point, and as usual, it should have ended. But Su Bai did not announce the meeting to be adjourned. Instead, the serious expression on his face loosened, revealing a consultative look. There's still one more thing. I want to hear everyone's opinion. There is still something? The crowd of executives closed their notebooks and looked curiously at Su Bai, waiting for his next words, only to see Su Bai's gaze skimming over a few female executives. He said with a slight hesitation, so what? We are saying, our Rice Technology, cross-border to do sanitary napkins? Can it work? Chapter 002. The whole country is waiting for me to make sanitary napkins? The large conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After an executive looked around left and right, he thought that he was the only one who had misheard, and cheekily said, Mr. Su, I just got a little deaf. What did you say we went across the border to do? Su Bai had a smile on his face. Sanitary napkins. Oh, so it's sanitary napkins? Wait, sanitary napkins. Sanitary napkins? The executives present froze in their office chairs one by one, looking at Su Bai's expression, just like seeing a ghost. Rice Technology, a cell phone company valued at hundreds of billions of dollars, crossing the border to do sanitary napkins? If they didn't know that Su Bai wouldn't joke during the meeting, everyone thought they had heard wrong. Looking at everyone's incredulous expression one by one, Su Bai simply pulled out his cell phone. Forget it, 1 or 2 sentences can't make it clear. Let's all take a look at my Douyin comments section for ourselves. One by one, the executives pulled out their own cell phones to look through the comment section. Upon seeing the highly liked comments about sanitary napkins, the crowd's jaws dropped. No way. The sanitary napkin thing? It can be unhygienic? For such a small thing, it has to be toxic. Cut corners, and use black cotton? No, it's not difficult to make it so inferior. The most crucial thing is that it's pretty damn expensive. The netizens are saying that they can't afford to have their great aunt come. Now, everyone finally understood why Su Bai had to cross the border to make sanitary napkins. The feelings were urged by thousands of female compatriots. Su Bai turned his gaze to the only 2 female executives present. Manager Lu, Sister Su, what do you guys think? This matter is not feasible. Su Bai was listening to persuasion, but as a businessman, he also had to consider the input-output ratio, and consider the business benefits. For an industry that you have not touched, jumping in head first, in case you don't get it right, won't it be a loss of money? The two female executives, as early as when Su Bai said the idea, they were already moved. As women, they naturally understand the female user group better. The sanitary napkin brands on the market now have completely lost their credibility and support in the hearts of the majority of female consumers. Just ask, even the most basic safety and hygiene cannot guarantee, who will go to support it? If at this time, rice technology can really come forward, for the women of the country to produce a qualified sanitary napkins. Note that it's just quality, even if the packaging is not good, even if the price is expensive, even if there are other messy problems, but as long as it can be of qualified quality and can guarantee hygiene and safety, it is bound to sell out. Don't underestimate the market for sanitary napkins. Hundreds of millions of users in the country. Women spend 20 to 50 yuan per month on sanitary napkins, calculated at 30 yuan a month, just 1 month. There are tens of billions of market share. A year is hundreds of billions. Even if it only accounts for 10% of the market share, the profit is still quite substantial. Mr. Su, I think it's feasible. Compared to making cell phones, the technical difficulty of the sanitary napkin industry is slightly equal to nothing. I also support it. Even the product manager, at this time, also stood out. I think it's reliable. When the sanitary napkins are made, we don't need to lay offline channels to sell them. Right, let's go online. Engage in live broadcasting. Let Mr. Su go to sell sanitary napkins? With Mr. Su's popularity and character, it's absolutely on fire. It had to be said that the executives of Rice Technology were quite confident in Su Bai's popularity. There were many rich bosses, but who could take their Douyin account and make it to 10 million fans like Su Bai? Su Bai's long-running persona of listening to persuasion was popular among the majority of netizens. Every time the live broadcast sells cell phones, it's all sold out. Big deal. Let Mr. Su sell sanitary napkins live at that time. Hearing everyone's suggestions, even if Su Bai has a thick skin, he can't help but sweat for a while. I'm a 100 billion boss, founder of a technology company. You let me go live to sell sanitary napkins? I do not want to face D. Since the question of whether to do it or not has been decided, the next step is how to do it. However, this time, in the face of Su Bai's inquiry, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. After all, no one here had any experience in making sanitary napkins. Just as Su Bai was considering whether or not to find two professionals, suddenly, an executive had a sudden thought. Mr. Su, wasn't it the netizens who were suggesting that you make sanitary napkins? Since you're willing to do it and you don't know how to do it, why don't you go ask the general netizens? Hearing this suggestion, someone immediately slapped their thighs. Right, our Su main is a listen to persuade, simply to listen to persuade to the end. This time, we do not make up our own mind. All listen to the netizens. What do the netizens say we do? What do the netizens say we don't do? What do the netizens say we don't do? Hiss. You don't say. In terms of user experience, there's nothing wrong with it. I think it will work. There are millions of netizens, and the people are full of talent. What is called brainstorming? This is called brainstorming. A meeting came down, not only solved the problem of whether to do it or not, even how to do it, all discussed, until after the meeting was adjourned. A group of executives all left. Su Bai, who was holding a cell phone, was still sitting alone in the conference room in deep thought. Consulting the general public? It seems, it really works. Thinking about it, Su Bai looked at the empty conference room and suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's not right. You all ran here, but I still have to do the work? At noon that day, in Magic City, in a university dormitory, a few girls were discussing something in the dormitory. One of the girls, who was swiping on Douyin, suddenly raised her head and looked at her roommates. Come look, everyone is petitioning for Mr. Su to enter the sanitary napkin industry. I saw it a long time ago. The likes are going to break through 40,000. These sanitary napkin manufacturers, they're so hateful, they should really investigate one and arrest the other. The bottom of the jail will sit through. In the discussion, everyone was analyzing the possibility of Su Bai entering the sanitary napkin industry. How can it be? People Rice Technology is to do cell phone, at most do upstream and downstream. How can come to do sanitary napkins? Simply not next to it. Think about it. Everyone is just borrowing Su's comment area to stir up the heat, calling attention to this matter. Alas, with Mr. Su's character, if he makes sanitary napkins, I'll definitely be the first to buy them. Just dream on you. Just as everyone was talking, the girls who were still brushing the Douyin, seemed to have suddenly discovered something remarkable. "Ah, you guys come look at Mr. Su's Douyin." He agreed. He actually agreed. Agreed to what? What a fuss. A few seconds later, the entire dormitory room violently erupted into a scream. Vaguely, manic sounds could be heard coming from the entire girls' dormitory building, as well as from other dormitories. Even the teachers and students passing by downstairs were curious. Zhou Dong released a new song? The commotion is so big. It is not clear when Zhou Dong will release a new song, but the #1 cell phone manufacturer in the Dragon Kingdom, Rice Technology, is going to cross the border to make sanitary napkins. 5 minutes ago, Su Bai freshly released a jitterbug video. Facing the camera, Su Bai enthusiastically waved his hand and greeted the majority of netizens. "Dear me fans everyone, I'm here again to listen to persuasion. This time listening to persuasion is what it is. There is no mistake. It is exactly my last video. High praise comments of the guard. Shang, Towel." After careful consideration, Rice Technology has officially decided to enter the sanitary napkin industry. But, haha, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say but again. But, due to Rice Technology's lack of production experience in the relevant industry. So, this time, we have collectively decided that, since everyone has thrown the difficult problem to me, then, I will ask everyone to contribute their ideas and help me come together to solve this difficult problem. Saying that, Su Bai in the video began to pick up his fingers in front of the majority of netizens. For example, what should be the name of this sanitary napkin? What material should be used? What process should be used? What is the selling price that everyone expects and so on? In response to the above questions, you are welcome to come to my comment section and express your opinions enthusiastically. Still, your Mr. Su, the main one, listens to advice. The end of the video. After watching the video, Su Bai slightly apprehensively put down his cell phone and then looked at the photography team that was specifically responsible for the filming of his Shake Shack account. "No, you guys think this can really work? As a company, throwing all the things that should have been done by yourself to the general netizen consumers? Even if it's not about the material process and whatnot, even letting the netizens pick the name of the product? The netizens have done all the work of a product manager, and they don't have to spend money on hiring people, purely for free." Rao Su Bai has been the boss for so many years. The first time to do this kind of thing, his heart is not sure. On the contrary, the makeup artist in the photography team, while packing up his own tools, said with deep conviction, "I think it's pretty fun anyway. Everyone coming up with ideas and grouping together to build the same thing. It's pretty cool to think about." The editor who was packing up his computer also nodded. "Mr. Su, what do we call this?" "This is called accurately grasping the user's psychology. According to the user's own opinion of the product produced, the user can still not buy? He will buy it." The photographer with a camera was watching the video effect, and hearing everyone's discussion. He directly interrupted. "Mr. Su, you don't need to be skeptical. Hurry up and look at the comments section." Su Bai, who heard the words, picked up his cell phone and opened the video and froze. Good guy. The video was sent out in less than 10 minutes. The comments on 1,000? What is the situation? This is. The whole country is waiting for me to make sanitary napkins? Chapter 003. You don't squeeze your employees. You squeeze your own profits? Since the exposure of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, female compatriots all over the country almost talked about sanitary napkins. Especially many big brand manufacturers usually advertise one more than one conscience. The result of the test results come out. One more than one black. Although there are still many conscientious businessmen on the market, but the domino effect of the impact of a time, the collapse of trust in the majority of women's groups, do not know who to believe. This is also why a large number of female compatriots ran to Su Bai's comment area. High praise to suggest that Mr. Su enter the sanitary napkin industry, because under the influence of Mr. Su, Rice Technology has never had a quality problem over the years, but instead has launched products that are more conscientious than the next generation. If Su Bai can really enter the sanitary napkin industry, is undoubtedly the majority of women's groups of gospel. However, for most people, this matter is almost impossible. Ask, a long-rooted in the field of science and technology, how can run to the irrelevant daily necessities industry to play cross-border it? Cell phones and sanitary napkins. Simply two different things. To put it bluntly, even if Su Bai agrees, Rice Technology also has no experience. Just when everyone is holding this idea, Su Bai's video came out of nowhere. When the majority of female compatriots after watching the video have been dismayed. What is the situation? No, Su Bai listened to persuasion, but do not know Su Bai so listen to persuasion. He built a cell phone. In the comments section, let him build sanitary napkins. He really came to build it? Into the sanitary napkin industry, even if the most critical thing is Su Bai, the 100 billion old boss, People also came a hand without shame. People rice technology will not this thing. Specialized to ask the general public to come. This hand is everyone did not expect. In all honesty, with the strength of rice technology, want to buy 2 sanitary napkin factories? Directly build the sanitary napkin out of the market. With Su Bai's popularity to cut leaks, is not a matter of minutes, but Su did not do this, but the initiative, handed over to the hands of the majority of netizens. Why? You think, really people rice technology incompetent people? Even if there are no relevant professionals, people Su always do not know to spend money to hire people? The reason why Su Bai went to such great lengths to ask for advice is equivalent to letting people build sanitary napkins themselves. Since everyone is not confident about the sanitary napkins on the market, then the ones that you make yourself, you should always be confident. At one time, see the video compatriots. Have tears. What is called the people's entrepreneur? This is called the people's entrepreneur. Conscience deeply moved. In the video issued the first time, all over the country, women compatriots from all walks of life have been in the comments section to offer advice. You don't say. There are really a lot of people from related industries. Mr. Su, there is no need to buy land and build a factory. We have a poorly run sanitary napkin factory right here. Reselling it at a low price. Buy it and use it. Fluff pulp, fluff pulp, fluff pulp. Say important things 3 times. Mr. Su must use good fluff pulp. Many problems are in the fluff pulp. The highest cost is the absorbent. The scientific name is called polymer absorbent resin. The more you add, the better the water absorption. Sterilization. Please always remember to sterilize. Many manufacturers have no sterilization equipment at all. Completely underground workshop. The name is rice sanitary napkin. Agree with the sisters top me up. As more and more people join in, the number of comments is soaring at a terrifying rate. You read that right. It's soaring. Over the past 2 days, the sanitary napkin incident, which had already been on the hot search twice, was already a hot event that was discussed by all the people. As soon as Su Bai posted this video, it immediately exploded. 10,000 articles, 50,000 articles, 100,000 articles, 200,000 articles, comment by comment, witnessing the desire and anticipation of the majority of female compatriots. In less than 3 hours after the video was sent out, this video was on top of the Douyin list for the day. More out of the circle dominated the top of the major hot search list. What's the situation? I sleep up. Rice technology to build sanitary napkins? No, let the netizens out of the opinion. Can still be so neat? Mr. Su, as always, listens to advice. Due to the netizens to discuss warmly, and involves the sanitary napkin incident. Later in the evening, even the major female anchor /up master, and even the entertainment circle actresses, singers, sports celebrities, shopping malls, female bosses have to go down to the circle to kick Su Bai's account. After all, as a woman, even if you are rich and powerful, when your aunt comes, you have to use sanitary napkins, right? This matter concerns every woman. There is no reason not to support a big V anchor. Support Mr. Su, believe Mr. Su, cheer Mr. Su, a sports star, Mr. Su, I'll be the first to buy the rice sanitary napkins when they come out. A singer, Mr. Su is a good entrepreneur. Of course, a thing someone sings good. Naturally, there are also people singing bad. A cell phone. Do not do a good job of cell phones. Run to do sanitary napkins? It's not the right thing to do. Can't understand the domestic entrepreneurs. Look at people's little life. Choose an industry as a lifetime. So cross-border is not fooling around. Do sanitary napkins? Just hype. You guys think he really know how to do it? Su Bai hype heat harvesting fans, so that later good to sell cell phones just. The happiest people are the major domestic cell phone manufacturers. Over the years, their cell phone products have been suppressed miserably by big rice technology. Due to the bad trend brought up by demi technology, the cost of the cell phone is getting higher and higher, and the profit is also getting lower and lower. You, as a boss, don't go to withhold the wages of your employees. Let them work 996 and 007, and squeeze them. You squeeze your own profits? Who is the boss to squeeze the profit of their own products? Now it's good. Su Bai, the bastard brain whip, actually cross-border to build sanitary napkins. You're an amateur who doesn't know anything, going to play cross-border. Do you really think business is so good? If everyone is like you, posting 2 videos to make a business, why start a business? They all become anchors. Let's ride on the donkey and watch the songbook. We'll see. I'm waiting to see you lose all your pants, and it's best to affect the cash flow of the rice technology. Come to a capital chain break. The company closed down, the ass is good. In this era, the money is gone can earn again, but the conscience is gone, can earn more. This reasoning do not understand. You still win the boss? Send you 5 words. See when you finish. Just as the matter of Rice Technologies' entry into the sanitary napkin industry was making a lot of noise on the internet. Magic City Center Building, Wanjiai Asia Pacific Headquarters. As the world's daily chemical giant, Wanjiai was founded before World War I. With a long history of over 100 years, its daily chemical brands exceeded 300, involving a wide range of categories such as makeup, care, cleaning, and toiletries. In the global field of daily chemicals, it was equivalent to the existence of a giant. In the 1990s, when the market of the Dragon Kingdom opened up, Wanjiai took a glance at the huge market of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, due to its leading technology and complete product line, Wanjiai killed the local daily chemical brands as soon as it entered the Dragon market. To this day, 80% of the daily chemical products in the Dragon market are owned by Wanjiai, and the few remaining local brands in the Dragon market have been suppressed by Wanjiai to the point of dying. And Wanjiai also through the huge Dragon market. Every year in the Dragon people make a lot of money. Just when Wanjiai thought it could continue to harvest the leaks of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the toxic sanitary napkin incident broke out, in which more than 10 sanitary napkin brands under Wanjiai, almost all of them were wiped out. This also led to a large number of netizens on the internet starting to boycott Wanjiai. This kind of thing has happened more than once, and Wanjiai is familiar with this kind of PR crisis. It's just a fake apology, then find a scapegoat to take the blame, and then change the name of the brand involved to continue listing. Network or no memory, at most half a month, this matter will be over. Business as usual, leaks cut as usual. At this time, Wanjiai's Asia Pacific head Jiang Lili is calm and unrivaled in dealing with this public relations event. Facing a group of executives in the conference room, tone of voice relaxed. The old rules, issue an apology statement in the name of Wanjiai, saying that it will be investigated severely. Then find one of our suppliers who are about to expire to take the blame. Marketing department, change the names of the brands involved. If they should be renamed, change the packaging, and continue to list them for sale. This is called the bottom line of the global daily chemical giant. It's not just poison sanitary napkins. What's the big deal? We've already monopolized 70% of the sanitary napkin market in Longwa. If we stop the production of sanitary napkins, you won't even be able to use the toxic sanitary napkins. You'd have to thank us if you could. As for toxicity, shouldn't consumers reflect on whether it's their own problem? Do they exercise properly? Is it because of their poor physical condition? Chapter 004 Hype. Absolutely hype. Jiang Lili was a native of the Dragon Kingdom, with a background of studying at sea. She has been working in Wanjiai for 15 years, and the reason why she was able to become the head of the Asia-Pacific region is based on one word: ruthless enough. To be more precise, she is tough enough on her fellow Dragon countrymen. Why is it that the Asia-Pacific region alone has the highest profit margins and is praised by the headquarters every year in so many areas of the world? It's because after Jiang Lili took office, she tried to do everything she could to squeeze the cost of products in the Asia-Pacific region. You don't think that, in its current position, it still needs to produce its own products, do you? You don't think so? Almost 80% of Wanjiai's low-end and mid-range brands are manufactured by OEMs, the first to squeeze the market, the local manufacturers in the Dragon State. These manufacturers want to continue to survive. There is only one way, and Wanjiai signed a contract. The products that are produced are directly labeled with the brand name of Wanjiai, and then listed for sale. Originally, there is nothing wrong with doing this. The most critical thing is that there is a Jiang Lili and the constant pressure on the cost. Originally manufacturers produce a piece of sanitary napkin. The factory price is 40 cents. Jiang Lili but want to limit to 30 cents, or even 20 cents, or stop signing contracts. And in order not to lose money, manufacturers are desperate to use all kinds of low-priced, low-quality raw materials. This is the root cause of the toxic sanitary napkin incident. Jiang Lili is not afraid of accidents? The production of sanitary napkins is the manufacturer. It has nothing to do with Wanjiai. It's the manufacturers who are technologically backward and can't produce good quality goods at a low price, and they are substituting the best for the best. And it's not like Jiang Lili let them do it. I have to say, as a Dragon country people, in the pit of their own compatriots on this matter, Jiang Lili counted as heartless. Alright, that's it. Meeting adjourned. Really, out of so many countries, it's the Dragon country people who are the most pretentious. After saying that, Jiang Lili, who was wearing high heels, carried her expensive python purse and was ready to leave. But the next second, the office door pushed open, and Jiang Lili's secretary poked her head out with a cell phone. Mr. Jiang, it's not good. Where's your look at Douyin? Douyin? Isn't it just a piece of tampon? This group of pretentious Dragon Kingdom women, they even brought the matter up to Douyin? Just as Jiang Lili took out her cell phone and opened Douyin, there was no need for her to deliberately look for it. The first few big words on the Douyin hot list were right there for all to see. Rice technology has officially entered the sanitary napkin industry. Rice technology, the same rice technology that makes cell phones? Clicking on the hot search. When Jiang Lily saw the video released by Su Bai, the whole person's face was horribly ugly. You a cell phone? Do not do a good job of cell phones. Come to the daily chemical industry to make a fuss. Also listen to persuade persona? Your kind of means of establishing a persona. The entertainment industry are used badly. Don't you know that the more stable a persona is, the harder it collapses? Seeing the news, Jiang Lily put down the expensive python purse, once again sat back to his position, looking at a group of senior management, face sullen like water. Tell me, what do you think about this matter? As the saying goes, a nest of snakes and rats. To be able to work under the hands of such a person as Jiang Lily, what else can be a good thing? Hype. Everyone is saying that Su Bai's marketing is better than the product. Now I finally see it. A group of netizens who don't know anything plus a boss who only makes cell phones equals nothing. Totally inadequate. Agreed. Su Bai is just harvesting traffic. One morning the fans have gone up by more than 4 million. I have to say, Su Bai really does understand Douyin. I see nah. This thing is at most a gimmick. The rest, Su Bai nothing to do, is a word, drag. Find an excuse to drag a half a year. This matter will not be settled. It's not that people look down on Su Bai. Rather, when Wanjiai entered the dragon market, the group of former dragon brands, Not and Did Not and Wanjiai Dry, even formed a local brand alliance of Dragon Country, wanting to drive Wanjiai out of the Dragon Country market. In those years, the nation's daily chemical products market killed the bloody rain every day in the activities of the promotion. But what was the result? Don't we see it now? What is the volume of Wanjiai? That is a global daily chemical giant. Let's take a step back and say, even if you Su Bai head iron really made the sanitary napkins, what can you do? Wanjiai to a hand of all the sanitary napkin brand joint price cuts to engage in promotions. One to engage in 2 or 3 months. The people of the Dragon Country, cost effective for the king, to the brand of Wanjiai, and then engaged in a hand of price cuts. Double killer mace out. Not invincible? By then, you Su Bai sanitary napkins, piled up in the warehouse. Stay Su Bai's own shoe pads. Still do sanitary napkins? Are you kidding? Really think Wanjiai is so good to mess with? Although rice technology is not enough to worry about, the shrewd Jiang Lily still left a careful eye. Our PR plan remains unchanged. Keep an eye on the dynamics of big rice technology, and report back to me whenever there is a situation. To be able to achieve the position of head of the Asia-Pacific region, Jiang Lily paid too much effort, seeing that she will be promoted to the headquarters next year. This is a critical time. Can't afford to have a little mess. At the same time, the far suburbs of Luoxue City, River Province, Spring Breeze Daily Chemical Factory, the former busy workshop, now a cold. A large area of sanitary napkin raw materials piled up in a corner of the warehouse, unattended. The usual roaring assembly line machines. The top also fell a layer of fine gray. The factory's old office. Sun Jing sat in front of the computer, looking at the quarter's sales results, face bitter. Spring Breeze Sun Chemical. Is Sun Jing graduated from college? From the hands of his father took over. This factory condensed the father's life's work. When the war with Wanjiai, many counterparts in the River Province manufacturers, the closure of the closure, did not close down, but also became a Wanjiai labeling supplier. Only stubborn father, sold the house, sold the car, still stubborn support. Due to the reliable quality of Spring Breeze, it has built up a large number of loyal customers in the River Province area. But over the years, facing the siege of Wanjiai, the market of Spring Breeze sanitary napkins is only left with the local market in Luoxue City. Since Sun Jing took over, even the local market cannot hold. Sales performance is worse than a year. Seeing that they cannot hold out, the 2 days in the outbreak of toxic sanitary napkin incident, although the Spring Breeze sanitary napkins hygiene reliable, but consumers do not know. The test blogger are testing the big brands. How can come to test the Spring Breeze of this unknown small brands? In this way, unknown consumers, and now even the Spring Breeze sanitary napkins do not buy. No one to buy. There is no performance, not even the goods out, resulting in the entire factory has stopped production. The company's account, only a few tens of thousands of dollars left. Continuing like this, it was estimated that Sun Jing could only pay her employees and break up and go out of business. Dad, you really left me with a problem. Sitting in front of her desk, Sun Jing rubbed her brow painfully. Before her father passed away, he had always hoped that Sun Jing could make Spring Breeze Day Chemical, a national product brand, bigger and stronger. But in fact, how can it be so easy? Just when Sun Jing felt that there was no way out and was bored. Ding dong, the cell phone on the table rang. It was a Douyin link sent by her best friend, letting Sun Jing hurry to take a look. Sun Jing curiously clicked in to take a look and froze in place. Rice technology? It's going to enter the sanitary napkin industry? Sun Jing took another look at her cell phone, which happened to be rice. Sturdy and durable and not lagging. Su Bai, who produces rice, is actually coming to do sanitary napkins? In the next second, her best friend sent a voice again. Jing near, Mr. Su is collecting opinions from all over the internet. I feel that this is an opportunity. Hasn't the factory your dad left you been half dead? Why don't you just beat a dead horse and go to Mr. Su? I feel like there's a chance. Hearing her best friend's voice, Sun Jing was first delighted. Then after letting out a breath she replied sensibly. Obviously it's hype alright. Do you really think that people will come to Mr. Su to make sanitary napkins? In one morning, people's fans have gone up by a few million. It's just a capitalist's marketing tactic. Next, Mr. Su does not have to do anything. Dragging on the line, dragging a half a year. This matter will not be settled. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The boss of a high-tech enterprise came to make sanitary napkins. It's not even reliable to think about. Chapter 005, still, play like this? Those who shared the same thoughts as Sun Jing were far from being the only ones. After all, these years, the capitalists have painted the cake. Bragged about the cattle less? Bragging when a more than a cowhide. Honoring the time all run away. As the matter of rice technology's entry into the sanitary napkin industry became bigger and bigger, many calm netizens began to bring the rhythm in Su Bai's comments section. No, there are really people who believe it? What era? Still believe in the set of painting big cakes? Su total cowhide. A wave of more than 4 million female fans harvested. This is the rhythm of preparing women's customized cell phones? Yun nah, forget the bosses blew us a bull back then? I'll put my words here. If Mr. Su really does sanitary napkins, I'll eat it live for you to see. Things have developed to the point where even the female netizens who supported Su Bai in the beginning are starting to waver. Yeah, although Su Bai listened to advice, he had been making cell phones Plus this morning, Su Bai's Douyin fans have almost risen by 5 million. Why is it that the more you look at it, the more it looks like a hype? It's not like this matter is just going to end up like this, right? To really drag a year and a half. And how many people can remember this matter? For a while, the majority of female netizens, people are stupid. Feeling was Su Bai harvested a wave, but do not dare to be sure. And just when everyone is on this matter, arguing, inside the rice technology park, Su Bai, who changed into a suit, finally sent away a few local leaders in Rongqing. The enterprise is bigger is so. Less and local dealings. Just like this time, Su Bai just put out the wind on the internet, saying that he is ready to enter the sanitary napkin industry. In less than 2 hours, the local leaders in charge of Rongqing came. He hoped that Su Bai would land the sanitary napkin factory in Rongqing and help solve the problem of local employment and tax revenue in Rongqing. In exchange, the local area will also have policy favoritism and help for Su Bai's sanitary napkin factory. For this kind of thing, Su Bai did not rush to take a stand. In words, everything all depends on the netizens. The leaders went away. In the view of the leaders, Su Bai's words, completely is a pretext. His entry into the sanitary napkin industry is in all likelihood hype. The leader's car just left. Su Bai just ready to go back to the office. Saw a few girls from the administrative department get together to chat. Saw Su Bai appeared. Have to do birds and beasts scattered. What are you running for? I'm going to eat someone. Little Lu, the secretary who stayed in place, shook his cell phone and laughed. Mr. Su, the internet is saying that you're letting everyone off the hook. Releasing pigeons? What pigeons? The secretary pushed open Su Bai's office door first and stood by the door. Just what you said. The entry into sanitary napkins After the video was released, your fans went up by more than 5 million. How much? More than 5 million? Returning to the office, Su Bai took off his suit jacket and handed it to his secretary, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to take a look. Good guy. The number of fans went from 10 and a few 100,000. In just a few hours, it directly soared to 16 million. As $100 billion boss, where do you have time to stare at your cell phone all the time? The company's business is enough to keep him busy. I didn't expect things to get so big in a few hours. Seeing Su Bai scrolling through the comments without saying anything, Secretary Xiao Lu immediately came up. Mr. Su, do you want to contact the PR company? Mr. Su didn't lift his head and said, contact them for what? To help you create public opinion and bring a rhythm to show that you are not speculating. Hearing these words, Su Bai immediately raised his head. I wasn't speculating in the first place. Secretary Xiao Lu directly froze in place as a whole. It's not his fault. The high-level meeting that was held in the morning. This kind of thing that rice technology entered the sanitary napkin industry. And it doesn't involve the company's internal business. A few high-level people didn't go and pass it down the line. This also led to the entire rice technology company internal staff, all thought Su Bai is in the hype. Su Bai looked at the comment area. Well, no wonder the secretary Xiao Lu said to help themselves to find a public relations company. Now suspect Su Bai in the hype. More and more people has gradually had a trend of pressure. Seeing this, Su Bai thought for a few seconds, and then found the guy who wanted to live eat sanitary napkins in the comment area. Directly came a circle kick. You said when the time comes to live I will give you a sports car brush. After saying that, Su Bai immediately looked at Secretary Xiao Lu with a straight face. Collect the useful suggestions in the comment section. There is a suitable manufacturer. Contact the marketing department to negotiate the acquisition. Pull on the legal department to perfect the formalities as soon as possible. The most important thing is the piece of raw materials. Must be strictly controlled. My request is only 4 words. From urgent and fast. Hearing Su Bai give the order, Secretary Xiao Lu hurriedly used the recording notes he carried with him. But after hearing Su Bai finish, Secretary Xiao Lu had a bitter look on his face. Mr. Su, making sanitary napkins this kind of thing. None of us know who specifically to find responsible for it. Seeing this, Su Bai raised the cell phone in his hand. How about you take a look at a few high praise answers in the comment section? Anyone who is able to leave useful suggestions in the comment area and has a high number of likes, the probability is that they are professionals in the industry, or senior veterans. Those who mention raw materials indicate that they are engaged in raw material related work. Mention of equipment. It is likely that the equipment manufacturers mentioned the process. The probability is engaged in the production of sanitary napkins veteran. Are you kidding? There are talents in the net. Is this saying for fun? Since Su Bai is ready to enter the sanitary napkin industry, and there is no big general in front of the tent, isn't that just a good opportunity to swing the hoe and dig people? Only to see Su Bai look at the secretary Xiao Lu, the corner of his mouth showing a smile. Contact the personnel department. These few with a high number of likes, dig them all for me. Don't let any of them go. From today onwards, formally set up the division of daily chemical products. Work as soon as the manpower arrives. The secretary held the recorder, and the man was dumbfounded. What else? Play like this? Originating from Su Bai's non-delaying personality, Secretary Xiao Lu's movements were also ridiculously fast. Immediately using his own, Rice General Secretary, Douyin account, he began contacting the highly liked responses in the comment section. After the personnel department got Su Bai's imperial sword, it also followed up quickly, waving its hoe and clanging a dig. For a while, the entire comment section, along with the follow-up of the rice technology, a good meal of chicken and dog jumping, especially the account that was previously at by Su Bai. The account holder was a takeaway boy who took advantage of the gap between delivering takeaways to brush the video and replied back in passing. Who would have thought that Su Bai, the titular 100 billion old boss, would actually reply to him? You said when the time comes to live broadcast I'll brush your sports car for you. Looking at Su Bai's reply, little brother was speechless. No, so you're not speculating. You rice technology, really ready to do sanitary napkins? You figure what Also, I'm not the only one who said that, Mr. Su is speculating. Why are you focusing on me? The most painful thing for the little brother is that, with this reply from Su Bai, this comment of his live eating sanitary napkins actually caught fire. You dare to believe it? Originally, the majority of female compatriots are still worried that Su Bai is in the hype. As a result, Su Bai this head immediately proved that everyone's worries are superfluous. People Su Bai is really want to do now. Surprised, they also gave this comment a nod of approval. Humph, concerned about you, said live eating tampons. See how you run. Have the guts. Top you up. When it's not good remember to add some chili sauce. Dude cowhide. I like to watch the fun the most. Also give you top A. Originally, the delivery boy wanted to delete the comments, but what he didn't expect was that with Su Bai's reply, as well as a large number of netizens' comments, the amount of his followers actually surged. From the original 10 or so, it went up to over 100,000 in the blink of an eye, and it was still going up? The takeaway boy who looked at his account had an expression of who am I and where am I? Inexplicably, I'm on fire? Chapter 006. This internet, hard to be played by him to understand. Sisters, the latest news, Rice Personnel Department contacted me? Ha ha ha, I have packed up things, immediately set off to Rongsheng, go to do sanitary napkins for everyone to go, and I am the sanitary napkin raw material manufacturers, has put the resignation report slapped in the face of the thing pussy boss, ha ha ha. Sisters, rest assured that the raw materials have me, to ensure the safety and hygiene. I'm a man. Rice personnel from the phone when I heard my voice also thought that the wrong call, said why I know so much about sanitary napkins, were ready to change the line. The results were dug out of the rice. Won't really let me do it for life. With the rice personnel department out of the way, a high praise answerer all be dug out. A time. Su Bai's comment area, as if the new year is lively. I am doing personnel. Recruiting a lifetime. The first time to see Su always so digging people. Single away a 6. Admire, admire, admire. In ancient times, there was the straw boat lending arrows. Today there is Mr. Su high praise digging people. Mr. Su total cowhide ah. Roadrunner fan. Mr. Su always does what he says. Love, love, love. Already concerned. Only use rice phone in the future. And as this matter spread, the whole internet began to boil. Originally, everyone thought that this matter would be left unsettled. After all, Su Bai had harvested millions of fans in a single video, and his purpose had already been achieved. Who would have thought that Su Bai would actually play for real? He really want to make sanitary napkins, you dare to believe? What's going on? Listen to Rice internal employees said. Really formed daily chemical products division. Su Bai want to do I can't figure out what he's trying to do. The cell phone market is so big. Don't run your own basic business. Come to the daily chemical industry to roll? What's the point of sending out a video to get the product right? It's such a big deal. Let's see how he'll end up. Finish? Waiting to see the joke. The domestic daily chemical has been the world of Wanjiai. And Wanjiai fight. Su Bai is looking for death. At the same time, the netizens are not optimistic about this matter. A plane from River Province to Rongqing has successfully landed at Rongqing Airport. Sun Jing, who was wearing a trench coat and dragging a suitcase, got into a cab and directly said in a firm tone, "Master, go to the Rice Technology Industrial Park." As the vehicle started, Sun Jing looked at the scenery of Rongqing outside the car window. Her heart was apprehensive. Ever since she knew that Su Bai was really going to enter the sanitary napkin industry, she immediately packed up her things and bought a plane ticket to Rongqing. It was just like what her best friend had said. This was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for Spring Breeze Daily Chemical Factory. It is also an opportunity for domestic daily chemicals. This kind of opportunity was rare in 10 years, and if Sun Jing didn't seize it this time, it was very likely that she would regret it for the rest of her life. So, she came, with the courage to break the boat. 2 hours later, when Su Bai saw Sun Jing in the parlor, as well as the suitcase next to Sun Jing, both froze for half a second. While signaling the rising Sun Jing to take a seat, Su Bai walked towards his own seat and said with a calm smile, "I heard that you and the personnel department have grossly recommended yourself to be in charge of the newly established Daily Chemical Products Division." As he spoke, Su Bai raised his hand and looked at the time. "I have another meeting in 10 minutes, so I'll give you 5 minutes to give me a reason why you're competent." Just when Su Bai thought that Sun Jing would be eloquent about his resume, Sun Jing's answer was unexpected, only to see Sun Jing looking at Su Bai with a calm face and a firm tone. "My father fought 12 lawsuits with Wanjiai, and in the 13th one, he died on the way to court because of a car accident. It didn't take 5 minutes, only 10 seconds. On the way to the parlor, Su Bai had read the information on the Spring Breeze Sun Chemical Factory. The information was very detailed, only this matter was not mentioned. Looking at Sun Jing's firm eyes, "You don't just want to make sanitary napkins so simple, right?" Sun Jing did not hide it. "That's right. I want to use the background of rice technology to continue to expand the types of daily chemical products and fight with Wanjiai." A word that shocked the heavens. Good guy. This was clearly pulling the tiger's skin and pulling a big flag. Borrowing his Su Bai's power to avenge Sun Jing's his father's revenge. He also wants to fight with the international daily chemical giant Wanjiai. This is to the Rice Daily Chemical Division. Made into a dragon country local leader of the rhythm? Jie is a ruthless person na. Judging from Sun Jing's profile, it's no problem for her to be the head of this division. But, you seem to be very confident in this matter. But I'm curious where your confidence comes from. Facing Su Bai, Sun Jing continued her own outspokenness. "Because of you, Mr. Su, because of me?" That's right. The domestic daily chemical industry had not been suppressed by Wanjiai for a year or two. It was up to 30 years. The toxic sanitary napkin incident, too, was not the first time it was exposed. The last time it was exposed was 6 years ago. But all along, no matter how consumers appeal, how to protest, no one ever dared to come forward. Because everyone understands that the market for daily necessities is Wanjiai's world. Whether Su Bai was running his own persona or harvesting traffic, he finally came forward. To put it in a small way, this matter is to change the pattern of the entire sanitary napkin industry in China. To put it in a larger perspective, it is for the health and safety of hundreds of millions of female compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Su, my father once told me that there is always right and wrong in everything, and God is still reasonable. It Wanjiai doesn't treat us dragon country people as human beings, bullying people with its power. It's just wrong. You, Mr. Su, are willing to come forward and dare to hold the salary for the people. You are right. This is called the master is famous. This is our Dragon Kingdom's territory. This is geographical advantage. The toxic sanitary napkin incident has erupted again. This is heavenly timing. The majority of female compatriots are looking forward to and supporting you. This is man in harmony. The division, the timing, the location, and the people are all on our side. So why should we lose? Listening to Sun Jing's generous speech, Su Bai was a bit embarrassed. I'm just listening to a persuasion. Why is it that when you say it out of your mouth, it's just like the king of Wushan's conquest of Zhou? Now, Su Bai couldn't even think of not leaving Sun Jing behind. Standing up from the sofa, Su Bai took the initiative to extend his hand to Sun Jing. Daily Chemical Products Division. It's yours. Hearing these words, Sun Jing suppressed her inner excitement and raised a question she had always wanted to ask as she shook hands with Su Bai. Mr. Su, I have one last question. You say, this toxic sanitary napkin incident has made the entire sanitary napkin industry's credibility fall off. Even if we start producing sanitary napkins, there will be a lot of people questioning our products. For the problem of credibility collapse, how are you going to solve it? On the way to Rongqing, Sun Jing had been thinking about this issue. Su Bai's character was good, but it couldn't stop the current reputation of sanitary napkins from being too bad. How could Su Bai guarantee that the sanitary napkins from Rice Technology would be safe and hygienic? Official test report? Wang Jiayi also have but what about the facts? Ask the blogger to test? Some people would surely question the blogger's acceptance of money. In the face of this near unresolved situation, Sun Jing really can't figure out what else can be done to solve it. Su Bai, on the other hand, had already thought of this problem. He didn't even look at what he was doing, only to see Su Bai pull out the Rice cell phone in his own hand, waved it in front of Sun Jing, and said only 2 words. There's no credibility that a live broadcast of seeing is believing can't salvage. If there is, then have a few more shows. Until Su Bai left the parlor, Sun Jing was still standing in a frozen daze. At first, Sun Jing didn't react, thinking that Su Bai was talking about selling goods live. But after a few seconds of reaction, Sun Jing realized that what Su Bai was talking about had nothing to do with selling goods at all. It was live production. It was actually live production. Take the rice sanitary napkin assembly line and move it directly to the live webcast. Netizens are not worried about the sanitary napkin raw materials or substandard. Directly to a live production. Let you look at the production of the total, no problem. Netizens are not worried about health problems. Then we will directly to a live sterilization. From raw materials, production, disinfection, packaging, shipping, directly to a transparent production. As Su Bai said, there is no credibility that a live broadcast of seeing is believing does not age well. Looking at the back of Su Bai left, Sun Jing immediately felt what is called the gap. He used to be the same boss. Why didn't he think of this? Look at others. Su. From the network to listen to persuasion, then to the high praise digging, then to live production. This internet, hard by others to play to understand. Chapter 007. This thing, can it be broadcast live too? Half a month later, the eastern new area of Rongqing, the Rice Technology Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park was quietly completed. Fast? It's slow. Since learning that Rice Technology really want to enter the daily necessities, Rongqing's several district leaders almost did not fight for this matter. They all want to set up the Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park to their own jurisdiction. In order to do this, the preferential policies proposed by each region, one better than the other. Factory, directly is ready-made. Hang a plate can directly move in, rent-free for half a year. Procedures, you do not have to run the other departments directly to the office. Even the most difficult fire, the fire department directly to the door to guide the decoration work you dare to believe? Equipment, all the international top-tier strength brand, the Ministry of Finance approved funds, did not blink an eye. Personnel, the Ministry of Personnel directly sent to the medical supplies manufacturer, in accordance with the standards of the medical supplies industry to train. The most horrible thing is that the entire production workshop, Rice Technology is directly in accordance with the standards of the clean room to do. Who produces sanitary napkins? Ho ho ho, to use a dust-free workshop. As the person in charge of the Daily Chemical Products Division, this time Sun Jing finally saw what is called the big factory's luxury. Originally a few $1 million can be dealt with production workshop, Rice Technology hard to spend tens of millions of dollars. The most critical thing is that the trial production samples sent to the relevant departments for testing. People testing department are puzzled, curious if the sample is wrong. How a sanitary napkin somehow reached the medical grade. As we all know, according to the Disposable Sanitary Products Standard, sanitary napkin safety and health standards, divided into ordinary grade, disinfection grade, and medical grade 3 standards. Usually ordinary grade can be marketed and sold, is the normal standard stipulated by the state. Sterilization grade, as the name suggests, is disinfected several times. The unit colony group, less than 200 CFU/G, Due to more than a few disinfection process, the cost is higher. Usually only high-end sanitary products on the market will have the standard. As for the medical grade, to be exaggerated, it is the operating room doctor can use the rice technology sanitary napkin to suck blood. Even if Sun Jing grew up in a sanitary napkin factory and has seen sanitary napkins all her life, she has never seen a medical-grade sanitary napkin. Today, it was the first day of official production in the workshop, and the employees hired by the personnel department were all assembly line veterans. Everyone is busy in their respective positions, said Busi. In fact, very few hands-on work. Most of the time is to the computer to see the data. This set of state-of-the-art production and packaging equipment, basically unmanned, in addition to feeding and stacking links, rarely need human intervention. The factory was running in an orderly manner, while Sun Jing, as the person in charge, was standing at the entrance of the factory. Today Sun Jing deliberately changed a set of professional clothes, hair also coiled in the back of the head, a strong woman capable style, and on the opposite side of her, there stood the boss Su Bai's royal photographer team. After some preparation, the photographer gave an okay gesture to Sun Jing. Mr. Sun, countdown is 5 seconds. The live broadcast will begin. There is no mistake. Today is also the first day of the Rice live production of sanitary napkins. Half a month has passed, and the Rice Technology sanitary napkin event that made a lot of noise in the beginning has long since lost its heat. However, there was still a group of people who were still concerned about this matter. That is the group of female netizens who crowdfunded the production of sanitary napkins in Su Bai's comment area. As the direct victims of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, they are naturally the most attentive to this matter. And some people even run to Su Bai's comment area every day to press for progress. It is really a network supervisor. Even for the sake of this matter, there are people who have pulled several thousands of large groups. More dramatically, I do not know how they do it. Always from the Rice Technology insiders to ask a lot of insider information. This is not. After hearing that Rice sanitary napkins began production today, each big group today is again a lively. Sisters, I heard that Rice sanitary napkins began production today. The news is not true. G May. Information lags behind. People not only already in production, with the best raw materials. Yes. I've also heard that the top layer uses the best new provincial cotton. Even bamboo fiber is not used. It is said that the fluff pulp is made of coniferous logs. It can't be. Actually willing to use such a good raw material? Still the same sentence. Some people sing good. Naturally some people sing bad. What people say, you believe what but also with the best raw materials. Think about it is impossible. That's right, we don't think Mr. Su can make good sanitary napkins. I'm afraid of being poisoned sanitary napkins. As long as he produces sanitary napkins, hygiene, safety, I'll be happy. Agree, capitalists, make money is the first. Only people Su always earn a conscience. The earn your, or earn. When everyone was talking about this matter, suddenly, someone sent a jitterbug live link in the group. Sisters stop arguing. Look what I found. It's Rice Technology. They're live streaming the production of sanitary napkins. The whole thing is live. The female netizens who heard this news had a look of disbelief. What? Live streaming the production of sanitary napkins? This thing, it can also be live streamed? No. How can you broadcast it? Exactly how to broadcast. Even Sun Jing herself didn't understand. After all, she had never broadcast live before, and the first time she faced the camera, her smile became unnatural. Still, the makeup artist on the side saw this and hastily gestured outside the picture to remind her. Mr. Sun, don't just smile. Say the words. Reacting to Sun Jing, this is the soul on the line, facing the camera, began to introduce themselves. Hello viewers of the live broadcast, I'm Sun Jing, the head of the Daily Chemical Products Division of Rice Technology. Today is the first day that Rice sanitary napkins are officially put into production. And we know that everyone is very concerned about the production of Rice sanitary napkins. Exactly what raw materials are used, and how are they produced? In the end, safe or not, hygienic or not, I believe everyone is very interested in knowing, in order to solve everyone's doubts and worries. So, after Su's careful consideration, he decided to open up the production process of the Rice sanitary napkins to everyone by way of live broadcasting. At the same time, next to the camera, there are two staff members, who are holding a tablet computer to watch the background live data in real time. At this time, there were only a few hundred people in the live broadcast room, or because of the reason of hanging the brand of Rice Technology. Otherwise, it was estimated that there were only a few dozen pathetic online viewers. For this kind of thing, the two staff members were obviously not surprised, and had long guessed. After all, there were many interesting live broadcasts. Who would be idle and bored to see the production of sanitary napkins? Wouldn't that be an idle pain in the ass? That's pretty much it. no more than 500 viewers at most. Well, I really don't know what Mr. Su was thinking. Producing a sanitary napkin has to be broadcast live. Who would come to see it? Just when the two staff members were so bored that they yawned. Suddenly, the background data of the live broadcast room was refreshed again, and when the new data appeared again, the two men immediately stared at each other, only to see that the original 307 viewers in the live broadcast room had suddenly jumped to 298 people. That wasn't all. It was refreshed again. 2,956 people, 4,156 people, 6,127 people. The two men looked at the live data that increased like a rocket. Their brains were instantly overloaded, holding the tablet, and almost didn't smash their jaws on the ground. What is the situation? This is. The whole country is off the grid? No live broadcast to watch? We produce a sanitary napkin. More than 6,000 people watch? Chapter 008. Good. All the best. Su Bai. This person listened to persuasion. So rice technology to produce sanitary napkins. This thing. Although it sounds fantastical, but there are always people expected. Su Bai. This person to pay attention to. So rice sanitary napkins absolutely safe and hygienic. Affordable consumers. This thing is not like the style of capitalists, but there are always people still believe in Mr. Su. However, even if the majority of netizens have a big hole in their heads, and then anticipate things like God, but also could not expect Su Bai will come to such a handoff. Live production of sanitary napkins? Who could have thought of this? Who's going to broadcast this? At the beginning? Or get the news of the batch of female netizens? Listen to the wind smell to run to the live room. As the number of people on the air soared, Douyin live platform began to do things. From the big data mechanism of the bean sound, give the live broadcast room a quacking diversion. The audience who originally brushed to the live broadcast, subconsciously had to scratch away, but when they saw a few words of rice technology, they hesitated for 2 seconds, but then saw the word sanitary napkin, immediately thought of the rice sanitary napkin event half a month ago, which was completely aroused curiosity. No longer row away. For a time, the audience in the live broadcast room surged more than just 10 minutes or less. It increased to 20,000 people. Countless viewers were playing out their curiosity in the comment section. No, rice technology's sanitary napkins are really up and running? Holy, live streaming sanitary napkin production? Live long time to see. Hey, single go a 6. Su total this live. I am more and more to understand. At this time, Sun Jing is still immersed in the live broadcast, and the state is getting better and better. If she knows that there are 50,000 people staring at her in real time, it is estimated that it will be nervous to the words cannot be said, only to see that Sun Jing had already arrived at the entrance of the workshop at this time, facing the camera. She didn't push the door to enter the workshop at the first time, but turned around and walked to the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, since our production workshop has achieved dustlessness, so if you want to enter the workshop, you need to change into dustless clothes in advance. So follow the camera. As the cameraman also followed Sun Jing into the different changing rooms to change into dustless clothes, the already lively comments section immediately exploded. It was a real explosion, and the comments floated like snowflakes. No, I heard what? Clean room? You produce a sanitary napkin with a clean room? Funny, you think pulling 2 pieces of plastic sheet makes it dust-free? Is a clean room great? Let's have a big hand to popularize it. Dust-free workshop, also known as clean room, refers to the production workshop through a variety of purification equipment, so that the air, the environment, strict control of bacteria, harmful air, to maintain the workshop temperature, humidity and many other requirements of the high-standard workshop. Usually clean room are used in medical supplies, precision instruments, semiconductor industry and other fields, and the production of sanitary napkins simply cannot use such high standards. To put it bluntly, it is a bit of a nuclear missile to hit the concept of mosquitoes. And after individual netizens' popularization, the audience in the live broadcast room once again exploded, and this time the most serious, to belong to the majority of female compatriots. After all, the use of a clean room, which group is most beneficial? They know better than anyone. I thought that the workshop of rice technology, the big deal is that it is a little cleaner, a little more hygienic, straight up clean room. I'm still too small. I'm so touched. Capitalists can also make me feel warm. Mr. Su, powdered. From now on, Mr. Su's video, I'll be the first to like it, and Rice Technologies products, I'll be the first to buy them. As it turns out, everyone is still too happy too soon, because what was even more worth being happy about was still behind. When Sun Jing, who changed into a dust-free suit, walked into the workshop with a photographer, another group of netizens couldn't sit still. Grass. Chariot Country original imported assembly line equipment. A set is more than 8 million. Is not second-hand, is the latest model. No way. It's really a standard dust-free workshop. This level, it's almost catching up with our biology labs. This is a waste. This investment is not good for producing anything, but you actually use it to produce sanitary napkins. It's so wasteful. Under Sun Jing's deliberate authorization, the photographer held up the machine and took a disc-like shot directly at the assembly line equipment, starting from the feeding process, not sparing every detail. Almost every minute, there are netizens wailing, "I go, the new province long staple cotton. So good cotton, you used to do sanitary napkins? It's over. I can't watch it anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack. This is our northern coniferous log? The price has risen to 1,400 a side, and you use it to make fluff pulp? I'm convinced. No way. High molecular absorbent resin. You're adding it like this? It's all about money. Don't you count the cost? You're telling me it's all sterilization equipment? So you guys have a separate production line for the sterilization process?" With the discussion of the netizens, the female compatriots who watched the live broadcast were all confused. Those who know, still know that rice technology in the production of sanitary napkins. Those who do not know, also thought that rice technology in their daughters to build dowry. No, it's not just making a sanitary napkin. Why make such a big fuss about it? Many female compatriots do not understand the terminology, do not know what the concept of the new province of long staple cotton, do not understand how good the coniferous logs, and do not understand the polymer water absorbent resin in the end to add how much is appropriate. But they are not stupid. It is not difficult to analyze from the comments of the eaters. Good, all the best. The sanitary napkins that Su Bai built for them, used all the best. How good is it? So good that the female compatriots are beginning to be afraid. No, why do I feel this sanitary napkin? I don't even deserve to use it. So I'm not the only one who thinks this way? I also feel that rice sanitary napkins are kind of like a luxury item. If you make it like this, it'll cost you a few bucks. Several dollars? I think it's possible to pay more than $10 for one. Then I can't afford to have my period. I don't care. I'll buy it even if it's a few dollars. If I can buy thousands of dollars worth of clothes, why can't I buy a few dollars worth of sanitary napkins? Right, the big deal is to drink a few cups of milk tea less. Who called the rice sanitary napkin safe and hygienic? For this point, I have to buy. A live broadcast, in Sun Jing apprehensive state of mind ended. After taking off the radio equipment, Sun Jing walked towards the live broadcast team and asked curiously, "How was the live broadcast?" The two staff members who were keeping an eye on the live broadcast glanced at each other before looking at Sun Jing, and one said, "The good news is that the live broadcast had a good response, and everyone isn't worried about the safety and hygiene of the rice sanitary napkins. The bad news is that everyone is starting to worry about the price of rice sanitary napkins." Chapter 009, Who's doing production and letting the whole network supervise the work? Magic City, Wanjiai Asia Pacific headquarters. Jiang Lily, who was dressed up with a delicate demeanor, was sitting behind her desk and was talking on the phone in English, accompanying her with a smile the whole time. No, don't worry about it at all. This matter won't have any impact on our Asia Pacific business. You're worrying too much. That's just a cell phone manufacturer with absolutely no experience in the business of daily necessities. It was a complete accident, a hype at best. Yes. Don't worry. It doesn't take half a month. Within a week, I will be able to resolve this matter. 1 second. John Lily was still smiling and hanging up the phone, and the next second, the sound of smashing the phone rang out in John Lily's office. More than a week had passed since Rice Technology had live-streamed the production of sanitary napkins. Instead of lowering the heat of this matter has been getting hotter and hotter on the internet for more than a week. Originally, everyone thought that the Rice Technology live production of sanitary napkins is just for show. After all, in the face of a set, behind a set of things, a lot of things. But what everyone did not expect is that the live broadcast of Rice Technology, instead of stopping, normalized. You read that right. The live broadcast is normalized. Rice Technology's sanitary napkin factory has actually begun to live broadcast 24 hours a day, all year round. They opened up the network interface of the surveillance cameras in each workshop in the factory, so that netizens can always supervise the work through the live broadcast. In the words of the netizens, Rice Factory even do not have to invite supervisors. The majority of netizens to help Rice to do this thing, who engaged in production, let the whole network supervisor. What's even more funny is that, due to the workshop there is a young man employees, often doze off when working, was sharp-eyed netizens to find out. That young man actually fire you dare to believe? Every day tens of thousands of netizens in the live room. See his head pounding garlic you dare to believe? Who the hell lived to see this? With this matter more and more big, another heavy news caused Jiang Lily's attention. rice technology has released the wind. In 3 days, that is, half a month after the rice sanitary napkin production, Su Bai will officially in the rice technology live room, live sales of rice sanitary napkin. When this news was announced, it immediately hit the hot search of the day. After all, Su Bai's image had always been that of the owner of the rice cell phone, and had always been the founder of a technology company. It didn't seem to go well with something like sanitary napkins at all, but when two completely incompatible things were combined together, they immediately produced an amazing chemical effect on the internet, and the effect was similar to Su Bai wanting to dance in women's clothing in the live room. For a while, the melon-eating netizens who loved to watch the fun immediately couldn't sit still. Not it, Mr. Su is going to sell sanitary napkins live? I put the words here. I'm a man, Mr. Su just dare to sell. I dare to buy. 100 billion technology boss. Online live selling sanitary napkins. Pass by don't miss in this part of the internet, except for Mr. Su, I'm not convinced by anyone. It is said that the live room of the rice technology, just live subscription audience, has exceeded more than 800,000. Countless netizens want to take a look at this rare lively, but behind the hustle and bustle, John Lilly saw a point that others did not see. There is no mistake. John Lilly had to admit that Su Bai has played the internet out. From the beginning of the network to listen to persuasion, high praise digging, live production, and then today's 100 billion old man personally live selling sanitary napkins. Su Bai accurately grasped the psychology of the netizens, and every time he made a move, he touched the heart of the netizens. But Su Bai has overlooked a crucial issue. Benefits. Any enterprise, leaving the benefit, play again flower, are a joke. Su Bai tossed so half a day, in the internet hype so hot, make the whole world know, then he has paid attention to his own benefits? Just be sure that he can make a profit without losing money? The netizens are now focusing on Su Bai alone, but have forgotten the real core product, the rice sanitary napkin. Everyone wants to go to the live broadcast room to see Su Bai, the 100 billion old boss selling sanitary napkins, like watching monkeys in the zoo, purely to see the hustle and bustle. But often behind the hustle and bustle, when the song ends, it is a chicken feather. And how many people is really running to buy sanitary napkins to go? Su Bai spread such a big stall, not afraid of the time live sales failed to close the scene? He is not afraid that the benefits are not enough to make ends meet, and he is doing a losing business. He is so good at playing with the internet. Do not know there is a saying called, the higher you fly, the harder you fall? Originally, Wanjiai and rice technology have always been well water, but now Su Bai wants to come to Wanjiai's bowl to grab food to eat. Then as the person in charge, John Lilly does not mind letting Su Bai fall a little harder. John Lilly copied the landline phone on the table and dialed the internal number. Draw up a document in the name of the Asia Pacific headquarters. From tomorrow, all the sanitary napkin brands in the Dragon Country area, all price reduction promotions for half a month. There is no mistake. Wanjiai made a move. If you don't make a move, it's a king bomb. And John Lilly's timing was chosen quite skillfully. 3 days later Su Bai live broadcast selling sanitary napkins, and Wanjiai 2 days in advance to start the price reduction promotion. The meaning is more than obvious. Consumption of the market in advance of the intention of consumers. By the time Su Bai broadcast, the buy sanitary napkins, all bought, no consumers, CM Su Bai sanitary napkins sold to who? Cautious John Lilly also delayed the promotional activities to half a month time. Is to be in half a month, so that the entire sanitary napkin market into a vacuum. At that time, not to mention the rice technology want to eat meat, not even a mouthful of soup. If you Su Bai doesn't want to go against Wanjiai, then let's see what happens when you go against Wanjiai. If we don't pin down Su Bai today, do we really think that the name of Wanjiai's daily chemical giant is for nothing? Anyone who dares to come to stroke the tiger's whiskers? The capitalists fight in the space. Ordinary consumers cannot notice, but the impact, but in every aspect of life. The next day, in the country's major supermarkets, a number of sanitary napkin brands on the shelves have been labeled with eye-catching promotional labels. 2 girls pushing shopping carts immediately surrounded them when they saw this. Wow, all in the promotion this activity is so strong. Just can stock up. Have you forgotten about the poisonous sanitary napkins from last time? Didn't Wanjiai already apologize? And the manufacturer involved was also seized. So it should be. It's okay. If you want to buy it. Anyway, I'm not worried. Wanjiai apologizes every time, but it won't be long before it pops up again. I wouldn't dare to gamble with my health on the character of a capitalist. What else can you do? Wanjiai has basically monopolized sanitary napkins. Can you still not use them for the rest of your life? Who says it has a monopoly? Isn't there still rice sanitary napkins? Rice sanitary napkins? You can really luxury. Now our spread, said rice sanitary napkins at least $7 or $8 a piece. A packet will be 70 or 80. Counting down. a year to buy anti-towels have to spend a small thousand. There is no mistake. Now the internet is spreading rice sanitary napkins with such good raw materials. Production process is also top-notch. The sales price is less than $7 or $8 a piece. This is already considered the price of high-end sanitary napkins. Occasionally used once okay, but fine-tuned down. Ordinary people simply do not dare to long-term consumption. This is also the reason why the majority of female compatriots have been silent on the internet in the past few days. That's right, Su Bai did listen to the advice and let rice technology produce sanitary napkins for everyone. Su Bai's character has also been recognized again, and the rice sanitary napkins are all the best ones to use. But Su Bai ignored a problem. That is, the price. Su Bai ignored high-end sanitary napkins. Not everyone can afford to consume. For many students, just working white-collar workers, monthly living expenses, wages, are not generous. Every penny have to be carefully calculated. For many girls who watch a movie online, members have to borrow everywhere. Who will be willing to spend 70 to 80 hundreds of dollars a month to buy sanitary napkins? Chapter 010. What is this called? This is called the people's heart. Mr. Su, the cost of the rice sanitary napkins is out. Early in the morning, Sun Jing knocked on the door and entered Su Bai's office with a document. There was no mistake. It had been half a month in the past before the cost of the rice sanitary napkins came out. This was also why, these days, the internet was rumored to be full of rumors that the rice sanitary napkin was a high-end luxury product that ordinary people simply couldn't afford to consume. But the reason why rice technology has never come forward to take a position. The costing of industrial goods is simply not as simple as adding or subtracting, which not only involves raw materials, rent, equipment loss, personnel wages, site rent, utilities and other hard costs. Even the scale of production, manufacturing cycle, production efficiency, local policies, will have an impact on the cost. To take the simplest example, scale effect, Tesla can make the manufacturing cost percentage by double digits by utilizing the scale effect through the superfactory. Just a moment, I still have 2 minutes. At this time, Su Bai was facing the computer editing emails. As the founder of rice technology, Su Bai's daily work was busy and fulfilling. It was impossible to put all his attention on rice sanitary napkins. While typing, Su Bai said without lifting his head, I see that the internet is saying that the price of a single piece of rice sanitary napkin is at least $7 or $8. There are even people spouting that rice sanitary napkin is the Hermes of the sanitary napkin industry. It can't be that exaggerated. Su Bai, who was busy replying to emails, didn't notice in the slightest that Sun Jing, who was standing across the desk, didn't have the right expression. To be honest, even though Sun Jing had experience in running a daily chemical factory, she had never had an accurate concept of the cost of rice sanitary napkins. After all, whether it was the production process, equipment, or raw materials for the rice sanitary napkins, they were all things that Sun Jing had not used before. The exact geometry of the cost, Sun Jing also only knew after getting the statement from the finance department. To be honest, at the moment of seeing the specific cost, Sun Jing originally did not believe it, and she found the finance department and asked to check the data. But the finance department's original words to Sun Jing were, when this data came out, we didn't believe it at first either. Su Bai, who had finished his busy schedule, pushed away the keyboard, stomped his legs, and stood up from his own boss chair, and only then did he notice Sun Jing's expression. What's wrong? The cost is too high? Sun Jing shook her head, not knowing how to speak, and handed Su Bai the document labeled with the machine seal. Mr. Su, you'd better take a look for yourself. Su Bai, whose curiosity was aroused, sat across a corner of the desk, took the document and opened it to look through it, while playing a small game in his heart. It won't be that rice sanitary napkins really became a luxury product like what the netizens said. In front of the cost list, Su Bai directly flipped to the last few pages, to see the cost of a single piece of rice sanitary napkins. But when Su Bai looked at the string of numbers at the end of the page, he first thought his eyes were blurred, then lifted the document and stretched his neck to look a little closer. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Sun Jing appeared to have guessed Su Bai's reaction and immediately shook her head. I looked for the financial department to account for it 3 times, and confirmed that there is no mistake. For a while, the large office was plunged into a deathly silence. For a long time, Su Bai silently put the file on the desk and reached out to touch his forehead. Then those sanitary napkins on the market. For this, Sun Jing was an insider and immediately gave her judgment. When they come out from the manufacturer and are labeled under the brand name of Wanjiai is going to make a wave of money. Then it's the primary, secondary, and even tertiary distributors, increasing the price layer by layer. Finally to the end distributors. There are superstore shelf fees, stacking fees, promotional fees, which is another cost. Even if you go online sales, the major online shopping platforms, service fees, deposits, promotion fees. The math is also not less than the cost of a physical store. So, Su Bai, who was listening silently, picked up the conversation. So, the sanitary napkins that consumers used to buy actually cost less than 20% to produce? Sun Jing nodded. Probably not even 10%. Many sanitary napkins that come out of small workshops can cost less than 10 cents a piece. If you use inferior raw materials, you can even do it for 5 or 6 cents a piece. Laughing, Su Bai laughed. It was really a mountain between lines. At first, even Su Bai himself thought that the cost of the rice sanitary napkin, even if it was even lower, would be $2 or $3 a piece. But when Su Bai saw the cost, even he himself couldn't believe it. The cost of a single piece, 43 yuan. You read it right, 43 cents a piece. A full 20 times difference from the $7 or $8 a piece that was widely rumored on the internet. It's 20 times. Why does everyone believe this figure? Because the sanitary napkins on the market nowadays are sold at 50 to 60 cents to more than $1 a piece. According to Reason, the cost of sanitary napkins on the market, it should be 30 or 40 cents. And rice sanitary napkins, all with the best. How can the cost of 30 or 40 cents? As a matter of fact, everyone was slapped in the face, including Su Bai himself. It's not that everyone overestimated the cost of rice sanitary napkins. Rather, they underestimated the cruelty of capitalists. As the old saying goes, for the sake of 100% profit, they dare to trample on the law. For efficiency, for profit. What is it worth to add a little black cotton ripped from secondhand recycled clothes to sanitary napkins? What's a little bit of fluffy pulp from secondhand recycled book paper added to it? Sterilized? Bleached sanitary napkins, white and clean, still need to be sterilized? It's all about technology and hard work, so just buy it and use it. You can buy them and use them. You'll be sure to use them without saying a word. This is why when Sun Jing and Su Bai saw the cost of rice sanitary napkins, both of them fell into silence. Seeing Su Bai's delay in speaking, Sun Jing reminded from the side, Mr. Su, the price of the rice sanitary napkin still needs you to make a decision. The follow-up still needs to be reported with the relevant departments. You see, there was no mistake. The cost of the rice sanitary napkin came out at 43 cents a piece, low enough to exceed everyone's expectations. And how much should the selling price be set? According to Reason, like the rice sanitary napkin now exceeded the cost and reputation of all sanitary napkins in the world. Even if Su Bai price $5 or $6 a piece, a pack of 10 pieces of $50 or $60 will certainly sell out. After all, the huge dragon market, never lack of rich people. This question, Su Bai threw to the connoisseur Sun Jing. How much do you think the price tag is appropriate? After hesitating for a moment, Sun Jing offered his opinion. My suggestion is $2 a piece. This price, which Sun Jing had thought long and hard about, would not be too expensive, so that ordinary people could afford it even if they bit the bullet. It wouldn't be too low either, so that Big Rice Technology could have a sizable benefit. After all, Big Rice Technology is a company, not a charity. Hearing Sun Jing's answer, Su Bai had a smile on his face. Mr. Sun, do you know the profit margin of our dummy cell phone? This kind of confidential question, how could Sun Jing know? He could only shake his head, only to see Su Bai stretch out a finger. 12%, equivalent to every cell phone sold. After deducting the tax, I make a pure profit of $200. I sold a whole 200 million units last year. You do the math. How much did I earn? Quite a good number to calculate. 40 billion. Su Bai continued. Let me ask you one more question. Inside this 40 billion, is that $200 more important, or is that 200 million more important? A word woke up the dreamer. The reasoning of thin profit margins and market share was understood by everyone. Profit margin and market share. Su Bai's choice was always the same. Never the market. Just like the purpose of rice technology. Produce cell phones that everyone can afford. Switching to sanitary napkins is the same. Manufacture sanitary napkins that everyone can afford. Enterprises without the support of the people are like castles in the air. Seeing them rise, seeing them feast, and seeing them collapse and scatter. And the people support the enterprise, even if it is to bankruptcy and closure. The people can you a piece of my 2 cents. To put together the money can be put together for you to list. What is this called? This is called the people's heart. Only to see Su Bai back to the desk, sitting in his boss chair, pick back to the keyboard to continue to deal with their own work. Head also did not lift said. The same profit margin as the rice phone. How much is the selling price? You guys figure it out yourselves. Chapter 011, you'll know after the live broadcast is over. November 2nd. According to the weather station, a new round of stronger cold air is coming, and the country is about to see another round of cooling. At night in the city's street corners, takeout boys in a hurry sped along the sidewalks on their battery-operated bikes. Boys holding flowers waited for their off-duty girlfriends at the subway entrances. The aroma of fried Wolfsbane potatoes wafted in all directions from the mobile food trucks, and drooling corgis ran all over the streets chasing after the roasted intestines in the hands of their little masters. This, just an ordinary Saturday. If I had to say something interesting, it might be that a certain old boss worth hundreds of billions of dollars is going to sell sanitary napkins in the live broadcast room tonight. There's no mistaking it. Tonight is the day of the Rice Technology live broadcast. Only today, Rice Technology does not sell cell phones, but unprecedentedly sold sanitary napkins. Things, but also from a month ago the toxic sanitary napkin event, and a certain boss of the network to listen to advice. But the poisonous sanitary incident that made people panic in the beginning, under the public relations operation of Wang Jiai, there are not many people remember. Instead, it was Su Bai's selling of sanitary napkins that became the biggest gimmick on the internet tonight. Just like paying money to see clowns in a circus, the majority of netizens would never miss this kind of hilarious hustle that doesn't cost money. Even many famous entrepreneurs, internet v. all for this matter, in the network to express their views. 100 billion old boss selling sanitary napkins? This is a claptrap farce. For the sake of eyeballs and traffic, modern capitalists' eating looks ugly to the extreme. The rice sanitary napkin incident fully illustrates what is meant by traffic is king. This is the sadness of this era. There is no mistake. Su Bai live selling sanitary napkin event does not meet the current mainstream values. In most people's view, selling sanitary napkin is false. Eyeballs and traffic is true. For a time, many netizens who do not know the causes and consequences of the incident scolded the incident. This world I really can't understand. Too abstract. Originally Rice Technology Su Bai gave me the impression has been good. I cannot imagine actually for the flow of a little lower limit are not. Oh, capitalists, in order to make money, what things do not come out understand. But the more people scolded, this matter is fired more hot. Want to eat melon to see the more onlookers. This also led to, at 8 o'clock in the evening, Rice Technology live broadcast just opened less than 5 minutes. There are millions of viewers flocked to the live broadcast room, have clamored. Where is Mr. Su? Isn't it Mr. Su who wants to sell sanitary napkins? Where is the person? I specifically ran to him. Host, don't push. Let Mr. Su come out. I want to see Mr. Su. Quickly let Mr. Su come out. 100 billion old boss selling sanitary napkins. The annual famous scene under the firepower output of millions of netizens. For a time, the two warm-up hosts could not be suppressed. At the same time, inside the dressing room and the backstage of the live broadcasting room, the stylist was doing Su Bai's hairstyle, and using this time gap, Su Bai was still using his cell phone to deal with his work. Suddenly, the door of the dressing room was knocked open, and Huang Lin, the first hand of the public relations department of Rice Technology, walked in with an anxious face, and seeing Su Bai, who was doing his hair, said bluntly, Mr. Su, we strongly suggest that you change the live broadcast. Our PR department thinks so, and so does the whole company. Hearing this, Su Bai raised his hand to signal the frozen hairstylist to continue, looking at Huang Lin from the mirror with a calm expression. What about the reason? Since Huang Lin dared to personally come to Su Bai, she naturally had enough reasons. For your sake, and the image of the company. Before Su Bai could state his position, Huang Lin spoke out the current comments about Su Bai on the internet. The whole internet is now saying that you are playing for attention and are clamoring for attention. Su Bai himself didn't expect that things would actually get so big, but didn't answer Huang Lin's question positively, instead asking Huang Lin, so what do you think? Am I being an eye candy? Now, Huang Lin was silent. With their understanding of Su Bai was not this kind of person. But, looking at the current situation, if Su Bai wasn't being eye candy, what was he doing? $100 billion old boss personally ran to the live broadcast to sell sanitary napkins. Other than claptrap, Huang Lin didn't know what effect it could produce. Manager Huang, you still haven't answered my question. Facing another question from Su Bai, this time Huang Lin also panicked, and her voice became less confident. I think, Mr. Su is not such a person. Hearing this answer, a smile then appeared on Su Bai's face. Manager Huang, as the head of the PR department of Rice Technology, as a senior PR person, would you rather choose to believe in your own judgment, or would you rather believe in the comments on the internet? Of course, one should trust one's own judgment. So, are you still going to insist on changing the live broadcast? When Secretary Xiao Lu told Su Bai that it was about to be his turn to go on, and Su Bai walked out of the dressing room, Huang Lin was still following behind Su Bai. Mr. Su Bai turned his body sideways, letting his secretary Xiao Lu help him straighten his collar, and in the process, he looked at Huang Lin who was following him. You are trying to ask me, as a boss, what is the figure of leaving behind my face and face, and running to the live broadcasting room to sell sanitary napkins like a clown, right? Huang Lin didn't say anything, just nodded. There was no mistake. He wanted to ask this, just didn't have the heart to open his mouth. Su Bai, who had straightened his collar, craned his neck, his face cozy. Want to know what I figure? You'll know after the live broadcast is over. After saying that, along with the live broadcast room, the host came with a call out. Su Bai, the $100 billion old boss, officially appeared on stage. Yanjing capital. Inside a one-bedroom apartment of less than 20 square meters, two white-collar girls were nestled on the sofa enjoying their respective weekend nights. One was wearing a ponytail, holding a tablet computer and brushing American dramas, while the other was wearing pajamas and holding a cell phone to watch a live broadcast. On the live broadcast screen, it was the scene where Su Bai, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the live broadcast room of Rice Technology to greet the audience. Hearing Su Bai's voice, the ponytail turned sideways and looked at the pajama girl. Ha! Su Bai came out. Haven't you been waiting for half a month for big rice sanitary napkins? Aren't you going to post a comment and double-click to send some little red hearts in support? The pajama girl let out a long yawn and shook her head. Send what red heart? A piece of sanitary napkin $7 or $8. Sold dead expensive. If it is not safe and hygienic, I do not watch the live broadcast it. But where the rice sanitary napkin can be sold to $5 a piece, I can give him a small red heart hair to tendinitis. If it can sell to $3 a piece, I'll paint a sports car for him. Listening to the pajama girl's gambling words, the ponytailed girl who was watching American TV shows laughed. And what if it was $1 a piece? A piece? Pajama girl's voice rose several decibels steeply, pointing to the modest windowsill of her one-bedroom apartment. If rice tampons go for $1 a piece, I'll jump off here. I said, Chapter 012, not $5, but 50 cents. The pajama girl's remarks were considered the voice of the majority of female consumers. It's worth mentioning that if you look at the official backstage of Douyin, and look at the data of the live broadcast room of Demi Technology, of the more than 1,300,000 online viewers, male viewers only accounted for 40%. The female audience, on the other hand, exceeded 800,000. Only, these 800,000 women, all in silence in the live broadcast, not much interaction. Also do not send comments. The ones who made the most noise, instead, were the 40% of male viewers. Mr. Su, how to use the rice sanitary napkin. Please give us a personal demonstration. Mr. Su, if it's so absorbent, can you use it as a shoe insert? Will it leak? I feel that Mr. Su has a good sense of femininity today. Oh ha ha ha, there is no mistake. At this time as $100 billion old general manager Su Bai, in the live broadcast room, sitting behind the table filled with rice sanitary napkins. In the eyes of the netizens, he was a clown who was teased and mocked by the crowd, even to the extent that many of the employees of Rice Technology who were watching the live broadcast couldn't stand to watch, and spoke up for Su Bai in the comment section. But the more people spoke up for Su Bai, the greater the reaction of the netizens, and the more ridicule there was. On the contrary, Su Bai, glancing at the various playful comments in the live broadcast, instead of getting angry, he had a smile on his face as always. Alright, viewers, regarding the product introduction of the rice sanitary napkin, I've just finished for everyone. Now, the question that everyone is most concerned about has come. The specific selling price of the rice sanitary napkin. How much is it? When it came to the selling price, although Su Bai was selling a secret, it was clear that the netizens were not buying it. The still need to sell a secret? Hasn't it been exposed online for a long time? $7 a piece, or else $8 a piece. Is this still a guess? The Hermes of the sanitary napkin industry. I've long heard of it. Mr. Su Shen. Sanitary napkins are made into a luxury product. My girlfriend said, this price, she can go to buy medical sanitary napkins, although not very good to buy, have to go to the drugstore only have. From the netizens' comments, it is not difficult to see that the price of a single piece of rice sanitary napkin is now $7 or $8 has become the final word. Even if there is a deviation, it is not far off. For the comments of the netizens, Su Bai did not pay attention, but from the host, received the pre-prepared offer document. That's right, even Su Bai himself didn't know what the exact selling price was. He had only asked Sun Jing to price it according to a 12% profit margin. Exactly how much it was set at, he also had to see it to know. Only to see on the live broadcast screen, Su Bai flipped open the document and after fixing his eyes on it for a few seconds, a look of realization appeared on his face, and then a number came out of his mouth. $5. When this number came out of Su Bai's mouth, the netizens were first stunned, followed by a sudden surge of pop-ups in the comment section. What? It's actually only $5? So conscientious? No, I went to see the live production line of rice sanitary napkins, all the best ones, actually only $5 a piece? We have a say. Mr. Su lives selling sanitary napkins, although a little bit of wrestling traffic suspicion, but people, this product, really affordable to consumers. Meanwhile, inside a one-bedroom snail house in the capital, $5. When Su Bai's voice resounded in the not-so-big room, the pajama girl, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, sat up violently, and actually broke into a foul language. Asterisk. In the next second, the pajama girl immediately clicked on the comment section. Mr. Su, I love you. A series of small red hearts followed. Even the American drama girl next to her poked her head in curiosity. What's going on? I'm going. No way. It's actually selling for $5. Wait. I'll go to the live broadcast room right away. I'll grab it too. The American drama girl didn't even watch American dramas anymore. Deeply afraid of going to the live broadcast room late to grab the sanitary napkins. Although the price of $5 a piece is a bit high, but after all, it is too much lower than the psychological expectation of $7 or $8. I believe that the heartbeat of the female consumers is not at all few, and the reaction of the two did prove the psychology of most female consumers, only to see that originally only the male audience clamored in the live broadcast room. Since Su Bai announced the price of $5, the number of comments area immediately jumped several times, and without exception, all of them were praising Su Bai. Su always 666, $5 a piece. I bought. This time I want to hoard a year's worth of goods. Watching the live dive half a day. I admit, Mr. Su's price impressed me, although it is still a little expensive, but it is not unaffordable. Not just 2 cups of milk tea less. I go out on a limb. Mr. Su conscience, rice sanitary napkins, conscience. And this time, Su Bai is finally watching the live comments. After all, for this price, he is also very interested in knowing what the consumer's reaction is like. But after Su Bai looked at it for half a day, he felt that something wasn't right. It seemed as if, when Sun Jing discussed the price with herself, it was in terms of pieces, and when the netizens were discussing the price, it was also in terms of pieces. But, Su Bai finally realized what was wrong, only to see him hurriedly look through the document again. This document gave the selling price, and it was actually in packets, and a packet of rice sanitary napkins. There were 10 whole pieces. Su Bai, who realized where something was wrong, immediately turned his head to look at the camera and said with a slight apology, "Sorry viewers, I probably didn't make myself clear just now. The price of rice sanitary napkins is not $5 a piece." And the viewers who heard this immediately exploded, especially the large number of female netizens who had just surfaced from their diving state. After hearing Su Bai say that the price was wrong, their hearts immediately went cold. Sure enough, happy for nothing. I mean, rice sanitary napkins all use such good raw materials and production process. How can it be $5 a piece of it? After all this time, it was actually an oolong. Just when everyone is unable to spit, or want to edit the comments to scold Su Bai to engage in human mentality, Su Bai directly took the pricing file of his cell phone and flipped it over to face the camera. Come on. The photographer pulled the camera a little closer for everyone to see. The price of the rice sanitary napkin is not $5 a piece. Instead, it's $5 a pack of 10 tablets. Unit price of rice sanitary napkins, $5/pack, pack of 10 tablets per pack. As the camera drew closer, when this paragraph of text appeared on the live broadcast screen, as if there was a malfunction in the live broadcast, the comments that were originally spreading like snowflakes in the live broadcast comments section disappeared. To be precise, the entire world went quiet. No one spoke. No one sent comments. Not even the little red hearts that were clicked. Only Su Bai silently retrieved the document, tilting his head sideways to look at the empty big screen. I don't know if everyone is satisfied with this price. I can responsibly tell everyone that our daily chemicals division, our finance department, procurement department, hundreds of our colleagues at Rice Technology, they all put every penny to good use. Let's put it this way, in order to control costs, in MS, Sun Jing-sun's office, the A4 paper she uses is always printed on both sides, and none of it is wasted. If people are still not satisfied with this price, we can try to compress it later on under the premise of guaranteeing raw materials and processes, because I know that it's very difficult for everyone to earn money. Chapter 013 Annual Famous Scene. In the snail house in the capital, 2 girls who had drifted north were nestled together on the sofa watching a live broadcast. Several years of living in a snail house in the north hadn't made them shed a single tear. The boss's oppression, co-workers' ostracism, and difficult work have not made them bow their heads and admit defeat. Whenever they play video with their parents and families, they always smile and report their good news but not their bad news. In this cold big city, they snuggle and encourage each other. They are the insignificant ones among millions of cows and horses. But today, this ordinary Saturday night, their only rare night of relaxation and leisure, the 2 girls leaned on each other on the sofa, looking at the live broadcast image on the cell phone screen, silent tears flowed down their faces, because I know that it's not easy for everyone to earn money. When Su Bai said these words, the pajama girl quietly turned her head sideways and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. On the contrary, it was the American drama girl, who had already cried her eyes out at this time, crying on her back with her mouth wide open. Ah, why kindness from a stranger, to not be such a knife nah. Nothing wrong with that. Rice tampons, not $7 or $8, not $3 or $4 a piece, not even $1. The price was low beyond everyone's imagination, a mere 50 cents a piece, $5 for a pack of 10. No mistake, rice sanitary napkins, with the quality of all the sanitary napkins on the market, made a lower selling price than most of the sanitary napkins on the market. At this price, it can no longer be described as a surprise or heartwarming. Rather, it is touched. This night, 100 billion-old boss Su Bai, with a piece of 50-cent sanitary napkin, and a sentence, harvested hundreds of thousands of tears from the majority of female netizens. After the pajama girl wiped away her tears, she turned her head to watch the live broadcast. How is it possible that it's only 50 cents a piece? It's simply impossible. It's cheaper than many ordinary brands on the market. The bawling Americana girl pointed at the live stream. Oh, didn't you listen to Mr. Su? Every penny is used on the knife edge. The other Mr. Sun A4 paper can't afford to waste a single one, and try to compress the cost by all means. And recalling Su Bai's words just now that he could still find a way to compress the cost again, the two girls realized it as an afterthought. The price is so conscientious. Still compression? Further pressure? Careful not to make ends meet. The rice sanitary napkin pressure no such a good sanitary napkin. The price is so low to such a crazy. If it's gone, they can't even find a place to cry. The American drama girl hurriedly pushed her cell phone to the pajama girl and said urgently, quickly send a comment. Let Mr. Su not press it. No. Not only don't press it, let him raise the price a bit. Let the rice sanitary napkins earn a little more so that they don't go out of business in the future, so that they can continue to make sanitary napkins for us. Ah yes. The pajama girls who reacted were just about to pick up their cell phones and type when they were surprised. There were more people with quick reactions and speed than them. Tonight, in the live broadcast room of Big Rice Technology, the 800,000 female netizens finally played out the level that 800,000 people should have in the live broadcast room, only to see that Su Bai had just finished saying that he could still continue to find ways to press the price. The comments section, which had originally been silent and vacuumed for a few seconds due to shock and emotion, exploded. This time it was a real explosion, when hundreds of thousands, millions of comments, swarmed into the comments section. The number of comments scrolling in the comments section was so fast that it looked like it was about to take off. Even Douyin's headquarters, the entire department responsible for monitoring the live streaming platform on duty, was startled. The situation isn't right. The data suddenly started to surge. The backstage hurry up and check where the problem is. Hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast. This situation is not unheard of, but hundreds of thousands of people posting comments together, this kind of thing is really uncommon. There must be a live room that violated the rules by using bots to post comments to generate heat. Supertubes, immediately I'll find it. No need to look for it. A female superintendent was crying at this moment. Report, no need to look for it. It's the Rice live room. It's not a robot. It's all real people posting comments. Hundreds of thousands of comments in seconds. How is it possible? When a group of employees opened the sanitary napkin of the Rice live broadcast, after checking the background data, looking at the densely packed data, people are all stupid. What is the situation? Su Bai of Demi Technology had openly insulted women in the live broadcast? 800,000 female compatriots scolded together? This Nima, are almost a million, almost caught up with the double 11 women shopping head live room, and opened the comment area. There is no cursing phenomenon appeared, but instead the comment area comments are surprisingly consistent. Please beg Mr. Su, don't press the price. Go up a little bit. Please don't press the price. Go up a little bit. I'm begging Mr. Su not to press the price. Go up a little bit. Tonight, indeed, is the name scene of the year, but it's not because the $100 billion boss is selling tampons live. Rather, it's because of the millions of female netizens online begging Su Bai to raise the price. God pity. Live selling goods rise in the past few years. The major live room, what weird and bizarre things have not appeared, but the netizens chanted in unison to let the price increase, is really unprecedented. The first time after the peak of the price increase, the comment area finally appeared a different voice. Mr. Su, 50 cents a slice is really conscientious. Really no need to suppress it. Compared to price suppression, we prefer rice sanitary napkins to be around all the time. Mr. Su can understand that it's not easy for us, and we also know that it's not easy for Rice Technology. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Son, thank you. Rice technology. Compared to the female group's vocalization, another group has collectively shut itself down. Previously the more than 400,000 male viewers, originally in the live broadcast room the most joyful, to sell sanitary napkins Su Bai as a hilarious look. However, as things developed to the present, the group of people who made the most noise just now all wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into. They treated Su Bai as a circus monkey. They mocked Su Bai as if he were a clown. But, Mr. Su didn't give them any general knowledge. On the contrary, tonight Su Bai used a piece of sanitary napkin to prove what is meant by conscience. Also proved what is called the people's heart. Then look at Su Bai, who is sitting behind a pile of rice sanitary napkins. Is he still a clown? He is still in the eyeball wrestling traffic. He has clearly become a god. The most important thing to remember is that the people in the world are not the same as the people in the world, but they are the same as the people in the world. As the saying goes, just now mocked how hard, now the face will be beaten how painful. Many ashamed netizens have also stood up and admitted their mistakes in the comments section. General Manager Su, I admit that I have a small pattern. I apologize to you for the $100 joke I just made. Mr. Su, don't give us a general opinion. We just love to watch the fun and have a quick look. We don't have any bad intentions. Really, Mr. Su, I can't brush the gift in the live broadcast room of Douyin technology, or I'll brush a sports car for you to admit my mistake and kowtow to you online. Luckily, this group of netizens reacted fast and quickly, and promptly recognized their mistakes in the comment area. Otherwise, with Su Bai's status in the female community now, the netizens who laughed at Su Bai when the show first started, it is estimated that none of them will be able to run away the next day, and all of them will have to be whipped by the majority of female netizens. Just kidding. Who do you think you're talking about when you're being careful and holding a grudge? Chapter 014. Where are my sanitary napkins? Su Bai, who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, naturally can't have a pattern so small that he runs to the live broadcasting room to spray with netizens. What he cares about is the price of rice sanitary napkins, whether it can be accepted by consumers. Seeing millions of female netizens shouting in unison to increase the price of the comments. This time, listening to the persuasion of Su Bai directly is not seen. After all, this kind of thing, up less, might as well not go up, rise more, and against Su Bai's original intention. There was absolutely no need for this. Okay, since everyone is satisfied with this price, it means that our efforts are not in vain. Then next, the main event is coming. As he said that, after Su Bai scanned around, he saw Sun Jing, who was wiping her tears in the corner, and immediately laughed. Mr. Sun, how many packs of rice sanitary napkins have we prepared in total today? After noticing Sun Jing's agitated look, Su Bai simply beckoned directly. Forget it, Mr. Sun, come over directly, and also let our general netizens take a look at the great merit of our rice sanitary napkins. At this time, Sun Jing was originally standing honestly in the corner, moved to a state of confusion by Su Bai's entry into the game with his body just now, and Su Bai's sudden summoning caught her off guard. She can see from the background data. At this time the audience of the live broadcast room, with the peak of the million comments just now, have almost broken through 2 million. Among them, there were more than 1 million female viewers. With so many people watching the live broadcast and letting her go over, how could she not be nervous? The few employees around her saw this and immediately pushed Sun Jing forward. Mr. Sun, Mr. Su is calling you. Quickly go over. Right, Mr. Sun, rice sanitary napkin can't get where it is today without you. Quickly go on, Mr. Sun, refueling Ali give. The majority of female netizens, hearing Su Bai summon Sun Jing, also called out in the comments section. Mr. Sun, come out quickly. Sun Jing, said to be the head of the Daily Chemicals division of Rice Technology, it is she who is responsible for making sanitary napkins for us. Is that the same Mr. Sun who saves us costs by using both sides of an A4 sheet? Good job, Mr. Sun. Sun Jing, who was pushed up to the front stage at this time, noticed the comments in the live broadcast room and then cast a grateful look at Su Bai. What was called the employee's sense of accomplishment. This was called an employee's sense of accomplishment. Working for a boss like Su Bai, it doesn't matter if you make money or not, just this respect and recognition alone. How much money can't be exchanged? I believe that from now on, even if Su Bai let Sun Jing go to the mountain of swords and the sea of fire, she probably won't even frown. Hello viewers of the live broadcast, today we, Rice Technology, have prepared a total of 1.5 million packages of rice sanitary napkins for everyone. 1.5 million packs, half a month's output of the rice sanitary napkin factory. When she said this number, Sun Jing was a little apprehensive in her heart. After all, she couldn't be clearer that 2 days ago, Wang Jiayi had opened an online and offline promotion at the same time. and the activity was unprecedentedly large. In this case, more than 1 million packs of rice sanitary napkins. Wanting to sell them in a live broadcast was not an ordinary difficulty. After all, the rice sanitary napkins had just been introduced, and there were many more problems that would be encountered with new product sales. Even she had already prepared for a protracted battle. To be able to sell a third of them today was a victory, and at the same time, the live broadcast assistant took off her headset and gave Su Bai an OK gesture. Mr. Su, the first batch of 300,000 packs. The link is ready. Hearing the news, Su Bai turned his head to look at the camera. Even he was starting to get a little nervous. Doing businesses like this, boasting and talking beautifully can't compare to being real sales data. Everything, have to speak with benefits. Now, it was time to test the results. I believe everyone has already heard. The first batch, 300,000 packs, ready to go on the link. Countdown 5. This time, with Su Bai's countdown, the comments in the comments section once again strangely disappeared for the most part. Inside the snail house in the capital, with Su Bai's countdown, there was a good burst of chickens flying. The pajama girl held her cell phone with both hands, her fingers hovering above the screen, long ready to snatch it up. The American drama girl, on the other hand, was holding her cell phone, looking at the group message on top of her phone, and chattering for a while. My mom wants 20 packs. My second sister and niece want 30 packs. My great aunt wants 60 packs. My hairdresser is on duty and can't watch the live broadcast. She said she wants it too. The pajama girl, who had been ranting like crazy, still kept her movements and didn't dare to move, shouting, "Don't beep, you have a cell phone too. Come grab it yourself." Oh, right. At the end of Su Bai's countdown, the two girls with extremely fast hands immediately clicked on the link to make a purchase. But when they finished selecting the category and quantity, and were about to pay for the order, a prompt popped up on their cell phones, making the two immediately dumbfounded. Sold out. What? Sold out? Where are my rice sanitary napkins? Where are my 300,000 packages of rice sanitary napkins? Cell phones, internet, doujinshi background, come the out. You're on your period too. Did you take our tampons for yourselves? They're not the only ones who didn't get the sanitary napkins. At this moment, all over the country, millions of female netizens are frantically operating their cell phones, constantly clicking on links, trying to pay, returning, and trying again. But the word sold out tells them a cruel fact. Slow hands did not grab 300,000 packs of anti-towels, actually didn't grab a single pack. In an instant, Rice Technology's live broadcast room blew up again and again and again. Sold out in seconds? Is there any old man robbing our anti-towel? Give me stand out. See me beat you to death. Is there any justice in the world? Even the anti-towel has to be robbed? The guy who wanted to be a cobbler just now. Come out. Give me back my tampon. Save the kid. A tampon. Save the children. There's not a single sanitary napkin left, and there's no place for my period next month. And a group of male netizens watching in the live broadcast room, also confused. We just watch a live broadcast. Nothing to do. Who is the one who has the brains to grab the anti-napkins? No, you couldn't grab the napkins. How can you blame us? The male netizens weren't the only ones who were confused. Even Su Bai and Sun Jing in the live broadcast room were confused. They ran out in seconds. What do you mean by run out? It means one swish and it's gone. Sun Jing was still sticking her neck out, studying the display screen on the side. 300,000 packs of sanitary napkins. The factory's output for 3 days. The result of a second is gone? Until Sun Jing saw the assistant pull out the background ordering data, only to understand what is called hand speed, what is called the temptation of low price conscience. In the moment the link was just put out, there were several thousand female netizens, with a hand speed that was too fast to be human, completed clicking on the link, selecting the quantity, selecting the purchase, entering the password, completing the order in the first time, and so on, a series of complex operations. No, this hand speed. You do not go to rob the table or a pity. Sun Jing, who understood the causes and consequences, looked at Su Bai with a face of fear. Mr. Su, it's gone. It's all been snatched up. Sun Jing didn't worry about the rice sanitary napkins not being sold out. She started to worry that there weren't enough rice sanitary napkins. 300,000 packs of rice sanitary napkins had only been grabbed by a few thousand people, and there were still millions of female viewers wailing in the current rice livestream. Today's battle, if we don't give them a satisfactory explanation, it is estimated that Mr. Su, he can't get off the stage. Chapter 015, there's a limit on this stuff? Su Bai is $100 billion boss. Spare him the usual occasional live broadcast selling cell phones at his fingertips. Spare him from crashing in front of Tarzan without changing his face. In tonight's Rice Technology live broadcast room, Mr. Su's forehead also began to sweat, visible to the naked eye. That's right, Su Bai was also starting to get scared. If things went on like this, the millions of female viewers in the live broadcast room tonight, the vast majority of them might not be able to grab the rice sanitary napkins. Can you imagine the horror of a woman, with her period coming, not having any tampons to use? Just look at the innocent male viewers in the live room right now. They're all being sprayed to the point of collective autism. No, sisters, I swear to God, I was just joking. I really didn't rob your anti-towel. Mr. Su, don't watch the fun. Come out and talk to us. Mr. Su, help. Now Su Bai will still care about them. He can't even care about himself. He even let the staff close the mic, pulling Sun Jing and a few employees to get together to talk to each other, urgently discussing countermeasures. Obviously, at this rate, the remaining 1,200,000 packets of rice sanitary napkins were not even estimated to be enough to fill the teeth of the millions of viewers. What to do? The situation is beyond expectations. Everyone come up with ideas. In the face of Su Bai's inquiry, everyone had a word for each other. No one had a constructive solution. The rice sanitary napkins were inexpensive and would be snapped up. This was what many people had expected, but no one could have imagined that it would be this result. Rob crazy, you dare to believe? At the juncture, it was still the marketing department specializing in live selling that gave a solution that wasn't a solution. Mr. Su, there's really no way out. If you want a whole underground stage today and not be chased by female netizens for sanitary napkins, you can only limit the purchase. Hearing the limited purchase, Su Bai froze for a moment. Heard buy a car to buy a cell phone to buy a house limited purchase, but buy sanitary napkins limited purchase, is really the first time in the world. Even Sun Jing nodded. Yes, limited purchase, and only one person a pack. When your great aunt comes, there's a pack to top it off first. Let's grab production on our side first and expand production. Su Bai's head got big. I've heard that a fever and cold can still be topped up, but this great aunt, it can also be topped up? What else can be done? If you can't, you have to. Otherwise, Su Bai will have to go to the top. He's going to have to take the lead. You can't handle the firepower of millions of female netizens? No one can handle it. Okay, then one person can only buy one pack. First let everyone top it. Su Bai, who had urgently discussed the countermeasures, once again came in front of the big screen, and with the opening of the microphone, Su Bai's expression as he looked into the camera became less calm. Ahem, audience, due to the quantity is really limited, in order for more people to be able to buy our rice sanitary napkins. Next, we will open a limited purchase for the rice sanitary napkins. One person is limited to purchasing one pack. I know, this quantity is definitely not enough, so please top it off. We'll expand our production line and output right after we go off the air, and try to ensure the supply of subsequent quantities. With Su Bai's appearance, after diverting the attention of the majority of female netizens, the male netizens who had been spared, once again topped up with a head of spit to watch the action. What? Sanitary napkin limited purchase? This thing still has a purchase limit? A top? Auntie can also top? Mr. Su, talent. But the good thing is that Su Bai's limited purchase, although it can't satisfy the majority of female netizens, but it has already made it rain. Who let so many people snatch it up? Having a pack to top it off was better than nothing, right? Alright, the last 1,200,000 packs. Connect the preparations. There's no need for a countdown this time. Everyone has one pack each. Buy it yourself. With Su Bai's voice, this time the rush went a lot smoother. After more than 10 seconds, 1,200,000 packs of rice sanitary napkins were sold out again. However, there were still quite a few female netizens who said they didn't grab them. One person didn't grab a pack either. Whoops, Mr. Su, I didn't get it. What should I do? I'm going to have my period in a week. What can I do? I don't care. Mr. Su, you owe me 2 packs of tampons. One for daytime and one for nighttime. When are you going to pay me back? Mr. Su, save the children. Even many of the female netizens who also grabbed the anti-towels are still unsatisfied. Just one pack? Mr. Su, I suspect you're looking down on my auntie. No, one pack is enough for what? It's gone in 2 days. Mr. Su, my roommate grabbed 80 packs in the first batch, and now the whole floor is looking for her to buy them, and the scalping price has soared to 30 a pack. Well, the scalper price is out. In the face of the majority of female netizens of the crusade, the head of the sweaty Su Bai had to promise again and again in the live broadcast. After the broadcast we'll hold an emergency meeting, immediately large-scale expansion of production lines, increase production and so on, a series of measures, only to be able to get off the air. After the broadcast, Su Bai really the first time to convene a high-level emergency video conference. How many production lines are there now? And what is the daily output? Sun Jing burst out a set of numbers as if she were counting. There are 8 production lines, with a daily output of 96,000 packs. Su Bai thought for a few seconds before looking at the head of the marketing department. What about the data predicted by the marketing department based on tonight's live broadcast? The head of the marketing department read out a set of figures into the computer. Based on the performance of tonight's live broadcast, our marketing department's projected direct audience is 13 million. In other words, 13 million women in the Dragon Kingdom had the desire to purchase the rice sanitary napkins. The millions of female netizens in the live broadcast tonight were only a small portion of them. There were still many who hadn't watched the live broadcast, hadn't learned about the rice sanitary napkin, or simply didn't know about it. After all, previously rumored on the internet that rice sanitary napkins $7 or $8 a piece. Many people feel too expensive. Did not come to see the live broadcast tonight. It is believed that after tonight, during the daytime tomorrow, tonight's live broadcast will be on tomorrow's hot search, and as the popularity of rice sanitary napkins further expands, the audience will further become larger. After all, with a price of 50 cents a piece, it can be said that the rice sanitary napkin has no enemy at all in the dragon market. For most of the female compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom, whether to buy or not to buy, is not a question of choice. Rather, it is a matter of time. $13 million? Hearing this exaggerated number, Su Bai froze. According to a woman's average usage of 30 sanitary napkins and 3 packets per month, 13 million people, that was 39 million packs, and the monthly production of rice sanitary napkins was 3 million packs. The difference is a whole 10 times. That is to say, every month, Su Bai owes more than 10 million women in the Dragon Kingdom 36 million packages of sanitary napkins? Can you imagine the horror of being chased by more than 10 million ladies for sanitary napkins? That picture, Su Bai didn't dare to think at all. Expand production. Expand production with full force. Before the end of the month, we must fulfill the monthly demanded supply of 13 million people. Fortunately, the capital chain of rice technology had been very healthy. Fortunately, even if the current rice sanitary napkin factory was expanded tenfold, Su Bai could completely afford it. But just when Su Bai thought that this matter, even if it was so over, Mr. Su, in the video conference, there was a weak prompting sound from the head of the marketing department. Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. The 13 million I just said is the direct audience. What was meant by direct audience? That is to say, consumers who were able to directly purchase rice sanitary napkins on their own through the live broadcast. It does not include those like the American drama girls, who have a whole bunch of relatives at home who don't know how to shop online, and let the American drama girls help them buy together. Nor does it include, for the time being, those who don't know about it yet. It's not over yet? Realizing that something was wrong, Su Bai immediately hung his heart up again. Then, how much is the predicted indirect audience? The head of the marketing department gave another set of data to his computer. According to our preliminary online questionnaire survey, as well as the evaluation of the effect of tonight's live broadcast, we agree that within a month, the direct and indirect audience of rice sanitary napkin will increase to. It seems that this next figure made the head of the marketing department start to feel less confident. Chapter 016, a live broadcast to monopolize the market? 75 million. How much? Su Bai, who heard this number, went numb. In 1 month, 75 million people wanted to buy rice sanitary napkins? 75 million? Rounding it up was almost 100 million. Facing Su Bai's shock, the head of the marketing department nodded rather seriously. Mr. Su, this is still only the data within a month. If, in the short term, strong competitors don't rush to appear in the market, within 3 months, the audience of rice sanitary napkin will break through 200 million. Within 6 months, this number will peak at 350 million. It had to be said that rice sanitary napkin was too strong, so strong that it was practically unbeatable. Whether it was the quality, safety and hygiene, or the price, it was simply impeccable. Plus last month's toxic sanitary napkin incident, plus Wang Jiayi's long-term disregard for the people of Longhua, plus a boss Su Bai who played the internet out. It's the superposition of all these effects that created tonight's myth. That's 350 million already very close to the limit of the audience of the sanitary napkin market in Longhua. Su Bai's head was spinning at this time. I've been building cell phones for so many years, and it's not easy to accumulate hundreds of millions of loyal users. As a result of the headshot, came a hand network to listen to advice, holding the idea of trying to enter the sanitary napkin industry. This thought, can have 10% of the market share? Even good. The results of this live down. You tell me, to monopolize the market in Longhua? Become the leading sanitary napkin company? That's 350 million people. Even with the volume of rice technology, to supply 350 million people in a short period of time is a mirage. It was no longer just a matter of funding. After the video conference ended, Sun Jing looked at Su Bai, who was sitting across from him. Mr. Su, actually, to produce sanitary napkins, it's completely possible to use an ordinary production line, dust-free workshop. It's also not necessary, as long as the sterilization link is strictly controlled. And, Su Bai raised his hand to interrupt Sun Jing's next words, looking through his cell phone address book while saying without lifting his head, Mr. Sun, if we dare to lower the production requirements today just to ensure the output, then we will dare to start substituting the best for the best tomorrow just to ensure efficiency. The reason why rice sanitary napkins are on fire is that quality is one aspect, but it's also much more than just because of quality. It's because of our attitude. It's because of our attitude of treating the majority of consumers as if they were our own. Sun Jing stopped talking, looking at Su Bai, who was silently doing something. She finally understood the gap between the two. Why Mr. Su is so young, not even 30 years old, can be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Why did he himself have 2 generations of inheritance, and as a result, he couldn't even keep a small factory? The gap is here. Always know what the fundamental thing for a business to survive is the people's heart. But, if we don't lower the production requirements, then what other way is there for rice technology to quickly expand its production line? Within half a year, what about meeting the huge demand of 350 million consumers across the country? Only to see Su Bai stop his hand movements, seemingly in the address book. He found the person he wanted to find, dialing out the number. Su Bai looked up at Sun Jing. Remember, when you are on the side of the people's heart, you can never be fighting alone. After saying that, Su Bai stood up and turned to look at the neon signs of Rongqing outside the window. Leader, it's me, Su Bai. See what you're saying, so I can't call you if I'm fine? It's like this. Our rice technology has encountered a rather tricky problem and wants the officials of Rongqing to provide us with help. Su Xiaochang, the #1 public servant of Rongqing in his 50s, was a practical pragmatist. He had befriended Su Bai in his early years when he was serving in the development zone. The two men, one political and one business, along the way can be said to be irreconcilable friends. When Su Bai had just started his own business, Su Xiaochang saw Su Bai's potential and gave Su Bai a lot of help as he could. And after the growth of rice technology, the magic city, the capital city, all the major cities threw olive branches to big rice technology, hoping that big rice technology could settle down and make a home with them. But Su Bai finally chose to stay in Rongqing. Nowadays, rice technology has become the leading signboard of civil enterprises in Rongqing. Not only a big taxpayer, but also provides tens of thousands of jobs for Rongqing, and personally brought out the rice technology. Su Xiaochang also smoothly became the first public servant of Rongqing. In his private words with Su Bai, it is the burden on the shoulders, heavier, sleep at night, less time. This is not 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiaochang is still in the conference room meeting. Today, the country's economic situation is not good. The biggest problem is reflected in the employment rate. If you want the people to live and work in peace and happiness, the prerequisite is that you have to let the people have a good job. And how to solve the employment gap became Su Xiaochang this period of time since the most headache. Halfway through the meeting, Su Xiaochang's cell phone began to vibrate, and Su Xiaochang, who wanted to turn off his cell phone, immediately walked out of the meeting room and picked up the phone after seeing the note. Su Bai, Mr. Su, calling me at this time of the day. You guys, but you're famous for not going to the temple for nothing. Originally, Su Xiaochang thought that Su Bai was looking for himself because rice technology had encountered some problems and needed official coordination to solve them. Well, it actually did encounter a problem, but it was a problem that caught Su Xiaochang off guard. Wait, how much did you say? Su Xiaochang, who was answering the phone outside the conference room, had his voice steeply elevated, and couldn't help but make the crowd of officials in the conference room give him a sideways glance. It seems to be a call from Mr. Su of Rice Technology. What's the situation? Rice Technology is in trouble? Haven't heard. Rice Technology has developed quite well in the past 2 years. This call in the middle of the night. Don't let anything happen. Now the employment gap is so big, we are full of our own headbag. Whispering in the discussion, outside the door, Su Xiaochang, originally tired pale face, has been visible red, even breathing began to become rapid. $350 million. Rice Technology, facing a gap in the supply of sanitary napkins for these 350 million people, involved factory expansion, line modification, freight logistics, personnel gap, all problems. Of course, from Su Bai's mouth, it's all a problem, but in Su Xiaochang's ears, these problems, all turned into a number. That's the employment rate. That's the employment rate that gives all of Rongqing a headache. Wherever the demand for personnel was concerned, it was all about the employment rate. Su Xiaochang was even so excited that he overlooked one thing. That is, turning Rongqing into a cell phone manufacturing base. Rice technology. How after a short period of time, it turned the entire Rongqing into a sanitary napkin manufacturing base. $350 million. So Rongqing is going to monopolize the nation's sanitary napkins? Listening to Su Bai's brainstorming questions, at this moment, Su Xiaochang was laughing so hard that he couldn't even close his mouth. Mr. Su, I'll just say one thing. All your problems, what Rongqing can solve for you, will be solved for you at the first time. What Rongqing can't solve for you, by all means, I will solve it for you. All in all, this national sanitary napkin manufacturing base, we, Rongqing, are determined. That's right, I said. Joking aside, with such a large factory, the employment demand involved up and down the line is tens of thousands of people. A one-time solution for tens of thousands of jobs in Rongqing. This kind of heavenly riches, if I can't take it, can I afford these shifts I've been working these days? Chapter 017, Mr. Su, you owe me 2 packs of tampons. November 3rd, Sunday. As expected, rice sanitary napkins, together with Su Bai, caught fire. Su Bai's sentence, "It's not easy for everyone to earn money," was extraordinarily eye-catching on the hot search, making countless people who understood the inner workings of the situation. All of them shed tears at the sound of it and were moved by the sight of it. There is no doubt that this will become this year's famous stems of golden sentence. And early in the morning rush to the top of the hot search list is the rice sanitary napkin. The price of rice sanitary napkins was announced, with a single piece selling for 0.5 yuan, followed by several hot searches, also all about rice sanitary napkins. Rice sanitary napkins are too conscientious. Millions of netizens call for Su Bai to increase the price. Rice sanitary napkins are in short supply. The scalper price soared to 200 a pack. The market department called for rational consumption. Mr. Su, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Those who scolded Su Bai the other day, no limit, eyeballs, wrestle flow of the internet early in the morning, was from millions or even tens of millions of female compatriots of the dragon country's cordial greetings. Maybe it's because everyone was diving silently the other day, and not a single person came forward to speak for Su Bai. When the price of rice sanitary napkins was announced, everyone felt guilty. People who always build inexpensive sanitary napkins for everyone, but also have to bear the pressure and unwarranted curses. If the price of rice sanitary napkins is high, forget it, it is for the rich people, and we have nothing to do with the ordinary people. But the rice sanitary napkins are so conscientious that they cost 50 cents a piece. That's not saying much. Sisters, let's roll up our sleeves and go to Mr. Su to get back. As the saying goes, he who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze to death in the wind and snow. You, Mr. Su, treat us ordinary people as human beings, knowing that it's not easy for us ordinary people to earn a living, and you're not even willing to raise prices. We also have no other skills to help you teach a lesson to those who do not open their eyes. It's still a handful, only to see early Sunday morning, all the dozens of internet bloggers and verses who had sprayed Su Bai, one counting one, all did not run away. Everyone's comment area, all by the majority of female netizens to take over, that to scold, that called a miserable, body without skin, action fast, hurry to delete the video to apologize. The attitude is sincere to almost called mother, slow action, people are still at home lying down to sleep it, people are directly found in the neighborhood owners group to scold the mother. For a time, the entire internet, all hilarious, so that countless melon netizens to see straight shoe thighs. At the same time, rice technology, Su Bai. Even Sun Jing's jitterbug comment section didn't escape the attack of a large number of female netizens. But the picture is the complete opposite. Countless vast numbers of female compatriots who had learned about the selling price of the rice sanitary napkins had run to the comment section for no other reason than this. Hypnosis production. Mr. Su, my great aunt has one more week. You watch it. Mr. Su, Double 11 is coming. My shopping cart is still almost something. You know, Mr. Su, if you're so persuasive, I'll give you an idea. Buy a cell phone and get a free rice sanitary napkin. Absolutely buy the whole thing. And our client, Mr. Su, he is so smart. Today press simply did not look at the comment area. Not forget, but dare not. Joking, when you owe hundreds of millions of people sanitary napkins, you dare to go online? That pressure, it's bigger than owing a bank loan. Early Sunday morning, Su Bai, who had to work overtime because of the rice sanitary napkins, just rushed to the Rice Technology Park and saw a scene that made him puzzled. Just see outside the gate of the Rice Technology Park, parked no less than hundreds of takeaway battery car. There are many takeaway brother rushed to. With the railing raised, Su Bai, who entered the park by car, opened the window and asked the security guard, "Old Zhao, what's the situation?" The security chief heard Su Bai's voice and immediately ran over, panting, "Hey, don't mention it, Mr. Su, It wasn't that live broadcast of yours last night that caused trouble. After 6 in the morning, there were takeout workers coming over to deliver things. Milk, tea, flowers, bread, coffee, send whatever. Saying this, Lao Zhao brought over a bag of takeout and handed it over to Su Bai, only to see that a paragraph was clearly written on the takeout sheet. Thank you for the rice technology for our women to hold up a piece of heaven. A little bit of a small token of appreciation. No respect. This cup of coffee is just a small microcosm of thousands of women. Toxic sanitary napkins have been exposed more than once, but repeatedly banned. Wanjiati naked bullying dragon consumers. But no one has been standing up to help dragon women speak. As the saying goes, no one remembers the icing on the cake, but the charcoal in the snow warms the heart. Su Bai stepped forward. The rice sanitary napkin came out of nowhere. With a piece of sanitary napkin worth 50 cents, solved the worries of countless women in the dragon country. This love, everyone remembered. The takeaways from the netizens from all over the world are the best recognition of Su Bai and rice technology, compared to the harmony in the Rice Technology Park, Magic City, Wanjiai Asia Pacific headquarters. Bang! The sound of a coffee cup shattering on the ground resounded in the office, and with it, came the voice of Jiang Lily scolding her assistant. Are you brain dead? How can you drink it when it's so hot? A brand-name college student who can't even brew a cup of coffee well. What are you doing for food? According to the usual practice, Jiang Lily never showed up at the company on weekends. The reason why this scene will appear. What else can it be because of? Rice sanitary napkin chanting. Don't underestimate the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Kingdom. A small piece of sanitary napkin, through Jiang Lily's extreme control of costs, every year can harvest tens of billions of dollars of profit for Wanjiai. You read it right. It's pure profit. Tens of billions. According to reason, with this kind of revenue, Wanjiai can completely rely on a large category of sanitary napkins to be among the top 30 of the Dragon Kingdom's corporate revenue list. However, as a daily chemical giant, how could Wanjiai not understand the truth that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong? Every year, Wanjiai's revenue was deliberately dispersed among hundreds or even thousands of subsidiaries, and the real data was hidden in various ways. Relying on this method, the money that Wanjiai has earned away from the Dragon Kingdom over the years is completely astronomical. And now, the appearance of the rice sanitary napkins had made Wanjiai feel threatened. It was impossible for them to give away the tens of billions of dollars in profits that they made every year. Early this morning, Jiang Lily received a questioning call from the headquarters. Didn't you say threat? Didn't you say it would be resolved within a week? Didn't you say not to worry? You explain to me what is going on now. Being scolded by the headquarters, Jiang Lily has never felt so humiliated. Daily chemical giant, actually lost to a cell phone. Now Jiang Lily is considered to be guilty. Must be in the rice sanitary napkins formally grow up, completely occupy the dragon market before, to regain control of the market. In the conference room, a group of executives gave Jiang Lily advice. Mr. Jiang, the toxic sanitary napkin incident has erupted many times. Ordinary public relations efforts are no longer useful to the people of Longwei. If we want to get back the market that belongs to us, we must solve the problem from the root. Re-sign the contract with the suppliers, raise their purchase price, make them increase their costs and use better raw materials. Impossible. Our department has calculated that the profit margin of rice sanitary napkins is horribly low, only 15 to 20%. On average, a piece of sanitary napkin is only a few cents profit. Trying to grab the market through cost-effective and rice sanitary napkins simply can't win. At this time, Jiang Lily, with a gloomy face, sat at the head of the conference room and looked at the hot search on the cell phone screen. Rice sanitary napkin 50 cents a piece of the word is very eye-catching. To say 1,000 words, the reason why rice sanitary napkins can be hot is not because of the price. If you sell $5 or $6, $3 or $4 a piece, it can fire? Therefore, the price is the core problem. And what Jiang Lily is most afraid of is to compare the price. Wanjiai's sanitary napkin brand, why the profit margin is so high, is because of the low cost. Many sanitary napkin brands can achieve a cost of more than 10 cents, or even less than 10 cents. This cost, rice sanitary napkins absolutely can't do it, because he, Su Bai, wants to talk about conscience, and conscience, in turn, means high cost. But Wanjiai didn't have this kind of problem, because this kind of thing like conscience, Wanjiai didn't have it before, doesn't have it now, and it is estimated that the probability will not have it in the future. Only Jiang Lily's eyes retracted from the cell phone screen and looked at the group of senior management present. Since he, Big Boss Su, is thin-skinned and dares to make his profit margin so low, then we, Wanjiai, don't mind playing along with him. Draw up a document. From today onwards, all the sanitary napkin brands under the company's umbrella will all control their profit margins to 15%. No, 10%. With Wanjiai's horrifying cost control, coupled with a profit margin of 10%. The vast majority of its sanitary napkin brands could completely achieve a selling price of $2 or $3, or even more than $1 a pack. This is still the premise that there are offline channel dealers, wired promotion fees and other various costs superimposed on the premise. You can imagine, Wanjiai's costs in the end how low, and control the profit to 10%. Can completely see Jiang Lily this is out of the box. Now it's no longer a matter of making money or not, but to keep the plate, to squeeze the rice sanitary napkin out of the sanitary napkin market, or else, Wanjiai is going to completely lose the sanitary napkin this piece of fat meat. Since you Su Big Boss want to compare prices, let's compare. Let's see whose price is lower. I don't believe that the people of the Dragon Country are so stupid. Put $1 or $2 a pack of sanitary napkins do not buy. Prefer to buy your $5 a pack of. Chapter 018 Bad. Treating me as a wishing fountain Wangji. The expansion of the rice sanitary napkin factory was in full swing under the strong support of the Rongqing officials. Su Shaoqiang even went to the factory workshop twice to inspect the work. It can be seen, Rongqing officials also want to take advantage of this wave of momentum. In one fell swoop Rongqing into sanitary napkin manufacturing base. On the contrary, Wanjiai set off a wave of price reductions. Cannot say that the rice sanitary napkins have no impact, only that the impact is minimal. The people of the Dragon State are indeed not stupid. It is impossible to have a cheap not to buy, but also have to go to buy expensive. But it depends on what the premise is. You a package of sanitary napkins. Last month also sold $9.9. The middle of the month to engage in activities to sell $6.9. The results of the end of the month you suddenly come to a big price cut to sell $2.9? So your cost is less than $3? How inferior is that? The most hateful thing is, you $3 a pack of sanitary napkins, before has been selling us $10 a pack? It's true that we're not stupid, but you, Wanjiai, have been treating us like cuties. Even Jiang Lily didn't expect that she was so intent on rounding up rice sanitary napkins by lowering the price that she ended up lifting a rock and smashing her own foot. The people of the Dragon Kingdom today are long gone from 30 years ago. In that information-poor era, Wanjiai casually used a few ruses to get the simple-minded people of the Dragon Kingdom to fall for it, killing the local enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom to lose their armor. Nowadays, in the Dragon Kingdom, the people know exactly who is good to the people and who plays tricks with them. In the past, when you bought your Wanjiai stuff, you didn't have a choice. And now there are rice sanitary napkins. You Wanjiai still. What? When I asked you to deal with the tainted sanitary napkins, you were high and mighty. Now that rice tampons are out, you know you're in a hurry. You know you're lowering the price? Where have you been all this time? Wanjiai's dilemma. Su Bai knew, but did not know much. After all, the production of rice sanitary napkins is considered to be his temporary idea. To put it bluntly, Su Bai was just producing a safe and hygienic sanitary napkin at the request of netizens. In Su Bai's eyes, it was completely considered a trivial and insignificant matter, piggybacking on what he had done. But what Su Bai himself did not expect is, because of a small piece of sanitary napkin, their own Douyin fans, soared to more than 18 million, has successfully ranked among the Douyin 100 big people. In addition, according to the marketing department's prediction, after the rice sanitary napkin completely spreads the market, it will bring Su Bai 6 billion net profit every year. This figure was already close to 1/7 of the profits of cell phones. Su Bai himself was shocked when he learned the news. Can only say that the success of rice sanitary napkins all rely on the peers of the lining, but where Wanjiai's sanitary napkins even a little bit of conscience. Su Bai cannot pick up this kind of big cheap, alas, inexplicably, every year and earn $6 billion more. Where to reason? Sunday night, after washing Su Bai nestled in the sofa to watch the game, which is one of the few hobbies of Su Bai. A game down, the national football 0:3 small days. See the whole shaking his head Su Bai directly turn off the TV, is ready to go to the bedroom to sleep. Suddenly, glimpsed the coffee table on the cell phone. Su Bai pays for a stop. This is the past more than a week. There will be no one take sanitary napkin thing to urge me. For more than a week, Su Bai's Douyin account was bombarded by the majority of female netizens every day, urging Su Bai to hurry up and produce sanitary napkins for delivery. It made Su Bai's head too big, and he usually didn't dare to open Douyin. It's been more than a week since the incident. No one should be urging him anymore. He came to the coffee table, carefully picked up his cell phone, and just opened Douyin. He saw the familiar prompt, message, 99+. Well, Su Bai is used to it, directly ignoring it. Su Bai skillfully clicked on the comment section of the latest video, as usual, checking the netizens' opinions and feedback on the big rice phone. After all, the rice cell phone is its own main business. Rice sanitary napkins, at best, is a side business. Of course, if there were highly praised opinions and suggestions about the rice sanitary napkin, Su Bai wouldn't mind relaying them to Sun Jing and letting her take care of them. Well, what about letting me Kong? Has everyone had any feedback on the rice cell phone recently? Due to the last rice sanitary napkin incident being too sensational, the number of comments in the comment section was already 500,000 plus. When Su Bai thought that the highly praised comments at the front of the row should all be about the rice sanitary napkin, an unexpected scene appeared. Su always, 10,000 people blood book, beg you to enter the cosmetics industry. 79 A eyebrow pencil really cannot afford to use it. Mr. Su, please pay attention to the incident of excessive formaldehyde in baby diapers. We are in urgent need of safe and formaldehyde-free baby diapers. Mr. Su, please take a look here. Many foundations on the market are not what they seem. They contain benzophenone, which triggers allergic reactions. Mr. Su, please take a look here. Nail polish that exceeds the carcinogen limit by more than 400 times. Blushes containing carcinogenic hibiscus stone and silica. Hundreds of articles in total, all about suggestions on daily necessities. It could be seen that after the last toxic sanitary napkin incident, Su Bai's righteous action had caused a good reaction among the netizens. For a while, everyone followed Su Bai's example and reflected all the problems they encountered to Su Bai. The entire comment section had been reduced to a wishing pool. Su Bai, on the other hand, has become the wishing pool's bastard. Sitting on the sofa, Su Bai pulled the screen back and forth, looking at the netizens at tearful complaint. Simply scalp numb. It can be seen, under the control of Wang Jie, toxic sanitary napkins is not an example, but the entire daily chemical industry have fallen into the disaster area. Take the eyebrow pencil with the highest number of likes. 79 yuan a eyebrow pencil. Pencil weight is only 0.07 grams. Single gram price, up to 1,128 yuan. More expensive than gold, you dare to believe? The key is that the raw material of the pencil, only a few $dozen a kilogram. The factory price is only one more. The cost of one more thing, sell 79A. Then the anchor with the goods also scolded the audience to find their own reasons. Can't afford it is because not hard enough? Originally thought that the toxic sanitary napkin is already pitiful enough. I did not expect more pitiful is still behind. The fact is that this Wang Jie is a little bit of human matter, do not do it. So many daily chemical categories. If Su Bai is still like rice sanitary napkin operation, it is estimated that in a very short period of time, we'll be able to replace Wang Jie, become the local daily chemical giant. I am afraid that the net income brought to Su Bai will far exceed that of the rice cell phone and become an astronomical amount. However, looking at a netizen's heartfelt suggestions, Su Bai did not immediately arrange it like the poison sanitary napkin incident. It wasn't that Su Bai didn't want to take on this sky-high wealth, but Su Bai ran out of money. Although the volume of rice technology is not small, the annual profit is also tens of billions. But most of the profits, Su Bai, are invested in follow-up research and development. Cell phone industry, such as the boat against the current, half a year to update. The lack of R&D investment at any time there is a risk of being replaced. As for liquidity, Su Bai does have preparation, but all used in the production of sanitary napkins. After all, to supply 350 million people with sanitary napkins, even the production line has expanded hundreds of times. The expansion of workers is tens of thousands of people. If not for the subsequent production of rice sanitary napkins can be immediately sold back. It is estimated that Su Bai is now so poor that he has to borrow from the bank. So, even though everyone treats Su Bai as the king's eight in the wishing pool, but this head of Wang Bark, now in the pocket, is not a penny. This time, Su Bai really has the heart but not the strength. Chapter 019, Su Bai is full of iron, and can hit a few nails. Monday morning, another meeting of the top management of rice technology. This time, the atmosphere in the conference room was quite warm. Since the last time when Su Bai's network listened to advice and brought about the firestorm of big rice sanitary napkins, the current big rice sanitary napkins had completely taken over the first and second tier cities and was rapidly expanding to the third and fourth tier cities. A suggestion from the netizens directly made the net income of rice technology several $billion more per year. Originally, everyone thought that this matter would end here, but they never expected that this was just the beginning. Did you guys see Mr. Su's comments section? I brushed it all night last night. That's not a comment section. It's simply full of money. A suggestion. Less than a few hundred million. More than a few tens of billions of boy. With Mr. Su's character, if they all listen to the advice, what's going to happen? Aren't you guys worried that other bosses will come to Mr. Su's comments section to listen to his advice and steal money? You don't understand. Listening to persuasion is only the external persona of Mr. Su. The core competitiveness of our rice technology is only one. Conscience. To put it bluntly, the people now only trust our Mr. Su, even if other bosses want to copy Mr. Su, no problem, provided that he also has a conscience. Looking at the current capitalist bosses, We can't say that there is no one with a conscience. We can only say, he. As Su Bai entered the conference room, the executives who were still discussing enthusiastically have quieted down, all looking at Su Bai with an expectant face. After all, the various suggestions from the netizens have undoubtedly sent money to Su Bai. As long as Su Bai gave the order, the group rolled up their sleeves and worked hard. This business was simply no different from picking up money by carrying a sack. And just when everyone thought Su Bai would continue to listen to advice, according to the netizens' suggestions, continue to enter the field of other daily chemical products, the whole meeting down, Su Bai on this matter did not mention at all. Until the end of the meeting, when Su Bai was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting, the head of the marketing department finally couldn't help himself. So what, Mr. Su, you didn't read your comment section? Su Bai capped his pen and organized his notebook and meeting documents, looked at it. The crowd of executives were confused. Then, Mr. Su, aren't you prepared to continue listening to persuasion? The crowd of executives nodded their heads vigorously. Money you don't pick up? Su Bai spread his hands. No money. A small rice sanitary napkin had drained all of Rice Technology's liquidity, not to mention the hundreds of daily chemical varieties. It is estimated that the entire Rice Technology packaged and sold are not enough. Today's daily chemical industry, under Wang Jiayi's monopoly, has been rotten to the roots. Wanting to rely on Su Bai alone, relying on Rice Technology to turn the tide, is simply impossible. In fact, there was another way. Big Rice Technology went public. There's nothing wrong with it. Rice Technology has developed until now, and it's still an unlisted company. According to Reason, Rice Technology has long had the qualification for listing. Only Su Bai has not agreed. Listed. It means that most of the equity of the Rice Technology to be listed circulation trading. Who bought the company's equity? Who can become a shareholder of the company, is considered one of the owners of the company. Many decisions will need to be voted through the board of directors, which means that Su Bai has lost absolute control. With the nature of capital, it is difficult to rule out the possibility of someone secretly manipulating the equity. When the time comes to kick Su Bai out of the game after hollowing him out, at that time, not to mention the Rice Technology, what rice or not, this kind of thing, has long happened not once or twice. So in the Dragon Country, Su Bai also has the nickname of the invisible richest, because the capital market is clear, wants the Rice Technology to apply for listing. According to the Rice Technology and the status of the people of the Dragon Country, Su Bai's value will surely skyrocket 10 times or even dozens of times. In one fell swoop, he would become the richest man in the world. If one were to look at the world's rich list, as if it were the combat power rankings of the anime Shinigami, in a group of rich people, only Su Bai a person, still late to open the Bankai state. It is really a strange one. Even now, countless opportunities to pick up money are placed in front of Su Bai. He did not have the slightest idea of listing. With the absolute control of the Rice Technology, he can guarantee the conscience of the Rice Technology, can ensure that every product of the Rice Technology, ordinary people can afford to use. Once he lost control, it was unimaginable what would become of big Rice Technology. So, this matter, let's call it a day. Let's just try our best to do well for ourselves. Even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms, I can manage a moment of injustice, but I can still manage the world's injustice? Su Bai's words, deafening, a group of executives present, have been silent. Yes, in this world, earning money is the king's way. In order to money, cannot use all the extreme, not to mention the loss of conscience. Su Bai has managed the poisonous sanitary napkins, and there is a whole daily chemical industry behind. Even if he is in charge of the daily chemical industry, there are more similar industries behind him. Even if Su Bai is full of iron, how many nails can he hit? At night, after the snow, Shenzhou City is a white blanket. Inside an ordinary residential district, a baby mama in pajamas has just put her baby to sleep and is leaning on her bedside brushing her cell phone. What are you looking at? Look at you staring at your cell phone all night. As her husband entered the bedroom with a snort, the precious mom said without lifting her head. Look at Su Bai's comments section. I posted a comment for Mr. Su to enter the baby diaper industry. Now there are already more than 20,000 likes. I'm looking at when Mr. Su will reply to me. The two people's baby was over 6 months old, which was the time when they needed to use diapers a lot. But last month somehow, the baby's buttocks were red and swollen, and after looking for the cause for half a day, they realized that the problem was in the diaper. Do not check, do not know. A check shocked. A small piece of diapers, due to the use of manufacturers of low-priced poor-quality adhesives and softeners, resulting in formaldehyde exceeds the standard more than 30 times. For this, the two are fighting with the brand lawsuit, but the brand is dead on this matter, that the two are using unscientific testing methods. Things have developed to the present. The two have become the defendant. With the brand's argument, they fabricate facts, Damage to the brand's right to reputation. Look at the brand bully posture. The little couple also goat. After all, their own small family life people. How can afford to raise a group of litigators of the big company it? In this way, the two have been holding their breath in their hearts, until the rice sanitary napkin incident burst into flames. In this mother's opinion, the difference between sanitary napkins and diapers is not big. Since Su Bai is willing to make sanitary napkins, there is no reason not to make diapers. With Su Bai's character guarantee, made diapers, surely sold out. But just as the mom was looking forward to Su Bai's reply, her husband, who was lying on the bed, directly poured a pot of cold water. No need to look, he won't reply you. Her husband was an ordinary civil servant, and compared to ordinary people, he was much better informed. And Bauma immediately sat up at his words. Why they rice company manufacturing Kenzo diapers, surely can be as hot as sanitary napkins. Money are not earned? Husband removed his glasses on the nightstand and pinched the bridge of his nose after. If there is only one diaper, Hisu Big Boss may not really be able to build you. But look at his comment section where just a diaper so simple 00 total hundreds of samples, have become a concentrated complaint area of the daily chemical industry. With the current strength of rice technology, it would be nice to be able to build sanitary napkins for everyone. Do you really think that Boss Su's family is opening a bank? Want to build what? Forget it, don't look at it, go to sleep. I can see, these capitalists, there are not many good things. Conscience is swallowed by the dog. There is a Su Bai who is willing to come forward and make sanitary napkins for you, so you can just enjoy yourselves. As for the rest, even if Su Bai is more powerful, he can't control it. Chapter 020, John Lily is speaking her conscience too? That's right, Su Bai's comments section had been reduced to a blacklist of daily chemical products. Due to the information cocoon, many netizens exclaimed out loud that their daily lives were actually filled with so many inferior, IQ-taxed products. Their products actually have carcinogens? Gosh, I never knew that and insisted on using it for half a year. No way, there's triclosan in the shampoo? No wonder I've been losing my hair lately. I thought it was due to my stress. An eyebrow pencil costs only a few dollars. Selling us for $79 and scolding us for not trying hard enough? Not hard enough for them to cut the leaks? For a time, the reaction to this matter is getting bigger and bigger, and even the official are alarmed. Emergency for major brands and companies to investigate. Unsurprisingly, most of these brands come from under the banner of Wanjiai. But as a daily chemical giant, Wanjiai, who has been dominating the Dragon Kingdom for many years, is still afraid of your investigation since they dare to do so? In the words of Wanjiai, they are only the brand side, not the manufacturing side, although there is a responsibility, at best, is considered inadequate supervision. At most, pay a fine and forget about it. Under the strong intervention of the officials, Wanjiai not only paid a huge fine, but also terminated the cooperation with many manufacturers involved. At this point in the story, the public's anger has finally been calmed, and the official can do. There is only so much. After all, Wanjiai, top hat of daily chemical giant in the Dragon Country, has joined the WTO under the premise, once the official strong hand, Wanjiai out of the Dragon Country market, that the Eagle Country as the leader of the Western countries, even more reason to carry out trade sanctions against the Dragon Country. It can be said that the Dragon Country official is also clear that Wanjiai in the Dragon Country to do these dirty things. But decades, Wanjiai has become a daily chemical products industry maggot, difficult to remove to the extreme. However, the blacklist incident has also sounded an alarm for WCGI. In Magic City, Wanjiai's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Jiang Lily, who was usually high and mighty, has become gloomy. The last sanitary napkin incident had caused Wanjiai to completely lose the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Kingdom. And it wasn't that Jiang Lily hadn't thought of resisting, but like the rice sanitary napkins, with the best raw materials and technology, to produce the best sanitary napkins, rice technology can do 12% profit, but Wanjiai cannot do. Su Bai used live webcasting to sell goods to maximize the cost cuts, but Wanjiai is not the same. Wanjiai every put into the market a product, need to be the first advertising investment, production investment, dealers at all levels and online platform investment. After comprehensive calculation, even if Wanjiai copies the rice sanitary napkin, the cost will be higher than the rice sanitary napkin. The introduction of rice sanitary napkins has completely made Wanjiai lose the right to speak in the sanitary napkin market, losing the annual profits of tens of billions of dollars. Jiang Lily, who was already quite passive, encountered this blacklist incident. If not for the previous years in the Dragon Country for Wanjiai earned enough profits, it is estimated that the headquarters has long been replaced. Now Jiang Lily has no thirst for promotion to the headquarters of Wanjiai, can keep their own Asia-Pacific region head of the identity, all is well. In fact, Jiang Lily is not stupid, or not sit on this position today. The reason why Su Bai has been led by the nose, the whole passive, it is because Su Bai simply does not follow the normal business routines. In human terms, it is Su Bai's conscience. And who capitalists have money not to earn, to go to speak conscience that's right, the reason why Jiang Lily lost is that she lost on her conscience. And this blacklisting incident, it looks like Wang Jiayi has been pushed to the center of the storm, being verbally attacked by the public. On the other hand, why is it not a chance for Wang Jiayi to turn the tide? At this time, Jiang Lily, sitting alone in her office, looking at the magic city scene outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a bold plan has been brewing in her mind. After a long time, the corner of Jiang Lily's mouth curled up into a smile. Speaking of conscience, I have to say, Mr. Su, you've done us Wang Jiayi a big favor. An hour later, after a long video conference between Jiang Lily and Wang Jiayi's headquarters, she called her secretary into her office. Effective immediately, dissolved the partnership of all supply vendors within the Dragon's Kingdom, and redrafted cooperation agreement to increase our purchase price by 20%. The secretary who heard this order froze for a moment. She suspected that she had heard wrong. Jiang Lily actually wanted to unprecedentedly raise the purchase price of the suppliers? It was an increase, not lower? This is not like Jiang Pippi's style. In the past, she could not wait to put the supplier's purchase price pressure to the floor. Today actually change sex? What? By Su Bai's influence, Jiang Lily also want to talk about conscience? Jiang Lily did not pay attention to the secretary's reaction. She also had no obligation to explain to the secretary, only to see Jiang Lily sitting on the boss chair, raising her hand and stretching out a finger. Have the PR department immediately start contacting the internet versus Douyin head dudes and stars who have given us endorsements that we have worked with before. Have them publicize the news of our increased purchase price. After saying that, Jiang Lily stood up with a stern tone. All in all, I want the entire internet to know that we, Wang Jiayi, have really changed this time, and that we, Wang Jiayi, have started to speak with a conscience like his boss Su. Isn't it just creating a persona and winning the hearts of the people? Just like who wouldn't? We Wang Jiayi can't learn from your rice tampons, and we still can't learn from your persona? As for whether raising the purchase price by 20% would actually make Wang Jiayi's products conscientious, this didn't matter. What is important is the attitude. Letting the netizens see Wang Jiayi's changed attitude. Let the general public re-accept and recognize Wang Jiayi. As for the increase of 20% of the purchase price, well, since it can be raised, of course, can also be lowered, the initiative of the contract in the hands of Wang Jiayi, want to change the purchase price, is completely Jiang Lily's words only. Increase the purchase price of this kind of thing. Jiang Lily is a show. Of course, will make the whole network known. The purchase price of this kind of thing, naturally, will have to be divided into batches and sub-batches, and quietly come. Sure enough, the next day on the internet, as if by appointment, the sky is full of news about Wang Jiayi raising the purchase price. For a while, there were really a lot of uninformed people who believed it. Not see the coffin will not shed tears, do not force you a hand, still really think that we people in the Dragon Kingdom bully right. This can finally rest assured, or have to thank Mr. Su. If it is not because of him, Wang Jiayi is also impossible to transform. After all, it's a daily chemical giant. It's still clear. The prerequisite for making money is that they have to keep their own market first. The uninformed public was kept in the dark by Wang Jiayi's scheme, thinking that Wang Jiayi had begun to change, and that Wang Jiayi's products could be used with confidence and boldness. However, there is a group of people who are quite familiar with the Wang Jiayi scheme. They know better than anyone else what kind of drugs Wang Jiayi is selling. Chapter 021, I have another way. Yangchang. Due to the reason of being the front-runner of the Reformation, Yangchang was the first city to realize internationalization, and several trade ports located in the large circle near Yangchang also became the largest import and export ports in the southeast region. For the above reasons, Yicheng City Circle is also the largest base for daily chemicals in the Dragon Kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, of the thousands of daily chemical product enterprises in the country, 80% of them are concentrated here. The southern outskirts of Yangchang, an inconspicuous daily chemical factory outside, modeled on the label, vaguely visible Friendship Daily Chemical. A few words. This inconspicuous daily chemical factory, in fact, was founded in the 1930s. The founder preached industrial salvation of the country. There were many donations during the war. Its early production of Friendship Snowflake Cream, once a household name in the Dragon Kingdom, is a lot of the most unforgettable memories of the Dragon Kingdom people's childhood. Time has changed. The Friendship Cream has long been lost in the dust of history. Along with this once a household name in the Dragon Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, has also become silent and unknown. Early in the morning, the owner of Friendship Snowflake Cream, Heat Song-jo, who was in his 50s, hurriedly drove to the factory. Xiao Kai. After searching around, Yicheng City was able to find his son, Xiao Kai, who was repairing the machines in the workshop. Time had spanned nearly 100 years, and Friendship Daily Chemical Factory was still in the hands of the He family. From the founder to Yicheng City, to his own son Xiao Kai, it had gone through 5 whole generations. Only 5 generations of people to guard down the Friendship Day Chemical Factory has been from the former nationally renowned factory into today's suburb of Yangcheng. No more than ordinary second-tier small factories. Things have to start from the beginning of the millennium, when he from Zhou took over the Friendship Day Chemical Factory from his father's hand soon after. Encountered daily chemical giant Wang Jiayi entered the Dragon Kingdom in a big way. Wang Jiayi not only had the most advanced brand concepts, marketing methods, and a comprehensive product line, coupled with the curiosity of the people of the Dragon Kingdom about imported products at the beginning of the millennium, there was a massive rise in import fever. In just a few years, the benefits of the Friendship Day Chemical Factory was in the doldrums, and seeing that it was about to close its doors, Yicheng City, who could not bear to see his ancestral heritage destroyed in his own hands, reached a cooperation agreement with Wang Jiayi. From then on, the former Longwood Daily Chemical Factory was reduced to Wang Jiayi's suppliers, and under Jiang Lily's constant price pressure, the days are barely surviving. In the words of Mr. He, as long as the factory is still there, we can afford the ancestors, so long as we can survive. Early this morning, Yicheng City brought an exciting good news. See the workshop, due to repair machines, get covered in oil. Son. Yicheng City immediately went forward, while helping to hand tools, while excited. Xiao Kai, tell you a good news, heavenly good news. I just received a call from Wang Jiayi. They've abolished their previous cooperation agreement and are ready to sign a new one with us. This time, they're finally going to raise their prices. Speaking with a constant smile, Yicheng City tilted his head to look at his son's face, and sold the story. Son, guess how much Wang Jiayi is going to raise their prices this time? Xiao Kai bowed, sticking his hand into the machine to twist the screws, not paying attention to his excited father. Seeing his son ignoring him, Yicheng City immediately stretched out 2 fingers. It's 20. Raise the price. 20% off. Son. At the thought of a 20% price increase, Yicheng City was excitedly spinning straight in place. With this 20%, we will be able to give a few teachers in the factory to raise wages. To be honest, so many years did not give them a wage increase. This thing has been dragging, makes my heart hard. Right, there's this broken machine. It's even bigger than Xiao Kai you are. When the time comes I'll sell the car and put it together. It should be enough for a new machine. Ha ha, 20% ah. When I heard this news, I couldn't believe it. Put down the phone and came over to you. Just as Yicheng City was talking, Xiao Kai, who was covered in oil, had already repaired the machine and silently packed the tools into the toolbox. After wiping the machine oil on his hands with a piece of rotten cloth, the tired Xiao Kai leaned against the machine and pondered for a few seconds. Dad, I don't want to do it anymore. Seeing that his father was still there mumbling excitedly to himself, Xiao Kai raised his voice a few points. Dad, I said I'm quitting. Hearing these words, Yicheng City's smile stiffened on his face, and the truth he had said 1,000 times came out. You quit? Who will do it if you quit? This factory is the blood of several generations of our He family. More than 100 years more than 100 years of the factory. You say quit and quit? How can you stand up to your grandfather? How can you stand up to your great-grandfather? Hearing his father to turn over the old records again, Xiao Kai's temper also came, a hand to wipe his hands on the rotten cloth thrown on the ground. Red-eyed, you claim to be worthy of your ancestors? You let great-grandpa and the others come and see what the hell the factory looks like today. All the products we produce, all of them will be labeled with the Wang Jiayi brand. We work so hard to make a few cents difference in price, so that Wang Jiayi can make dozens of dollars for nothing with a clear conscience. Wang Jiayi, are still moving to suppress the price to the point where we sell our houses to pay our salaries. Do you really think Wang Jiayi is so kind as to raise prices for us? That's because Mr. Su of Rice Technology pushed them to the brink and intentionally raised prices to show the people. Do you believe it or not? If we give you a price hike today, it won't take 2 months for the price to be pressed down again, even harder than it was originally. Saying this, Xiao Kai came to his father's front and hissed, Dad, wake up. At this time, Yicheng City was silent. Where did he not understand these facts that his son said, but his own father before he died? The only last wish is that he hopes that he will Friendship Day Chemical Factory continue to operate, to be worthy of the ancestors, worthy of the people who supported Friendship Day Chemical in the beginning. In order to plant, desperate he from Zhou had to stoop low, and Wang Jiayi signed a supply agreement. For the sake of the factory, Yicheng City did not hesitate to sell the house to pay wages. The family ate and lived in the factory. Everything is for the sake of the factory. for the factory can live He from Zhou Wai do not want to let the friendship of the day to restore the glory of the past but the premise is that the factory is still in still in the hands of the He family Looking at his son who has been suppressed for a long time, Yicheng Zhou reached out and patted his son's shoulder. Xiao Kai, Dad knows that what you said is right, but what else can be done? If you want the factory to have orders and be able to continue to sustain itself, you have to work with Wang Jiayi. Looking at his distraught father, Xiao Kai put his hand on the back of his father's hand and said with firm eyes, "No, Dad, I have another way. A way that will not only allow friendship Rihua to survive, but also return to the top." Facing his father's inquiring eyes, the corner of Xiao Kai's mouth slowly picked up. Rice Technology, Chapter 022, Once off the plane, all the big smarts. From Yangcheng to Rongqing on a Boeing 737 medium-sized passenger plane, Yicheng Zhou boredly put down the magazine in his hand. Looking at his son Xiao Kai sitting on the side to play with his cell phone. "Xiao Kai, your father. I'm so panicked in my heart. I don't have a bottom. You quickly tell me, the way you said, in the end, what is it?" Xiao Kai unhurriedly tucked away his cell phone, looked around to see that no one noticed the two men after. Whispered, "It's very simple, the same as to be a supplier. Since we can supply to Wang Jiayi, naturally we can also supply to Rice Technology." Supply, Rice Technology? Hearing this approach, Yicheng Zhou froze for a moment and immediately thought of a core issue. "I've heard you say the rice sanitary napkin thing, but Mr. Su, only produces rice sanitary napkins we produce skin care products, not next to each other at all and Rice Technology does not have the brand awareness of Wang Jiayi What is the core of daily chemical sales is brand awareness. The reason why Wang Jiayi was still big but not down after many storms was because Wang Jiayi held the title of international daily chemical giant, because Wang Jiayi was willing to spend money to raise the brand. Even if a brand closes down because of poor quality, Wang Jiayi can hire celebrity endorsement the next day and spend money to continue to smash a brand out. With brand awareness, Wang Jiayi's products will not worry about sales. On the contrary, Rice Technology, the main business is cell phones. Rice sanitary napkins can only be said to be Su Bai's accidental move. Rice Technology in the entire field of daily necessities. A single product, brand awareness, there is no way to talk about. Hearing his father's doubts, Xiao Kai smiled calmly. "Dad, since you know about rice sanitary napkins, then you should know that in this era, brand awareness is indeed important. But there is one thing that is more important than brand awareness." "What thing?" "People's heart." Although Rice Technology has a single product, but on the subject of the people's heart in the domestic private market, Rice Technology says second. No one dares to say first, especially after the rice sanitary napkin incident. Discerning people can see, but wherever Rice Technology out of the product, will certainly be sold out. Now the only constraint on the Rice Technology is the money. Su Bai wants to control 100% of the Rice Technology, has not been the idea of listing. This also leads to the Rice Technology does not have sufficient funds, can only be steady in slow development. This is also why after the blacklist incident, Su Bai has not come forward to take a position, because Su Bai has no money. Relying on Su Bai's strength alone cannot change the situation of the domestic daily chemical industry. This is called the situation is greater than the people, but the same problem, look at it from a different angle. It is no longer a problem. Su Bai is not no money? Then I'll take the whole friendship daily chemical factory. Abandon the darkness to defect to him. Do not need him to spend money to invest in the factory. Do not need him to pay the wages of employees, and do not need him to spend a penny. All that was needed was to label the products with the brand of Rice Technology after they were produced. On the contrary, Su Bai not only didn't need to pay out money, but instead, he could also collect a sizable amount of branding fees, just like Wang Jiayi. This kind of best of both worlds thing, the genus is considered a two-way run. Faced with his son's explanation, Yicheng Zhou revealed an expression of dawning understanding. "You mean to say that it's the same as being a junior to someone, but being a junior to him, Boss Su, has a much more promising future than being a junior to Wang Jiayi? Because this Boss Su has the hearts of the people and a conscience?" The more Yicheng Zhou thought about it, the more reliable he felt. Then he patted his son's shoulder. "You kid, with such a good idea, didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Kai revealed a shrewd smile. "I have to thank Wang Jiayi for this. If it wasn't for the fact that they lifted the cooperation agreement with us when they announced the increase in the purchase price for the sake of making a show of stating their position, I wouldn't dare to even mention this. After all, according to Wang Jiayi's urine, in the cooperation agreement is not lifted under the premise. Once the friendship of daily chemical factory to abandon the darkness to defect to the Rice Technology, a single amount of up to tens of millions of liquidated damages. His father and son sold all cannot afford to give. That's right, this time the assist, or Jiang Lily give. It can be said that the growth of Rice Technology, the number one contributor, not Jiang Lily, 1 hour later, Rongqing Airport. His father and son, who had just gotten off the plane, hurriedly walked out of the airport channel, and the cooperation with rice technology was already a must. It was as if a glorious tomorrow was beckoning this century-old factory. Just as the father and son duo were excitedly preparing to take a taxi to the rice technology industrial park, suddenly, the sharp-eyed Yicheng City immediately glimpsed a familiar figure from the crowd of people pouring out of the airport. Ha! Old Joe from Jiangnan Day Chemical. Why is he here? Almost all of the nation's daily chemical factories were concentrated in Yangcheng, and Yangcheng's Daily Chemical Enterprise Association had always had exchanges, so Yicheng City naturally knew quite a few bosses of daily chemical enterprises, and the old Joe in his mouth was also the boss of an old Longguo local daily chemical factory. The two daily chemical factory is only separated by more than 10 kilometers, belonging to the circle of friends often like old friends. Unexpectedly, thousands of kilometers away from the city of Rongqing, actually can also run into him. Yicheng City's words just fell, just stopped a cab. Son He Shaokai followed his father's eyes to look over, then immediately face changed greatly, realized that something is wrong. It's bad. Dad, hurry up. The unknown Yicheng City hurriedly followed his son into the cab. What is the situation? This is. He Shaokai didn't even have time to explain, and immediately spoke the name of the place to the cabmaster. Master, go to the Rice Technology Industrial Park, please hurry up. The cabmaster was taking advantage of the gap between passengers to drink water. After hearing the name of the Rice Technology Park, the original action of placing the cup of water for a beat. Rice Technology Industrial Park again? What's the big deal today? How come they are all going there? As the cab took off, He Shaokai, who was still excited, immediately slapped his thigh. Just like the highway during the holidays, you think you are a big smart when you leave early. The results of a highway only to know. The whole highway, all big smart. He Shaokai know the use of the contract lifting gap, to a hand of darkness, quietly touched to Rongqing to join the rice technology. But it turns out, smart, far more than He Shaokai once on the plane to realize that all the big smart. If I'm not wrong, I just ran into the boss of Jiangnan Rico Zhou, and they want to go together. From the words of the cabmaster, it is not difficult to hear that they came late, long before someone got there first. It's over, Dad. Looks like we're too late. On the contrary, Yicheng City, who hadn't been able to keep up with his son's pace, was unusually calm at this time. No, Shaokai, this doesn't have to be a bad thing. Looking at this situation, I reckon that half of the Dragon Kingdom's daily chemical factory owners have come to Rongqing. Didn't you just say on the plane that Big Boss Su, is weak and has been afraid to make a move in the face of Wang Jiadi's monopoly of the daily chemical industry, which is greater than others, since the power is greater than the people? Then today, we, the daily chemical factories, will come to create a momentum for him, Boss Su, create a big trend that will completely change the daily chemical industry in Longguo. We're going to have the times make the heroes. Chapter 023, Mr. Su, take us with you. The Rice Technology Industrial Park was located in the southern suburbs of Rongqing. There were thousands of employees in the industrial park that covered hundreds of acres. It was lunchtime, and employees wearing work permits were pouring out of the various office buildings, heading towards the cafeteria. Unlike other companies that couldn't see their bosses a few times a year, in the Rice Technology Park, Su Bai could be seen almost every day. This was because this big boss, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, appeared in the cafeteria every day just like all the employees, queuing up together, punching meals together, and eating together. If 1 day or 2 days was Su Bai putting on a show, but this situation, Su Bai had persisted for several years. Now, when the employees meet Su Bai in the cafeteria every day, they will also play a small game of Guess Who I Am with Su Bai, who was not a standoffish person. It was rumored by the old employees that Mr. Su's memory was so strong that he could remember every employee's name. Many new employees didn't believe it, so they would take advantage of the break in the meal to let Su Bai guess who they were. Many employees would even use this matter to make some harmless small bets in private. No, in today's cafeteria, a few old employees had another bet with a new employee. The bet is a cup of milk tea. After the disbelieving new employee saw Su Bai in the line for food, he brewed for a few moments and finally summoned up the courage to walk forward. Good day, Mr. Su. Su Bai with a dinner plate in line is chatting with the old employees in front. Heard someone shouting at himself. Su Bai immediately turned his head, saw a face of apprehension new employees, as well as not far away from a few old employees watching the fun. Immediately understand what happened. What are you guys betting on? The new employee who was poked and prodded made a big red face and cheekily said, milk tea. Upon hearing this, many of the employees who were lined up around them had a smile on their faces as they watched, and it was evident that the same thing had been experienced by many of them. And Su Bai, who heard that the bet was milk tea, smiled and nodded. Alright, you can take out your cell phone and buy them milk tea now. The new employee froze at the words. No, Mr. Su, you haven't said what my name is. But the next second, Su Bai's words made him freeze in place. Zhang Jiaming, a new student in the Technology Research and Development Department, just joined this Monday. I remember your hobby column. Fill in the fishing, right? Remind you, the company has an old employee formed a fishing club. Advise you not to follow them blindly mix. It is full of Air Force guys. The words just fell in front of the queue of an old employee immediately not happy. Mr. Su, it's not good for you to say bad things behind your back like this. We have long since stopped the Air Force. There is a video to prove it. Just when Su Bai had a group of employees chatting, holding the phone, Secretary Xiao Lu hurriedly walked into the cafeteria. After searching around in the crowd, immediately found Su Bai's figure. Mr. Su, someone is looking for you. Su Bai, who had managed to get to the front of the line, raised his hand and looked at the time. Looking for me at this hour? Wait for me in the parlor for 10 minutes. I'll go after dinner. But Secretary Xiao Lu didn't leave, but stood in place panting, pointing his finger in the direction of the Science and Technology Parkscape with an expression that he didn't know how to describe. Mr. Su, I advise you to hurry over and take a look. 5 minutes later, under the leadership of Secretary Xiao Lu, Su Bai walked towards the gate of the Science and Technology Park. Just after passing through a corner greenbelt, Su Bai was surprised to find that at this time, outside the main gate of the Rice Technology Park, it was densely filled with people. Secretary Xiao Lu also hurriedly explained. Since the morning, the doorman has informed me that someone is looking for you. After the first few waves of registration, all of them were invited to the parlor. You were in a meeting at that time, and never found the opportunity to speak to you. Then more and more people arrived. The parlor couldn't be crowded. By the time I got the news and rushed to the door, it was full outside the main door. The fleet-footed Su Bai immediately grasped the core of the problem. Who are all? All bosses of daily chemical factories from all over the world. Most of them from Yangcheng. Bosses of daily chemical factories from all over the world? What did they come to find themselves for? Just as the puzzled Su Bai walked towards the main entrance, outside the main entrance, He Xiaokai, who was standing on the steps of the green belt, was the first to see Su Bai's figure and immediately shouted, Mr. Su has come. The words just fell, originally crowded in the crowd outside the gate, all excited. These people, without exception, all the bosses of daily chemical factory across the country, now appear in the Rice Technology outside the gate, and the father and son of the same idea, all defected to the Rice Technology. Once they heard that Su Bai had appeared, they were all excited. Mr. Su, I'm from Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory. Please give me 10 minutes. I want to talk to you about a cooperation. Off. Old Zhou, we all agreed to work together. No eating alone. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone don't mess up. We have to be united. We must be united. In a burst of noise, Su Bai had already arrived outside the gate. Seeing the dense heads, he couldn't help but feel a rush of scalp numbness. Su Bai, who still couldn't figure out the situation, raised his hand and pressed down the excited crowd before saying in a loud voice, Okay, everyone be quiet. I can't hear anything when you guys make a scene. Let's do it this way. Let's all pick a representative and talk to me. What's going on? With Su Bai's hand pressure, the original noisy crowd all quieted down. After pushing and shoving for a while, wearing glasses, Yicheng Zhou was pushed out by the crowd. It can be seen, although the Friendship Day chemical factory is no longer in the past, but the history of the century-old factory is still there. The Yi family generations to uphold the reputation is still there. At this time, Yicheng Zhou, facing Su Bai, has long lost his previous calmness. After all, what he is going to do next, to lead the nation's daily chemical factory to do, completely can be divided into two sections of the history of the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom, only to see Yicheng Zhou facing Su Bai, stretching out his trembling right hand. His tone choked. Mr. Su, we just counted, including those present, and those on the road. There are a total of 1,457 people. We represent the nation's 1,123 daily chemical product factories. We appeared here today for no other reason. It's because Wang Jiayi doesn't treat us as human beings, relying on the power of the daily chemical giant to bully others. More than 20 years ago, we weren't united enough, and we were broken by Wang Jiayi in every way. From big private factories, one by one, we became Wang Jiayi's suppliers. Now, we, a group of unhelpful old guys, don't argue or make a fuss anymore. And we appear here together because we want to fight for one more chance for Longgua's daily chemicals industry. One time. A chance for us to get back on our feet and stand up to our ancestors and the people's people. Words that were so strong and sincere. Yicheng Zhou's words spoke to the hearts of everyone present. A middle-aged boss behind him nodded. Mr. Su, back in the day, We sons of Guangdong province and our brothers in the Sichuan army fought the devils together. So today, we'll ask Mr. Su to join us and beat up its son of an international daily chemical giant. Another lean boss also couldn't help but say, right, Mr. Su, we're here to join you. Heck, we've had enough of the nesting days. Let's unite and fight at Wanjiayi for real. There are young people in the crowd, who seem to have just taken over the factory from their fathers, shouting loudly, that's right, people die egg skyward, afraid of a hairline. Mr. Su, lead us to do it together. Things have developed to the present. If Su Bai does not understand what is going on, he does not need to be the boss. After the excitement, Su Bai did not rush to state, but looked at the bosses of the day chemical factory in great numbers, turned his head toward the secretary Lu, whispered a few words of command. Let's do it this way. Lunchtime is here. I invite everyone to go to the cafeteria together to have a casual meal. What's the matter? Let's finish eating. Chapter 024, Received. Arranged. It was lunchtime. Su Xiaochang also happened to eat in the cafeteria with a few heads of Rongqing. While eating and chatting about the recent economic situation, as they chatted, they came to the last blacklist incident. No one expected. Su Bai's comment area actually became the blacklist list of domestic daily chemical products. From this incident can also be seen the impact of foreign enterprises to the domestic industry to bring a variety of negative impacts. In my opinion, this time, Wanjiayi's strategy of raising the acquisition price is quite wise, showing that they have realized that our people are not that easy to fool. Hey, you only know one thing, you don't know the other. Wanjiayi is used to being a bully in Dragon Country. That massive publicity to raise the purchase price is nothing more than a deliberate attitude to the public, and when it develops, it will still go the same old way? Hey, you Min, can't wait to drive this kind of daily chemical giant out of Longhua, Yugua. Facing the trade sanctions of the Western countries, we are also very passive. This kind of thing, it's like a child's fight. It's not good for both of us, as adults, to intervene. In the end, we still have to rely on our own national brands to compete. Compete? Back when we joined the WTO, our national brands, but if we can unite and work together, we will not be suppressed into this situation today. Counting on them to fight for their own prosperity? I think it's better to forget about it. Words cannot be said, this time and another time well. The most critical, or need a leader. The plate of scattered sand together, Su Xiaochang ate silently throughout the meal, seldom expressed his opinion. Only when he heard the three words leader, Su Xiaochang appeared to have thought of something, but in the end, he still continued to eat with his head down. It seems that the idea he just had was too unrealistic. While he was eating, Su Xiaochang's secretary appeared in the cafeteria with an anxious face, and after seeing Su Xiaochang, he hurriedly walked over and said urgently, Boss, something has happened to rice technology. I just received the news. The bosses of more than 1,000 daily chemical product factories across the country have suddenly parachuted into Rongqing en masse, and all of them have gone to the rice technology park to look for Mr. Su. What exactly happened? None of us are sure. Upon hearing this news, the few people at dinner froze. Thousands of daily chemical factory bosses all came to Hibiscus City to look for Su Bai. The news that Wanjiayi had announced an increase in the purchase price was still all over the internet. Why are so many bosses looking for Su Bai? Shouldn't they be busy signing new contracts with Wanjiayi and celebrating the increase in the purchase price? What this? The more you look at it, the more you can't understand. On the contrary, it was Su Xiaochang who suddenly thought of something and his face changed. With his keen sense of smell, he immediately realized what had happened. Boss, do you want me to call the rice group side and ask? The collective dissension of so many daily chemical factory owners could be considered big or small for Rongqing, and there was naturally nothing wrong with getting the situation straightened out. But Su Xiaochang raised his hand to signal his secretary. No need. I know what they came to find Su Bai for. After saying that, Su Xiaochang pondered for a few seconds before immediately giving an order. Immediately contact the comrades in the propaganda port. Contact the TV stations, all major networks, videos, media accounts, but all those in Rongqing. All of them go to the Rice Technology Park. After saying that, Su Xiaochang didn't even eat his meal, put down his chopsticks and lifted his suit jacket to leave. Old Su, what is the situation? That is, you at least give a sentence to understand. Only to see Su Xiaochang wearing his jacket while speaking in a hushed tone. If I guessed correctly, the domestic daily chemicals industry, to change the sky. At this time, in the Rice Technology Industrial Park, the stepped conference room that was originally dedicated to the opening of the conference had already been crowded by the densely packed bosses of the daily chemical product factories. A lot of people who didn't fish for a place to sit, simply sat on the steps, and in this way, from time to time, there were people who came late to enter the conference room from the back door. At this time, Su Bai, who was wearing a white shirt and jeans, was standing on the podium in front, and did not choose to take a seat, but let the employees move away the tables and chairs, like the new product launch of the Rice cell phone, and stood alone on the stage, taking advantage of the gap between the technicians debugging the sound. Su Bai looked at the densely packed bosses in the conference room, thinking about how to open the show. To be honest, today's situation Su Bai was not expecting it, because just a few days ago, he had said in the executive meeting, even if Su Bai had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could manage a moment of injustice, but he could not manage the world's injustice. But did Su Bai really not want to manage it? Just 2 days ago, the Douyin platform's official had also privately approached Su Bai, implicitly stating that he hoped Su Bai would close his comment section. After all, the impact of the blacklist incident is too great, and has involved the entire daily chemicals industry. Su Bai's comment section had not only slapped Wang Jiayi's face, but also the face of the entire daily chemical industry. This matter had even reached the international level, and belonged to the family scandal. But in the face of Douyin's official advice to close the comment section, Su Bai did not listen to the advice. In Su Bai's own words, his general level of strength is limited, and he can't help the people of Longwa too much, and building a rice sanitary napkin has drained all of his liquidity. People ran to the comment section, hoping that Su Bai would manufacture more conscientious products, which Su Bai really couldn't do. But keeping a piece of the comment section for people to remind each other not to step into the pit was considered Su Bai's account to the populace to the best of his ability. This thing also happened to Su Bai, but if it happened to an ordinary internet V, you'll see if he can carry it off. It was estimated that only Su Bai, who dared to carry it, could still carry it. Now, the bosses of daily chemicals factories all over the country have collectively parachuted into Rongqing to join Su Bai. In their words, they hope that Su Bai will give a chance to give the Dragon's domestic daily chemical brand a chance to get back on its feet. On the other hand, how is this not an opportunity for Su Bai? An opportunity for Su Bai to take many daily chemical factories, dry over the daily chemical giant Wang Jiayi, and return a piece of blue sky to the Longwa daily chemical industry. He from Zhou said, "The times make heroes." Su Bai did not want to be a hero. He just wanted to be able to stand up to those netizens who had a hint of expectation for him in the comment section. Until today, Su Bai had never replied in the comment section, because he didn't want to tell the netizens that he couldn't do it. And now, Su Bai stood on the 1-meter-high podium, looking at the densely packed daily chemicals bosses under the stage. The excitement in his heart was hard to describe. I believe that after today, Su Bai can finally open the comment section in a big way and type those words in the comments section in a dignified manner. Received. Arranged. Chapter 025. What is this called? It is called Killing People to Kill the Heart. Daily chemical factory bosses of the collective dissimilarity thought of their own private quietly looking for Su Bai, but did not expect a group of big smart want to go together. The good thing is that this matter has not been spread in a short period of time. At the same time, Magic City, Wanjiai Asia Pacific headquarters. Today's Zhang Lily, a smile finally reappeared on her face. It could be seen that she was in a good mood. This time, her strategy of raising the purchase price had caused a very good reaction among the people in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the stock of Mankai, which had been continuously falling due to the poison sanitary napkin incident and the blacklist incident, had begun to steadily rebound. I have to say, Zhang Lily sees the people's psychology. Playing this hand of conscience card effect is good. Next, as long as you continue to stabilize the dragon market, continue to cut leaks on the line, just return to his desk to sit down. Zhang Lily's secretary knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Zhang, all the new invitations for price increase cooperation have been sent out, but there's something strange. It's been 2 days, and there are less than 10 suppliers who came to us to re-sign the cooperation agreement. Zhang Lily was slightly stunned. There were more than 2,000 Dragon Kingdom supply vendors that cooperated with Wanjiai. Logically, once the invitation to increase the purchase price was sent out, these vendors would definitely be happier than the new year, begging Wanjiai to hurry up and sign the contract. There were actually less than 10? Zhang Lily opened her own computer while pondering. The secretary stood across the desk and reminded, Mr. Zhang, do you need me to arrange for me to go down and rush them again? Looking at the open display, Zhang Lily appeared to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. No need. Humph, these guys are thinking that I've really compromised with the dragon market. They are plainly trying to use this opportunity to collectively blackmail us into continuing to raise prices. Zhang Lily smiled unremittingly. Unexpectedly in the past, this group of separate war in the dragon country manufacturers, this time actually learn smart, but also know the collective group to blackmail themselves. Humph, do you really think that anyone can come to Wanjiai and pull a bubble on their head? The daily chemical giant, really so good to bully? Against this kind of group hugging for benefits behavior of the Longwa people, Zhang Lily could think of 10 ways to crack it in the blink of an eye. First, tell them that Wanjiai's business has shrunk, and will only sign up 80% of the manufacturers this time. The implication was that the 20% that came in late would not have to sign up. Let's see if you guys can still sit still. That's not all. Second, the first 100 manufacturers to sign up, the purchase price will be increased by 25%. Those who came late have no food. Those who came early have rewards. Double-barreled. What is this called? This is called killing and killing. Don't you guys want to hold together? Now I'll see how you can still hold together. I don't believe it. Thousands of manufacturers. There are still people who don't move when they see the benefits? As long as there's a leader, the so-called offense and defense alliance will naturally be broken. You're too young to play dirty with Wanjiai. Inside the stepped conference room of the Rice Technology Park, there was still a steady stream of arriving vendor bosses, entering the conference room through the back door. On the podium, Su Bai had already understood the demands of a group of vendor bosses. It was just like the cooperation with Wanjiai, where each daily chemical manufacturer would produce their products, label them with the brand name of Douyin Technology, and give them to Douyin Technology for sales. In the opinion of one of the daily chemical manufacturers, Rice Technology has the people's heart, has the appeal, product sales must have no problem. The manufacturers, on the other hand, are only responsible for production. After hearing such a cooperation model, Su Bai was silent for a moment and shook his head on the podium in front of all the bosses. Su Bai shook his head. A group of bosses under the stage immediately could not sit still. All the heart hung up, and the front row of the conference room. As a group of manufacturers on behalf of the Yicheng City, thought Su Bai was worried about the product problem. After all, these manufacturers sitting here, in the past by the Wanjiai price pressure, many in order to ensure profits, had to substandard, produce inferior products. Seeing this, Yicheng City immediately stood up to state his position. Mr. Su, don't worry, as long as the purchase price is reasonable, we dare to guarantee that we will never substitute the second best for the best, and we will absolutely guarantee the quality of our products. Now that we are standing together with Big Rice Technology, whoever dares to smash Big Rice Technology's signboard is smashing the rice bowls of so many of us. This point of reasoning, we are not so ignorant. Seeing Yicheng City speak, several veteran manufacturers also took a stand. Mr. Su, everyone is born of a mother and raised by a father, but if we are not pressed too hard by Wanjiai's price pressure, we really don't need to do something that is a loss of conscience. Right, as long as I can keep the factory alive and pay the workers' wages, it's fine for me not to make any money. At worst, I'll go and become a laborer to receive my wages. Seeing the bosses getting more and more agitated, Su Bai hurriedly raised his hand and pressed. It's not that I don't believe everyone, it's just that, looking at the increasing number of vendor bosses under the stage, Su Bai pondered for a few seconds before looking at the crowd. I want to ask everyone here, haven't you ever thought of producing products that truly belong to you? I mean, not labeling Wanjiai's, nor labeling our rice technologies, but labeling your own brands. Hearing these words, the manufacturer's bosses froze in unison, but after a few seconds, many of them laughed in embarrassment. Even Yicheng City, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but turn red in his old face at this moment. Mr. Su, it's a long story. Where do we have a brand? If we labeled it with our own brand, no one would even buy it. At the end of the day, we don't have a lot of money to advertise like Wanjiai does, and without advertising, we have no name recognition. Without visibility, no one will buy it at all. Hearing this, Su Bai was puzzled for a moment. Mr. I've just read the information of your Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. When I was a child, I heard my mother say that your Friendship Snowflake Cream is very good. Even I rubbed it in winter when I was a child. You guys obviously have your own brand. Mentioning Friendship Snowflake Cream, Yicheng City's old face, all of a sudden, turned even redder, lowered his head and waved his hand. Blushing, not only Yicheng City, most of the manufacturers' bosses here who had a bit of history. At this time, they all hated to find a crack in the ground. Many of them were centuries-old factories that span half a century, or the same as Friendship Jihua. Grandparents passed down the family business. Now the brand is gone. Visibility is gone. Rely on the labeling of life. This ancestral face is lost. To put it bluntly, there is no visibility, no brand effect. In Su Bai's view, to solve the problem, the most difficult part is to find the key to the problem. Once the key problem is found, it will be done. Only to see Su Bai standing on the stage, scanning the crowd. I would like to ask you all a question. Since brand awareness is so important, why were the dozens of sanitary napkin brands in Wanjiai defeated by our rice sanitary napkins? Hearing this question, many people's minds came alive. Su Bai, however, asked himself, it's because we use good raw materials, good craftsmanship, and produce a good product. It's because we sell at thin margins and don't treat consumers as cuties. Rip off. To put it bluntly, it's because of conscience. In the face of Su Bai's axiomatic reasoning, a young boss hit the nail on the head. Mr. Su, everyone knows that rice technology has a conscience. And knows that you, Mr. Su, have a conscience. But we're different. Something like conscience. It doesn't grow on the face, and it can't be labeled on the product. Even if our products are good, consumers do not recognize, do not know. It's still a basket case? The young boss's words hit the heart of most people, but Su Bai appeared to have already prepared an answer. What if I have a way that can let consumers know at a glance that your products have a conscience? Chapter 026, I still need to collect money? As soon as Su Bai's words were spoken, the more than 1,000 vendor bosses present were now completely unable to sit still. Many people were so excited that they stood up, causing the people behind them to be invisible and follow suit. No, what did I hear? There is no brand awareness, but when consumers take a look, they know that our products have a conscience? They're still this way? Why do I feel that Mr. Su is fooling people now? Shu, stop talking and listen honestly. Even the group of big factory bosses in the front row were completely unable to sit still when they heard this news. Old Joe, why am I hearing more and more suspense? You ask me, I ask who to go. Listen to it, people. Su boss 100 billion worth? Guilty of cheating you that 3 mil in 2 dates. Come to the right place, come to the right place. This time to find Mr. Su, I really came to the right place. Looking at the excited crowd, Su Bai had to raise his head and press again, signaling everyone to take their seats before raising his hand to hold the microphone clamped to his chest. My approach is very simple. That is that today we come together and jointly formulate a standard of conscience for the industry. All products that meet this standard can all be labeled with the corresponding conscience label. Once consumers see the conscience label, they will naturally know that it is a conscience product. Su Bai's approach was actually a quality standard. This concept has been around for a long time. For example, the Common International Standards Organization ISO. This standard has also been introduced by the Dragon Kingdom and can be seen on quite a few products in the Dragon Kingdom. There were also industry standards, such as the Green Pollution-Free Vegetable Standard introduced 2 years ago. Enterprise standards also exist, mostly found in the liquor industry. Hearing the approach proposed by Su Bai, many bosses had shaken their heads into rattlesnakes. Mr. Su, this approach won't work. Nowadays there are fewer national standards and quality standards. Are there any more? The people simply don't recognize this stuff. The most important thing is still regulation. The standard is frankly a logo. Just find a small workshop can be printed. Printed on the sticker. No one cares at all. Yes, to put it bluntly, now the people are scared of the pit. Many products' logo is posted more. The results of a more than a pit. Seeing that everyone has held opposing views, no confidence in the matter of standards, Su Bai first waited for everyone to finish expressing their opinions, calmly said, then if this standard is responsible by our rice technology, the words just fell. The entire ladder conference room was silent. Everyone froze in place. Rice technology was responsible for this standard? Not to mention, with the corporate image of big rice technology, as well as the national appeal. This matter, it seems to be a real plan. If people don't believe in the standard, how can they not believe in rice technology? There are rice technology as the endorsement, more reliable than anything. However, some people soon realized that this matter is not so simple. Sure enough, next, Su Bai put forward 3 standard requirements. If you want to comply with the standards of rice technology, the first, all factories must implement transparent production. What is meant by transparent production? You can refer to my rice sanitary napkin factory. Hearing the first standard, the bosses present all mingled. Like the rice sanitary napkin factory? All planted with cameras and webcasting? More than that, transparent production. Even the raw materials used should all be open and transparent. The raw materials all have to be publicized? Are you stupid? Isn't the ingredient list of your product also publicized? Only the way is different. It's not a big problem. Just install a few cameras. It doesn't cost much. Good guy. Transparent production. This is the rhythm of true conscience. The standard proposed by Rice Technology. Do you think it's a joke? And Su Bai, who was standing on the stage, after seeing that the bosses were almost done discussing, he didn't rush to say the second standard. Now, those who disagree with the first standard can leave. Throughout the more than 1,000 manufacturer bosses present, no one got up or left. When it came to bosses, no one was stupid. The discerning know that, with the influence of the Rice Technology now, if really labeled with the Rice Technology's conscience standard, then what not to make money is difficult. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, who wants to miss, is not transparent production. Rice sanitary napkin factory can do. They can not do? Dry. Seeing that no one left, Su Bai finally spoke again, Second, the profit margin of all products, controlled below 20%. To be honest, this criterion was a bit of an imposition. There was nothing to say about the requirement of quality, but you even had a requirement of how much money people made. It was indeed excessive. Even Su Bai thought that this time, there would be quite a few people who would get up and leave, but what he didn't expect was that out of the more than 1,000 bosses present, not a single one of them actually got up. Now, even Su Bai was confused. The second criterion, you guys don't object? Seeing this, someone immediately spoke up. Oppose? This kind of good thing. One would wake up laughing in their sleep. Who would still oppose it? Good thing? Seeing Su Bai puzzled, Yicheng Zhou sitting in the front row explained. Mr. Su, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. When we supply to Wanjiai, the profit margin is only 7%. The other boss also picked up the conversation. What? 7%? Why? We only have 6%. Ha? Is our factory the only one with 4%? What about you guys? What about you guys? I don't know without mentioning it, but I was shocked when I mentioned it. It was only when everyone individually stated their profit margins that the truth came out. It turned out that under Wanjiai's oppression, the profit margins of each manufacturer had been pressed to an unimaginable level. Most of the profit margins, not even 10%, and there were even a lot of small factories that relied entirely on volume, with the profit margin of a single piece compressed to a horrifying 3%. This is why many manufacturers are desperate to substandard, because the profit is too thin. Do not want to some dim trick, you really cannot survive. Even if you don't do it, there are still people who do it. Hearing the manufacturers spouting, Su Bai was speechless. It really was that sentence. My success is completely set off by my peers. With peers like Wanjiai around, you can't even think about not being conscientious. After all, if you want to compare with Wanjiai's lower limit, it is estimated that you can't really beat it. Therefore, 20% profit margin, in the view of a group of manufacturers, really is a sleep to wake up laughing good thing. Thirdly, all manufacturers, every year, have to take out a proportional amount of money from their profits. This money is used to establish and maintain the operation of an industry association, which is responsible for conducting unscheduled inspections of standard holding vendors every year, and in the event of a violation of the standard, a light warning will be issued, and a heavy kick out of the standard association will be issued. Since the first two requirements are fine, the third one is even more fine. This is equivalent to everyone contributing money to jointly maintain everyone's rice bowl. There was no reason under the sky to just take advantage and not contribute. But when Su Bai finished saying the three criteria, the group of vendor bosses present were even more puzzled. No, that's it? Just these three requirements? One bold boss stood up and directly asked the doubt in his heart. Mr. Su, is this all? Su Bai spread his two hands. What else? No, what about your rice technology? How much do you charge? Right. A group of bosses have nodded. Busy half a day. Use Su total and is a plan. But also let rice technology out when the endorsement of the development of standards. You are to say, how much money you rice technology charge? Hearing this question, Su Bai is more confused than the bosses. I still have to charge money? Chapter 027. Since we have to create momentum, let go of it and make it bigger. In the capital circle, there is an old saying, first-class companies make standards, second-class companies make brands, and third-class companies make products. Before this, rice technology still belongs to the second-rate stage. Despite the fact that the products of Douyin technology are recognized as conscientious, they are still far from the stage of forming a standard. The fundamental reason is still determined by scale. No matter how well a company's products did, it was difficult to fundamentally influence an industry. For Su Bai, wanting to formulate an industry-recognized standard in the cell phone industry was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. And now, this dream, which was not realized in his own old profession, has taken the lead in the daily chemical industry. Who would have thought that rice technology, a cell phone manufacturer, could actually become a standard setter in the daily chemical industry? The benefits it brings to rice technology are simply too much for money to measure. The hidden value added alone was an incalculable amount of astronomical figures. For Su Bai, this was a completely mutually beneficial matter, and there was no need to collect money at all. Or rather, the appreciation of the brand value of this matter to the rice technology, in Su Bai's view, has earned a lot of money, but never thought that when Su Bai said that he would not charge money, the more than 1,000 manufacturers' bosses sitting there, immediately quit. What? You rice technology does not charge money? That doesn't work. You must charge, more or less. That's right. I've been in business for so long, and I've always practiced one thing. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yes, if Mr. Su charges money, I think this matter is reliable. But if Mr. Su says it's free, then I think it's up in the air. Who says it's not? Only those who receive money will work hard for you. If it's free, It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In this way, a group of bosses bickering have demanded that rice technology must charge a fee. This is a determined idea, to pull down the rice technology, and everyone tied to a rope, so that only down to earth. Seeing the situation, Su Bai cannot help. I have seen the collection of money is not happy. This does not collect money but also make a fuss. He is really the first time to see. Seeing the two sides could not reach an agreement, or the manufacturer's representative Yicheng stood out to give a compromise. Mr. Su, you're letting rice technology come out as an endorsement in setting standards. It's really inappropriate to not charge money for this. Don't you rush to oppose me first. This way, I see this industry association don't set it up separately. Just let Big Rice Technology be in charge of it. Let Big Rice Technology oversee our entire daily chemical industry. As a reward, all of us manufacturers pay 5% of our profits to Big Rice Technology every year. This standard, which was discussed by Yicheng and a group of bosses, a 5% profit was quite cost-effective for the manufacturers. After paying 5% profit, the products would be labeled with the standards set by Big Rice Technology, and the products would not worry about selling when the sales volume is up. On the contrary, they will earn more. This point of account, the bosses here are still able to calculate. For the rice technology, a 5% profit is not much, but and thin margins are reason cannot stop the manufacturers more. Think about it, trillions of daily chemical market, thousands of manufacturers, pay 5% per year. What is the concept of rice technology? A rough calculation, that is tens of billions of dollars of net income each year. Of course, the premise is that after the standard is formulated, all products can be as popular as rice sanitary napkins. For this request, Su Bai wanted to refuse, but the bosses said that Su Bai would not do it if he did not agree, so he had no choice but to agree. In this way, a standard conference that affects the entire daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom, in a round of applause, ended successfully. Next, there were the harmless details. After reporting to the officials, the legal department officially intervened to jointly draft and sign the industry standard agreement. In order to better rub influence, this standard was officially named Rice Standard. Its standard logo, also derived from the logo of the rice phone, can be seen at a glance. Regarding these details, it is not a problem at all for Su Bai, which increases its revenue by tens of billions of dollars every year. Instead, it would invariably increase the influence of rice technology. And just as Su Bai was about to contact the official to report after the meeting, Secretary Xiao Lu hurriedly arrived. The official leaders from Rongqing are here. There are also many reporters from media and TV stations. Look, before Su Bai could react, Su Bai's own private cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was actually Su Xiaochang. Mr. Su, how is your talk going? Su Bai hurriedly came to a secluded corner. Leader, you are well informed enough. It just so happened that Su Bai needed to find the official report. So on the phone, Su Bai gave Su Xiaochang the situation one by one. When he heard about the rice standard, even though Su Xiaochang was accustomed to big storms, he couldn't help but be surprised. My pattern is still small. I originally thought that rice technology would sign a cooperation agreement like Wanjiai. I didn't expect you to actually develop a rice standard. This is really unexpected. Su Bai changed his hand and took the cell phone and pasted it to his ear, whispering, a pear blossom fragrance. Where is it comparable to the 10,000 purples and reds full of spring na? Su Bai can completely like Wanjiai. Let all the products are labeled with the brand of rice technology. As usual, can sell explosive, earn more money. But just imagine, if Su Bai did this, most of the daily chemical products on the market would have only one brand, rice technology. When an industry becomes homogenized, and lacks competitiveness, it's not far from the industry's demise. As Su Bai said, a pear flower fragrance, where compared to 1,000 purple and red full of spring, Dragon Country's daily chemical products, should be 1,000 flowers, should be 100 competitions. If the defection of a group of manufacturers is to create a momentum for Su Bai, it is a time to create a hero. Then Su Bai's rice standard is in the daily chemical industry to create momentum, is a hero to create a trend. Make a, belonging to the Dragon Country daily chemical products of conscience of the momentum, take off of the momentum. For Su Bai's words, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Mr. Su, I can only say that what you are doing is a great thing for the country and the people. You don't have to worry about official reporting. The country definitely strongly supports your behavior of guiding the industry in a positive way. Getting Su Xiaochang's reply, Su Bai immediately put down the stone hanging in his heart. Okay, then I'll let the legal department intervene and start drafting and preparing to sign the agreement. After all, thousands of daily chemical product manufacturers were involved, so it was estimated that signing the agreement alone would be enough to keep busy. But who knows? Hearing about the matter of signing the agreement, Su Xiaochang immediately interrupted Su Bai's arrangement. This kind of big event that changes an industry, how can you sign the agreement yourselves? Let's do it this way. You can leave this matter alone, and let the officials of Yicheng City take the lead and hold a conference for the daily chemical industry in Yicheng City. The location of the conference will be set at the Yicheng International Conference Center. When the time comes, I'll pull the leaders of all departments to give you a stand. The media reporters are also indispensable. I strive to pull the national TV news channel as well, and strive to be on the evening news. Good guy, the official lead of Yicheng, and also on the evening news? This is a big deal. Leader, this is not good. What do you know? Since you want to create momentum, then let go and create a big one. And you say something, early next year, the country's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs on behalf of, I have reported your name up. It is estimated that after this matter, you should be 10 out of 10. Prepare well, make a better suit, a big boss, wearing casual clothes all day long. Like what words? Top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs of the country? When he heard this honor, Su Bai felt a little dizzy. Top 10 entrepreneurs equivalent to official certification What does it mean to be labeled with this label? It means that the country will give you a backstage From now on, straighten your back, walk horizontally in the country I heard that if you want to get this honor, the conditions are extremely harsh. Even if the rice technology is the leader of the cell phone industry, is only included in the object of investigation only. I can't imagine that because of the development of the rice standard, Su Bai actually win clouds, to be transformed into a dragon. Chapter 028, Commitment of a Moment of Pleasure. Put the Pigeon Family Crematorium In the past few days, with the blacklist event getting hotter and hotter, Su Bai's comment section is also quite lively. Although there have long been professionals have been popularized, the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Country, under the monopoly of Wang Jiai, has long been rotten to the roots. Even if he, Su Bai, is more powerful, he can't control this idle matter. Creating a rice sanitary napkin is already the limit of rice technology. But even so, there are still countless netizens squatting in Su Bai's comment area. Every day will always take out his cell phone to brush a brush. To see Su Bai in the end will not be like the toxic sanitary napkin incident. Come out to take a position. In their eyes, as long as Su Bai didn't say no, there is still hope in this matter. No. During the lunch break, a girl was still brushing Su Bai's comment section. Seeing this, another colleague shook her head. Still brushing it? Do you really think that people's Su boss is omnipotent? What you want, what he builds? Don't you see the internet is saying this kind of thing? The state can't even control it, let alone a private enterprise owner like him. Hurry up and get some sleep. You still have to go to work in the afternoon as a cow or horse. The girl brushing her cell phone had a dejected expression. She was the one who had questioned that the $79 eyebrow pencil was too expensive in a live broadcasting room. As a result, she was sprayed by the anchor, scolding her for not working hard enough and looking for more reasons on herself. The girl really came down on herself to find the reason. She graduated from college 9 to 6. Overtime is a common occurrence. Because late wants to be deducted $50, she went to work since the number of times she was late a handful of times. She also admitted that she worked hard enough, often working late into the night, not to mention the cell phone is on standby 24 hours a day, even on weekends to deal with the work. But work a few years down, her salary is still only $4,000. With the boss said, just entered the society of young people. Do not think of high wages, to settle down and work hard to exercise their own. Bread will be there, milk will be there, a meal to analyze down. The girl soberly realized that it is not that they do not work hard enough, and the problem is not in themselves. Rather, it is out of the environment they are in. Obviously a few dollars cost of eyebrow pencil, hard to sell you 79, but also you have to be grateful to thank the anchor for the welfare of the family. In a bunch of highly liked comments, the comment that made Su Bai build an eyebrow pencil was posted by this girl, and due to the explosion of the $79 event, the number of likes had also exceeded 100,000 people. The reason why the girl was so persistent wasn't because she couldn't shell out $79 and had to wait for Su Bai to build an eyebrow pencil. She just wanted to prove one thing. When they were young, their kindergarten teacher taught them to sing, and the lyrics were written like this. Our motherland, everywhere is a garden. The flowers in the garden are so bright. The warm sun shines on us. Everyone's face is smiling. The melodies of childhood still echo in the mind. But when they grow up, the girls realize that things are not like that. The boss of the company squeezes the employees in different ways. The high house price is daunting. The life is full of consumer traps, and the huge living expenses make the monthly salary stretch to the limit. What idyllic pastoral, what poetry in faraway places. All are unattainable dreams on short videos. It is as if you can't find a trace of warmth in this cold society, except for your own family. But the truth is, it shouldn't be like this. The girl who swiped her cell phone had already read all the high praise comments, and unsurprisingly, no reply from Su Bai appeared. The 79 yuan eyebrow pencil is destined to remain at that price. You love to buy or not. Born as a leak. Be ready to be cut at any time. Consciousness, sunshine and warmth are destined to appear only in the kindergarten children's songs. At that moment, the girls thought of how Jian's classic line, tired, destroy it. Just when the girls wanted to put down their cell phones for a lunch break and continue to be bulls and horses in the afternoon. Suddenly, a message alert suddenly popped up on the girl's Douyin account. The curious girl subconsciously clicked on it, and a familiar name appeared. Rice Technology. Su Bai replied to your comment, received, arranged. When looking at the short 2 lines clearly, it was as if a beam of sunlight had shone into her gloom-filled world. The girl stood up from her workstation in a flash, covering her mouth with a face of disbelief. The huge commotion attracted the attention of several employees around. What's wrong with you? You're so startled. Still not letting people take a lunch break. The girl was so excited that she immediately flipped her cell phone screen to her coworkers and said with a trembling voice, you guys look, Mr. Su replied to me. He agreed to build an eyebrow pencil. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding colleagues who were originally still lying down for a lunch break all raised their heads. What? Holy, Su Bai really replied to you? Awesome IU. Now you're going to be famous. Let's see. What's going on? All of a sudden, everyone's sleepiness was gone, and they all took out their cell phones and opened Su Bai's comment area. It was a shock not to know, but a shock to see. I go. Not only the eyebrow pencil, but also the baby diapers. Mr. Su also replied. And. Foundation. Shampoo. Lipstick. Gosh. He replied to all of them. What's the situation? Didn't he say that Rice Technology doesn't have any money? So many products. Can he build them? I don't know whether Su Bai could build it or not. Anyway, Su Bai really replied. More than 100 high praise answers involving daily chemical products. Su Bai all replied one by one. Unified reply to the 4 words. Received. Arranged. At this moment, all over the country, whether it's baby moms, or white-collar workers, or students, when they received the message prompt and opened the Douyin, all of them were excited. For them, to Su Bai's character, is a mouthful of spittle. Since Su Bai said the arrangement, it will certainly be arranged. What you need to do, there is only one word. Wait. Waiting for Su Bai to open the broadcast at that time, grab the point shopping link on the line. Due to the fact that this matter has too much impact, there are too many people who are concerned about it. This also led to, when Su Bai replied not long, a hot search came out of nowhere. General Su appeared on the blacklist of Douyin. Unified reply received. Arranged. The majority of netizens cried tears of joy when the news just spread. Many economic experts, Capital Circle V, all thought it was a rumor. After all, only 2 days ago they swore to analyze it. They said that the blacklist incident involved too many categories of daily chemical products, almost involving all daily chemical products. With the volume of Rice Technology, it simply couldn't pry such a huge industry. Coupled with the publicity of Wang Jiayi to increase the purchase price, this matter is so turned over. But this noiselessly, Su Bai suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A hand of unified, received, arranged. Almost the head of a group of economic experts are dry smoke. No, you really dare to arrange it. Hundreds of types of daily chemical products, not counting subdivided products, involving trillions of dollars in the market. You take the head arrangement. Seen swollen face, have not seen you so reckless. You play a few words easily, but the majority of netizens to coax happy. But by the time you Rice Technology lack of funds, this also cannot build out, that also cannot build out of the time. You are not afraid. The higher the expectations of the netizens, then the more ruthless scolding, commitment to a moment of pleasure, pigeonholing the whole family crematorium. Chapter 029, now, it's finally my turn to get mad, right? When Lily Jiang received the news, she had just gotten off the plane in Seoul. South Korea's entertainment industry is well developed, which in turn has created a phenomenal trend of the Korean wave in Asia-Pacific countries, and consequently, South Korea's mid to high-end cosmetic industry is also developing rapidly. Although due to the missile deployment incident a few years ago, the Dragon Kingdom restricted the Korean wave, resulting in the South Korean cosmetic business also hit a cold spot in the Dragon Kingdom. But as the old saying goes, the internet has no memory. With the passage of a few years, the original missile incident has long been forgotten by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. South Korean cosmetics business, also in the Dragon country market year by year high. Zhang Lily came to South Korea this time, is hoping to lead the South Korean cosmetics industry, continue to expand the market in the Dragon state. Sanitary napkin incident, and the blacklist incident, has let Zhang Lily begin to realize that the people of the Dragon country is not easy to fool. Want to stabilize the market in the Dragon country, improve the status of South Korean cosmetics, is a strange step. When the time comes, Won Ji will massively promote South Korean cosmetics with the concept of high-end, imported, and cutting-edge fashion. Don't you people in the Dragon Kingdom distrust products made by local manufacturers? And don't you like to nitpick? Well, I'm promoting high-end imported cosmetics, so you won't be able to find anything wrong with them, will you? The same formula, the same flavor, plus a South Korean brand. You have to spend several times more money. What is this called? It's called the Taoist is high, the devil is high. Do you really think that Won Ji's daily chemical giant is for nothing? But just as Jiang Lily fantasized about how to lead the South Korean rescuers and kill back the dragon market, a message from the secretary, so that this shopping mall professional strong woman, directly froze in the hall of the Seoul airport. Su Bai publicly responded to the blacklist. All received arrangements? Realizing that something is wrong, Jiang Lily immediately pulled out her cell phone and connected to the airport network. When she opened the bean sound into Su Bai's comment area, the dense, received, arrangement, made Jiang Lily's brows tightly wrinkle together. This damned Su Bai. Why does he always have to go against himself? What is he trying to do here? Like rice sanitary napkins? A large-scale entry into the daily chemicals industry? It was simply impossible. Jiang Lily had long investigated rice technology. Their cash flow had dried up. Where did they get the money to enter the daily chemicals industry? Not to mention the scale is so large. At this level, it is no longer a matter of digging into Won Ji's corner like sanitary napkins. Rather, it is to challenge the status of Won Ji daily chemical giant, and drive Won Ji out of the rhythm of the dragon market. No, where did he get the confidence to openly challenge Won Ji? Unless, suddenly, Jiang Lily realized something, only to see Jiang Lily's movements become anxious to the naked eye. Taking her cell phone and looking through her address book, she hurriedly made a call out. Hey, it's me. Help me see if there's any plan for Big Rice Technology to go public recently. There was no mistake. Unless Big Rice Technology went public. Once Big Rice Technology went public, he, Su Bai, could overnight, his value skyrocketed by 10 to 20 times, becoming the richest man in the world in one fell swoop. If that was the case, it was entirely possible for Su Bai to swallow the entire daily chemical market of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that he, Su Bai, for the sake of a comment section, for the sake of a group of netizens, is going to break the practice of rice technology and apply for listing? Just to go head-to-head with Won Ji? In less than a minute, a voice came from the other end of the phone. No, Big Rice Technology hasn't filed an application to go public. There's no wind at all. I suspect that this matter is likely to have other local Longwei capital behind it. After all, the example of Big Rice sanitary napkins is placed in the front. With Su Bai's influence, investing in Su Bai is definitely a sure bet. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be a capital circle connoisseur, analyzing the situation. The frown that Jiang Lily already had on her face at the words deepened. You mean, the gang of capitalist bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing that our Won Ji is being verbally attacked by the public, so they want to help Su Bai along, and the walls are falling down? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Other than that, I can't think of any other answer. Won Ji earns away too much money every year in the Dragon Kingdom, and has long been looked down upon. I even suspect that the Dragon Country officials are also involved, playing a role in pushing it forward. Jiang Lily's face grew darker and darker, and when she heard the words Dragon Country officials, she instead laughed in anger. If the Dragon Country officials didn't make a move, she would still be worried, but if the Dragon Country officials made a move, she instead wasn't afraid at all. The officials said that children fight, adults do not interfere. Now you Dragon Country officials take the lead and can't help but break the rules. Then you have to be prepared to break the rules. Immediately help me investigate which Dragon Country capitals are involved in this matter. It's best to help me get information on the official involvement of the Dragon Kingdom, since they want to make a big deal out of it. I don't mind making it even bigger. Do you really think that Won Ji is as simple as a daily chemical giant? The capital behind it involved multiple countries and consortia. To put it bluntly, Won Ji is a money-making tool for a Western country. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Since you, the official Dragon Country, came down and wanted to smash the rice bowls of the Western countries, then a bunch of Western countries will naturally not sit back and watch. Wait for it. Now that the election in the Eagle country has just ended, the new president Puchuan is worried about finding an excuse to increase tariffs on the Dragon Country. I can't imagine that at this time the Dragon Country official actually broke the mold and sent an assist. A pillow for the sleepy? You want to drive us away? Aren't you afraid that you'll regret it and not be able to find a place to cry when the time comes? Just thinking about Su Bai's comment section, Jiang Lily was so angry that her teeth itched. We, a daily chemical giant, have been pressed by you, a cell phone manufacturer, the entire time. From start to finish, it was a headwind game. so if you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lili cannot endure immediately to the European headquarters called, nothing else, just 2 words, complaint. Today I Zhang Lili to say clearly, it's not that I can't, but the opponent is playing dirty. See, the dragon official are poking and prodding the hand. I'm a single force to lose is also reasonable. If you do not care, the dragon market will be finished, and get the news of the Wanjiai European headquarters. At first still do not believe, until looking through the Su Bai's comment area, see the dense arrangement, then panicked. This call was made, it was almost smoking, and the news was uploaded layer by layer. European consortiums, national funds, gentry and nobility, all received the news, learned that their own money tree is going to be cut down. 1 or 2 anxious feet, Eagle Country, New York, Manhattan 5th Avenue. Here is located a building of nearly 300 meters high. In the 1990s was named New York's landmark building, Su Shen Building. On November 7th, the 47th president of the Eagle State, Su Shen, who officially won the election, since he has not yet officially taken office in the White House, he has made this his temporary office, and has begun the transition to hand over the presidential powers, exercise part of the rights, and one of them, against the Dragon Country to raise tariffs, is Puchuan Team Eagle Country elite class put forward campaign promises, but unfortunately, this period of time, the Dragon Country's restrained and defensive attitude towards foreign affairs has always made Puchuan unable to find a suitable excuse to increase tariffs. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Nation was too shrewd and had not been able to find a legal and legitimate reason for Puchuan. Just as Puchuan was too worried to eat over this matter, his advisor walked into his office with a surprised face and handed Puchuan a document. Sir, I believe this is good news for you. Receiving the document, Puchuan opened it with a puzzled face. When he saw the news that the official Dragon Kingdom had intervened in the private market in an attempt to drive out the daily chemical giant Wanjiati, his entire spirit shook. Dragon Kingdom, even though you saints think 1,000 times, you can't help but make one mistake. Now, it's finally my turn to get mad, isn't it? Chapter 030, A Pear Blossom Fragrance. Where is it as good as 10,000 purples and thousands of reds in a garden full of spring? Puchuan was fuming. Due to the fact that he hadn't yet officially succeeded the president, Puchuan chose his much criticized office style, Twitter office. There was no mistaking the fact that on the same evening, Puchuan sent out a tweet out of the blue. The tweet was accompanied by 2 screenshots of a translated version of the comment section of the Su Bai Douyin. The accompanying text said, "We have every reason to suspect that Dragon Country officials have intervened in the civilian market for household chemicals, using an extremely overbearing and brutal approach to try to drive away legitimate businesses, which is unfair competition in violation of international trade norms. I declare that Dragon Country has committed a foul." As soon as this tweet was carried out for publication, it received attention and reprints from numerous Western media outlets. Daily Mail. There is no doubt that the unfair competition instigated by the Dragon should be severely sanctioned. Wall Street Journal. We can't just sit back and watch the treatment of Marigold. We should unite and fight back. NHK, Little Daytime Broadcasting Association. Dragon's behavior has touched the bottom line of international trade. Increasing tariffs on China is imperative. For a while, the Dragon Kingdom was pushed to the forefront of international public opinion. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is Puchuan building up momentum and bringing up the world's tempo so that he can convince the parliament to pass the bill to increase the tariffs of the Dragon Kingdom. Needless to say, this is a very legitimate and reasonable reason. Currently, the premise had to be true. This piece of news also quickly reached the Dragon Kingdom, causing an uproar among the domestic public. The front foot Su Bai publicly replied in the comment area. The momentum of the collective entry into the daily chemical industry, causing the public to cheer. After the foot Puchuan jumped out and shouted that the Dragon Country unfair competition, jumping to increase tariffs on the Dragon Country. It turns out that everyone is curious, where the rice technology has the money to enter the daily chemical industry on a large scale. I can't imagine that it's actually the country that has stepped in, getting the news of the people of the Dragon Country, compared to the international public opinion of a scolding, very sober united together, the gun muzzle unanimous external. Unfair competition? Funny? What kind of bird is Wanjiai? Hasn't it done more than its fair share of misdeeds in the Dragon Kingdom over the years? That's right. This kind of unscrupulous daily chemical giant should be kicked out of the Dragon Kingdom. The official has done a good job. I support it 100 times. Increase tariffs? I'm scared. Even if we don't increase it today, we'll have to increase it tomorrow because of other things. Support the country. Support rice technology. Mr. Su, I support you. Outside the network is a mess. The people of the Dragon also share the same enemy. But the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, who received the news, were confused. No, what did I do? I didn't do anything. With the strength of today's Dragon Country, is not afraid of it. Eagle Country provoked trade war. Not just increased tariffs, Say this kind of thing as if you have not done it before. I'm used to it. But this thing, how to get confused. Rice technology, Su Bai, Wanjiai? The whole of Northwest Jin has become a pot of porridge. And I'm the only one who doesn't know what's going on at the headquarters. This investigation. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, Market Management. 3 spare 5 turns down. Finally someone wanted to ask what happened in Rongqing Place, and learned the news of Su Shaoshang, is ready to take the confidential line to the capital to report the situation. But the phone rang up. Hearing the leader of the capital ask him if he knew what had happened, Su Shaoshang said with an ashamed face, "Leader, if I say I was about to call you to report, do you believe me?" It wasn't that Su Shaoshang was late in reporting. It was just that Su Bai had brought thousands of local daily chemical manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom to prepare for the establishment of the rice standard thing. And it wasn't as simple as a quick fix. After all, it involves an entire $1 trillion level of a huge industry. Really want to implement it, maybe the entire economy of the Dragon Kingdom will be affected. This kind of big thing, Su Shaochang cannot catch the wind on the report. He has to be cautious and cautious again. Even the local media in Rongqing learned about this matter, were deliberately suppressed by Su Shaochang. He wanted to wait until the matter was completely realized, and then report it upwards after it was secure. In fact, Su Shaochang did not delay too long, to Su Bai's thunderous style of doing things, just in the next day, that is, today, rice technology and thousands of daily chemical manufacturers to talk about a number of details about the rice standard. The only thing left to do is to sign the contract and officially announce it to the public. But Su Shaochang never expected that this matter would be suppressed by him for just one day, and the matter became so big. Even the president of the Eagle Kingdom, Mr. Puchuan, was alarmed. Under Su Shaochang's explanation, a shocked tone came from the leader on the other end of the phone. "Are you sure that we didn't intervene officially in this matter? It was those manufacturers who went to Su Bai on their own? And then Su Bai got a rice standard and wanted to fight Wanjiai face to face?" Su Shaochang, who was holding the phone, nodded vigorously. "Right, this matter is, to put it bluntly, still a child's fight. It's just that our family's children, this time, have learned their lesson, and have been gathered together by Su Bai, this child king, and we're all rolling up our sleeves and going at it together." This child king of Su Shaoshan was used in a very refined way, but the leader saw through things at a glance. "According to you, this Su Bai could have done exactly what Wanjiai did, treating these vendors as suppliers and making money for himself. But instead of doing so, he came up with a rice standard out of it, allowing the vendors to organize themselves and develop individually." Su Shaochang nodded seriously. "Yes, this question, I also asked Su Bai himself, and his exact words were, a pear blossom fragrance. Where is it comparable to the 10,000 purples and reds full of spring?" The leader's mouth kept repeating this sentence, his voice getting happier and happier. Well, what a 10,000 purples and 1,000 reds full garden spring nah. This Su Bai has a pattern and ability. I remember him. I remember that in the list of top 10 entrepreneurs you submitted, there was him, right? You can tell him now, as long as the rice standard is set, next year's top 10 entrepreneurs, he'll be at the top of the list. Hearing the news, Su Shaochang stood up excitedly. In the past, Rongqing had always been pushed head and shoulders above the big coastal cities due to its economic volume not being able to match that of the big coastal cities. In the past years, the top 10 enterprises were all divided up by other big cities, and Rongqing couldn't get a single one. Now, Su Bai's success also meant the progress and development of the city of Rongqing. It was also the first place of the top 10 entrepreneurs. Now, it was impossible for Rongqing not to grow a face. However, while happy, the leader didn't forget to exhort on the phone. "Alright, since it's a good thing, then hurry to finalize and announce it. This matter has made it so that the whole country is taking the blame for you. But this is good. Now that the international public opinion is making so much noise, they are saying that we are officially violating the rules and carrying out unfair competition. I'd like to see what that old boy Puchuan's expression will be when he realizes he's made a big mess." Chapter 031 Who is afraid of who? Early in the morning, a bus departed from the various hotels in Rongqing and drove to the International Conference Center located in the southern suburbs. Without exception, the buses were filled with bosses of daily chemical manufacturers from all over the country. Ever since the official intervention of Rongqing, coupled with President Puchuan's hand in pushing the office, the pattern of the whole thing had risen several notches. As a bus full of manufacturers' bosses drove into the International Conference Center, inside the conference center, a group of media reporters who had already waited here, turned on their equipment and went to work. "Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see that behind me is the International Conference Center in Rongqing. Here today, an important meeting is about to be held. More than 2,000 daily chemical manufacturers from all over the country will be joining with rice technology to sign an industry agreement called the Rice Standard. According to the information we have received, In this agreement, manufacturers are not only required to realize transparent production, but more importantly, they are also required to adhere to a low-profit marketing strategy. This also means that all manufacturers who join the rice standard will all be like rice sanitary napkins, where all raw materials and production processes are monitored and guaranteed. At the same time, incidents like the sky-high price of eyebrow pencils will completely disappear from our lives, and with it, daily chemical products that our people can buy and use with peace of mind. The rice standard that had been pressed by Su Shen for 2 whole days was finally officially announced for the first time in the mouth of a national television reporter from the Dragon Kingdom. With the heavy weight of the national TV station joining in the first hour, all the major domestic media and online platforms, all followed up. This time, it's not even the netizens' turn to pile up the hot searches. The major platforms, in the first time, took the initiative to put this piece of news to the top of the hot searches. Rice standard came out of nowhere. Domestic daily chemical finally ushered in the spring. Since the blacklist event, inexpensive daily necessities are no longer just a luxury. Let's remember this name, Su Bai, the man who changed an industry. In the country's covert intervention, this matter quickly made known to everyone. Originally yesterday, the whole network is concerned about this matter. Curious about Su Bai in the end were the bottom of the gas to attack the daily chemical industry. Even a lot of people think really like Puchuan said, is the country out? To vigorously rectify the rotten to the root of the daily chemical industry. What I didn't expect was to wake up with a startling reversal of this matter. Dragon Capital did not make a move. The Dragon Country official also did not participate in this matter at all. From the beginning to the end, this matter originator only one person, Su Bai, the conscientious boss who listens to advice online on the internet. The rice sanitary napkins he produced were praised by the entire network, winning the favor of hundreds of millions of women in the Dragon Kingdom. With his own strength, he's going to lead the local daily chemical manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom to go to war with Wanjiai. This time, he is no longer alone. Nor was he no longer just producing a single product like rice tampons. Instead, he wanted to change the entire daily chemical industry. Oh my god, he really did it. Unbelievable. He really did it. Admirable. Too admirable. Rice standard. Su Bai is simply a genius. I declare. From today onwards, the local daily chemical products of the Dragon Kingdom, finally trustworthy, can close their eyes into it. Sisters, spread flowers, celebrate, prepare to chop and hoard. The first to get the news, as it happens, is John Lily, who rushed back to Magic City urgently. At this time, John Lily was waiting for the Dragon Country official to come to the door to compromise and admit defeat. But as soon as the news of the rice standard came out, she was stumped. The Dragon Country official did not intervene? Su Bai himself led a group of local manufacturers to mess things up? No. Shouldn't these manufacturers be busy signing an agreement with Wanjiai to raise the purchase price? Why are they in Rongcheng? Why are they with Su Bai? Why did they come up with a rice standard? Transparent production plus low profit strategy. Once this combo hits, Wanjiai will still play the hell out of it. More importantly, it is now more than simply involving Wanjiai. Under Jiang Lily's deliberate push and pull, this matter has been completely made a big deal. To the international public opinion, and even the Eagle Country President Puchuan have come forward. Ben thought that he had successfully delivered a cannonball to Puchuan to hit the Dragon Country. This matter will certainly give himself a big credit, but now it's good. The rice standard came out. Not only did it hit Jiang Lily's face, the face of Wanjiai's headquarters, and the face of a bunch of Western consortiums and gatekeepers, it also slapped Puchuan in the face. Just like Lily Jiang herself said, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. Only now the one who fell was not Su Bai, but himself. Because of her own misinformation, so many people were slapped in the face. Could she, Jiang Lily, still have good juice to eat? Sure enough, less than an hour later, when Puchuan, who had just finished holding a press conference, received the news from his assistant and learned that this matter was a complete and utter oops, Puchuan immediately felt like he had 2 big ears on his head, just like a stupid donkey that was being teased. Sir, what should we do now? Things have gotten so big that it's impossible to end it now. Puchuan, who was so angry that his face was pitch black, had the corners of his mouth quivering slightly. What else can we do? I'm not officially in office yet. To put it bluntly, I'm a businessman. As a businessman, I tweeted what's wrong. Tweeting is also wrong? Right. Hurry up and delete that damn tweet. Delete it for me. That's right. Puchuan started to play hard to get. After all, he hadn't officially entered the White House yet, and technically wasn't considered the president of the Eagle Kingdom. This was the only step Puchuan could find for himself. Soon, Puchuan's tweet, which was just released yesterday, was deleted cleanly, and international public opinion, not necessarily all stand on the side of the Western countries. Even if the Western countries, it is not necessarily collusion. Especially those who do not support POTUS in power are happier than anyone else when they see POTUS being punched in the face. Ha 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 ha. I declare that the funniest thing of the year has appeared. Pushan's big oops. It's not even funny. The industry guidelines that people in the industry put forward themselves are treated as unfair competition by Puchuan? Puchuan, has your brain been eaten by zombies? Come on, let's get to know the first man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweets. A cell phone manufacturer from the Dragon Kingdom, Su Bai. There's no mistake. From today onwards, Su Bai's label has another one. The man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweets. And Su Bai, who got the news, had just arrived at the International Conference Center by car. After hearing Secretary Xiao Lu's gossip, Su Bai was speechless for a while. I was in the Dragon Kingdom and won Jiayi to do battle. Puchuan, why did you get involved? Now it's good, right? I've been slapped in the face for no reason. Also forced Puchuan to delete Twitter, man. This thing made feel to be Puchuan to hate However, on second thought, I am a businessman in the Dragon State. Afraid of you what? I am now worth hundreds of billions of dollars. So I dare to fight with the daily chemical giant Wang Jiayi. When I become the richest man in the world, I don't have to be afraid to arm wrestle with you, Eagle Country. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 032, Success or Failure. This is the moment. A white horse passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it came to December 31st, New Year's Day, Sheep City. More than a month after the Rice Standard Agreement was signed, the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, located in the outskirts of Yangchang, has been transformed into a brand new factory. The factory's several production facilities have all been modernized, and the employees are all dressed in clean and tidy work clothes, working feverishly. One of the employees disliked the boredom of the mask he was wearing and subconsciously wanted to take it off, but after looking up at the overhead camera, he decided to continue working with the mask on. Since the signing of the Rice Standards Agreement, owner He Songzhou quickly installed cameras in the workshop, taking the lead in realizing transparent production. At first, not many people paid attention to the live broadcasting room of the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, but from an unknown time, Su Bai and Douyin officially put on a pair of pants, and added the logo of the Rice Standard to the live broadcasting rooms of all the manufacturers that had signed the Rice Standard Agreement. You don't say. This mess. A lot of netizens who saw the Rice Standard logo, all flocked into the live room. After all, although the Rice Standard has been recognized by the general public, but the specific implementation of how can strictly comply with the standard is still completely unknown. So for a time, countless netizens acted as cloud supervisors. Nothing, this factory around, that factory to see, but also from time to publish some angry comments. Well, today Yuyi Rihua did a good job, and the employees at Post 7 finally stopped deserting and dozing off, so they deserve to be praised. Jiangnan Chemical Factory today cannot the director of the nagging, open a morning meeting or half an hour, suggest that the manufacturer to replace, masters work hard, stuff my lipstick more, stuffed to the point of exhaustion kind of. Some people may ask, this kind of transparent production, all-day supervision of employees' work, will not make employees uncomfortable. You don't say. There really is. After all, who wants to work by the whole network cloud supervision? But an incident occurred, so that all the employees who were cloud supervisors completely realized the benefits of transparent production. Just half a month ago, a daily chemical factory employees, because the toilet more than 5 minutes, was on duty supervisor fined $50. Originally, this is a very common thing, in many factories have happened, but unexpectedly, as there were hundreds of netizens at that time, through the cloud monitoring to see the scene, have to fight for this employee. Some people even specialize in editing the live video sent to the network, denounced the factory for sweatshops. The incident was a big deal on the internet, and the factory owner who learned the news was scolded by a group of netizens. The day after the incident, he hurriedly came forward to apologize for his position, the first time to dismiss the supervisor involved, and said that he would never again require employees to go to the bathroom time. This incident also gave all factories a wake-up call. Transparent production, not only raw material transparency, process transparency. So simple. Under the premise of the whole network cloud supervision, all the workers' labor will also be legally supervised. The working environment is qualified or not. The working time has no overtime. Overtime work has no overtime pay and so on, all by the netizens to see in the eyes. The judgment of the netizens means that the products produced by the factory will be sold or not, and whether they can make money or not. Such a simple reason. The bosses can't not understand. Not only do people understand, but they will also learn by example. Therefore, during this period of time, within the live broadcasting rooms of the major manufacturers, the major bosses have been practically changing their ways to please their employees in order to please the netizens. What? Your family is giving afternoon tea to their employees in the live broadcasting room in order to seduce the netizens? Okay, you guys are the first to be shameless, so don't blame me for giving my employees a wage hike. What? Not only do you raise wages, but your employees also get paid vacation on weekends? Who has paid weekends off in their factory? Okay, you're not playing by the rules, are you? You're playing dirty. Come on, employees look over our factory this year. Not only a wage increase, there is a month of year-end bonus. Do not say, this set of tart operation down. Many factories are really on fire. Things sold or not sold first, not to mention, crooked, their own factory's live room first fire. Take the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, because Xiaokai engaged in a double overtime pay provisions, and then burst out of the staff payroll. The average salary of more than 12,000 yuan. The whole Friendship Daily Chemical suddenly fire. I chow. The average wage of 12,000. Get out of the way. Let me come. I want to work overtime until the Friendship Day Chemical bankruptcy. My God. The factory salary is even higher than that of a white-collar undergraduate. Envious? How many hours a day do other workers work? How can you compare to sitting in an office and tapping on a computer? Yes, it's hard money, the boss pays well, and the employees are happy to work hard. After a small fire, Friendship Daily Chemical's Douyin fans also managed to break through 500,000. In this way, the interests of the employees have been protected, the efficiency of the work has been improved, the factory to enhance the production, the netizens to see enough hilarity. The unfolding of transparent production has completely realized a multi-win situation, although it seems to have a good effect, but these days, the boss Yicheng dark circles under the eyes, visible to the naked eye became heavier, worried. According to the requirements when the rice standard was signed, all daily chemical factories, after the realization of transparent production, need to speed up production and stockpiling. The first online sales had to be made in time for December 31st, the New Year's Day. Due to the Friendship of Daily Chemical first realized transparent production progress is also the fastest, coupled with the son of He Xiaokai encouragement. Yicheng do not do nothing, directly to the factory mortgage to the bank loan of nearly 60 million of huge money. This 60 million, all used to purchase raw materials production stockpile. Until now, the Friendship of Daily Chemical hoarded a whole few warehouses, worth more than 50 million products, and today is New Year's Day, the day when Friendship Daily Chemical is about to conduct online sales. If you lose, the factory will be mortgaged to the bank, and Friendship Rihua will become history. If you win, Yuyi Rihua will soar into the sky and return to its former glory. Success or failure, this is the moment. It's up to the netizens to buy or not, to recognize the rice standard or not. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there is still an hour before the start of the broadcast. Yicheng appeared early in the office remodeled live broadcasting room, looking at his son He Xiaokai who was fiddling with the live broadcasting equipment. Xiaokai, I still regret it. I shouldn't have listened to you to go to the bank to get a loan. Look at it, now I've made it impossible to retreat. You say in case if our products can't be sold, what can we do? He Xiaokai, who was debugging the computer, said without lifting his head, Dad, just put your heart in your stomach. If you don't trust me, you still don't trust Mr. Su. Yicheng believes in Su Bai, but after all, tens of millions of dollars of products are piled up in the warehouse. His heart is really not bottomless. The heart of the bottomless. Not only Yicheng a person, joined the rice standard of more than 2,000 manufacturers boss, now almost the same as Yicheng, all with the same as the entrance examination, heart thumping straight to the heart. Tonight is not only about whether or not the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom can turn defeat into victory, whether or not the daily chemical giant Wanjiagi can still show off its power in the Dragon Kingdom, and whether or not the rice standard proposed by Su Bai can be recognized by the public. Even other industries were silently paying attention to this matter. The introduction of the rice standard was not as simple as changing the daily chemical industry. If it really worked, it was equivalent to Su Bai opening up a brand new path for all industries. On a smaller scale, this will affect the people's daily life in the firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea. To a greater extent, this is related to the future of the entire private enterprises in the Dragon State. Chapter 033, if you can't, put yourself up on the link. Time. It had come to 7:50 p.m. In Mountain City. A cozy family of 6 did not gather in the living room to watch TV dramas as usual. Instead, they all sat down at the dining table under the summons of the hostess and held a family meeting. The 30-something-year-old hostess, a high school teacher, had already pulled out her usual one-track mind from her classes, and as soon as she opened the meeting, she set the tone for today's meeting. Families, today's meeting determines our living expenses for the next few months. As the saying goes, you don't know how expensive it is until you're in charge. The family rule that our family has always practiced is that you have to spend what you need to spend, but you have to save when you can, and today is a great opportunity to super save money. At this point in the meeting, the grandparents, the children's father, as well as the two children, all sitting upright, manpower a cell phone on standby, and the hostess began to distribute the A4 paper that had been printed in advance, and as she did so, she gave out tasks. Mom and Dad, you two are in charge of going to these daily chemical factory live rooms and grabbing them according to my catalog, including soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant. Kids, Dad, you have the heaviest task, the toilet paper, shampoo, body wash, lip balm, floor wax, shoe polish, and mouthwash in the house. All of them will be given to you. Two babies, you'll be responsible for mosquito repellent, flower water, masks, and toothpaste. Seeing that everyone's tasks had been given, except for Mistress herself, who was not mentioned, Mistress was curious. What about you? At that, Mistress shook the thick pile of A4 paper in her hand. Me? Of course I'm in charge of the most important cosmetics. Their family being a middle-class family, the hostess would spend thousands or even tens of thousands on cosmetics alone every year. If she operated well tonight, she would be able to save out 4 figures on cosmetics alone. The prerequisite was that she had to grab it to win. As the last time in Su Bai live room, did not grab the rice sanitary napkin veteran, Mistress of this time is considered to have learned. Tonight sent the whole family, ready to come to a scattered attack, each broken. Their family slogan is, grab, is to earn. At the same time, all over the country, there are countless families like this one. The country is full of people who can get by. As early as the rice standard was announced, there were a lot of well-intentioned people waiting for this day. Transparent production has proved that these products comply with the rice standard, and quality and safety are guaranteed. Now, there is only one suspense left. That is whether these manufacturers, as the rice standard says, can implement a low-profit strategy. The eyebrow pencil that costs only a few dollars and was sold for $79 a piece by the bandwagon anchor. How much will it actually sell for this time? Everyone concerned about the daily chemical products, in the end, and whether it can do thin margins? The answer, as the time approaches, will soon be revealed. 8 o'clock sharp. More than 300 manufacturers of daily chemical products collectively open. As many small-scale manufacturers of a single product. The lack of live effect. So many small manufacturers simply group live. A few dozen come together to sell goods. And in this live broadcast, a factory that has attracted much attention. Jiangnan Daily Chemical. As soon as the broadcast, the live room was flooded with 100,000 plus viewers. And the number is still surging. The reason for this is because the last incident of 79 yuan eyebrow pencil, the manufacturer involved, is Jiangnan Day Chemical Factory. According to the media reports after the incident, the anchor in question had picked up the product from the Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory for less than $2, then labeled with the brand of Wanjiai. In the live broadcast room shaking, the price came to come to 79 yuan. Things although the past more than a month, many netizens still did not forget about this matter, have run to the Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory live room to see the hilarity. Everyone is very curious. After joining the rice standard, Jiangnan Rihua eyebrow pencil, in the end, how much will sell? Is it continue to cut leaks? Or can it really be like the rice standard said, the price conscience? So, just to start broadcasting, Jiangnan Rihua's live room, the comments exploded. Anchor do not nag. Directly on the eyebrow pencil, tell us how much money on the line. I bet $10 to $15. Can do this price? I count you conscience. Come on, it's open. Bet big, bet small, buy and leave. Jiangnan Rihua live room, and did not hire a professional host, but the boss show is still in college granddaughter in person. The little girl is also estimated to be the first time to sell goods live. Nervous, see netizens are asking the price of eyebrow pencil, also do not know how to whet the audience's appetite, but also really in the catalog inside to find up. Eyebrow pencil? Wait let me see our family's eyebrow pencil, the price is $2.70 a piece. Well, it's $2.70 a piece. The little girl was afraid that she had misread it, or that the audience hadn't heard, so she deliberately repeated it. And when the audience learned that the price of the eyebrow pencil was actually less than $3, they completely exploded. My chow, how much? You're selling the same eyebrow pencil for $79 for $7? What's wrong with you? No way. There's a zero and a hole. 7 cents are coming? Even the price breathes a sense of conscience. Don't say it. Buy. I'll buy is not okay. On the link, hurry up on the link. With the netizens coaxing, and the little girl's sparse operation, a group of daily chemical manufacturers in the live room, Jiangnan Rihua was the first to open the door. All the products, almost as soon as the link was up, were snatched up, anxiously causing many netizens who hadn't grabbed them to slap their thighs. Such a situation is being staged in every live broadcast room. The original price of more than $2 of toilet paper. You sell 80 cents? All give me out of the way. I want to stock up today. The original price of 79 laundry detergent. $20 you dare to sell? Come on. Hurry up with the link. I'll hoard it for a year. A $16 bottle of mosquito liquid. And you're selling it for $4? In winter? I'll buy it in winter. If the price of common household goods is low enough to make the public scream, then the price of daily chemical big shot cosmetics has completely made a group of dragon country women go crazy. This lipstick was sold for more than 300 last month, and you guys directly sold it for less than a zero? I'll buy it. Can't I just buy it? Thousands of dollars a bottle of perfume. You more than 90 dare to sell? Ugly packaging? What's wrong with ugly packaging? It means the cost is all in the raw materials. I thought you'd give me 30% to 80% off, but you're just breaking bones? This is forcing me to pay for it. Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, which specializes in skin care products, was the first to experience the madness of female consumers. Host He Xiaokai, who was rushed to the shelves whenever the price of a product was announced. It was almost a second away as soon as the link was up. In a crowd of female netizens' impatience and urging, the original rhythm of the live broadcast prepared by He Xiaokai was completely disrupted. He could only turn into a robot, constantly announcing the price, uploading the link, and being seconded out, and then repeat the next round of products week after week. No again? No, you guys bought so many, will you run out? Seeing the products that were once again snatched up in seconds, He Xiaokai was confused. What do you care if we run out? Hurry up. What's the next product? Directly on the link. The moisturizing cream just now is still there. I did not grab. Hurry up, another batch of it. And your serum, a total of just over 20,000 bottles, simply cannot be grabbed, right? Faced with the urging of female netizens, He Xiaokai, whose rhythm had been completely disrupted, hurriedly inquired what the next product would be. But when he looked at tonight's catalog, he instantly gulped a few mouthfuls of saliva. It's over. All the products, all sold out. Not a single one left. The key is, the live broadcast of this group of female netizens like wolves like tigers. Many have not grabbed, all urging him on the link. There is a big can't grab tonight will be angry rhythm. But, tens of millions of dollars of goods, all snatched up by you guys. Go to the link? I can't get it now. Desperate, He Xiaokai hastily turned his head to look at He Tsongzhou standing behind the camera. His eyes revealed a few words. Dad, there are still goods. He Tsongzhou couldn't bear to look at his son's pleading gaze and silently turned his face away. Son, if you really can't, just hook yourself up to the link. Chapter 034, The Big Melon That Blows Up the Entire Internet. January 1st of the national calendar. The festive atmosphere of the holiday season overflowed in the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. As it was close to the Spring Festival, many citizens would go to the supermarket to purchase New Year's goods. I congratulate you for getting rich. I congratulate you for going away. Amidst the familiar music of congratulations on your fortune, the major supermarkets were crowded with people, full of people grabbing goods, but only the daily necessities section is deserted, with few customers. Wang Jiayi in the Dragon Country spent 20 to 30 years to establish a huge offline supermarket channels. In one night, the city fell down the door collapse. Despite price cuts, discounts, and promotions, there were still no customers. Not only offline, now Wang Jiayi's major online platform, also all the same, and even today appeared a large number of return orders. As the saying goes, when the walls fall, people push. In Mordor, Wang Jiayi's Asia-Pacific headquarters, early in the morning, outside the HR department's office, it was crowded with people, without exception. All of them want to submit their resignation reports. Last night's Douyin Daily Chemical Manufacturers Carnival hit a staggering 120 billion in turnover in just 2 hours. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Wang Jiayi has lost. The huge market that had been built up over decades was completely defeated in less than 2 hours under the siege of Su Bai and a group of local manufacturers. All that was left was a pile of chicken feathers, and it was only a matter of time before it withdrew from the Dragon Kingdom market. At the same time, at the Magic City International Airport, a large airliner bound for Europe took off with a bang. Zhang Lili, wearing sunglasses, looked through the porthole at the familiar scenery of Magic City below. As the head of the Asia-Pacific region, after this series of events, Zhang Lili was urgently recalled to the headquarters for a debriefing. This woman, who was a dragon nation but specialized in oppressing her own compatriots, still hadn't let go of her own ambitions at this moment. She fantasized about reorganizing the cosmetic business of Little Day in South Korea, avoiding the low-end and mid-range product lines of the Dragon Kingdom, and fighting her way back into the Dragon Kingdom market. But she didn't know that this time, the headquarters summoned her back, and it wasn't just as simple as a mere duty report. Just more than 10 hours later, when Zhang Lili arrived in Europe, ready to go from the hotel to the bar to spend some time relaxing, in a secluded street, was robbed by two punks at knifepoint, and was stabbed several times. When the ambulance arrived, it directly announced her death. The sad Jiang Lily. Even though she died in a foreign country, no one paid attention to her. Even the local news did not broadcast the news. Just as writer Mai Jia said in Life Hi, a speck of dust from the times that falls on everyone's head is a big mountain. The accidental death of Lily Jiang did not bring the Rice Standard story to a perfect conclusion. After learning that the group of manufacturers that had joined the Rice Standard had a turnover of hundreds of billions of dollars in 2 hours, the other industries in the Dragon Kingdom had also sat up. They had followed Su Bai's example and started to create all sorts of standards on an industry-by-industry basis, trying to replicate the Rice Standard and rebuild the carnival night on New Year's Day. But it turns out that what they lacked was not only standards, but also a strong leader like Su Bai. First of all, facing the transparent chemical plant, it was boycotted by a number of other industry manufacturers. The establishment of a transparent chemical plant, there is no way to play tricks in the product, and there is no way to squeeze the workers, which for many manufacturers, it is simply impossible to accept. What makes many manufacturers even more resistant? There is also a low-profit marketing strategy, less than 20% profit margin, undoubtedly reducing the interests of many large factories. In the case of a large number of manufacturers do not agree, the standards cannot be implemented. This matter before and after a few months, and finally came to an end. It can only be said that the collective turnaround of the daily chemical industry cannot be separated from Su Bai, but also from the many assists given by Wan Jiayi and Jiang Lily. In the absence of a strong external threat, the manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom were simply a scattered mass, each fighting their own battles. Let's turn the clock back again to after the New Year's Day. The New Year's Day carnival night created by Su Bai was slowly dissipating the heat of the event as the spring festival approached. The internet is like this. It is impossible to always let you Su Bai alone sing the main role. The Dragon Kingdom is so big and there are so many bulls. There is nothing new on any given day. As the saying goes, there is news every month, and the end of the year is particularly eventful. It seems that at the end of the year, the internet is just like a competition, always popping up all kinds of big melons. First, a fireworks merchant in a certain place caused a major fire due to mismanagement, causing the whole network to discuss whether fireworks should be banned in the spring festival or not. Later, it was revealed that a netizen owed a huge debt for overseas gambling, and his persona collapsed. Until the 20th day of the lunar month, less than 10 days from the spring festival at the juncture, a big melon completely exploded the internet. The cause of the incident is that the well-known live broadcast factory, hundreds of employees of Ninewood Media end-of-the-year collective salary, besieged the company headquarters. Things are making a big fuss. And then, an anonymous person broke out. Ninewood Media boss, now 37 years old, worth tens of billions of dollars. Boss Zhao Fengquan a series of life photos. On the photos, Boss Zhao not only owns 2 private airplanes, yachts, and dozens of luxury cars, but also has affairs with several famous actresses. Due to the involvement of well-known actresses, the heat of this matter quickly went high, and with it, the many anticlimactic behaviors of this Zhao boss. According to the anonymous source, this Zhao boss usually only eat imported fruits. Domestic fruits do not touch. Red wine only drink Penfolds 407. White wine only drink Fishan Taizi. Water only drink Hengtai Bingquan. Dinner needs 3 bodyguards in the vicinity of the usual travel fleet. Vehicles cannot be less than 5. Bodyguards cannot be less than 15 people. Appeared on the chat screenshot, but also broke out Zhao boss a dinner price of up to 230,000 yuan. Cannot eat all the high-grade ingredients. All to be poured. 230,000. Then most of the people a year's salary, but in the eyes of the boss Zhao, just a meal money. As the heat of the incident continues to rise, it has caused extensive discussion on the internet. I work from 9 to 6 every day, tired as a grandson. A dinner of $23. The other big boss a meal is enough for me to eat a lifetime. Sure enough, cow and horse is cow and horse. Born to be used to be sucked blood to cut leak. Sure enough, poverty still limits our imagination, and we can't even imagine the happiness of the rich. There is a saying that it is not the people who hate the rich. You have the ability to make money and spend money. That is your ability. What the people really hate is being unkind to the rich. You a dinner 230,000 yuan. You drag the staff, a few months of wages are not paid, so that employees have no money to go home for the new year? The people of the Dragon Kingdom have only had enough to eat for a few years, and you're dumping hundreds of thousands of dollars of dinners that you can't finish? Social resources are so much, you take some more, others have to take some less. As a result, you are worth tens of billions of dollars. Do not think of taking up social responsibility. Is so squandering extravagance? With the people scolding is getting bigger and bigger, the social impact of this incident is also getting worse and worse, and with it, more entrepreneurs, big bosses of all kinds of extravagant life was exposed. For a time, The network was full of complaints and curses. At the back of the development, even the officials began to pay attention to this matter, and realized that the bad image of domestic entrepreneurs, if it continues to deteriorate so much, the consequences are unimaginable. Just like a class, if there are more and more poor students, the most effective way is to set up 3 good students as a typical, take the lead and guide the whole class to change the atmosphere. Put in this matter is also the same. Now the official needs a positive role of the well-known entrepreneurs to come forward as a role model. But after searching for half a day, no suitable candidate could be found. Just when the officials were having a headache over this matter, a name on the list of top 10 entrepreneurs submitted by various places caught the attention of the officials. Chapter 035, You're an old boss. Doing the moving here? January 20th, the 21st day of the Lunar New Year. Near the end of the year, the Rice Technology Park in Rongqing was busy. In Su Bai's office, Su Bai is checking this year's business report on the computer. The basic disk rice cell phone still ranked first in the Dragon country market, creating tens of billions of dollars in benefits for rice technology every year. The rice sanitary napkin factory has completed its expansion, and is expected to fire up next spring, safeguarding the needs of the nation's female compatriots, and also creating more than $6 billion in profits for rice technology. There's also the Rice Standards Alliance. There is no mistake. After the Rice Standard Agreement was signed, a group of daily chemical manufacturers came up with a Rice Standard Alliance. And now there are more than 2,400 participating manufacturers in the Rice Standard Alliance. It could also provide tens of billions of dollars of profit for rice technology every year. As of now, Su Bai's total assets have come to 215.7 billion. Because rice technology is not a listed company, there is no obligation to publicly disclose financial statements, which also led to the fact that all the major rich lists are inaccurate in their estimation of Su Bai's value. Many lists thought that Su Bai's value was still retained at around 170 billion. This also meant that Su Bai's true worth had actually entered the top 10 of the Dragon country rich list, ranking 9th. Of course, the premise was that rice technology was not listed. Once it was listed, Su Bai was the proper richest man in the world. Of course, in addition to money, what Su Bai valued the most was his own Douyin. After all, he was able to in just a few years' time, among the top 10 in the country, to a large extent, relying on the support of the Douyin netizens. It was the various opinions and suggestions they provided to themselves that allowed Dami technology to have the scale it has today. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Su Bai's total assets came to 215.7 billion, and up until now, Su Bai's Douyin fans, too, had risen to 22.87 million, an extremely close figure. Of course, the Douyin fans were a bit worthless compared to Su Bai's worth. Su Bai, who had more than 20 million fans, could only rank 67th on the Douyin fan list. If he had to find a way to comfort himself a bit, among the 100 billion level tycoons, Su Bai had the most fans. Among the 10 million level Douyin darlings, Su Bai had the highest value. Summarizing, Su Bai, male, 28 years old, assets of 215.7 billion, 9th on the Long War rich list, Douyin fans 22.87 million, 67th on the Douyin fan list, currently single. This is Su Bai's report card for himself since 1 year. Set a small goal for next year. Strive to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Douyin fans exceeded 50 million. Just as Su Bai closed the computer page, his secretary Xiao Lu knocked on the door and entered, saying with a leaping face, "Mr. Su." The doorman reported that 5 more large trucks have come, asking if we still want to put. Upon hearing this, Su Bai deducted his forehead with a helpless face. The goods from those trucks just now. Have you checked the manufacturers? Checked it out. There are Friendship Rewas, Jiangnan Rewas, dozens of Rihua factories in total. Su Bai nodded his head to indicate that he knew. From the previous few days, there were large trucks coming to Rice Technology Park one after another to make deliveries. The truck driver seems to have received a hush money, only responsible for delivering the goods, and not mentioning anything else. No need to guess. It must be the gang of Daily Chemical Factory, looking at the Spring Festival, to Rice Technology to send the New Year's goods. This is not Xiaolu according to the goods packaging a check, but also really, these trucks not only have the Daily Chemical Factory production of household goods, a group of bosses have also thoughtfully prepared a variety of New Year's Eve. The number of comprehensive administrative department of 2 days of statistics. I didn't expect it to come again today. Put it in to unload. People send it all. You still don't want it? It's the same old story. In the name of the group, send a letter of appreciation. And next year find an opportunity to send products of equal value. Seeing the secretary Xiao Lu still not leaving, Su Bai raised his head. Anything else? Holding the tablet, Xiao Lu hemmed and hawed. Mr. Su, do you have something? Just got busy. Nothing for now. What is it? Only Xiao Lu's smile grew even wider. All departments have to take advantage of the work in hand before the vacation to deal with the work. Really cannot draw people. Our comprehensive administrative department in the various large groups to find half a day. Just put together more than a dozen people to unload the goods. If you're not busy, you can come and help. Good lord. Letting me sell sanitary napkins live on air is fine, but now I have to help unload the goods? But since the other secretary Xiao Lu had the guts to mention this, it meant that Su Bai hadn't done this kind of thing before. Okay, small Lu. Catching the strong man or caught to the boss office. There is progress, said the words. Su Bai turned off the computer and got up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the loss. Why did he catch me a boss as a laborer? It's not fair. In my name to send a notice, group supervisor level above. All to unload. What is this called? They get wet. Others do not want to hold an umbrella. Soon, nearly 100 people gathered at the warehouse entrance of the Rice Technology Industrial Park. Whether it's the head of the marketing department, or wearing high-heeled professional attire of the public relations department Huan Lin, or hastily rushed from the sanitary napkin factory Sun Jing, a group of high-priced middle and senior leaders, one did not run away. The crowd rolled up their sleeves while unloading from several 17-meter-5 high-barred trucks, while spitting at each other. When I first came to apply for the job at Rice Technology, I didn't say that I would have to do hard labor at the end of the year. Oh, you don't know it. Every year when the company sends the annual goods to the employees, it's Mr. Su who catches us management unloading the goods. Year after year, no one can escape. Alas, don't mention it. This gang of daily chemical factory, send also too much. This is how many batches. These days my hands are moving soft. Hey, I feel pretty good. At least our boss personally. Unlike other bosses, not to mention working with you, all year round people cannot see a few times. When a group of middle and senior management unloaded the goods, several truck drivers also stood aside to chat and fart and smoke. Rice Technology is like a thunderclap in the Dragon Kingdom. They came to Rice Technology's industrial park for the first time, and the topic of chatting, naturally, was also on Rice Technology. If I say, this Su big boss, really a character young age, not yet 30 years old, break into such a big industry. Hey, you cannot mention, since that what came out that what the Rice standard. My old lady to the Su always day boast even if, but always take me and Su boss comparison. See how I do not look good. I don't know if I can run into Mr. Su, if I run into, sign a photo how good. Not in vain at the end of the year also run this trip. Ha ha, you dream. What level of people? Hundreds of billions of bosses. You did not see the internet. These big bosses go out with a bunch of bodyguards, sitting either on a private plane, or a row of luxury cars. Can you run into, and also sign a photo? You want to fart chatting in the sky. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed bearded driver, steeply saw his own carriage, a familiar busy figure. After fixing his eyes and stretching his neck for a few seconds, the bearded driver hastily patted the shoulder of a bystander. Hey, you guys look, who is that person? Is it Mr. Su? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their heads in unison, and when they saw clearly Su Bai, who was rolling up his sleeves to move the goods in the carriage, they immediately dropped their jaws. Where was the promised airplane and luxury car? What about the promised bodyguards? You're $100 billion boss, don't go and enjoy yourself. You, here as a porter? Chapter 036 Leader, can I refuse now? Just as the driver brothers were shocked into doubt by Su Bai's behavior, thousands of kilometers away in the capital, Studio 6 of the national television station. Alright, viewers, today's program ends here. We look forward to meeting you all again. Goodbye. Xiao Wu, as a famous host of the national TV station, his hosting style was known for its humor and fun, and was loved by many of the Dragon Country's viewers. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had finished hosting the program, was standing on the stage and cooperating with the staff, removing the microphone as several people talked and laughed. It could be seen that within the national television station, Xiao Wu was well liked, and was able to mingle up and down. In addition to his own strength, Xiao Wu's character was also unanimously recognized. Just like this year's Spring Festival Gala, Xiao Wu, who had already hosted the Spring Festival Gala for several consecutive years, took the initiative to give up this year's hosting slot in order for the station to train newcomers. That is the Spring Festival Gala host. Not anyone, like Xiao Wu, can take the initiative to give up this opportunity to show their face in front of the national audience. This was also the reason why Xiao Wu was able to eat so well in the TV station, while chatting and joking with a few staff members. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared in the studio, and when Xiao Wu saw this, he immediately smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Yo, Mr. Li, you are a rare guest. Li Changyuan, a well-known producer of the national television station, created famous documentaries such as 100 Years of Dragon Country and The Great Good River and Mountains. especially The Dragon Country on the Tip of the Tongue, which became a phenomenal gourmet documentary that was a household name in the Dragon Country once it was aired. It was known as the golden producer of the national TV station. The crowd of staff members were puzzled when they saw Lee Chang-yuan appear in the studio. Lee Chang-yuan didn't often appear at the TV station, but whenever he appeared, it meant that there was a big move. The station had a new program, and it's even got golden producer Lee someone personally working on it, another big production, and they're looking for Wu right away? Is this the rhythm of getting Wu to be the host? And Xiao Wu, who saw Lee Chang-yuan, his heart steeply accelerated at this moment, looking at the entire TV station. Who wouldn't want to participate in a program produced by Mr. Lee? This is a pie in the sky. Hitting his head? No, this is presumably the leadership of the station. Seeing that he voluntarily gave up hosting the Spring Festival Gala, fearing that he was aggrieved, deliberately giving himself compensation, Lee Chang-yuan is dressed in casual clothes, in his 40s, and is ridiculously strong in terms of the degree of baldness, and in real life, Lee Chang-yuan is an extremely unsmiling, straight-talking pragmatist who never likes to beat around the bush and talk nonsense. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Wu, Lee Chang-yuan pulled Xiao Wu to a corner, holding a serious face that never changed. The latest important task given by the station is to shoot an exclusive documentary. I'm going to let you be the host. Hearing that he really wanted himself to be the host, Xiao Wu's heart was overjoyed, but he didn't forget about the main event. Special interview documentary. Special interview Hua. Lee Chang-yuan looked around and found that no one was paying attention to the two of them. Then he came to Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, "Rice technology, Su Bai." It was actually Su Bai? I heard that in the second half of this year on the internet. Fire and a mess. Even Xiao Wu are using the rice phone. How come he wants to interview Su Bai for good reason? With Lee Chang-yuan's explanation, Xiao Wu finally understood. The reason why he wanted to interview Su Bai was related to Zhao Fengquan, the old boss of Nine Woods Media, who had been making a lot of noise during this period of time. Boss Zhao had brought up the image of a bad entrepreneur who was unkind to the rich, and had created an extremely bad and serious impact among the general public. Even now, there is a voice in the public, that is, rich people, none of the good things, as the official, the investigation of the investigation, the arrest of the arrest, but also cannot stop this group of rich bosses is too uncompetitive, cannot prevent the public's heavy mouth. Therefore, at this juncture, to set up a positive typical, to this group of rich bosses as an example, seems particularly important, and this time, the typical that the official wants to set up is exactly Su Bai. While setting up a typical, it also happened to create momentum for Su Bai's top 10 entrepreneurs next year. It was equivalent to killing two birds with one stone. Hearing Lee Chang-yuan's explanation, Xiao Wu immediately felt pressurized. Boy, this is not as simple as a program. This is simply a Jingji mission. No wonder the station let Lee Chang-yuan out of the mountain. This is not completed to write a review of the rhythm. Even if the emotional intelligence is quite high, Xiao Wu, at this time also cannot help but be scared. Mr. Lee, you are giving me a hot potato. Since the officials wanted to treat Su Bai as a positive example, to put it bluntly, they could only shoot the good ones, not the bad ones. It was necessary to package Su Bai and create an image of a people's entrepreneur. But here is where the contradiction lies. All worth hundreds of billions of dollars of the boss, has long been detached from the people. Daily travel has a private plane. Any car are 3 to 5 million. A meal, a bottle of wine is worth a year's salary of others. Do you think that Boss Xiao is the upper limit of extravagance for the rich and powerful? No, he worth tens of billions of boss can be extravagant like that. That worth hundreds of billions of Su Bai is not even more exaggerated? Although he, Su Bai, produced conscientious products and had a good character in the public's mind. But that was the image on the internet. In real life, how trenchant might Su Bai be? If this was filmed in a documentary, would the people buy it? That's why Xiao Wu said that he had picked up a hot potato to film the daily life of a $100 billion boss. It's estimated that if you film for a day, you won't be able to cut out a minute that will work. Isn't this difficult for people? It was not just Xiao Wu who was under pressure. As the producer of the entire program, Lee Chang-yuan also sighed when he received the task. He had a premonition that if this was not done properly, it was estimated that his own signboard would be smashed. To exaggerate a bit, the entire national television station was feeling a huge amount of pressure. This kind of official task, not even writing a script and acting it out in separate scenes, must be realistic. You can't fake it at all. Nowadays, Lee Chang-yuan, who could only go hard, saw the frustrated Xiao Wu and said a not-so-good piece of good news. Fortunately, I checked this boss Su's information in advance. At least from the information, he is the only boss without a private airplane among the 100 billion old bosses in the country. Xiao Wu, who heard this, laughed harder than he cried. hoping that not having a private jet is considered an advantage among today's tycoons? Time was tight and the task was heavy. The program had to be aired before the Chinese New Year. That afternoon, Li Chengyuan and the host, Xiao Wu, took the hordes of program staff on a plane to Rongqing. It is worth mentioning that the name of the program was not finalized until before boarding the plane. In 5 concise words, the people's entrepreneur. The very day the program flew to Rongqing was also the last working day before the Spring Festival of Rice Technology. The whole park was immersed in the joyful atmosphere before the vacation. Even Su Bai was also preparing for the vacation home matters. It is said that the rich and powerful do not return home, such as the brocade clothes at night. No matter how big Su Bai's industry was and how high his value was, every Spring Festival, he would go home for the New Year just like every ordinary laborer. And just when Su Bai was busy dealing with wrapping up his work, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. A glance at the memo. Su Xiaochang. Hey, leader, I really don't like socializing, so be merciful and let me go back home for the New Year. At first, Su Bai thought that it was the officials in Rongqing who wanted to drag him to socialize. After all, as the position of Rice Technology in Rongqing was there, as a local entrepreneur in Rongqing, at the end of every year, Rongqing officials would invite Su Bai to participate in all kinds of chambers of commerce and year-end dinners. Without exception, Su Bai refused all of them. It is estimated that Su Bai is one of the least entertained bosses in the whole Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Su Bai whining, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. Alright, I still don't understand your temperament. Look at all these years. I've dragged you to several social functions. Speaking of business, I just received the news that the national TV station is ready to shoot a special interview documentary on you. People are first to go. People are already on their way here. I'll give you a breeze. This is the task explained by the capital, aiming to help you set up as a typical entrepreneur. Also for next year's top 10 entrepreneurs to create momentum. Hearing that it was a program interview, Su Bai immediately had a big head. People who knew him knew that Su Bai never participated in any TV programs, not even on the local programs in Rongqing. Leader, can I refuse now? You guess? Don't worry, I've helped you understand. It's just an interview-style documentary, and people's program team won't deliberately ask you what to do. You should go home for New Year's Eve. They will send a few photographers to follow you to shoot only. After shooting, they will edit themselves. Su Bai, who hung up the phone, sat in the office with a speechless face. Mom and Dad wanted him to bring a girlfriend back. As a result, he didn't have a girlfriend, and Su Bai brought a program back for the New Year? Chapter 037. Look at that ordinary person in front. Does he look like Mr. Su? All of the real estate agents in Rongqing, when encountering clients who are not poor, can never get around a neighborhood called Deer Mountain International. As soon as it was handed over in 2006, it became the villa benchmark in the central and western regions, and was recognized by the mainstream media as the most influential international community in the Dragon Kingdom. The price of the community does not see how high. The highest price of less than 300 million yuan a building. Look at the Dragon Country is not ranked. The reason why famous? Because the whole Deer Hill International community scale is magnificent, covers an area of more than exaggerated 5,000 acres, was developed in accordance with the classical European town-style overall reproduction. This puts the town scale of the masterstroke. In the inch of land in the north of Guangzhou simply cannot come out. This also makes Deer Hill International become the super 10 million population level city. Unique existence. So even from the capital of the well-known host Wu, because of his work, has seen countless mansions brought house. When he and the program team entered Deer Hill International by car, they were also staggered by the grand-scale European-style town. Mr. Li, are you sure that we can really put up an image of this one as a people's entrepreneur? Xiao Wu's tone was filled with uncertainty. They had discussed it on the airplane coming. What is called a people's entrepreneur? The most important thing is the first 2 words, the people. To put it bluntly, it is to come from the masses, to entrepreneurship, to assume due social responsibility, and then change a less appropriate statement. The premise of the people's entrepreneurs, he must first be a people, and then entrepreneurs. And who are the people? Living in such a luxurious villa area. At this time the producer Li Chengyuan, the heart is also straight difficult. He knows that this trip is difficult, but I do not know that the difficulty is so big. But worry to worry, as a producer Li Chengyuan but cannot show on the face, although the difficulty is big, but the work to do or to continue to do. There are no conditions. Create conditions also have to go on. Don't be afraid. We can always think of a way. The boat will naturally straighten out. At the same time, deep inside the Foothills International Community, inside a European-style villa called Sequoia Valley 7, Su Bai, who was packing his luggage, received a message from the villa's housekeeper. Mr. Su, your guest has arrived. Just entered door number 1. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The neighborhood is so big, It takes more than 10 minutes to drive to the gate. You can get lost walking around the corner. Received. Thank you. Tucking in his cell phone, Su Bai went to the front lawn outside the gate and quietly waited for the program team. From time to time, neighbors walking their dogs or driving their cars passed by, and they all took the initiative to stop and greet Su Bai. The entire Deer Mountain International was composed of several sub-villa areas of different styles. It was said that because Su Bai's value and popularity had skyrocketed in the past 2 years, along with the Sequoia Valley Villa area where Su Bai was located, the house prices had also risen a lot. Many tycoons from the Midwest want to move in and be neighbors with Su Bai. It is said that only standing high can see far. Maybe when walking around and encountering Su Bai chatting about economic trends and industry trends, can make them earn a lot of money. This is also the reason why Su Bai will move to Deer Hill International, because usually in daily life, there are too many people want to find him, especially a lot of urgent need to finance and invest in startups. Every day with a bunch of startups to finance and invest in the planning of the book, to Su Bai to chase around, annoying. In Deer Hill International, from Sequoia Valley to Gate 1, there are a total of 3 gate guards, unless the owner himself agreed. Uninvited people simply cannot come in. Very good to help Su Bai to avoid this trouble. Otherwise, it is estimated that with Su Bai's temperament, he would still live in the original set of 4 large flat. 10 minutes later, a so-called Highway Lightning Buick GL8 appeared at the end of the road. The car body is also affixed with the logo of the national TV station. It must be the person you want to wait for. Seeing this, Su Bai, who was wearing a white down jacket, immediately reached out and waved, signaling his position. Meanwhile, on the GL8, the program team of People's Entrepreneur, in order to try not to affect Su Bai's private life, the team configuration was streamlined to the extreme. There were only producer Yicheng City, host Xiao Wu, plus a photographer and a driver, totaling 4 people in the line. At this moment, Yicheng City was still admonishing the photographer. The picture should be as grounded as possible. Don't show too many high-end luxury things, like what bodyguards assistants nannies luxury cars Don't shoot if you can, to try to take the entrepreneurial image of Mr. Su, and shoot it in a lower key, like an ordinary person. With these words, Yicheng City himself didn't feel confident. $100 billion boss, shooting as an ordinary person, was simply making things difficult for the photographer. Just when Yicheng City still wanted to comfort and console the photographer so that he would not be pressurized. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, who was sitting on the side, glanced through the front windshield and saw a silhouette on the roadside in front of him. After sticking his neck out and determining that the other party was waving to his group, Xiao Wu immediately poked Yicheng City with his elbow. Mr. Li, look at that ordinary person in front. Does he look like Mr. Su? The process of meeting and exchanging pleasantries was directly omitted. However, it was worth mentioning that when Yicheng City shook hands with Su Bai, he expressed his gratitude with an excited face. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your cooperation. Hearing this, Su Bai was a bit puzzled. Cooperation? Yicheng City froze and looked around afterward. Didn't you dismiss the bodyguard assistants in order to cooperate with our shooting? Even the small Wu on the side nodded slightly. He had seen a handful of entrepreneurs, even the smallest row, followed by an assistant. There would simply not be a situation where $100 billion boss, who didn't even have an assistant in charge of reception, but personally stood to the side of the road to receive someone alone. Su Bai smiled and let go of Yicheng City's hand. Might have misunderstood. I am usually alone. No bodyguard, no assistant. There is a secretary, but the person is on vacation back home for the new year. I guess it will only appear when I send out red envelopes in the group for the new year. Hearing this, Yicheng City and Xiao Wu froze in unison. Even the photographer who was organizing his own equipment on the side couldn't help but twist his head to look at Su Bai. You're $100 billion boss, and you live by yourself in your normal life? Who would believe it? Xiao Wu was even gesticulating with his hands. You are so rich. Aren't you afraid that like in the movie, a thug with a sack will appear and give you? I have to say, Xiao Wu is really the same as in the variety show. Once he takes off his suit, he becomes a bit comical. For Xiao Wu, Su Bai had a good impression, and along with that, he became less repulsed by this exclusive interview. You all said that it was a movie. In real life, as long as I don't leave the country, I basically don't have to worry about security. This was the truth. You could say that Dragon Country was bad for this and that, but if you said that the security environment in Dragon Country was poor, then it was estimated that if you looked around the world, you wouldn't be able to find a safe place at all. Just like what was said in the talk show, the biggest role of the bodyguards in Dragon Country was not to ensure safety, but to help the stars to block the fans. What about an assistant? An assistant has to be one. What do you need an assistant for? To help you run errands, buy a cup of coffee, usher people around. I can do all that myself and save a paycheck. and save a paycheck? One sentence, completely giving the well-known program host Xiao Wu will not be able to hold. On the other hand, Li Changyuan, who was on the side, came to the side of the photographer and looked at the conversation between Xiao Wu and Su Bai while asking the photographer, "Has it been filmed yet?" "Ah, didn't you say to wait for your order before filming?" Upon hearing this, Li Changyuan couldn't wait to slap the photographer on the head. $100 billion boss, no bodyguards, no assistants, plus that part of Su Bai's conversation just now, it could simply be cut down as is. Such good material. You actually told me that you didn't shoot it? Chapter 038. This 100 billionaire boss is a bit wicked. A guest from afar is a guest. People's program team came all the way to find themselves. Naturally they have to be invited to sit at home. Only this time, the cameraman learned to be smart, and after starting the program, he honestly followed behind Xiao Wu and Su Bai with his machine. Originally, Xiao Wu thought that Su Bai introduced his villa to him in a boastful manner. Just like Xiao Wu interviewed many celebrity entrepreneurs, the surface pretends to be low-key, but always cannot help but to show off their own. For example, taking out his own collection of antiques worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. For example, the carpet in his house is a limited edition of imported goods. Even the chopsticks out of the meal can tell you a story. But when it comes to Su Bai, the picture is very different. This house doesn't work. If you really want to live comfortably, it has to be a large flat. The villa has 3 pests: rats, termites and mosquitoes. Once in the summer, it's annoying. And this 2-story villa. But if you forget something, run up and down dozens of times a day. Enough to toss you. The neighborhood greening is too good also cannot. Summer walks can always encounter snakes. At first, followed Su Bai next to the small Wu thought Su Bai is playing cup. After all, he himself is playing cup master. But listening to listen, Wu also smacked the flavor. This Su is not in the cup. He really do not want to live in the villa. One asked to know why Su Bai chose to live here. Feelings are afraid of being harassed. Li Changyuan, who was next to the photographer, also nodded seriously. This part can also be cut into the documentary. Although the other person, Mr. Su, is living in a tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars of big bio, but Mr. Su has a hard time. This doesn't count as extravagance and waste. It doesn't. After briefly introducing a circle of his villa, Su Bai was about to depart back to his hometown. Originally, he was going to go back to his hometown last night, but in order to wait for the program team, he has been delayed until this morning. At this point, he still has to go back for lunch. It is said that at the end of the lunar month, every day is a festival. Friends and relatives all go back to their hometowns, and only he has not yet arrived. Su Bai naturally wanted to go back earlier. The program team, naturally, knew in advance that Su Bai was going back to his hometown to celebrate the Chinese New Year, so they would follow him throughout. The humorous Xiao Wu, after discovering that Su Bai didn't have a frame, also made a very humorous cameo as Su Bai's assistant. Mr. Su, since you don't have an assistant, then from now on, I'll be your assistant. Like I said, no matter if it's running errands, or buying coffee, your direct words will do. Well, there's no need for a salary yet. Su Bai was speechless for a while, a national TV program host giving himself an assistant. He wasn't that big of a deal, but just when Su Bai was ready to carry his packed luggage to load the car, the quick-eyed Xiao Wu took over the suitcase, and while walking towards the main door, he also inquired, Mr. Su, just leave it to me, right? Where is your driver? With Xiao Wu asking this question, the crowd only then reacted. Su Bai has no bodyguard, no assistant, but there should always be a driver. But just now looked at half a day. Really Su Bai is a person. It's not so bad that Su Bai, who is $100 billion boss, doesn't even have a driver. Seeing that Su Bai hadn't said anything, Xiao Wu froze in place with an incredulous face. Mr. Su, you can't tell me that you usually drive yourself and don't even have a driver. Not to mention the $100 billion boss, but any boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars. If you don't have a driver by your side to drive for you, do you have the nerve to go out? When other bosses have a meeting, the assistant opens the back door, and the boss snaps and reveals a scuffed leather shoe. As a result, you Su Bai to go to the meeting, but also have to find a parking lot, to reverse into the garage? Where is the joke? Seeing Xiao Wu's exaggerated expression, Su Bai shrugged. I was about to tell you, I really don't have a driver. Then you usually travel for meetings. Take a special car, corporate DD can reimburse you. Seemingly to match the photographer's picture, Xiao Wu repeated Su Bai's words once again. You traveled for a meeting and took a specialized car? Nah. This time, not only Xiao Wu, but even the cameraman with the camera. His scalp was a bit numb and he turned his head to look at Li Changyuan next to him with an expression full of meaning. Mr. Li, this 100 billion old boss is a bit evil. Originally, I was afraid that he was too high-end and not grounded enough, but now I realized after filming him, he is not grounded enough. This is almost to hell. $100 billion boss, traveling for a meeting to take a special car, you dare to believe? Who would believe that? If this is cut into the documentary, it will be called a script. At this time, Lee Chang-yuan is also a head too big. If not seen Su Bai's photo, he thought he had found the wrong person. The station has repeatedly asked their program team not to engage in scripts, and to shoot realistically. But, we didn't write a script, but I doubt it. Su Bai is playing us. This Nima, the special car is out of the question. Don't you dare go any further. Su Bai really dares. A few minutes later, Su Bai brought Xiao Wu and his entourage to his garage. When the electric garage door slowly rose, Su Bai's $100 billion boss's car made Xiao Wu look at it with wide eyes for half a day. Is it your car? Only to see the garage, parked a black Audi A6. According to Reason, as a B-class car Audi A6, it's not bad, known as the working class ceiling, but cannot stop. This is a 12 years old A6A, put on the second-hand market, sell $80,000 are enough. A worth hundreds of billions of dollars of the old boss, driving a less than $80,000 of the old A6. You say it's not a script, who would believe it? Indeed, Su Bai, as a big boss, even if he didn't have a driver, he wouldn't be driving such an old car. To do so is indeed a suspicion of putting on a show. But Su Bai also has his own difficult feelings. As a man, who does not want to drive a luxury car? A few years ago, rice technology has just reached the scale of 10 billion. Su Bai once spent money to buy a Primera. But as the old saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. In this acre of land in Rongcheng, a fart can spread for 3 miles. Su Bai, who was in his 20s at the time, was worth $10 billion, handsome and single. This kind of once-in-a-century golden son-in-law. Can the millions of single women in Rongcheng let go? There is no opportunity? If you don't have a chance, then create a chance. So, during that time, as long as Su Bai drove his Primera out, almost every day to be chased, and without exception, the ones who chased their own tails were all kinds of celebrities who were not poor in money, and there were even mothers who came to help their daughters to chase their tails. After people chased the tail, immediately get off the car, decisively recognized their own full responsibility. Good attitude. All kinds of fine Su Bai to contact. Later, Su Bai realized that the entire Deer Hill International outside the main road. Every day there are people waiting to chase their own tail. Many people even specialize in Deer Hill International to buy a house to chase their own tail. A Primera. Su Bai drove less than 2 months. Insurance out of 9 times. Hit a car ass cannot find an original car parts. So white really have no way out. Just thought of such a stupid way. Opened their own original old A6. And also hung in the company's name. Every once in a while, let the secretary to go over the account. Change a license plate. This is to avoid the trouble of being often chased by the tail. And don't look down on this A6. That is Su Bai with the first bucket of money earned in college to buy, accompanied by their own for many years, but also the old man in the same boat. Su Bai also thought, well, even if by the time the annual audit cannot pass, is not ready to take to the scrap disposal, parked in the home specifically to get a garage for up, but also count the old age to send the end. After listening to Su Bai's account, we're finally able to determine Su Bai is not in the show. At the same time, he is also very curious to know, every day by the beautiful tale. In the end, what kind of feeling? Chapter 039. Hey, the old S6 is also an S6 ha, roaching out of the city on the highway ramp. A black Audi A6, the front of the car just out of the ramp, riding the body, the speed of the car quickly raised. Hey, the old S6 is also an S6 ha. Xiao Wu, who was again guest starring as Su Bai's driver, sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with a smile on his brow. The cameraman was in the GL8 at the back, and taking this opportunity, Su Bai finally had the chance to understand the purpose of this program with Lee Chang-yuan. As the program producer, Lee Chang-yuan had nothing to hide, and told him, that is to say, the impact caused by Boss Zhao of Nine Woods Media is too bad, and the higher-ups want to set me up as a typical example to be used to set the record straight. Lee Chang-yuan nodded. It's also considered to be building momentum for the top 10 entrepreneurs early next year. The top 10 entrepreneurs of the Dragon Kingdom are selected once every 3 years, and with the official label, they are full of gold. So using a program to build up momentum in advance is also completely justified. Also, the name of this program is very interesting. The People's Entrepreneur. Mr. Su, you should understand. What does it mean? Su Bai nodded slightly. People's entrepreneurs. Well, the difference with that was naturally the capitalists in Western countries. This was obviously a signal deliberately released by the officials, telling these rich big bosses and tycoons to keep a low profile and behave themselves. And the water can carry the boat can also overturn the boat. A reason. Have the support of the masses. You can make money. can be a tycoon driving a luxury car. If you do not have the support of the people, you will end up like Mr. Zhao. The company went bankrupt and went to jail. I can't imagine that an interview documentary actually contains so much deep meaning behind it. At least now it seems that the above didn't look at the wrong person. Mr. Su, from your heart, you do call yourself a people's entrepreneur. Listening to Yicheng Yuan's compliments, Su Bai smiled. Just because I have no bodyguard, no assistant, and drive an old A6? The word just made Yicheng Yuan smile without saying anything. Unbeknownst to him, this simple word just is what many big bosses can't do. It is said that from frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult. When you can drive millions of luxury cars, how many people will drive a modest old S6? Even Yicheng Yuan himself, he couldn't do it. At the very least, we all agree that you are very grounded. Mr. Su, the core material of the people's entrepreneur this time was to focus on groundedness, to make Su Bai an entrepreneur who came out from the masses. From what we can see now, Su Bai, who had no bodyguards or assistants and drove an old A6, was quite grounded. No, for the program team, it was already considered far beyond expectations. Hearing the three words grounded, Su Bai smiled in the sun. Grounded? If you guys want to shoot something else, I'm really not very cooperative. But if you guys want to shoot grounding, as he spoke Su Bai revealed his neat big white teeth, then you guys have come to the right place. Su Bai's hometown, Yicheng, 200 kilometers away from Rongcheng, was known as the first city on the Miles Yangtze River. For many years, Yicheng had been competing with its next-door sister city, Luzhou, for the title of Wine City, until 12 years ago, when the Society of Famous Cities of the Dragon Kingdom passed a plenary deliberation, and unanimously favored Luzhou City's title as the Wine City of the Dragon Kingdom. In this way, this many years of Wine City dispute, only to put an end to. However, the loss of the Wine City name Yicheng, over the years have also learned from the bitter experience, boredom to engage in development. Not to mention, the past few years has really been Yicheng to make some big names. The current leader of Yicheng, Su Bai also know, is the original Rongcheng in charge of investment promotion leader. After taking office in Yicheng, a hand of investment promotion skills play a thief 6. In the second month after taking office, ran to find Su Bai, said Su Bai is an entrepreneur out of Yicheng. Yicheng is also counted as Su Bai's mother's family, the daughter of the mother's family, even if married to Rongcheng, but also the mother's family's heart, which has a daughter does not hurt the mother's reasoning. The whole softly soaked Su Bai for more than a week, ran to Su Bai office every day to drink tea and read the newspaper. To Su Bai grinding really no way out, simply a supporting base of rice technology factory set in Yicheng. For this matter, Su Xiaochang and the Yicheng big housekeeper, almost did not in Su Bai office try a battle. Originally Su Bai simply want to support the construction of his hometown. After all, Yicheng to what nothing, the cost of investing in factories than Rongcheng to a lot higher, but never thought, in just a few years' time, the Yicheng leader let the 1,000-year-old city has undergone a sea change. Not only used the name of rice technology, put forward the city strategy of science and innovation city, a large number of high-tech enterprises introduced, and also engaged in a university city, the introduction of as many as 18 universities set up branches in Yicheng. The number of college students exceeded 100,000 in one fell swoop. Along with this, the GDP of Yicheng has also increased year after year. From nearly 200 in the country 10 years ago, it has jumped to the 82nd in the country now. It had been promoted from a 4th-tier small city to a 3rd-tier city. On the highway on the outskirts of Yicheng, Su Bai drove while introducing his hometown to Xiaowu and Yicheng Yuan. Only when other people introduced their hometowns, they would talk about wherever was fun and where there was good food. When it was changed to Su Bai, the picture was completely different. People are spending real money to support the construction of their hometown. After all, who will not have the hometown leader to run to their office to drink tea and read the newspaper, grinding their own experience of pulling investment? Although the photographer is not in, but the shrewd Yicheng Yuan still used the equipment to record this conversation. Support the construction of hometown. This is like a people's entrepreneur, compared to Yicheng Yuan who has business. At this time Xiaowu is completely playing fly, only to see Xiaowu also took the cell phone, opened the selfie recording video function. Family, friends, I'm Xiaowu. I'm on my way to Yicheng now. Why am I going to Yicheng? As you can see, I'm currently sitting on the passenger side. So the question arises, who is my driver? After selling the story, Xiaowu's camera panned and swept towards Su Bai who was driving. Dang dang dang, this is my driver, Big Rice Technologies Su Bai. Mr. Su. It wasn't until Su Bai smiled and greeted the camera that Xiaowu cut the camera back to his own face. Yes, you guys didn't read it wrong. Mr. Su, the big boss who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is driving me. Ha ha ha, this kind of treatment, you guys can't experience it. Cough cough. That's what, Mr. Su, please drive a little more steadily. I'm a little carsick. Well, a little more steady. Su Bai this side also pick up. Okay, Mr. Wu. Li Chengyuan sitting alone in the back row, looking at the more and more outrageous Wu, his face dark. There are so many hosts in the TV station. Why did he find such an unreliable one? Xiao Wu was still happy, and turned around and bared a mouthful of big white teeth at Li Chengyuan. Mr. Li, this video I can send my own family crowd not my father but Jinan is the north of the rice noodles. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted to say that her wife is also a rice flour. After all, Xiao Wu has seen rice tampons several times at home, but after his head went through it, he still didn't dare to say it, and at this moment, Li Chengyuan forced a smile on his face. Guess, Chapter 040, that's not my black history, but the road I came from. Yicheng was located at the confluence of the Yangtze and Min rivers and was situated in a hilly area. Due to its topography, it can't be like the plains city of Rongcheng, which is boldly using a central radial city layout. Rather, it is divided by the two rivers into a number of small cities, like the mountain city, the use of a number of cross-river bridges, the entire city stitched into a whole. Su Bai introduced, while driving the old S6 across the Yicheng Bridge, did not turn into the city, but toward the southeast direction. Until then, the co-pilot Wu only noticed that the navigation destination is actually not in the city of Yicheng, but a place name is very odd village. Dog's Village? Mr. Su, could this be your Su Bai, who was driving the car, smiled frankly. That's right, my old home. Involving such private information as Su Bai's old hometown, Li Chengyuan sitting in the back immediately turned off the camera. At the same time, Xiao Wu sitting in the passenger seat pondered for 2 seconds before showing his high emotional intelligence. This name is really special. I guess I can't forget it for the rest of my life. Su Bai, who was driving the car, turned on the turn signal and nimbly overtook a turtle speed car, then said in a flat tone, "When I was in junior high school in the countryside, I was 13 or 14, a very sensitive age. I also always kept my mouth shut whenever my classmates mentioned where their homes were. At that time, I always felt that the name Dog Village was too earthy and embarrassing to say. When I went to high school in the county, I also envied those students in my class whose families were well off, living in such and such a neighborhood, such and such a street. At that time, I always thought, in the future, when I have money, I must buy a house in the big city, and change my household registration to the city, to be a dignified city dweller." Finished. It happened to meet the rear of the vehicle hit the right turn signaling want to overtake. Su Bai hurried to change lanes to make way, and Xiao Wu, who had heard half of the story, was whetted his appetite. What happened later? Later? Su Bai kindly smiled, opened the armrest box with one hand, took out his driver's license and handed it to Xiao Wu. Seeing this, even Li Chengyuan in the back curiously probed over and looked at it together with Xiao Wu, only to see the address column of Su Bai's driver's license. Yicheng City, Shu Province, Dog's Village. Xiao Wu and Li Chengyuan, who saw this address, were immediately dumbstruck. Who would have thought that Su Bai, the old boss who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, his account, was actually in his hometown? Don't think that the expressions of the two men were too exaggerated. Nowadays, many of the rich and famous people and stars of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the account, many of them even changed their nationality. When the two people learned that Su Bai was going back to Yicheng to celebrate the new year, they thought that Su Bai's home must be in Yicheng City. After all, with Su Bai's value, even the most expensive neighborhood in Yicheng, he could buy it by the block. But the fact and the two people think the world of difference. Su Bai not only did not buy a house in Yicheng, his place of origin column, or that high school he always wanted to change the dog village, or that, so that his youth, has been difficult to talk about the dog village. After reacting, as the host of the program, Xiao Wu, naturally, would not let the cold scene appear, took the initiative to help Su Bai put the driver's license into the armrest box. Xiao Wu asked with a serious face, "Then I'm curious, from the difficulty in speaking during your study period, to the frankness and confidence when you mentioned your old home just now, what was it that made you undergo such a huge transformation?" Li Chengyuan, who was sitting at the back, wanted to turn the camera on several times to record this conversation. The story of $100 billion boss and a dog village. This ground catching was smoking. The fact that this kind of topical story could not be cut into a documentary was worse than killing a golden producer like Li Chengyuan. Su Bai, who was driving the car, didn't notice Li Chengyuan, who was having a hard time trying to kill himself behind him, but while checking the vehicle behind him through the rearview mirror, he answered Xiao Wu's question in a relaxed tone, "Because I realized later, it wasn't my black history, but the road I came from." A sentence that gave Xiao Wu all dry silence. Yeah, water flows downwards, people walk upwards. In this society, everyone is busy looking up towards money. Who will look back to the road? educated Mr. Su Xiaowu was convinced. He was truly convinced. When Su Bai said the words, "That's not my black history, but the road I came from," the program, People's Entrepreneur, had completely sublimated to a whole new level. They have realized that the People's Entrepreneur is not a cold label, nor is it a task with the color of positive governance. He is a flesh and blood person. He is not so high up that people are deterred. He is also the same as all ordinary people, with their own joys and sorrows. Xiao Wu, who had calmed down, finally looked at Su Bai with a gaze that no longer carried the implication of a host, but rather appeared like a friend with emotional colors. "Mr. Su, if possible, I would like to leave your contact information. I hope that after the program recording is over, we can contact each other often." Su Bai, who was driving the car, twisted his head and smiled. "Good, to have a friend like you. I'm still begging for it." At once, the atmosphere in the car immediately became active, and Li Changyuan, who had been sitting in the back row, looked at the two people in front of him who were talking happily, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He knows Xiao Wu very well. This famous program host looks funny and humorous, but in private, he is withdrawn, seldom make friends. Even Li Changyuan himself do not have Xiao Wu's private contact information. Now, just a few hours, Wu took the initiative to ask Su Bai for contact information. Is it because of Su Bai's identity? You are afraid that you have underestimated Xiao Wu's profession. Li Changyuan's gaze fell on Su Bai's side face. It's because of Su Bai's charisma. No wonder this young man, who was not yet 30 years old, was able to make his assets to the level of hundreds of billions of dollars without being listed. With his charisma that made even Xiao Wu convinced, it was estimated that Su Bai's future was far more than just the present. No wonder the above named them to interview Su Bai. If the program continues to be filmed in this way, then where is the momentum for Su Bai? It was clearly creating a god. Think about it, even Xiao Wu admires him with all his heart. Once the program was released, how could the whole country not like it? Chapter 041 Dog's Village. Get off the National Highway 30 miles south from Yicheng and turn into a curvy country road, until you come to a fork in the road. See the blue road sign on the Dog Village. This is Su Bai's old home. Dog Village is not big, only a few dozen families. Due to the hilly terrain, the villagers have been scattered in the form of Dog Village in the early years. Then the village in 3 years through the highway, 11 years through the tap water, 15 years through the natural gas. The same year the original potholes in the stone road also was repaired into a flat asphalt road. 18 years of new rural construction. The original dozens of Dog Village villagers, centralized relocation to the current new rural areas. The fiber optic broadband is also connected. Since then, every family lived on the 2-story small house. From the field work back, the first thing to be in the dam on the legs of the mud rinse clean, so as not to step on the dirty home paved floor tiles. These years by the impact of urbanization, most of the young people work outside. Usually the Dog Village cannot see a few young people, most of the elderly and children. Later, education also began to roll. The city's young people do not want to see their children lose in the starting line, but also have to bring their children to the city to go to school. So most of the time, the Dog Village to leave behind the elderly majority. These old people keep the acre of land, planting a garden full of vegetables, raising their children's favorite food, chickens, ducks and geese. Then they get up early every morning and tear off a page of the calendar, counting with their fingers how long it will take to reach the month of Lunar New Year and how long it will take to reach the New Year's Eve. Because at the end of the year, their children, who work outside, will return to this land where they have been born and raised for generations. At the end of the year, usually a dog's bark can spread 2 miles of the Dog Village, will be covered in a lively and noisy fireworks, lively and extraordinary. Looking forward to, the end of the year is finally here. Today is the 23rd day of the Lunar New Year. As many young people will rush back to the village today. Early in the morning, Dog's Village was bustling with activity. Mothers were busy picking vegetables and cutting meat. Fathers were busy catching chickens and slaughtering ducks. The red firewood stoves were stuffed with large pieces of wood that were usually unavailable, and chimneys in every house were emitting white smoke. Firecrackers rang out from time to time in the village, and groups of children blew up tree holes after blowing up pits, scaring all the dogs in the village, who dared not come out of their homes. A group of old people sat under the old acacia tree at the entrance of the village. All of them had changed into clean clothes, smiling and chatting, always turning their heads from time to time to look at the end of the road. Not long, there will always be a car honking in the distance, and then hung with different license plates of various provinces of the car, have towards the direction of the Dog Village. The small dogs of Dog Village, who have been wandering around outside, have gone home. Dog Village today is undoubtedly lively, but to say who is the most lively, it must be the east end of the village courtyard planted with osmanthus trees of the family. It is said that no one asks about the poor in the downtown area, but the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. The Su family is a perfect description of the Su family. The Su family has 4 generations of poor peasants, until Su Bai's father, Su Guolian's generation, with 2 buckets of rice on credit, followed the neighboring village's carpenters to learn the craft, relying on the 8 villages to play furniture, built the first red brick house in the village of the dog. Later, Su Guoliang was introduced, married next door to the production team accountant's daughter Su Jinfeng, which is considered a family. In the first year of marriage, he gave birth to his eldest son, Su Shen, and 2 years later, he had his second daughter, Su Yun, and then his youngest son, Su Bai. The family is considered to have 2 children and a harmonious family. At this point in the story, the Su family can only be described as ordinary. After all, in the 90s, after the rise of the coastal tide of work, the village of the bold young people to go to the coast to break into the life, which not a few many people have made a name for themselves. Then the dog village red brick houses more and more, but also more and more big, more and more good repair. Only Su Guoliang still keep his carpenter craft. The earliest repair of the red brick house also became the oldest one in the village. The Su family, too, has become the most inconspicuous family in the dog village. If you have to ask what the Su family has to offer, it may be that the family posted a whole wall of awards. The old people in Dog's village used to say that Su Bai was sent by the Dragon King, because on the day he was born, the whole Yicheng City was raining heavily, and the water in the river had risen by a large margin. Su Bai also lived up to expectations, reading year after year to get first, every time to bring home awards. The dog village always have a child was beaten to cry, until the summer of 10 years ago. The county leaders with people drumming to the dog village, the whole village only know, that usually always smile shy Su family's youngest son Su Bai, became the Yicheng City College entrance examination scholar. The Su family, which has completely raised eyebrows a time. Later the Su family realized that they raised their eyebrows too early. The university entrance examination scholar, not Su Bai's peak, is only the beginning. From the freshman part-time entrepreneurship to earn the first 1 million to start, and then drop out of the sophomore year to create rice technology. Su Bai and the rich list all the way to run wild. And even with the dog village of the Su family is also a chicken dog sword. It is said that the poor stand on the crossroads and play 10 steel hooks, cannot hook relatives in flesh and blood, rich people in the mountains and old forests to play swords, guns and sticks, do not break the unrighteous guests and friends. Over the years, the Su family has never been cold. Even out of the 5 suit of distant relatives, will carry gifts to the Su family to walk around on New Year's holidays. According to reason, there are rich people have rich troubles. For example, there are always relatives ask you to borrow money. Do not borrow it, face cannot pass. Borrow it, the other side is likely to drag not to return. But in the Su family, this kind of bad thing has never appeared. First, with Su Bai's current assets, but all relatives with a little brain know that asking the Su family to borrow money is the most stupid behavior. To have such a relative as Su Bai as a human connection is better than borrowing as much money as possible. Like Su Bai donated a high school in the county. Su Bai, when the teacher's older brother Su Shen, not 2 years, was promoted to high school principal, along with several relatives have been solved the problem of preparation. Just like Su Bai invested in building a factory in Yicheng, Su Bai's second sister, who is a doctor, was made the management of the city hospital in a short time. So Su's relatives are clear, compared to borrowing money, and Su Bai good relations, more courtesy, is the way to get along. As for the second reason, then have to mention, Su Bai's mother Su Jinfeng. When Su Jinfeng was young, she had her fortune told, and the fortune teller wrote and calculated for half a day, saying that Su Jinfeng had a noble son, and that she would be able to enjoy her children's happiness in her later years. At that time, Su Jinfeng was still thinking about her own noble son. In the end, what kind of noble? 2 years ago, Su Jinfeng asked several villages, and finally found the half-blind fortune teller. Broadly sent 2 sheep, not for anything else, because Su Jinfeng's third son, indeed expensive, but also expensive, quite outrageous, are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. This 10 miles and 8 villages in-laws. Who does not say that Su Jinfeng's stomach is the most good at birth? And this year's early 50s Su Jinfeng, not as everyone thought, go to the city to live in a big house, enjoy the rich son of the Qingfu. A few years ago, when the youngest son Su Bai's Sequoia Valley Villa board living for a week, and next door to the English-speaking foreign professors and forked half a day of scolding. The next day, without Su Bai, by their own tickets back to the dog village. Back to the dog village Su Jinfeng full blood resurrection, carrying a hoe in the morning to plow 2 pieces of land, pick 100 pounds of sweet potatoes in the ridge as fast as flying, half a mile away. She was able to scold a few shrewish ants from the next village to the point where they didn't dare to go out for a few days. The old people in the village say that Su Jinfeng is a laborious life. Even if she is busy from the beginning of the year to the end of the year's harvest, is not as much as her son's money earned in an hour. She cannot enjoy the son's happiness. Su Jinfeng is very open-minded. Even if her bank card money can buy several suites in the city, Su Jinfeng rushed to the market. Kill the price is not soft. It is also because there is such a big god in the Su family town. So despite these years Su Bai's assets on the 100 billion in the Su family, there is no one who is not open-minded and dares to look down on people with his tail between his legs. Just like Su Guoliang, still have to go down to the fields to plant, and still have to play furniture to sell money in the spare time. Like Su Bai's older brother Su Shen, even as a high school principal, but still driving his old oil-burning miting. Like Su Bai's second sister, Su Yun, relatives begged to do things within the authority to try to facilitate, outside the authority, a blanket refusal. Just like Su Bai, a few nieces and nephews studying usually add up the pocket money, but also cannot get together $100. It's the dog village. Su Bai's home. Chapter 042, worth 100 billion. So what? Worth 100 billion at most. Do not wash dishes. Su Bai deliberately braked at the entrance of the village. From the armrest box took out a box of purple cloud cigarettes prepared long ago, toward a few old grandpas sitting under the old acacia tree, one by one handing over cigarettes. A few old men smiled and received Su Bai's cigarettes. Have joked. Said Su Bai is too stingy, such a big boss, but also smoke $11 a pack of cigarettes. Although they said so, but the hearts of several old men were happier than anyone else, because the cigarettes they usually smoke most often is the purple cloud, because there is 100 billion assets in the village after the same as them, also smoke purple cloud. This kind of thing to tell the world, then smoking how good cigarettes have face. Xiao Wu, following the custom of the village, played the role of Su Bai's assistant, following Su Bai to order cigarettes one by one. And after being recognized by one of the old men, he also cooperated with the old men and chatted with them. Not far away, Li Chengyuan got out of the car and commanded the photographer who came down from the GLA to hurry up and shoot the harmonious scene under the big acacia tree. It turns out that the $100 billion president returned to his hometown. Not like what was played on TV, a bunch of unenlightened villainous characters pulling all kinds of hatred, waiting for the protagonist to go home to hit his face one by one. Soon, when a group of children spread the news of an old S6 parked at the village entrance all over the village, the already lively dog's village was even more jubilant. A group of young people about the same age as Su Bai, in groups of 3 to 5 to the village entrance, see home Su Bai, have greeted up to say hello. The name is also messy, from Su Bai, to white brother, called what all have. There are also a lot of people who have seen Wu, have pulled Wu to sign and want to take pictures. This is different from what the program team expected. Originally they thought that with Su Bai's current status, in the small dog village, it should be a supreme existence. After all, the assets are placed there, has completely separated from the ordinary people. According to reason, the young people of the same age will due to various reasons to Su Bai respect far away. Unexpectedly Su Bai will actually end the village of the same age to mingle. Instead, Xiao Wu became the star of the show. This was really out of the program team's expectation. A few old men sitting under the acacia tree appeared to be able to see the program team's doubts, but all of them smiled without saying anything. The program team obviously do not know. Outside, Su Bai is 100 billion old boss, but in the dog village, as long as Su Bai returned, he is always the white dog. The white dog that always carries a pack of purple cloud cigarettes in his pocket. It seems to have been notified in advance, knowing that a program team followed Su Bai home. When Su Bai's old S6 slowly drove into the wide dam, Su Bai's father Su Guoliang, mother Su Jinfeng, elder brother Su Shen, second sister Su Yun, all stood in the dam waiting for the party. Seeing this battle, Xiao Wu and Li Chengyuan hurriedly brought out the gifts prepared in advance, and greeted Su Bai one by one with his introduction. The other Su family relatives and a bunch of children have stood in the distance to watch the fun. Secretly, this Su Bai is getting more and more powerful. The national TV program team can be brought to the family. As for Li Chengyuan, after formulaically getting the Su family's permission, he immediately let the photographer set up the equipment, ready to take a good shot, to see how the 100 Billionaires Spring Festival, in the end, was spent. First of all, I took a round of exterior shots, the Su family's foreign building's small courtyard, and the small courtyard of other people in the new countryside is no difference at all. The decoration of the home can only be said to be clean and tidy. There is no expensive furniture worth millions of dollars, and there is no glance at the big open door of antique paintings. Looks, clearly is an ordinary family, and hundreds of billions of tycoons simply do not get on the side. This pass shot down, to Li Chengyuan are not confident. If this documentary is released, said Su Bai's hometown, can anyone believe? It's a hell of a thing to believe. This is about a people's entrepreneur, not a township contractor. Forget it. When editing in the later stages, it is better to put the main camera on the main character Su Bai, on the level of Su Bai's home renovation. Put it into the documentary, will certainly be scolded as a script. but just as Li Chengyuan asked the cameraman to follow Su Bai, a more explosive scene appeared, only to see that originally Su Bai was still taking Xiao Wu to introduce his bunch of relatives one by one. Suddenly, a voice came from the kitchen. "All right, almost ready. All the old men of the families. It's time for you to go on stage." Just when both Li Chengyuan and Xiao Wu hadn't reacted to what was happening, only to see not far away around the table playing cards a few men, all put down the hand of cards, half from their own pockets to take out a piece of waist belt on the body. Su Bai's father, Su Guoliang, also put on a sleeve, and incidentally handed a red and white plaid waistband to Su Bai. The usual rule: you're still in charge this year. Su Bai, who received the waistcoat, tied it neatly around his waist. "Dad, didn't we agree on a rotation system? Why is it me every year after work?" Xiao Wu, who saw this scene, was confused. "Spooning? Wait, Mr. Su, you are going to stir fry?" Before Su Bai replied, Su Jinfeng, who stood behind Su Bai to help Su Bai tie his waistband, smiled. "How fresh. Sichuan and Chongqing men per capita chef, wearing the reddest apron, making the spiciest dishes." A sentence that made Xiao Wu skeptical. You don't have to say. In Sichuan and Chongqing, men don't necessarily have to cook every day, but when it comes to festivals and banquets, you really have to rely on the old man of the house to hold down the fort. If the northern men were born with a talent for drinking, they would be able to drink 2 glasses of wine. Then the men of Sichuan and Chongqing lit up the culinary skills, and can be called chefs per capita. That Mr. Su is different. He is. Su Jinfeng was smart-mouthed and quick, tying the rope and patting Su Bai's back. "But what? Worth 100 billion, so what? Worth 100 billion at most, do not wash dishes. Boy, worth 100 billion, at most not washing dishes? No wonder Mr. Su is so grounded." After half a day, the original is the family culture. Regardless of how big you are outside the official assets, how luxurious, how high the status, as long as you return home, still have to put on an apron, go to the kitchen to swing the spatula as a cook. Well, there is one more thing. If you want to not wash dishes, you have to be worth $100 billion. Su Jinfeng's sentence almost made Xiao Wu suffer internal injuries. If he was born in Sichuan and Chongqing, he would not only have to wash the dishes, but also sweep the floor. If Xiao Wu was dumbfounded, then Li Chengyuan, who was following the cameraman, had now completely collapsed. "Not, you are a group president, next year's top 10 entrepreneurs in the country. Not to say waving and pointing, you at least have to have an entrepreneurial style. As a result, when you go home, you put on your girdle first, is to let you grounded child, but did not let you so grounded child." Even the cameraman looked at the picture miserably, staring back at Li Chengyuan with a questioning look on his face. Li Chengyuan painfully touched his forehead before nodding with a helpless face. "It's the new year. It's all here. What else can be done? Continue to shoot." It was better to film Su by swinging a spatula than to film Su by drinking red wine in a private jet. As it happens, the station's leader also called, worried that the program team was having difficulties. After all, trying to film a $100 billion boss in a grounded manner is still very difficult in theory. It was hoped that the program team would not be daunted and would try to overcome the difficulties and complete the task. But Li Chengyuan, who received the call, looked at Su Bai, who was cooking oil on a blazing fire in the kitchen, and his eyes were on the verge of tears. "Leader, the situation is much more complicated than we thought." When the leader on the other side of the phone learned that Su Bai was swinging a big spoon in the kitchen of his rural hometown, even though he was accustomed to big storms, he was silent for a long time. Both of them were as worried as one, fearing that the audience would scold the script and that the program was creating a persona for Su Bai. After all, this world was a giant straw man. Even the Eagle Kingdom's manned moon landing was suspected to be scripted, let alone Su Bai. The contrast between Su Bai's image and identity was so great that it was hard not to make people suspicious. After deliberating for a while, Li Cheng looked at Su Bai in the kitchen from afar, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. "Leader, I have an immature idea." Chapter 043, $100 billion President live streaming by Pig. Have you seen it? Live broadcast? How come the good old documentary is going to be replaced with a live broadcast? The next morning, Su Bai just ate breakfast and was about to take the program team for a stroll in the village when he heard the news brought by Li Chengyuan. Of course, this matter was just a suggestion from the program team, and ultimately Su Bai had to agree to it. After a flurry of explanations from Li Chengyuan, Su Bai realized that the reason was still in himself. After all, he drove the old S6 is barely enough to say, the old home in the countryside can also make do, but the decoration of the home, it really does not look like 100 billionaire's home, especially that 800's table. Clean is clean, but cannot stop the age. Then Su Bai is still big. Coupled with Su Bai's mastery of swinging a big spoon in a girdle, where does it still look like a stealth tycoon? It is simply an ordinary family. In all honesty, such as Su Bai. Indeed very consistent with the original intention of the program, enough grounded, but it is also because it is too grounded, resulting in the program team is worried that the audience will be suspected of faking. Don't get to the point where the image of the people's entrepreneur isn't set up, but instead, Su Bai's own persona crumbles. Then the fun would be great. That's why Yicheng City came up with the idea of live broadcasting in a hurry. Since no one will believe the edited documentary, the live broadcast will not be suspected of faking it. When the time comes, Su Bai can do whatever you want, not to mention swinging a spoon to stir fry. Even if you swing a manure spoon to water the ground can be. Although the effect of live broadcast is good, but there is still a problem. That is the need to get Su Bai's consent. For this matter, Yicheng City also just hold the idea of trying. After all, Su Bai's identity is there, and is not what rely on live food netizens. Plus here is Su Bai's hometown. Inevitably involves some of Su Bai's privacy. For Su Bai, the probability that he will not agree. But who knows? When Yicheng City proposed that he wanted to switch to live broadcasting, Su Bai did not refuse. For Su Bai, it is true that he is not a netizen who relies on live broadcasts to eat, but his position today cannot be separated from every fan who supports him and rice technology. As for privacy, Su Bai, who was chased after every day at the beginning, had long understood one thing. With his current status, a lot of privacy in his own life, sooner or later is an open secret. It's not just a live broadcast. There was nothing unseemly about his life. Most importantly, the program group wanted to make Su Bai a people's entrepreneur. Then why would Su Bai not want to use the program group's influence to ruthlessly suck in a wave of powder? In this era, traffic was king. Su Bai had the certainty of converting as many fans as possible into effective customers of rice technology. So naturally, the more fans the better. Alright, I agree to switch to live streaming. So when will it start? Hearing Su Bai agree to live broadcast, Yicheng City grinned happily and just wanted to say that it can start anytime. But the next second, he heard Su's mother Su Jinfeng standing in front of her house, using her trademark loud voice, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Third son, today your second uncle's family has killed the New Year's pig, calling you over to press the pig." Standing aside, Xiao Wu was hiccuping because he ate too much in the morning, but Su Jinfeng's voice scared the hiccups away. "What? Pressing the pig? No, Mr. Su, you, going to press the pig? What pig? It's a sperm? Do you need a rich man on the Forbes list to press it?" And Yicheng City, who heard Su Bai want to press the pig, couldn't wait to take out his whip and whip the photographer who was adjusting the equipment into a spin. The president presses the pig. Have you ever seen it? The president of the press pig you have not seen. If you have not seen it, it is right. Today just let you grow to see. Originally, I was worried that the audience would scold the program group for faking, but now I finally don't have to be afraid. As long as Su Bai presses the pig's picture. What old S6? What swinging spoon fried vegetables? All no matter. It is the 24th day of the Lunar New Year. Many students and white-collar workers are home on vacation. Big morning. Many people are lying in the quilt to enjoy the rare vacation time. The first thing you need to do is to take out your cell phone and swipe it. Many netizens also know that holidays are the peak traffic period. Have to make every effort to recruit viewers in their respective live room. Especially a lot of fans 10 million head of the big netroots. Although the new year went home, did not forget to seize this rare opportunity. Have opened live. Netroots are not stupid. Relying on fans to eat the stars are not stupid. Live open a more than an early. As for the content of the live broadcast, well, are not bad. The main one around the country's spring festival customs and traditions. All sides of the people to join. A time, the entire Douyin live area. Simply a group of demons, lively and chaotic. Just as a huge number of netizens were happily brushing the live broadcast. Located in the capital city of Yanjing's Douyin headquarters, due to the late release time of the Spring Festival vacation, coupled with the large flow of the Spring Festival, the entire Douyin headquarters was busy. It couldn't be helped. The audience had multiplied several times during the Chinese New Year, and with celebrity netizens piling up to start broadcasting, it would be strange if it wasn't busy. It's busy as hell. Suddenly, the person in charge of live broadcasting received a phone call. His face changed dramatically. Hung up the phone and immediately yelled in the company's large group. Urgent task. Highest priority. The national TV special program, People's Entrepreneur, is going to open a synchronized live broadcast with our platform, and it's about to start. Attention operations department. Traffic directly maximize push. How many smash how much? All smash in. Note to the promotion department. Time is too tight to attract traffic in the early stage. Immediately do an open screen advertisement. Universal template. Copywriting changed on the line. Public Relations Department. Immediately contact the major platforms to push the hot search. Okay, no need. They move faster than us. It must be said that as a video media with over 700 million daily active users, today's Douyin video is so powerful that even national TV stations need to use Douyin to spread their content. Not to mention, with the strong support of Douyin's official support, the news that Su Bai was going to broadcast live spread all over the internet at a very short speed. Many netizens who had just opened Douyin were attracted to Sheikh's slightly rough opening page. National Television Spring Festival Special People's Entrepreneurs. Let's approach Su Bai, founder of Rice Technology. Approaching the Spring Festival vacation of the People's Entrepreneurs. Boss's vacation. Waiting for you to see it, I have to say. No shame Douyin. Above the title party. Has been quite title party. A total of 4 sentences of text. Sentence by sentence hook. Even without mentioning Su Bai, a boss's vacation alone has whetted the appetite. Once Su Bai's big name was added to it, it was just like a doped up pig. The heat soared all the way. The key was that the timing was sensitive. A few days ago, Ninewoods Media's boss Zhao's extravagance hadn't even cooled down yet, and in the past 2 days, he was cursing this group of unkind rich people. Unexpectedly at this juncture, the official actually raised Su Bai out. It also organized a special Chinese New Year program, the People's Entrepreneur. Anyone with a little bit of brain, it is not difficult to guess. This is the official down, to set up a positive typical, in order to set the record straight off. But looking at Su Bai's name, many people are secretly worried. Jade in the front. Wooden casket in the back, worth $10 billion. Boss Zhao are extravagant into that. Despite the fact that Rice Technologies products are conscientious and fairly priced, Su Bai's fortune is there after all. $100 billion worth President's Spring Festival vacation. There was no need to even think about it because ordinary people couldn't even imagine it. What kind of luxury would that be? Perhaps with Su Bai's character. The only difference between him and Boss Zhao was, Boss Zhao's 230,000 a meal dinner would be dumped if he couldn't finish it. Su Bai might put it in the refrigerator and keep it for the next meal. That does not delay Su Bai a meal 230,000. After all, people's assets where. It's not as bad as going to eat the home cooking of a commoner's house. But if this is really the case, Su Bai is at best a successful entrepreneur. And the name of the program People's Entrepreneurs is obviously not half a penny. Then what is the official rush to push Su Bai out for? Let the public see the 100 billion boss's Spring Festival vacation. Raise the upper limit of everyone's imagination? Look at Su Bai's New Year's red packet. In the end, is it a check or a bank card? Chapter 044, Boss's Spring Festival? This is the rhythm of killing and killing? It has been proven that when the official Dragon Kingdom and Douyin want to join forces to push the flow, even if you were an obscure street passerby 1 second, you could be touted as a flow star the next. With this kind of firepower to push streams all over the internet, it was estimated that any star would have to drool with envy when they saw it. But they could only be envious. They couldn't talk about a little bit of jealousy and hate, because the person who was pushed to flow was Su Bai, the head of Rice Technology. It was the man who made sanitary napkins for all the women of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the man who made the president of the Eagle Kingdom delete his tweets. Therefore, when Su Bai's Douyin fans learned that Su Bai was going to broadcast live, they were the first to enter the live room. Oh my god, I didn't read it wrong. Su Bai will actually go live? The People's Entrepreneur? Has the official finally noticed Mr. Su's conscience? Such an entrepreneur should be vigorously publicized. I'm going. The official and Douyin jointly pushed the stream. Mr. Su opened a live broadcast with such a big brand? At this time in the live broadcast room, did not directly switch to Su Bai's hometown scene. The screen is still stuck in the temporary studio of the national TV station. The host's voice introduced Su Bai's information, warming up for the upcoming live broadcast. As more and more viewers entered the live broadcast room, the voices that were originally praising Su Bai became complicated. Looking at both sides of the coin, there were people who praised, and naturally, there were also people who cursed. Oh, Zhao Fixuan's matter has not yet been dealt with, and now began to publicize Su Bai? Aren't you afraid that the two of them are the same? I still say, rich people are no good, and the boss's vacation. Su Bai is so rich, I can't even imagine how extravagant his spring festival is. Oh, this is to see that our spring festival is too poor and let us experience the spring festival of the rich? This is to kill and kill? What's more, because of Zhao Fixuan's stunt of $230,000 for a dinner, he directly brought up the tempo in the comment section. Let everyone guess how much Su Bai's $100 billion boss's New Year's Eve dinner is worth. There were guesses of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions. It could be seen that the impact of the Ninewoods Media Zhao Fengquan incident was just too bad, and even most of the netizens didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards an entrepreneur like Su Bai. At the same time, Douyin's headquarters also noticed these negative comments. Chief, do we need to intervene? Several staff members asked the person in charge for instructions. It was entirely possible to ban these negative comments by setting relevant sensitive words. However, the person in charge shook his head. He had already contacted the national television station just now, and the other party's reply was very dry. Ignoring it, even the person in charge was curious. Zhao Fengchuan's influence hadn't passed yet, and at this juncture, pushing Su Bai out was clearly out of place. However, judging from the officials' attitude, they seemed to be very confident. But where did their confidence come from? They are so sure that the image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur is so easy to be accepted by the masses? All questions are to be answered from this upcoming live broadcast. From an onlooker's perspective, this was a huge gamble initiated by the officials of the Dragon Kingdom. If the gamble was won, the image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur would be established, eliminating the bad influence brought about by Zhao Fengquan in one fell swoop, as well as setting a good example for entrepreneurs across the country. But once the bet is lost, it is estimated that the Zhao Fengquan incident will be repeated on Su Bai, and this Su boss, who is regarded as the conscience of national products by women all over the country, will also completely fall off the altar. And just when everyone was curious about Su Bai's Spring Festival, what exactly was it like? Dog Village. Since the documentary had temporarily turned into a live broadcast, the workload involved had steeply increased. Therefore, Li Chengyuan commanded a group of reinforcements borrowed from Yicheng TV station to prepare for the live broadcast in a tense and orderly manner. The warm-up host from the capital was almost out of words, and the guide also urged several times. In the end, Li Chengyuan set the countdown to 1 minute for the live broadcast, and at this time the main character Su Bai, what is he doing? He had already dressed in the war robes of the men of Sichuan and Chongqing, the red and white checkered waistband, and came to his second uncle's house, standing by the fire with a few cousins. He chatted, waiting for the arrival of the pig killer, while pointing at the big white pig locked in an iron cage. Since all of them lived in the new countryside, every household had no pigsties, so the so-called New Year's pigs were actually bought raw hogs. These pigs are familiar with the pig boss, from the nearby rural areas to collect food pigs, strictly speaking, and their own family raised little difference. It is worth mentioning that in Western countries, there is the term bar mitzvah. In Dog Village, the so-called bar mitzvah is to press a pig. If a boy can hold down a New Year's pig, it means he has grown up. Just like Su Bai, when he was 16 years old, he honorably joined the village's pig pressing brigade. Just like today, when Su Bai and a few cousins gathered around and chatted, a few half-grown children stood on the sidelines, looking at a few big brothers full of envy. They were always looking forward to joining the village's pig pressing brigade. Su Bai was chatting with one of his cousins, when suddenly, he noticed Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of the camera a few meters away, turn around and give an OK gesture to himself. This was the signal for the live broadcast countdown of 30 seconds. Know the time on the line. Su Bai other don't have to care. They should do what. The camera words despite handing over to Xiao Wu on the line. Su Bai also nodded at Xiao Wu, then looked at his several cousins. The live broadcast is about to start. Not nervous, right? The several cousins heckled. Nervous? How can I be? I told your sister-in-law to make sure to record the screen. This is my first time on TV. He, brother Bai. Thanks to your blessing. It's my first time to be on TV even after growing up. Quickly help me look. Hair messy or not? Play to play. Do not grip my hair. Talking and laughing. The second uncle invited the pig killer, riding a 125 motorcycle to kill to the yard door, mouth holding a cigarette, tied to the back seat of the motorcycle of the guy thing a solution, yelling, work, as Su Bai opened the iron cage that held the pig. The next second, the pig's squeal resounded through the entire Dog's Village. At the same time, inside the capital studio, the host, who had been saying a few cartwheels back and forth, was almost moved to tears after seeing the signals given by the guides. Alright, viewers, the live broadcast is ready. Let's connect to this program's resident host Xiao Wu. Hello, Xiao Wu, can you hear me? As the live screen signal switched in between, the netizens in the live room were once again in an uproar. ********. Xiao Wu, could it be that Xiao Wu and Mr. Su are live broadcasting together? Good boy. A live broadcast with Xiao Wu as the host. The cards are against the heavens now. Coming, let's see. The annual dinner of 100 billionaire. How much is it worth? Just as everyone was talking, the screen switched successfully, only to see the familiar Xiao Wu, standing in front of the camera, wearing a black down jacket with a microphone pinned to his collar. Hello host, this is Xiao Wu. Signal is good, with Xiao Wu's hands clapping in front of his chest. Alright, viewers, this is the national television's special Chinese New Year program, People's Entrepreneur. I'm the host, Xiao Wu. As our Lunar New Year draws nearer, I'd like to ask everyone in the live broadcast room, are you on vacation yet? Xiao Wu's handful of witch pots were not mentioned, instantly causing the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room who had yet to go on vacation to wail. It had to be said that in the area of messing up the effects of the program, Xiao Wu really did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. However, there are many netizens noticed. Live screen in the small Wu seems to be in the countryside. Behind the screen can still vaguely see the farmhouse, as well as passing by the villagers waving at the camera. At once many netizens were curious. Isn't it a live broadcast of Su Bai's Spring Festival? How come it's still running in the countryside? This is the rural area in the southwest at a glance, and our old home is very similar. There is absolutely no mistake. Could it be that Su Bai's hometown is in the countryside, and this is his New Year's Eve in the countryside? Oh, how can that be? A rich man like him would still live in the countryside? Agree. Nationality not quietly changed to foreign countries are not bad. Can in the domestic New Year's Eve? I have counted his Su Bai conscience, but also rural areas? You're thinking of the countryside. Chapter 045, Script. Definitely a script. As the number of viewers in the live broadcast room grew, the netizens also discussed it more and more passionately. However, Xiao Wu, who was the host of the program, was not in a hurry to reveal the answer, but instead, he sold his story. I'm sure everyone is curious about where I am right now. Our program is called People's Entrepreneur, and the main character is Su Bai. So where is Su Bai man, and what is he doing? As the founder of Rice Technology, Mr. Su Bai Su's Spring Festival. In the end, how did he spend it? After waiting to whet the audience's appetite, Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of the camera, waved his hand at the camera and laughed. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Please follow our perspective and look over. The next second the live broadcast screen switched once again and was given to the live broadcast drone that was flying over the dog's village. With the drone's overhead image, the entire Dogger village was visible. Grass. It's really in the countryside. No way. 100 billionaire will go back to the countryside to celebrate the new year? Script. Definitely a script. The scripted advice to look at the brain. You're home live with a script? In the midst of the netizens' chatter, along with the drone's overhead footage, Xiao Wu's voiceover began to appear. As you can see, the location we're at now is Dog's Village, which is located in Yicheng City. Hearing the name Dogger Village, many netizens couldn't help but laugh. It was unthinkable that there was such a rustic place name. Immediately afterward, the drone's overhead view ended, and the image returned to Xiao Wu once again. Then why are we here? A smile appeared on the face of the speaking Xiao Wu. I'm sure many smart netizens have already guessed. There's no mistake. Here is none other than our famous entrepreneur Su Bai, Mr. Su's old home. According to our understanding, Mr. Su will return to his hometown every year to celebrate the new year. And this year, our program team also followed Mr. Su to his hometown, Dog's Village, by way of live broadcasting. Take a look. As the founder of Rice Technology, as the 100 billionaire Mr. Su, his Spring Festival, how will he spend it? With the introduction of host Xiao Wu, the entire comment section of the live broadcast immediately boiled over, with countless question marks floating by. What? Su Bai's old home is really in the countryside? $100 billion boss will actually go back to the countryside for New Year's Eve? I go. Say good private plane. Say good villa mansionette. You directly to me dry rural areas to come? No. I've bought a house in the city for New Year's. And Mr. Su is still in the countryside? The joke is? At first, the netizens do not believe. But on second thought, this is a live broadcast This is a national television initiated live The names of people and places can all be traced. It's impossible to fake it. Just when everyone was in a trance, another special group of netizens appeared in the comment area. Ha ha ha, Yicheng hometowns have come together. There's no mistake. Mr. Su is one of us from Yicheng. Let me say a fair word for Mr. Su. There is nothing wrong with what Xiao Wu said. Mr. Su goes back to his hometown every year to celebrate the new year. My house is next door to the dog village, and I often see Mr. Su's old S6 on New Year's Eve. This time, finally the real hammer. Su Bai's hometown is really in the countryside, and year after year back to his hometown for New Year's Eve. What's more, due to a netizen's revelation, Su Bai's old A6 was also discovered by sharp-eyed netizens. What? Mr. Su drove the old A6? He actually drove the A6? No, Mr. Su's class. My class. I actually drive the same car as Mr. Su. I know that Mr. Su's car is a 12-year-old S6, with no driver, from an employee of Rice Technology who wishes to remain anonymous. When this news spread, the entire live broadcast room comments, suddenly less than half, countless netizens were directly silenced by these two messages, especially the netizens who guessed that Su Bai's New Year's Eve dinner was worth a few $1 million. They were all dumbfounded. There is no private airplane, no villa luxury car, only a more than 10 years old S6, and a name of the villagers of the dirt. If only this, that is nothing special. At best, Su Bai life low-key, simple style, but don't forget, Su Bai, he has another identity with the most conscientious price, the best quality, built every dragon country people can afford to use rice cell phone, Ligang daily chemical giant Wanjiai, with a cheap to millions of female netizens collectively shouting price increases of rice sanitary napkins, to protect the health of the country's female compatriots, initiated the rice standard, so that the domestic daily chemical industry re-emerged, the price conscience to the heartless. From the point of view of Su Bai's deeds, he is undoubtedly a successful entrepreneur, an entrepreneur of conscience, and today's live broadcast shows another side of Su Bai. He is low-key and simple too, and ordinary people no different from the other side. He drove his old A6 back to his rural hometown for New Year's Eve. No profligacy, no high and mighty, ordinary, just like a friend around us. Or rather, Su Bai of Rice Technology is a successful entrepreneur, and Su Bai, who went back to his hometown to celebrate the new year, is an ordinary people. Perhaps, this is the reason why this program is called the People's Entrepreneur, because Su Bai came from the people and returned to the people. For a while, the group of netizens who had just been scolding Su Bai now had absolutely nothing to say. Ahem, I admit that I just sounded a little loud. Su total cowhide, worthy of the title of People's Entrepreneur. I can't believe that 100 billionaires' private life is actually so low-key and simple. Mr. Su is so rich that he is still driving the old A6. I looked at the BMW I bought with a loan, and slapped myself hard. With the change in the wind direction of the comments, Su Bai's own fans all stood out. Humph, what is called the People's Entrepreneur? This is called the People's Entrepreneur. Do not forget the beginning of the heart, understand. Mr. Su is good. Entrepreneurs all over the country should learn from Mr. Su. That's right, if they are all the same. If we were all like Mr. Su, we wouldn't have to scold these rich people every day. As the famous comedian Gua Digang said, comedians are not allowed to wear watches, rings and necklaces on stage, because when the audience sees them, they will feel uncomfortable. They would always suspect that those watch rings were bought from their own money. The same reasoning makes sense when put on Su Bai. Su Bai, who drove the old A6 back to his rural hometown to celebrate the new year, is not without money, but has spent all his money on the blade of the knife, and has used it to build conscientious products for consumers. For a while, the viewers, especially the female netizens who were already favorably disposed towards Su Bai, were all touched. No wonder the products of Rice Technology are all priced so low. I finally know the reason now. Whoa, I can't imagine that I would actually be touched by a boss. This is warmth from an entrepreneur? Wrong, please use the full title. People's Entrepreneur. The antonym is inhuman capitalist. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, at the headquarters of the national television station, a group of heads looked at the comment section where the wind direction had changed drastically, and they were all excited. I can't imagine that just after the broadcast, Su Bai hasn't even shown up yet. The image of this People's Entrepreneur. He's just standing up. A group of leaders did not know that they were too happy too early. Yes, Su Bai's image as a People's Entrepreneur has indeed been established, but they had overlooked one thing. The main character of this live broadcast, Su Bai, had not yet appeared in the live broadcast screen, because in the near future, Su Bai, who had personally built up his image as a People's Entrepreneur, would again go through his own tawdry operations, led his own persona, to an inexplicable direction. Chapter 046, Pressing the Pig. People's Entrepreneur? Through the national television station's devotion, the full support of Douyin platform, through the form of live broadcasting, coupled with a set of professional trifecta from the gold medal host Xiao Wu, all sorts of buff lands superimposed. The Spring Festival special People's Entrepreneurs has just started broadcasting, and the effect is surprisingly good. It is said that a skillful woman can't cook without rice, although the live behind-the-scenes lineup is ridiculously strong. But if Su Bai's real image pulls the crotch, if you want to set up this image of the People's Entrepreneur, it won't be so easy at all. The key is still in Su Bai. As a $100 billion boss, his low-key and simple style was loved by the audience as soon as he started broadcasting. Since the image had been established, the purpose of the program had been achieved. As the netizens in the comments section praised Su Bai, it also meant that the effects of the Zhao Fengquan incident were being quickly eliminated. This was the positive effect brought about by setting up a positive example. Seeing that the effect was so good, the few heads of the national television station were so happy that they were about to pop champagne to celebrate. Very good. Our task is considered complete. How many viewers are watching the live broadcast now? A staff member in charge of data monitoring stared at the big screen. 8,200,000 online viewers. Still rising. It had to be said that the official hand. The effect was different. Su Bai live broadcast selling goods. The online audience would not have more than 2 million times. As a result of a program down, watching Su Bai's audience directly more than 8 million. According to this, more than 10 million mark is not impossible. Hearing this number, The leader was also very happy. The more live viewers meant the better the effect of this program. Very good. Tell Yicheng Yuan on the scene to hold steady and control the live broadcast effect. As long as Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur doesn't crumble. After the live broadcast is over and the program team comes back, I'll personally give him a celebration. A leader said with conviction. Collapse? Su Bai's image was all set up. Where would it be so easy to collapse? As long as Su Bai didn't go to kill or set fire to anyone, he definitely wouldn't fall apart. Just kidding, the national TV station has stepped in. You think it's a joke. At the same time, more than 8 million netizens gathered in the live broadcast room. With the image of Su Bai's people's entrepreneur being set up, the live broadcast comment area, which was originally divided, became harmonious with the naked eye. Originally the new year. Who do not want to have a happy new year? Now well, Su Bai this station out, with their own low-key simple style, eliminated the negative impact of Zhao Fengquan incident. The netizens will naturally not hold on to it, and the topic and focus has shifted to this live broadcast with the introduction of host Xiao Wu. Just like Xiao Wu said, as the founder of Demi Technology, as $100 billion boss on the rich list, since Su Bai was so low-key and simple, how did he spend his spring festival? Seeing that Su Bai's figure had not yet appeared in the picture, many netizens could not sit still. Okay, I admit that Su Bai counts as a well-deserved people's entrepreneur. So let's take a look. How did he spend his spring festival in the end? It can be seen that after the image was erected, the viewers are now very curious. Since Su Bai's private life is so low-key, then his spring festival in the end, how is it? At this time on the live broadcast screen, Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of the camera, naturally did not know what the netizens were saying. Just from Yicheng Yuan's gesture, I know that the effect of the current live broadcast is good. Since the effect is good, then Xiao Wu is also relieved a lot. Began to continue the introduction step by step. Alright, viewers, after so many introductions, I believe everyone is as impatient as I am. Then without further ado, everyone, please come along with our camera. With a wave of Xiao Wu's hand, the cameraman with the camera followed Xiao Wu's lead, steadily carrying the equipment towards the front. As the screen shifted, more than 8 million netizens stretched their necks and stared wide-eyed at their cell phone screens. Where was Su Bai? And what was he doing? Under the gaze of 8 million netizens, the live broadcast camera slowly came to the dam of a small farmhouse, to ask when the countryside is the most lively. It is estimated that the time to kill the New Year's Eve pig can be ranked in the top 3. At this time, Su Bai's second uncle's dam, it is called a lively basketball court size of the concrete dam, standing full of people. A corner of the dam, brick firewood stove, a large pot of hot water steam. A few laughing women are sitting on short benches picking vegetables. A pregnant yellow-orange cat is sitting under the eaves licking its paws, with a firecracker going off. A few little kids in cotton jackets run through the dam, drawing a chorus of rebukes from the elders of the family, and a big yellow dog tethered by a rope shrinks in the corner of the dam, shivering. The second uncle of the host family, Su Bai, was holding a box of cigarettes, handing them around with a big smile. Just finished sharpening the knife of the pig killer, took the cigarette clip on the ear. A mouth spit out, the mouth is about to burn out of the cigarette, replaced with an iron hook. Laughing and joking toward the iron cage, and the big white pig went. Seeing this, originally still chatting on the sidelines of a few members of the pig-killing brigade wearing a girdle, including Su Bai, all surrounded up. An annual pig-killing drama was kicked off. The screen was quite lively, but the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were busy looking for Su Bai's figure in the pile of people. This is not in the killing of New Year's Eve pig. Our southern countryside every year New Year's Eve reserved program. A half day. Su Bai people it. What is this? Mr. Su's home? And where is he? Mr. Su's family also kills pigs on New Year's Eve? It feels just like our ordinary family. Photographer, you're out of chicken legs today. You've been shooting for half a day. Where is he? Where's Mr. Su Bai? To be honest, I can't really blame the photographer. First, there are too many people on the scene, but Su Bai is wearing a girdle. Crowded in the pig press brigade, but also back to the camera. Cannot find him at all. The experienced Xiao Wu, who seemed to be aware of such a situation, squeezed through the crowd and brought the photographer's camera along with him, heading towards Su Bai. Please make way. Mr. Su, as the host Xiao Wu called out. All the netizens stared with wide eyes. All of them wanted to see how Su Bai, as $100 billion boss, spent his spring festival. Su Bai now, and what was he doing? Under the attention of millions of netizens. In the next second, a high-pitched pig squeal came from the pile of people. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed, only to see the live broadcast screen, 4 or 5 strong lads pulling, pressing, in the yell of the pig killer, a big fat pig of more than 300 pounds, firmly pressed on the ground, and in a group of young men, wearing red and white checkered waist Su Bai. At this time is a hand to grab the pig's hooves, a hand to grab the pig's tail. Half of the body are pressed on the pig. Hearing Xiao Wu's call just now, he was raising his head just to face the direction of the camera. Here, at the same time, in the live broadcast room, close to 9 million netizens, after seeing Su Bai who was pouncing on the pig through the screen. Silence is tonight's Kongxiao. When the cameraman's picture focus, perfectly and unerringly disliked Su Bai's face, when the pig's squeal in the picture came out from the cell phone speakers of 9 million netizens, the entire world was silent. Even the netizens who usually talked a lot and had fast hands could only hold their cell phones at this time, doubting their lives. Rongqing, Su Xiaochang, who was groping the fish in his office and watching the live broadcast, after seeing Su Bai, who was pressing the pig in the screen, a mouthful of tea with soup and leaves, sprayed a whole desk. Capital, an old national TV station leader, after seeing the picture of Su Bai pressing the pig, he already had a heart attack, almost a breath did not gasp, shivering hand from the pocket to look for quick-acting heart pills. Yang Chang, walking while watching the live broadcast of the Hishaokai, after seeing the picture of Su Bai and the pig, fell headlong into the green belt, people pouring machine fly. The silence from 9 million netizens lasted for 5 whole seconds after. Finally, a comment from a netizen from the Northeast, quietly refreshed. This is National TV's Spring Festival special program by the pig, the people's entrepreneur? Chapter 047. The gold content of this live broadcast is getting bigger and bigger. The howling of the pigs echoed in the huge dog's village. It also echoed through the advanced live broadcasting equipment, echoing in the great rivers, south and north of the Dragon Kingdom, in every household, throughout the history of human civilization. It may no longer be possible to find such a pig, able to be 9 million viewers, witnessing the last moment of his life. Similarly, the Forbes Rich List, which originated in the World War I period, has lasted for more than 100 years, and there are so many rich people in the world on the list, but I'm afraid I can't find another one, 100 billionaire by the pig. So, when a pig that was born with honor and died a heroic death, encountered a low profile beyond the imagination of the 100 billionaires, a pig and a person, so produced a subtle chemical reaction. This chemical reaction, under the joint witness of 9 million netizens, evolved into a brand new word, the effect of the program. There is one thing to say, from the live broadcast of this thing since the birth of so many years, Su Bai presses the pig's picture on the program effect, even if it is placed in the bombing world. It is also the existence of the originator of the bombing world. Originally, many open live netizens, stars, but also because of the official push flow, resulting in the loss of popularity of their live room and feel indignant. But when they came to Su Bai's live room and saw Su Bai who pressed the pig, without exception, all gave a knee. This Nima, but also then a fart ah. My clothes naked 720 degrees upside down rotating hair washing, but also then you 100 billion old boss New Year's Eve press pig ah. With the effect of your program, do you still need to use the official push flow? Pure waste. Not to mention the 9 million netizens were Su Bai's a flurry of operation to get the collective silence. Even in the scene of the program host Wu, let him hosting experience again rich, the scene reaction again fast, when he himself see press pig Su Bai, our shocked half a day did not react. Originally, Wu thought that Su Bai helped to kill the pig, but just a formality, at most stand next to help to take a hand. But who would have thought that this Su Bai, he is something really on ah. Not only is he really on, he is also the main force you dare to believe? Throughout the several members of the pig brigade, due to all the southern people, most of the people in the meter 7 up and down, rarely can have more than 1 meter 8, and 1 meter 8 head of Su Bai. In a crowd of members of the press pig, it appears to stand out. This scene, there is no Su Bai. This pig will not be able to press the trend. Along with another burst of pig squealing, was shocked outside the small Wu, only then reacted to their own still hosting. There are millions of netizens watching the live broadcast, only to see Xiao Wu come to Su Bai's side and face the camera. Ahem, audience, I believe everyone has already seen what our Mr. Su is doing. That's right, he's pressing the pig. As we all know, this New Year's pig killing is one of the New Year's customs in most of the rural areas of our dragon country. Luckily, in Dog's village, in Mr. Su's hometown, today happens to be the day to kill the New Year's pig, and our general manager Su is even personally participating in it today. With Xiao Wu's explanation, the netizens who had been silent for half a day, once again became active, rising fiercely. What's the situation? Su Bai, what are you going to do to that pig? I finally understand what it means to be rich. We can't even imagine it. Who the hell could have imagined this? No, Mr. Su, it's okay for you to drive the old S6. It's okay for you to go back to the countryside for New Year's Eve. It's okay for you to press the pig? That's a bit much. Screenshot taken. I declare the best picture of the year is officially born. Mr. Su, 100 billionaire, presses a pig. Wow, the way Mr. Su presses the pig, so manly and handsome. Love, love, love. Just as a crowd of netizens were busy taking screenshots of this rare and famous scene, the host Xiaowu had already bent over to Su Bai's side and hadn't forgotten his job. Mr. Su, can you introduce to our viewers and friends in the live broadcast room your mood at this moment? I just heard from the villagers that you have been pressing pigs since you were 16 years old. It can be seen that you are very experienced in pressing pigs. Can you share this with us? It had to be said that Xiaowu was no less effective in getting the program going. People Su Bai was busy pressing pigs. You let them introduce their mood even if it's not enough, but also share their experience? At this time, half of Su Bai's body is pressed on the pig. Hands and feet. Busy? He can't even be busy. He shared what? Seeing this, a group of netizens were about to burst out laughing. Mr. Su's current mood is that the pig is big. There are a lot of people, and the host, Xiaowu, is annoyed. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being a 100 billion president. Press a pig are so handsome. If the assets are only a few billion, this pig absolutely cannot be pressed. Pig, what can I do? A 100 billion old president to press me. Pig, Mr. Su, you pressed me to sit on the buttock meat. At this time, the main character Su Bai is cooperating with a few cousins and the pig killer together, tugging and dragging the hissing pig to the plate, listening to Xiaowu's chatter in his ears. Where is the time to answer him? Feeling the growing resistance underneath him, Su Bai immediately realized that something was wrong. It's going to be impossible to suppress. Two more people. Have to say, today the second uncle's family bought this New Year's Eve pig. It is indeed a bit big. Usually not much more than 1 or 200 pounds. And when this pig was weighed, it was a whole 380 pounds, almost running to 400. 4 members of the pig press brigade, plus the pig killer 5 people. Hard to soon be unable to press. Hearing Su Bai's voice, Su Bai's second uncle and a half-grown boy immediately rushed up to help. The surrounding group of women and children watching the scene of 6 or 7 people pressing a pig, which is full of testosterone. No one can move their eyes. Coincidentally, there is not only 1 but 2 other families in the village killing pigs today. This also led to the original dog village sizable number of press pig brigade. The whole was split into 3 waves. The number of people is small, plus the pig is also large. To half a meter high on the board to lift the pig. Hard to lift, not move. Is there anyone else? 2 more. Su Bai, who was the main force, turned his head and saw Xiaowu behind him who was still chattering to the camera, and immediately shouted, Xiaowu, come and help. Ah, hearing Su Bai's call, Xiaowu who was still facing the camera was confused. Not, there's still something about me here? Oh, coming. Before leaving, Xiaowu hadn't forgotten to humor the camera in a wave. Viewers, as you can see, Mr. Su's pig is going to be unable to hold it down. I have to go and help. After saying that, Xiaowu then squeezed into the increasingly large pig pressing brigade amidst Su Bai's urging. Mr. Su, I'm here. How to press? Su Bai directly handed over a rope to Xiaowu's hand, the other end of the rope, tied to the pig's back hoof, and instructed, pull it, don't ever let go. If you can't pull it, talk to me, okay? Don't worry. With the addition of Xiaowu, a group of netizens who watched the live broadcast, but also laughed. No more. The gold content of this live broadcast is getting bigger and bigger. Ha ha ha. Following the other name of the scene after the $100 billion old man pressing the pig, Xiaowu pressing the pig. This pig really violates the rules of heaven. Ha. Pig, do I really have to die today? Pig, come on. Xiaowu, put the microphone in my mouth. I have something to say today. However, there are sharp-eyed netizens, after looking at Xiaowu who was tugging on the rope and pulling the pig's hind hooves, have said, this small Wu look never pressed the pig. This posture, veritable drag queen. Ah. Little Wu is indeed dragging his hind legs, only the pig's hind legs. And Su Bai should never have put such an important rope in the hands of a national TV host who had never pressed a pig at all, so much so that in his later years, whenever Su Bai recalled this day, he would regret this decision and slap his thighs. Chapter 048, We've planted a pig on our reputation. The sound of the pig squealing, still echoing in the dog village, under the witness of tens of millions of netizens, the pig team gradually grew. Unfortunately, with more and more people, nearly 400 pounds of large white pig, still did not break free from the shackles of fate, was successfully lifted by the crowd on the board, the pig killer with a cigarette in his mouth, one hand grasping the iron hook, hooking the upper jaw of the pig, one hand holding a brightly shining pig knife, constantly adjusting the pig's head posture, ready to come to a knife to see blood. Seeing this, the cameraman also skillfully avoided the upcoming bloody shots, placing the main image on Xiaowu, who was pulling the pig's hooves, and Su Bai, who was pressing the pig's butt. It was believed that it wouldn't take long for this rare and famous scene to come to a close. and many of the netizens who were watching the scene were still saying that they hadn't seen enough. Alas, is this going to end? Instantly feel tasteless. Witnessed hundreds of billions of bosses and gold medal hosts teamed up to press the pig. I am also considered out of the blue. Still want to see. Suggested to move on this year's Spring Festival Gala. And just when a group of netizens thought that the climax of the story had already passed, none of them realized that this pig-killing drama had only just begun. Only to see Su Bai's second aunt will be equipped with salt and cool white boiling large iron basin, placed under the neck of the pig, waiting for a moment to catch the pig's blood to make pig's blood wang. And the pig killer has also found a good position for the knife. Knife in hand. Say can go. A group of pig press brigade also exerted all their strength, ready to meet the next most violent resistance. As the protagonist of the big white pig, after seeing the brightly shining pig knife in front of him, as if he also knew that he had ushered in the countdown of his life, and tried to make a final resistance. But this resistance does not matter. Riveting enough strength to struggle for a while, the smart pig will find that their hind legs are quite loose. It seems that the guy pulling his hind legs did not eat. As we all know, according to the pig, this kind of work, pay attention to a precise cooperation. No place can be loose. Casually loose a place. Once the pig to find a hint of tossing space, will be like dominoes, the whole plate is lost. And as it happens, today this pig, it really found the opportunity. With the last high-pitched squeal after the pig exerted all its strength, and its right hind leg fiercely retracted and stomped. In the next second, Xiao Wu, who was standing at the back, looked at his empty hands and was dumbfounded. Where is the rope? Where is the rope in my hands? Mr. Su, before Xiao Wu could tell Su Bai, who was pressing the pig, about the situation. In the next second, Su Bai, who was still pressing on the pig, was directly toppled over 2 meters by the huge pigs, but several members of the pig pressing brigade were also bounced around by the pigs that broke free. Successfully breaking free of the pig also caused a burst of screams from the surrounding crowd, a few old people shouting to try to salvage the situation through their command. 2 children watching the scene were directly held up by the adults, lying in the corner of the yard of the big yellow dog. It stood up to see. The scene was called a mess. The situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Originally also ready to stab the knife of the pig killer, see the big half of the pig are breaking free. Quick eyes and hands, immediately hooked in the pig's upper jaw of the iron hook to loosen. It doesn't matter if the pig runs away. It's only a problem if the iron hook hurts him. With the iron hook to loosen, completely liberated pig, directly from more than half a meter high on the board fell to the ground. White body in the concrete ground after half a circle, with the success of the limbs to touch the ground. Will start their own pig big escape. Pig this run okay. The key is, Su Bai's second uncle, at this time also dead, hold pig neck. At first, he also thought to wait for himself to find a stable heart before letting go, but where did he think? The pig did not give him a chance, carrying Su Bai's second uncle on his back. He ran wildly, seeing the speed of the pig is getting faster and faster. Su Bai's second uncle also dare not spread the hand again. A bright idea, holding the pig's neck. Simply the whole person rode on the back of the pig, along with the second uncle who rode the pig. One person and one pig disappeared in the doorway of the courtyard, and the only thing left in his ears was the second uncle's unyielding rage on his way out. Gone your mother. Live. It was over after all. In the 40th minute after pig carried Su Bai's second uncle piggyback, this pig-killing drama finally came to an end. There was one thing to be said about this live broadcast. The effect was surprisingly good. The number of online viewers peaked at more than 14 million. Of course, this is not comparable to the hundreds of millions of viewers of the Spring Festival Gala, but for the Douyin live broadcast platform, this live broadcast by Su Bai had broken the highest record set by Heavenly King Lu 2 years ago. It had become the live broadcast with the most online viewers since the establishment of Douyin. With just this one piece of data, Douyin could proudly announce to the world that they were the #1 platform for private live streaming that deserved it. In addition to the fact that Douyin had made a lot of money, the national television station that planned this live broadcast was undoubtedly the biggest winner. This, People's Entrepreneurs, once it started broadcasting, caused a positive reaction on a grand scale among the common people, making the public deeply realize what a real entrepreneur was. On top of that, those 14 million netizens were undoubtedly lucky, because through a live broadcast, they opened up their horizons, witnessed multiple famous scenes, and left behind many famous internet stems. For example, 100 billionaire presses the pig, Xiao Wu presses the pig, Xiao Wu dragging his feet, desperate second uncle, and so on and so on. After a quick analysis, this appears to be a multi-win situation. The premise is that 2 people have to be excluded. In the evening, 2 forlorn men were sitting alone under the big acacia tree at the entrance of Dog's village. Who, in the smoke, Su Bai, who seldom smoked, was holding a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes glumly looking at the direction of his house in the distance. How come? Can't pull it off. Xiao Wu, who was on the side, was squatting on the flower bed, his right hand propped up on his chin, his eyes looking at the ground listlessly, with an aggrieved face. Mr. Su, what to do? I heard that the internet is now full of terriers of the two of us, and various emoticons are flying all over the place. Su Bai once again exhaled a mouthful of smoke. What do they all say? Xiao Wu changed his hand to prop up his chin, saying everything. Saying that you're the entrepreneur who can't hold down a pig. Saying that I'm the host who can't pull a pig. Saying that the two of us are the crouching dragon and the phoenix. Speaking here, Xiao Wu was on the verge of crying, his voice anxious. Mr. Su, the two of us have been planted on the pig for a lifetime. Hearing this, Su Bai was worried to death. He had thought of establishing an image of a low-key and simple people's entrepreneur through a live broadcast. By the way, he sucked a wave of powder for himself. The powder was sucked a smattering more. The fans directly from 20 million out, directly soared to 32 million, jumped by more than 10 million. But let Su Bai never thought of their own people entrepreneur image just set up, on the ing with the pig dry on, now the entire internet. But wherever the mention of pigs, cannot be separated from him and Wu, as long as the mention of him and Wu, cannot be separated from the pig, just like Wu said, he is a big boss. Forbes billionaire, not planted in the hands of daily chemical giant Wanjiati, planted a pig. Chapter 049. The Xiao Wu left, went back to Rongqing overnight to take the airplane and left. This 2-bit host who can't pull a pig, only used half a day's time. Douyin fans rose more than 5 million. Of course, the price is also quite heavy. More than N nicknames, hundreds of emoticons, and countless ghost videos. In Xiao Wu's own words, now he, a well-known gold medal host, has completely become a big joke on national television. Before leaving, pulling the pig Wu or Cheeky to find Su Bai, to Su Bai's prestige number and private cell phone number. Su Bai also gave quite painful, the same as the pig duo. The two at least also counted a total disaster, belonging to the Hard brothers. But next year, when killing the New Year's Eve pig, Su Bai will never give the rope to a person he doesn't trust. The prerequisite is that the second uncle, who has also become a big joke in the village, can still agree with him to press the pig. The departure of the program team didn't bring about a lively and joyful atmosphere in the traitorous children's village. On the contrary, with the spring festival getting closer and closer, the entire Dog's Child village are immersed in the atmosphere of joy and celebration. And Su Bai, too, was still the same Su Bai. What he was like in the live broadcast was what he was like in real life. He will follow the village's old grandpa, playing chess on the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, being scolded by a group of old men laughing at the bad chess basket. I will also carry a bowl of rice, standing in the dam of my own house, while shaving rice, while the hilarious look at the neighbor's new daughter-in-law, when he was too busy to do anything else. He would make a slingshot and teach the kids in the village how to shoot lit firecrackers into the sky. But most of the time, Su Bai will move a stool, sitting in their own yard sunbathing, next to a thermos cup brewing hot tea, from time to time on the end of a sip. This rare leisure time, just let Su Bai empty his brain, thinking about his own ambition. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Bai is a business genius, $100 billion president, and a people's entrepreneur. But only Su Bai himself understands that he is facing an insurmountable dilemma. Now the basic plate of rice technology, cell phone business, has achieved the first dragon country, through the rapid development period, into a stable period. This also means that Su Bai's assets, it is impossible to expand as quickly as in previous years, and the goal Su Bai set for himself at this stage was to be the richest man in Dragon Kingdom. How many assets did the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom have right now? $390 billion. Rounded up, it was equivalent to twice that of Su Bai. With Su Bai's current rate of development, no surprises, within 4 years, Su Bai would be able to exceed this number. But the accounts, that's not how the math works, because you Su Bai in the development at the same time, other people are also in the development. The most critical thing is that other people's development speed, it is possible to be faster than you. The reason for this is that the volume of rice technology is not enough to support Su Bai's ambition. In other words, if Su Bai wants to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom purely through the cell phone business, with his existing profit margin, the probability is basically zero. Therefore, to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Bai needed to find a brand new track. Well, honorable readers, the most informative content of this novel is here. If you are not willing to be ordinary one day also want to become the richest man, what should be the first step? Watch out for the actual teaching on the spot from the 100 billionaire. Just see Su Bai took out his cell phone, clicked on the browser, opened the Douyin, and then searched for the world's top 100 enterprises. Why should we search for this list? We are going to need to know an eternal truth. That is, plagiarism. Always easier than innovation. Starting a company is the same. Compared to racking your brains to develop a new business that has never been done before, it's much easier to go straight into an existing industry, copy your competitors, and copy them until you kill them off. For example, you want to open a hot pot restaurant. The most simple and effective way is to find the best business in your neighborhood, a hot pot store, copy his location, copy his purchase channels, copy his decoration style, copy his management services. This may not necessarily be successful, but it's much easier than if you just slap your head and do it blindly in a whimsical way. By the same token, since Su Bai wants to develop a new track, a new business, the easiest way is also to copy. However, with Su Bai's assets nowadays, he certainly wasn't going to copy a hot pot restaurant. To him, since he wanted to copy, he would copy the best. By taking out the number one on the list of the world's top 100 companies, wouldn't he become the world's number one professional operation? Please don't imitate. Everyone choose according to their own strength. Let me conk out. Who is the world's number one now? Again, as the browser page refreshes, a complete list of the world's top 100 companies appears right on Su Bai's cell phone screen. With Su Bai's strength, naturally he didn't need to pull down, just stare at the first place. When Su Bai looked clearly at the name of the world's number one enterprise, he instantly raised his eyebrows. Wah, mar, ma. Who would have thought that a chain superstore from the Eagle Kingdom would actually beat a bunch of internet giants and oil and energy overlords to make it to the number one spot in the world? That's right, a supermarket became the world's top 500 first. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Su Bai, who saw clearly the three words of Walmart, the corner of his mouth is simply more difficult to press than AK. That's the uninhibited and indulgence that has been passed down in the genes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom for generations. As if every cell in the body is shouting, the enemy can go. I can also go. I'd rather have a king and a vassal than a man with balls. I, Su Bai, call on Marco Polo to die. If you are a high-tech enterprise, or a resource monopoly, then Su Bai really have to think about it. After all, there is an industry threshold there. But if you are a supermarket, then I'm sorry, dry, you have no discussion. Some people may be curious. Woolman is a large chain of supermarkets, dominating the world, for 12 consecutive years ranked in the world's top 500 companies, is not as good as Wanja E. Pinch. There are many people like Su Bai, who wanted to challenge or shake the status of Wojima, but from the results, all of them failed. Then Su Bai, where did he get the confidence to dare end this behemoth? Single road against the line, not to mention, but also want to block each other under the tower. Troop lines are not allowed to eat each other. Sorry, everyone may have forgotten. Even though Su Bai didn't have a hang, he was a genuine traveler. Just by copying a certain rice from his previous life, Su Bai became the leading leader of the cell phone industry in the Dragon Kingdom in just a few years and became a 100 billionaire. Then please ask, when Su Bai moved out of the previous life popular in the Central Plains, the reigning king of the whole internet supermarket, a certain East to come, and how should Woolmer respond to it? It is worth mentioning that in the previous life, a certain Donglai did not go out of the Central Plains region due to many complicated reasons. But now, for Su Bai, what a certain Donglai could do, he, Su Bai, could likewise do. What a certain Donglai could not do, he, Su Bai, could do the same. When Su Bai was sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and sunbathing, while thinking about how to borrow the Donglai model, to take out the world's first Wojima and replace it, outside the yard on the main road, passing by a few young people of the same age in the village, look at the appearance, is about to go to the village kiosk door to play cards. The Spring Festival. In the rural areas, playing cards is no more than a common form of entertainment. Just as a few people passed by the Su family yard, saw the dam sitting in the tea drinking Su Bai, have greeted, Brother Bai, sunbathing, go, play cards together, Brother Bai, see you sitting in the courtyard thinking hard for half a day. Think about what? Or not a few brothers to help you come up with ideas? Su Bai put down his teacup with a gentle smile. Not thinking about what? Thinking about how to be the richest man in the country. Hearing this, several young people almost gave brittle. This scene was exactly the same as asking Su Bai how many points he scored in the exam when he was a child. Just asking this one more time. When others said they wanted to be the richest man in the country, they were mostly bragging. But this one in front of me, people can really come on. It is said that the goods then the goods will be thrown away. People then people will die. No wonder people can be a tycoon. They can only be a cow horse wage earner. This is the difference. This witch still in the mood to play cards, oh, hurry to disperse home. But just when a few people or Su Bai's sentence hit not light, Su Bai but carrying a thermos cup toward a few people. Play what? Mahjong? Then I can say it first, no playing for more than $10. Seeing that Su Bai was actually willing to play Mahjong with them, a few people were instantly enraged. Just kidding, there were many people who could play Mahjong. But to be able to sit at a table with 100 billionaire and play cards, that was a rare thing. That was a cow's skin blowing up to the sky. In a flurry of heckling, a few young people surrounded Su Bai and walked towards the village entrance kiosk. A few people hooked shoulders and pulled back the back, as in childhood. Chapter 050 Strike the first blow. Strive for a red opening. Since he decided what to do, the rest is how to do it. According to reason, since we want to benchmark Wojima, the best way is to deal with Wanjiai. Not to seek the whole map to open fire, but to seek a single point of breakthrough first. Just like the rice sanitary napkin, the first shot of the crusade against Wanjiai, and strive for an open door. And this first shot, and how to play it. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Su Bai stood in the living room with a bowl of lantern snacks, eating lantern snacks while looking at the map of the Dragon Kingdom that his father, Su Guoliang, had pasted on the wall of the living room. Business competition, to put it bluntly, is a game of capturing the market by attacking the city. Taking a look at the whole picture, today's Walmart has more than 400 stores in the entire Dragon Kingdom, basically achieving full coverage of the first, second, third and fourth tier cities. It could be said that the flag of Wojima had been planted all over the land of Dragon Kingdom. The strength of the world's one enterprise was really something. Then ask, in the face of such a powerful opponent, clamoring for the king's vassal, rather have a kind of Su Bai, and how to start the game. Historical experience tells us that there are only two ways. One is the city to surround the countryside. The other is obviously the countryside encircling the city. The former, that is, Su Bai choose like the magic city, the capital such as a big city, open a rice supermarket, copy the Donglai model, and then face-to-face drums and Woolnak singing counterparts, after achieving a stage of victory, and then to the second and third tier cities to sink radiation. When Wallman did this is a difficult model, as long as in the first tier cities to establish a firm foothold, made a name for themselves. To the second and third tier cities radiation is much easier, equivalent to the opening of the big dragon from pulling out to fight. Want to lose are difficult, but this has a premise, that is, its own strength must be enough. In 96 years, Walmart entered the dragon market, and as early as 85 years, the founder of Walmart has become the world's richest man. People have enough food and grass, strong troops, enter the dragon market. Of course, have the strength to choose to open directly to the dragon. The first store opened in the reopening of the frontier city of Pengcheng. As for Su Bai, he is not even the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom right now. With his cash flow, going to open a big dragon in the opening is purely and simply giving away his head. Therefore, the most prudent way is to surround the city from the countryside. Choose to open the first rice supermarket in the third and fourth tier cities, and then expand to the first and second tier cities after stabilizing his footing. Since the strategic direction was determined, the rest was easy. Only to see Su Bai eat the last bite of the lantern. After searching around on the huge map of the Dragon Kingdom, he finally set his sights on his old hometown, Yicheng. Yicheng happens to be a third-tier city, or their own hometown, occupying the advantages of geography and people. As for the timing, Su Bai is not worried at all. As Su Bai often said, their own success, the vast majority rely on peer support. As long as he adheres to his original beliefs and stands with the people, there will always be a naive person like Zhang Lili to give himself an assist. After finishing the snacks, Su Bai put the empty bowl back in the kitchen and then slipped away in a dignified manner. As $100 billion boss, Su Bai has the absolute privilege of not washing the dishes. Su Jinfeng had specially authorized it. Sanner, remember to pay New Year's greetings to your several uncles and uncles later. Got it. The customs in the countryside were not bad. Besides paying New Year's greetings to the elders, many of the younger generation also had to pay New Year's greetings to Su Bai. However, the red packet, not like what the internet said, give a check or bank card, but the unified 200 yuan red envelope. If you have to say the difference, that also has. It is Su Bai's red envelope, usually prepared several small $100,000, because every year on the first day of the new year, almost all the children of the dog village will come to Su Bai to pay tribute to the new year. Even in the past 2 years, it has evolved to the point that children from several nearby villages will also come. Su Bai, on the other hand, does not reject any of them, but whenever a child comes to pay homage to himself, he hands one. And just when Su Bai went out to pay New Year's greetings to the elders, inside a residential house in Wadian village next door, an 11 or 12-year-old boy hurriedly put down his own chopsticks. Grandpa, I'm full. After dropping a sentence, the boy went out in a hurry and rushed in the direction of Dog's village. The boy's name was Lu Daji, and because of this name, he hadn't been teased by his classmates much. But even if his classmates chased after him after school and called him Dajiba every day, he had never once blushed or fought, because he knew that the family could not afford to pay for injuries. This 12-year-old boy, playing small without parents, has always followed the grandfather dependent on each other. It is said that the children of poor families are born early, and Lu Daji is a typical example. Not only will he help his grandfather do housework, but his academic performance is also good, and he is first in every year. Coincidentally, Lu Daji's homeroom teacher was Su Bai's homeroom teacher. Every time he gives Lu Daji a certificate, he will always smile and touch Lu Daji's head and say, "This child and Su Bai really like eyes through a spirit." The second half of this year, Lu Daji will go to the county to Reed Junior High School. Reed Junior High School means to live in school, can only go home once a week, and before Lu Daji read Junior High School, he has a big thing to do. Buy his grandfather a used electric tricycle. Lu Daji's grandfather, usually in addition to farming, but also rely on selling vegetables to supplement the family. Every market day, Lu Daji will get up early, help his grandfather together, loaded with fresh vegetables basket bundled on the back of the bicycle. Because the southern Sichuan region is located in the hilly area, there are many uphill slopes. Every time uphill, Lu Daji always have to help his grandfather on the back of the bike to push the car. But once he went to junior high school in the county, there was no one to help him push the bike on market days. So, Lu Daji needs a motorized tricycle. It doesn't have to be a good one, just a used one, preferably one with a canopy. In case it rains, Grandpa won't have to get wet. The price Lu Daji has asked, the second hand to 1,200 yuan. In the past 6 months, Lu Daji has saved $112.50. There is still a difference of 1,087.5 yuan. For a child from a 5 guarantee family, this is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. If Lu Daji wanted to make up this 1,002, he would have to take a little unconventional approach. After running all the way, the panting Lu Daji had arrived at the entrance of Dog's village and looked out in the direction of Su Bai's house. The reason why he knew where Su Bai's house was because Lu Daji had also come here last year. At that time, he mixed in the children's pile, said a good new year to Su Bai, and then got a red packet of $200. This $200 was used by Lu Daji to buy a padded military coat for his grandfather. That was the first time Lu Daji had seen his grandfather wearing new clothes since he could remember. And this year, Lu Daji came again, squatting under the big acacia tree at the entrance of Dog's village. He just kept waiting for the other children to show up so that he could mix in the pile of children and go to pay his New Year's greetings to Su Bai. Only different from last year, this year's Lu Daji looks very vain, as if he wants to do something wrong, a face red to the root of the neck, the small heart also in the chest cavity plopping wildly. Lu Daji planned, he needs to mix in the pile of children, while Su Bai is not paying attention, to give him repeated New Year's greetings, repeated to get red envelopes, until he got 5 red envelopes, 5 red packets, that is $1,000, their own first half of the year and then save. Should be able to get together the rest of the $87.5. Grandfather's electric tricycle will have landed. As for Lu Daji, a child who grew up with excellent character and learning, the first time to do this kind of speculation to get more red envelopes, it is inevitable to feel guilty, seemingly to make himself feel better. Lu Daji constantly consoled himself, count me borrowed, is borrowed, when I grow up and can earn money, I must return, double return. Unbeknownst to him, this speculative 12-year-old boy thought about taking 5 red envelopes, $1,000, and then the remaining $87.5 slowly put together by himself, but never thought of taking 6 red envelopes directly, and still have $112.5 left for himself. Chapter 051. It's New Year's Day. He has the nerve to reject me? Junior Lu Daji squatted under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, waiting to pay New Year's greetings to Su Bai. He is not the only one who wants to pay tribute to Su Bai. At the same time, on the country road leading to Dog's village, a black red flag sedan with an ordinary Yicheng license plate was slowly driving towards the direction of Dog's village, a driver and a passenger in the car. Although they are wearing ordinary plain clothes down jacket, from the words and behavior, it is not difficult to see that the two are not ordinary people. Driver Zhang, early 30s, serious students of the National People's Congress, the exam public into the district office, and then hung up generally upward, is now a big manager of the city of Yicheng secretary, the proper number 1 secretary. Since Xiao Zhang is driving that car sitting in the back, it is self-evident, only to see the guest driver Xiao Zhang observing the road surface, carefully meeting the car on the narrow countryside highway, while asking without looking back, "Boss, for us to come to General Manager Su like this without saying hello, can it really work?" I don't know when it started, but local secretaries, they all like to address their leaders as bosses. In the back row of the car sat the slightly fat middle-aged man, who was holding his cell phone and swiping the video, on which was exactly the ghostly video of Su Bai being bounced by the pig. Seeing the image of Su Bai and Xiao Wu chasing the pig, the middle-aged man was twitching with laughter. Dong Xin, the big steward of Yicheng. However, in the official circles of Sichuan and Chongqing, Dong Xian's other nickname was much more famous. Dong Sanjin. Dong Xian, who came from the northeast, apparently took his talent for drinking and utilized it to the extreme. In Rongqing responsible for investment mouth, with the exaggerated amount of alcohol, just a few years, to Rongqing pulled 16 listed companies, a person pulled the investment amount of more than 50 billion. I heard that back then. A big brother of a listed company let slip at the drinking table that as long as Dong Xian drank a glass of wine, he would invest 100 million in Rongqing. No one knows exactly how much Dong Xian drank that night because he blew 52-degree white wine against the bottle. Then the listed company within 3 years, in Rongqing one after another smashed tens of billions. Since then, Dong Xian became famous. By the way, his nickname, Dong Sanjin, doesn't mean he has 3 pounds of liquor. Rather, 3 pounds to hit the bottom. Nowadays, there's no one who doesn't know Dong Sanjin who was a famous boss of a big company in the whole Dragon Kingdom, because without exception, Dong Sanjin has gone to pull investments. Otherwise, why do you think that after Dong Sanjin took office in Yicheng, there are so many big companies to build factories and invest in Yicheng in the past few years? To say more, it's a big boss who doesn't believe in evil, and he was poured under the wine table with bitter tears. Development to the present, the big housekeeper of Yicheng has become the touchstone of a number of enterprises across the country. In the words of the industry, a boss who hadn't been dunked by Dong Sanjin and pulled in investments meant that his business just wasn't big enough. Hearing his secretary Zhang's concern, Dong Sanjin, who had put down his cell phone after watching the video, yawned, his big ballast-flavored northeastern accent especially noticeable. Are you naive? Giving him a greeting? That's not tipped off? If he knew I was coming, would he still be waiting for me? He would have run away long ago. Why did I pick the first day of the new year to come here? It's just to stop him from asking for money. It's New Year's Eve. How dare he refuse me? If he dares to refuse me, I'll make a poster of him being flicked by a pig and hang it at the Yicheng Highway toll booth. As the saying goes, there's nothing to do. Not to mention Dong Sanjin, the Grand Steward of Yicheng came to pay his respects to you on the first day of the new year. If you, Su Bai, don't shed some blood, can you? Other people, Lu Daji, went to pay New Year's call to Su Bai just to get 4 more red envelopes, and he was still guilty as hell. And this Dong Sanjin, this trip to Su Bai New Year's greetings. Su Bai also do not have to give too much. 3 billion on the line. For what number are prepared in advance? Because Dong Sanjin has long inquired. Su Bai's rice sanitary napkin factory, so far only put into production less than half. The remaining 3 billion factory scale, need to continue to expand and increase investment. Although this 3 billion, has become the meat in the bowl of Rongqing, but as long as this piece of meat has not eaten into the stomach, he Dong Sanjin have the courage to snatch it. You Rongqing family is big, not bad this 3 billion, but we are not the same Yicheng with this 3 billion rice sanitary napkin factory, tax not to mention, alone to solve a few thousand employment population, to help him Dong Sanjin solved a big problem. So, for the sake of this 3 billion, for the sake of these thousands of jobs, this Yicheng big steward today is out of the blue, specialized in picking the first day of the year this auspicious day to Su Bai to pay tribute to the new year. Good New Year for Uncle Dan. In the Su family's yard, a 4 or 5-year-old boy wearing a new cotton jacket tilted his head and grinned straight at Su Bai. Good New Year. Su Bai picked up a red packet from a large stack on the bench next to him and handed it to the little boy, smiling. Study hard and listen to mom and dad. Got it. Thank you Uncle Su. The little boy who got the red packet bumbled and ran away. All the way happy straight avalanche. See the situation. Su Bai smiled and beckoned. Next, at this time in the courtyard of the Su family, the children have already formed a long line. The small 2 or 3 years old, the big 15 or 16 years old, all come to pay tribute to Su Bai. The children in the queue were chattering and making a scene, while many adults were not far away laughing and watching the fun. It can be seen that paying New Year's call to Su Bai has become a reserved program for the New Year's Eve in Dog's Village. In the children's pile, Lu Daji lined up very forward, because he felt embarrassed, so he kept his head down. Not long after, the children in front of him got the red envelopes and ran away happily. When it was Lu Daji's turn, he finally gathered the courage to come in front of Su Bai. Uncle Su, good New Year, good New Year. Study hard and listen to your teacher. Su Bai smiled and handed the red envelope to Lu Daji before continuing to call the next one. There were a lot of children who came to receive the red envelopes this year. He had to hurry and move fast to finish handing them out before lunch. As for Lu Daji who received the red packet, after circling around the dog village, he once again entered the red packet receiving queue, and before long, he came in front of Su Bai again. Uncle Su, good New Year. This time, Lu Daji was no longer as frank as he was just now. Even his voice became a little shaky as he spoke. This 12-year-old who had never told a lie since he was a child was trying hard to try and make himself look calm. What to do if he was recognized? If he was recognized, then he would honestly admit his mistake. But if Grandpa found out, he would be very sad, right? His good grandson, who had always won first place every year and was proud of it, would actually go and cheat on the red packets. Just when Ludaji's heart was beating wildly and his days were like years, a red envelope printed with the 3 words New Year's pressure packet had already appeared in front of Ludaji, and together with it, there was also Su Bai's gentle smiling face. Good New Year, another year older. Study hard and help your family share the housework more. Ludaji, who received the red packet, nodded his head heavily a few times, and forgot to say thank you. After getting the red packet, he hurriedly ran away. Fortunately, it was not discovered, but Ludaji, who was in a hurry to leave, didn't realize that Su Bai's eyes stayed on him for one more second. This countryside teenager, who was still in elementary school, obviously didn't know that more than 1,000 employees at the headquarters of Rice Technology could all be memorized by Su Bai's perverted memory, and not to mention the hundreds of children. Chapter 052. Are you actually worried about me reneging? But all the children who came to Su Bai on the first day of the new year, without exception, all by their parents to 1,000 instructions. The year can be worshipped. Red packets can also be asked. New Year's Day. Figure a celebration. People Su is not bad you this 200, but absolutely cannot think that there are many people. Just mix in the pile of children. Repeat to Su Bai to pay tribute to the new year to ask for red envelopes. This not only involves the problem of their own children's behavior, more critical is that this is the nature of the problem. With today's Su Bai's position in the dog village, everyone is thinking of ways to get closer to the Su family. No matter what the Su family, everyone to help will be the most active. On the one hand, it's Thanksgiving. Because of the existence of Su Bai, the dog village is the whole Yicheng earliest through the cement road village. Many people are speculating that the reason why the village was able to open the cement road so early was because Su Bai privately paid for it. Su Bai himself, on the other hand, has never mentioned anything about this matter. There are a lot of things like this these years for the economic downturn, but only the dog village days more and more prosperous. In the end, because of what? We heart than anyone is clear. Only Su Bai has not been recognized. We have been tacitly not mentioned. Just rural people are talking about a favor. Have to come. Su Bai privately for the village to do so much. We are all day thinking of how to return the Su family's favor. No one will be blinded by lard and take advantage of Su Bai's $200. If this kind of thing spreads out, it is guaranteed that the entire village will be poked and prodded in the backbone. The children are quite good. Coupled with the original will do slingshot uncle like to no one. No one will go to get more red envelopes. Honestly, after the New Year's greetings and ran away, Ludaji was the only one who had gotten the 4th red packet by mixing with the children. When Ludaji wanted to get the 5th one, he panicked, because most of the children had already received their red envelopes and dispersed. There were only 7 or 8 people left in the long line. If he now got back into the line, only 7 or 8 people were left. Would Su Bai find him? Ludaji was panicked. On the one hand, his grandfather, who is over 70 years old and has difficulty with his legs and feet, is in desperate need of an electric tricycle to sell vegetables. On the other hand, he was worried that he would be discovered and lose all his efforts. That year, the 12-year-old rural boy was faced with a $200 red envelope. It was as if he had encountered the biggest hurdle in his life. In the end, Ludaji still summoned up the few courage and went to the end of the line. When the children in front of the red packets away, Ludaji has become the last. In this way, a teenager who had saved only $87 and $5 in 6 months stood in front of a boss who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Su Bai had already noticed Ludaji for a long time. Ludaji's acting skills, which he thought were flawless, were simply full of holes in Su Bai's eyes. It was only that Su Bai hadn't been able to break it down, treating it as if he didn't know. This was because in addition to seeing Ludaji's poor acting skills, he also saw something else in this teenager's eyes. Embarrassment. That was the helplessness and indignity of having removed all dignity in face and having to bow down to real life. It was hard to imagine that this kind of look could actually appear in the eyes of a teenager who should be enjoying his childhood. Su Bai did not know why Ludaji took so many red envelopes. He only knew that once he dismantled this teenager in front of him. I'm afraid that this matter today, Ludaji needs to use his whole life to heal. Thinking of this, Su Bai once again picked up a red packet, as if he hadn't noticed anything, and looked at Ludaji with a smile on his face. Next, as long as Ludaji said a good new year to him, this $200, it would be his. But just when Su Bai thought that Ludaji would be the same as the previous times, after saying a good new year, he got the red packet and left. This teenager who kept his head down the whole time, actually pulled out 4 red envelopes from his own clothes pocket in front of Su Bai. With a voice trembling with a crying tone, he said to Su Bai, "Right, I'm sorry, I want to buy an electric tricycle for Grandpa. Not enough money. I don't know what to do. Really, I'm sorry, Ludaji's thin shoulders shook as he lowered his head and handed the 4 red envelopes to Su Bai. Seeing this scene, Su Bai was silent. After fighting all his courage and face to get 4 red envelopes, he was about to get the 5th red envelope, and for the last time, this teenager in front of him actually chose to admit his mistake. Su Bai took the 4 red envelopes handed over by Lu Daji and whispered softly, "Why are you coming to admit your mistake again now?" Lu Daji still lowered his head and sobbed. "My grandfather taught me, you can't do something wrong. I originally never knew, didn't know what it meant to lose heart." That's right, it wasn't until just now that Lu Daji realized he could indeed take away these 5 red envelopes, take away this $1,000, and he could indeed buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. But the guilt brought about by this incident today would most likely stay with him for the rest of his life. It's called loss of heart. Su Bai listened quietly, not accusing or judging. A grandfather who taught his grandson not to do anything wrong. A grandson who tried to find a way to buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. It was really, and after apologizing and giving Su Bai a deep bow, Lu Daji raised his hand and wiped his tears before turning to leave. But the next second, wait, Lu Daji fixed. This time finally had the courage to raise his head to meet Su Bai's eyes. The homeroom teacher said it was good. He had an aura in his eyes. Su Bai was still sitting on his chair, looking at this child who was unwilling to do anything wrong. "The red packet is returned to me. Then what about your grandfather's electric tricycle?" Mentioning the tricycle, Lu Daji instantly fell down. "I heard that in the county junior high school final exam, as long as any subject can be the first in the grade, there will be a bonus of $200. Su Bai nodded. There are many students in the junior high school in the county, and it's not easy to be number 1 in your grade. Lu Daji pinched the hem of his shirt and stubbornly said, "I can do it. I'm number 1 every year in the township studying, the fastest semester, the slowest year. I can definitely buy a car for grandpa." Hearing this, a smile bloomed on Su Bai's face. "I have a way that can let you not lose your heart, but also let you buy an electric tricycle for grandpa right after the new year. Will you do it?" "What way?" "Just say whether you'll do it or not. As long as I don't lose my heart, I'll do it." Only to see Su Bai turn his head and shout at the window of the second floor of his house, "Daodu, come down quickly." Half a minute later, an 8 or 9-year-old boy carrying an electric toy gun appeared in front of Su Bai and said with a tiger's head, "Third uncle, what's doing?" Su Bai touched Daodu's head and looked at Lu Daji. "This is my big brother's child. In 3rd grade this year. His academic performance is average. The way I said it is, from today until the end of the winter vacation, you come to my house every day to help Daodu make up 2 hours of lessons. $100 a day." Funny thing is, Su Bai's big brother Su Shen is still the principal of the high school, outside of the peach and plum all over the world, but at home it is nodded with bitter melon. When he heard the word remedial lessons, the scum of the earth, Daodu wanted to run away, but was dragged by Su Bai's collar and fluttered straight. Hearing Su Bai's words, Lu Daji's eyes glowed. He will not start school until after the new year. That is to say, as long as you give Daodu tuition, until the beginning of the school year, you can earn a small $2,000. This is not all. Su Bai continued. This is the tuition fee. In addition, as long as Daodu's grades on each exam advances 1 place in the class, I'll give you an extra $200. If he becomes number 1 in the class, I'll give you $1,000. If he's number 1 in the grade, I'll give you $5,000. Well, the performance appraisal set was used by Su Bai on Lu Daji, and hearing the exaggerated bonus, Lu Daji wasn't swept off his feet. Instead, he looked at Daodu, who was caught by Su Bai and kept flopping around, and showed a difficult face. What if he doesn't listen to me? Su Bai smiled and shrugged his shoulders. If he listens, why am I looking for you? I don't care if you take him up a tree to pull out a bird's nest or down to the fields to catch fish and loaches. I only look at the result. I don't care about the process. How about it? Have you considered it? After 2 seconds of hesitation, Lu Daji finally gathered his courage again. I've written down everything you said. You can't back out and renege on your debt at that time. Su Bai was speechless. I'm $100 billion old boss, talking to you about a few $1,000s of business, and you're actually worried about me reneging on the bill? Looks like you have considered it. Don't worry, absolutely not renege on the bill. After saying that, Su Bai stretched his hand towards Lu Daji, and Lu Daji also followed Su Bai's example, reached out and held his hand tightly with Su Bai. Chapter 053, This Red Packet. It's really different. Setting the time for the daily tuition, Lu Daji left, carrying a $200 red envelope in his arms. This red envelope is not a loss. When Lu Daji passed by the entrance of Dog's village, he inadvertently glanced towards the big acacia tree, and a familiar face caught Lu Daji's attention. Grandpa often watched the news on the old TV at home, national news and local news, and that uncle standing in the pile of old men chatting. Lu Daji had once seen it on the local news, and every time there was a meeting, this uncle sat in the center. It seems like a big official. Bang! With the sound of a firecracker nearby, a dog bowl rises up into the sky. Lu Daji, who had regained his senses, raised his legs and ran towards home. The big official or whatever. It has nothing to do with himself. He had to hurry back to tell his grandfather that he had found a job. And after the new year, he would be able to buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. Dong Sanjin has been here for a while, and did not rush to the Su family to find Su Bai, but posed as a foreigner visiting relatives, mixed in the pile of old men under the big acacia tree. After receiving the purple-ploughed cigarettes handed by an old man, Dong Sanjin smiled and thanked him for lighting it. It's been a long time since I've smoked this cigarette. It's strong. The old man appeared to have been waiting to pick up the slack, a wave of pride overflowing. That is, you cannot look down on this cigarette. On our village's scion Su Bai, people hundreds of billions of dollars, is not smoking this. Dong Sanjin smiled on the surface, but in his heart he spat. Since I entered the village, I've heard this 8 times. No wonder people in your village like to pass cigarettes when they see outsiders. To take the hearts of the people, it is also Su Bai. A pack of a dozen or so purple clouds of cigarettes. Let the whole village fill 100 billion cups, and the old people only focus on Dong Sanjin load cups, but no one recognized. The secretary threw in the car, wearing civilian clothes alone to the village wandering, claiming to come to relatives of the guy, actually is the big manager of Yicheng. There are 2 old people feel familiar, but the county leaders to the village inspection condolences, are a large group of people, which has a big official to wander around alone. Dong Sanjin mixed in the pile of old people, chatting asked a lot of questions, such as medical reimbursement, children's school, where the children work and so on. Encountered the old people praise. Dong Sanjin smiled straight grin. Encountered the old people scolded. Dong Sanjin on the cigarette in the mouth do not speak straight scratching his head. Between small talk, I do not know the topic has turned to Dong Sanjin this Yicheng big housekeeper. It can be seen that in recent years, the city of Yicheng turned upside down changes. The people are in the eyes. Dong Sanjin's work is unanimously recognized. But only one thing, the old people have been skeptical. That is Dong Sanjin's drinking capacity. I think hanging, but also 3 pounds to hit the bottom. The son of the old 4 family in Shawan village, or the brewery brewer, but also 2 pounds of alcohol, estimated. Also a caddy and a half, are high up to him to count. 3 caddy bottom, absolutely bragging. Ha, I heard it's from the northeast. The enthusiasm of northeastern people is nothing to speak of, but in terms of bragging, they are also the first in the country. Hearing this, Dong Sanjin could not sit still. You criticize my work, I humbly accept, but if you want to question my drinking capacity, then looking around the circle of old men with an average age of over 70, Dong Sanjin was speechless. What am I angry with a group of old men for? After raising his hand and looking at his watch, it was almost time for dinner. Dong Sanjin patted the ash on his pants leg and stood up, laughing. Well, you guys chat. I have to go to a relative's house to eat. And a group of old men after saying goodbye, wearing a cotton jacket. Dong Sanjin, like his childhood in the northeast home, put his hands into each other's sleeves, hunched back, slow and easy towards Su Bai's home to go, all the way to walk, also all the way to the white gas. This south is really, once winter comes, it's cold everywhere. Arriving in front of the Su family's small courtyard, Dong Sanjin listened with his ears and heard the sound of clanging bells in the kitchen, presumably frying vegetables for dinner, and probing head towards the Su family's small courtyard, confirmed that Su Bai is not in the yard. Only then did he smilingly walk into the Su family's small courtyard. Is the master's family in? Good New Year. Hearing the sound, Su father Su Guoliang walked out from the living room. Before Su Guoliang could speak, Dong Sanjin laughed. Big brother, I came to the countryside to visit relatives. The result is that the cell phone is out of battery, but the place has not been found. You see this New Year's. The next second, Su Jinfeng, who heard the sound, poked her head out of the kitchen. Which village? This is to the mealtime. Come, eat before you go. To find you a charging cable to charge your cell phone. Afternoon to give you directions. In the countryside, you may not be able to ask for money with a bowl, but if you want to rub a meal, it is estimated that you can rub it back to the northeast from the southernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention Su Jinfeng, a typical knife-mouthed, tofu-hearted person. How can that be a good idea? Just lend me a charging cable. What's so embarrassing? Listen to your accent? Northeastern, right? Northeastern people are hospitable. We southerners are not bad. Ha ha ha, that's a good feeling. This is to meet a good family. Too embarrassed. Mouth said sorry. Dong Sanjin lifted his foot across the threshold. At the same time the heart is happy. Mr. Su, this time I'm not refusing to leave. It's your mom who insisted on keeping me for dinner. It's New Year's Eve. Do you have the nerve to kick me out? No such reason. Under the warm welcome of Su's father, Dong Sanjin smilingly took a seat on the living room sofa, and after looking around the decoration of Su Bai's house, he didn't say anything. On the contrary, Su Guoliang, to Dong Sanjin and tea and fruits, a good deal of busy work. The old couple obviously did not know. Today, Dong Sanjin came to Su Bai to pay tribute to the new year. It is really a weasel to the chicken. Not good intentions today this lunch, but to eat their son 3 billion. According to reason, Su Bai this 3 billion, spend in Rongqing is also spend. Spend in Yicheng is also spend. But if Su Bai really put the 3 billion in Yicheng, that's Su Xiaochang there how to explain. I'm not sure how to explain it to you, but I'm not sure how to explain it to you. Su Bai is still busy upstairs to answer the phone. A morning cell phone has not rested. To Su Bai this level, although Su Bai are considered low profile, but the network is also wide outrageous. From Rongqing to the capital, from the domestic to foreign countries, all walks of life, busy to Su Bai to pay tribute to the New Year's greetings of countless. Think about it, if you have Su Bai's contact information stored in your cell phone, feel embarrassed to bother. Most of them will be through the Spring Festival this point in time, only to say a few words with the 100 billion boss. Su Bai was busy, but it was Su Bai's elder brother, Su Shen, who first came down from upstairs holding his child. Mom, where's Daodu's toy gun charger? I'll charge it for him for a while. As he was talking, Su Shen, who was passing by the living room, glanced at someone else in the living room, subconsciously turned his head, and after seeing Dong Sanjin's appearance, he almost dropped Daodu in his arms to the floor. Dong Shu, Dong Sanjin was studying the remote control. When he heard someone shouting, he jerked his head up, and after seeing clearly that it was Su Shen, he immediately raised his hand to interrupt. Not working on New Year's Eve. Call Uncle Dong. Su Shen, who was the principal of the high school, gulped saliva frantically in his throat and slowed down for several seconds before squeezing a smile out of his face. Uncle Dong. Dong Sanjin smiled and nodded, looking towards the child in Su Shen's arms. This is your family's son? What? Your family still has the custom of beating up a child on the first day of the Lunar New Year? At this time, Daodu was in Su Shen's arms, red eyes obviously having just cried. It would be strange if he didn't cry. Having been inexplicably arranged a tutoring tutorial by third uncle Su Bai, the sky had simply collapsed. Come, Grandpa Dong has a red packet here. As he said this, Dong Sanjin pulled out a long-prepared red packet from his bosom. Seeing this, Su Shen immediately put down Daodu and urged with a smile, quickly go, pay your New Year's greetings to Grandpa Dong. I'm not going. I have the red envelopes. I don't care. Su Shen's teeth were almost clenched. Looking at his indomitable son, he could not wait to slap the wall. Obedient son. This red packet. But, really different Chapter 054, don't you know that Northeast Silver has the best face? Su Bai took the cell phone downstairs. From afar, I heard, the restaurant is a happy. Listen to the sound. This is a guest? Bewildered Su Bai just walked into the restaurant, and saw his father Su Guoliang next to him, is sitting in a familiar silhouette. Upon seeing the other person's face, Su Bai subconsciously stopped his footsteps and immediately turned around. Mom, I'm going to eat at second uncle's house. And Su Shen, who had taken his seat, saw Su Bai, who had left in a hurry, and it wasn't right to stop him. It wasn't right not to stop him. On one side was a big leader who was many levels higher than himself, and on the other side was his own brother with $100 billion fortune. No one can afford to mess with Su Jinfeng and Su Guoliang, until now have not felt the taste of it. Heard Su Bai to go, Su Jinfeng immediately yelled, she doesn't pick the day to curse, the New Year's day to rub what meal? The home is not enough for you to eat After saying this, she seemed to realize that something was wrong, and then looked at Dong Sanjin with a smile. Sanjin brother, look at my mouth. There is no door. Not that you, do not mind This oldest three of my family, was spoiled by me when I was young. Don't take offense. Dong Xin, who called himself Dong Sanjin, smiled as he took the chopsticks handed over by Su Guoliang, and looked towards Su Bai, who had been called back by Su Jinfeng, his face almost smiling. It's fine, this oldest three of your family. I look like a man of destiny at first glance. At this moment, Su Shen, who was not listening to anything outside the window and only wanted to be an idler, almost couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard Dong Sanjin's phrase, a person with destiny. Indeed, there is a fate, but it is another Yuan. There are Yuan people. I heard that the last time Dong Sanjin and his brother's office grinding for more than a week, forcing Su Bai had no choice. Hard to spend more than $1 billion investment in Yicheng to build a factory. And this time, Dong Sanjin is even more greetings did not play the first day of the year to come home to block Su Bai. It is estimated that Su Bai does not spend a few billion, is not to send away this big Buddha. Otherwise, Su Bai's current expression could be so ugly. Returning to the table, Su Bai's face was depressed, looking at Dong Sanjin sitting across from him, one head and two big heads. He knew better than anyone what Dong Sanjin had come for. It is just for the rice sanitary napkin factory subsequent to the 3 billion investment. If you put it in the year, in Rongqing investment port, for this 3 billion, he Dong Sanjin also not guilty of New Year's door blocking people. But this time, the other time, Rongqing more than 20 million people, more than 2 trillion GDP. The natural family is big, rich and powerful. But Yicheng is not the same. Yicheng only a few million people. GDP is only 200 billion. Su Bai alone this 3 billion smashed into the GDP can be hard to smash up 1 percentage point, which is still not calculated under the premise of the multiplier effect. He Dong Sanjin cannot be moved? Look at him today. This situation is clearly to snatch me from the mouth of Rongqing Rhythm Ah. Despite his reluctance, Su Bai invited Dong Sanjin into his study after lunch. The furnishings of the study are also very simple, and the bookcase is not filled with large books for cups, but is stuffed with extracurricular books that several nieces and nephews love to read. Even Su Bai's desk are placed on. The children played the confiscated chessboard, brewing a pot of tea. The two simply played chess against each other. Su Bai opened the game by arching his pawns forward, pressing on with no intention of defending. If you are wanting the rice sanitary napkin that 3 billion, then I really have no way. To tell the truth, Lao Su specifically called me. Let me return to Yicheng after the defense of you this hand. The official world is about a fixed atmosphere. To the position of Dong Sanjin, it is difficult to make him a shock. Obviously Su Bai directly opened his mouth to refuse, long before Dong Sanjin expected. If Su Bai had agreed as soon as he came up, he would probably still feel that there was something fishy. This old Su, not righteous, at least in Rongqing work together, actually in the back of the defense me, shilling nah. Su Bai silently pour tea. Why are you guarding against you? Don't you have any idea? Dong Sanjin stretched out his fingers and nodded on the table, and after lifting the teacup, his eyes were fixed on the chessboard. The economic situation has been bad for the past 2 years, and last year, the employment rate officially announced by our Yicheng City dropped by 5 percentage points. Actually, well, you know all about it. After taking a sip of tea, many of our Yicheng dolls working outside were laid off by layoffs, optimized by optimization. In the big city really can't survive, can only come back to the Yicheng hometown. But the big cities are like this. How much better can we be in Yicheng? As he spoke, Dong Sanjin's voice began to become despondent. 2 days ago, I went to the city center to take a stroll, and there are a lot more young people setting up stalls and selling snacks these days. I looked for a stall with a film, and the stall owner was a young girl in her 20s. A chat to realize that the girl graduated from college more than half a year. Around and around simply cannot find a suitable job. 12 years of hard work and study. It is not easy to graduate from college. The result is that because you cannot find the right professional work, can only do the base salary of 1,008 sales, even life is not enough to pay for expenses. Do you dare to believe? Forced the girl had no choice but to come back home, while the stall film, while at home to study for the public. When I finished paying to go, the little girl joked that I temperament like a big leader. I said no, I didn't have the heart to say, who is a leader? Let their own children can't find a job. In the cold winter months, in the street to paste film to earn living expenses. After saying that, Dong Sanjin raised his head to look at Su Bai. I came to you shamelessly, not for that $3 billion, nor for that bit of GDP performance. I just want to fight for your thousands of jobs for our Yicheng dolls. Here it comes, after all. After circling around for half a day, Dong Sanjin was actually waiting for himself here. This hand of emotional cards played, Su Bai was powerless. It was completely putting Su Bai on the fire. As a Yicheng man, as an old townsman, could Su Bai disagree? He really can't agree. If it was before the rice sanitary napkin factory project landed, Su Bai could still think about it. But now since he had already promised Su Shaoshang, then Su Bai naturally had no reason to back out. Today as long as he dared to promise Dong Sanjin and set this precedent, then the next time there is any investment, it is estimated that people like Dong Sanjin who come to find themselves can step over the threshold of their own home. This is a matter of principle. Therefore, in the face of this Yicheng Grand Steward's reasoning, Su Bai did not waver in the slightest. Decisively shaking his head, he said, I'm sorry, old Dong, that $3 billion, I really can't give it to Yicheng. Not waiting for Dong Sanjin to speak, Su Bai directly jumped to eat Dong Sanjin's river crossing cannon. However, those several thousand jobs, I can help you out. At those words, Dong Sanjin's eyes lit up. It was really, there's no way out of the mountain, but there's another village in the dark. Originally prepared to fight a protracted war, continue to soften Su Bai, even if you do not want to come to 3 billion, at least from the mouth of Rongqing to deduct a few hundred million out, but never thought that today really came right. There is also an unexpected joy, and this side Su Bai just finished, waiting for Dong Sanjin to pick up. After all, their own rice supermarket, is ready to take Yicheng as a pilot, when the time is surely inseparable from the local support of Yicheng. But this kind of thing, Su Bai active to find Dong Sanjin, and Dong Sanjin to find Su Bai, an active, a passive, completely two concepts. It is just the right time to take advantage of Dong Sanjin to find himself, to a smooth climb. It is also considered a disguised promise of Dong Sanjin's request. But what Su Bai never expected is that the opposite Dong Sanjin, not only did not look moved, but the old god planted to drink tea. All are 1,000 years of vixen. Play what chatting ah. When he heard Su Bai said he could help Yicheng solve thousands of jobs, Dong Sanjin smacked the flavor. After half a day, this 100 billion old boss, this is to do things again rhythm ah. And by the looks of it, it was planned long ago to land in Yicheng. Although Dong Sanjin heart with cat scratch would like to ask Su Bai in the end to do. But the surface does not move the wind color. Calm as a match. Kid, still want to pinch me? You are still a little young. Don't you know the best face of the Northeast Silver? Chapter 055, My Opponent, Never Wojima. In the courtyard of the Su family, Su Bai's elder brother, Su Shen, had ended a stool to guard the stairway to the second floor. As the principal of the high school, in the new year, Su Shen's phone calls didn't stop. However, Su Shen was busy answering the phone while keeping an eye on a few unlucky children at home, lest a few little ones run to the second floor to make trouble. At the beginning of the new year, there were a lot of people coming to the Su family to pay their respects to their relatives, and as soon as the lunch hour passed, several cars were parked in front of the Su family's yard. Su family living room, yard, also full of friends and relatives, a lively, as the host family of Su Guoliang and Su Jinfeng, serving tea and water, are too busy to touch the ground, while the two sons did not come to help. What are you doing? The phone call never stopped. So many guests, you do not come to greet a little? Are they here for our old couple? It's not because of you two brothers. Where's Sanur? Tell him to hurry down. Hearing his mother's greeting, Su Shen immediately hung up the phone and said with an awkward smile, No, Mom, third son is upstairs talking about something. With that Dong Sanjin? How did the two of them renew? Seeing that he really can't hide it, Su Shen came to his mother Su Jinfeng's ear and said in a low voice, Mom, he that Jin, is the gold of gold. Jin of gold? Dong Sanjin? At first, Su Jinfeng hadn't reacted, but after a few seconds passed, Su Jinfeng's mouth widened abruptly. He's our Dong Shu. Before Su Jinfeng could finish her sentence, Su Shen blindfolded his mother's mouth. Mom, keep your voice down. If Su Jinfeng had blown up, in less than 10 minutes, the township leaders would be here. In less than half an hour, the county will have to come. In less than an hour, people from the city will also get. By then, the Su family dam can open a 3-level cadres meeting. At this time Su Jinfeng, simply surprised and happy. Who would have thought that at noon to sit at a table for dinner, actually is our Yicheng big leaders, a rural woman of her own, but also another's pulled a good half day of family life at. What do you mean by your presence is not a problem? This is called your presence is not a problem. You said he came to find our Sanur to talk about things? Su Shen nodded. Not to find Su Bai, or to find himself? He wasn't that big of a person. Alas, our third son is capable. Look, people who are leaders have personally come to look for him. Looking at his mother's happy appearance, Su Shen's smile was forced. Come to find Su Bai and you're happy like this? If you know this Dong Sanjin, in Su Bai's office every day to drink tea and read the newspaper. Rely on not go. You have to be happy into what kind? Well, people looking for 3 children must be talking about big things. Cannot be disturbed. You are here to guard. Do not go anywhere Su Shen faced speechless. What do you think I'm doing here? Su Jinfeng, who had returned to the guests, explained to everyone that Su Bai was meeting an important guest. The guests all smiled and expressed their understanding, but they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. It was the new year. I'm afraid that the guest who can be met by Su Bai alone has an unusual status. Nothing unusual, just like Su Bai, he is a bad chess player. The key is, the two people's chess skills are not comparable, and it just so happens that they are rivals, killing each other with great difficulty. What? After all this, it's a supermarket? Despite Dong Sanjin's determination, when he heard Su Bai's introduction, his face couldn't hang on. He thought that this 100 billionaire had some big moves. He also said that he wanted to solve a few thousand jobs for Yicheng. As a result, after half a day, it was actually opening a supermarket? Are you sure it's opening a supermarket? Not a joke? What kind of supermarket is it? Stuffing a few thousand people into it? Buying and selling people? That's not a good idea. It's against the law. Dong Sanjin's skepticism seemed to have been predicted by Su Bai. What? You don't see it? Dong Sanjin hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding his head without giving face. I really can't see it. You haven't understood the supermarket in Yicheng, right? 5 years ago, The Qianjiahui supermarket that started in our city closed down and withdrew because of a lack of performance. Later, a Tianlu was opened in the center of the city, and at first the business was not bad, and the customer flow was also large. Until the year before last, Wallman entered Yicheng, good guy, the opening day, it was called a sea of people. No, last year, Tiandianlu also withdrew from the store. Who would go to Tiandianlu when there's Wallman? So, Dong Sanjin and arch car up, directly eat Su Bai's horse. You open this supermarket business, I really do not see. With Wojima around, we can't do the supermarket business in Yicheng. Even if you have an iron head, you wouldn't want to fight with Wojima. They are the world's #1. Their arms are thicker than your thighs. While talking, Dong Sanjin observed Su Bai's expression on the opposite side. When he saw Su Bai's calm face, Dong Sanjin couldn't calm down at all and hurriedly put down the chess pieces in his hand. No, you can't really be a toad wanting to eat swan meat, wanting to eat Wojima. Well, this analogy was a bit inappropriate, but that was pretty much what it meant. Su Bai calmly picked up his own teacup and took a shallow sip before putting it down. What? Wojima belongs to the hedgehog and can't be touched? Ta! The chess piece fell on the tile floor. Dong Sanjin didn't bother to pick it up, looking at Su Bai like he was crazy. I didn't expect that getting rid of a Wan Jiai would inflate you like this. Now you dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers of Wojima? Kid, if it wasn't for your ingenuity to come up with a rice standard and thousands of daily chemical manufacturers to back you up, do you really think you can get rid of Wan Jiai by yourself? Su Bai was quite sober. Wan Jiai's withdrawal from the Longhua market is not because of me. It's the consumer's choice. Dong Sanjin was completely unmotivated to play chess. Su Bai, it's not easy for you to save up this little bit of family money, and now even the country is giving you its endorsement and pushing you out as a people's entrepreneur. You don't want to cherish your feathers even if it's not enough. What kind of strength do you have to compete with the world's #1? There was a saying that Su Bai's existence was not only the honor of the Su family, but also the honor of Yicheng. There are so many prefecture-level cities in the country, but there are only a few hundred billionaires. Even if the headquarters of rice technology is not in Yicheng, but Su Bai casually invested in a factory in Yicheng, there are more than a billion. Seeing that Su Bai's light hadn't gotten enough, who wanted to see Su Bai go looking for death? I can tell you that Wojima is not a soft target like Wan Jiai. I know a little bit about Wan Jiai's matter. The reason lies in their Asia-Pacific region's head, has been blindly tossed, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage of. But Wojima, poof, Dong Sanjin wasn't afraid to hurt Su Bai's face. You and Wolmer play with the low price of conscience set. The people will not necessarily buy your account. Dong Sanjin spoke bitterly, but Su Bai took advantage of Dong Sanjin's distraction to lift his horse forward and give Dong Sanjin a general. Who told you that I'm going to go against Wojima? A sentence to Dong Sanjin said confused. Then you still open a supermarket? The next words, Su Bai really do not know what to say, because in his previous life, a certain Donglai had never taken Wojima as a rival, or rather, the world's #1 Wojima was not qualified to be a rival of a certain Donglai. Su Bai was the same. Opening a rice supermarket, his rival was not Wojima. Rather, it was this era. This one where bosses used their employees as slaves. The age of cow and horse. Chapter 056. I have a hunch that Mr. Su is up to something. Just say, dry or not. Dong Sanjin's 1,000 words were input into Su Bai's ears, and what was output from Su Bai's mouth were only 3 words. Dry or not. Of course, as the boss, Su Bai didn't forget the big pie painting bit. I also don't intend to replace Wojima and become the world's #1, but I'm still sure that I can squeeze Walmart out of the Dragon Kingdom market and make my rice supermarket the #1 in Dragon Kingdom. At that time, there's a high probability that I'll become the richest man in Dragon Country. By that time, if you come back to me to beat me up, it won't just be as simple as $3 billion. Doing theater should be sufficient, and the pie should be drawn round. Su Bai continued to strike while the iron was hot. Also, I can assure you that the headquarters of the rice supermarket, I will always place it in Yicheng. As soon as this sentence was said, Dong Sanjin was completely unable to sit still. What logic, what rationality, all left behind. For a city, there were quite a few measurements, and one of those measurements is particularly important. That is the number of Fortune 500 companies. As the capital of Shu province, how many does Rongqing have? 4. You read that right. Even for Rongqing with a GDP of $2 trillion, there are only 4, and one of them is still rice technology, and the other cities in the province, not a single one. This is why, back then, Dong Sanjin was bent on pulling Su Bai and moving rice technology back to Yicheng, because once Yicheng has the world's top 500, then with his Dong Sanjin's wrist in vigor, he dares to call the shots with the second-tier cities, third-tier cities and second-tier cities. A word difference, a world of difference. You can understand, as a city steward, the city of their own management, live up to a level of that kind of gold. Su Bai's flurry of fooling are almost Dong Sanjin fooled limp. Which cadre can withstand this kind of temptation? If this is not a bet, he or Dong Sanjin? Seeing that Su Bai's advantage on the chessboard was getting bigger and bigger, Dong Sanjin took advantage of Su Bai's effort to pour tea and quietly took Su Bai's cannon. Are you really sure? Do you think I've ever done anything I wasn't sure of? Hearing these words, Dong Sanjin really can't sit still. Even his breathing began to rush, even so excited that he paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. He knew that Su Bai was looking for him, and it was clear that he needed Yicheng's absolute support. Without the absolute support of Yicheng, Su Bai can still do it on his own. He wants to change the city to engage in rice supermarkets. People will certainly raise their hands to welcome, but if it is done, when it blossoms, there is no such thing as Yicheng. So today Dong Sanjin must take an attitude out. In the end on Su Bai on this ship. Once the ship sinks, I'm afraid it will become a stain on Dong Sanjin's career, and it will be difficult to move forward from here. This is a big gamble. Thinking of this, Dong Sanjin looked at Su Bai with a serious face, his tone cautious to the point of being terrifying. How many percent sure? 70%. In fact, Su Bai had 90% certainty. After all, once the Donglai model was released, it was undoubtedly a nuclear bomb for the entire Longhua market. And Wojima, at best, is only the unlucky ghost sacrificed under this nuclear explosion. Su Bai didn't take it as a rival at all. 70%. That's enough. Back then, Chen Xiaodao, with $20, dared to win 27 million. Oldly, when he was a regimental commander, dared to hit the city of Ping'an County. Now that I'm 70% sure, I don't dare to bet on the game. Sunset you do not accompany. Who are you who are more things? The world where there are so many cheap things for you to pick up. If you want to be big and strong, you have to take out the vigor at the critical time. Only to see Dong Sanjin with a serious face came to Su Bai in front of, solemnly stretched out his right hand. Kid, if you lose, I'll come to your house when I retire. Su Bai also stood up and stretched out his right hand to shake Dong Sanjin tightly. If I win, I won't be happy to block my door on the first day of the new year in the future. Vacation time always flies by. The first 10 days of the new year, the day of the opening of the Rice Technology headquarters, the new year, the new weather, just returned to the company's employees are all happy, each sharing their own vacation. Among them, the most talked about is the incident of a certain 100 billion-old boss pressing the pig. Even after such a long time, the heat of this incident still has not completely dissipated. Some netizens even commented that this year's Spring Festival Gala was not as good as the whole village of dogs village chasing the pig. Early in the morning, in conference room number 1, the executives of Douyin Technology gathered together. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was cordial, chatting while waiting for Su Bai's arrival. But as time passed, everyone gradually felt that something was wrong. It's already 9:30? How come Mr. Su hasn't come yet? Rare. Mr. Su would actually be late? It's probably because he just finished his vacation and hasn't adapted yet. They're all about the same. The employees in our department. It's estimated that without 3 to 5 days, they won't be able to recover their working condition. Just when everyone was curious that Su Bai would actually be late, Su Bai's secretary Xiao Lu pushed open the office door and said with a serious face, "Leaders, the meeting is cancelled." The people who heard the news were all surprised. The first meeting of the opening year of Rice Technology, which involved many work deployments, was actually cancelled? This is not like Mr. Su's style. Secretary Lu, what's the situation? Xiao Lu stood at the door and shook his head. I'm not sure, but it seems like Mr. Su hasn't returned to Rongqing at all? Just when everyone was in a daze, the cell phone that the head of the PR department, Huang Lin, was holding in her hand, vibrated, and when she picked it up, it was an email alert. The email sender, Mr. Su. After clicking on the email, it was a work deployment that was thousands of words long. At the end of the document was this paragraph. I won't be returning to Rongqing for the time being. Please take responsibility for the daily work on your own for each department. Give me feedback on special matters via email, and contact me by phone for major matters. Just as Huang Lin was checking Su Bai's work email, the other executives also picked up their cell phones, and by the looks of it, they had received the same email. For the current Rice Technology, the top management here are all elite talents cultivated by Su Bai, and put into any enterprise, they are all able to hold their own. Not to mention telecommuting, even if Mr. Su met a plane crash, to a year and a half of the desert island survival. When Su Bai came back, the Rice Technology is what is still what. The company may also become larger. After all, this group of executives, other did not learn from Su Bai. A handful of conscience to listen to persuasion. That is a learn and not squeak. For the time being, we won't go back to Rongqing? What is Mr. Su doing? Learning that Su Bai would continue to stay in his hometown Yicheng, A group of executives were confused. Who knows? You don't know our boss's brain circuits. It's so strange. I go, Mr. Su is not at home. You say bad things about Mr. Su. Oh, I said the same thing in person. Bull. On that day, all the employees of the entire Rice Technology headquarters received a work email from the president's office. In addition to stating that the boss, Su Bai, would not be returning to Rongqing for the time being, allowing everyone to work well, he also deliberately explained one thing. When Su Bai officially returned to work in Rongqing, he would give all the employees a salary increase. The employees who saw this message were all overjoyed, because when other bosses draw a cake, it's a real cake, but when Su Bai draws a cake, he really gives it to you. The difference is that, in addition to the group of executives who received Su Bai's separate email, there is another group of people. Secretary Xiao Lu, a few capable officers from the finance department, personnel department, and marketing department, and most of them were single and childless. After each of them received a separate email from Su Bai, they didn't inform any unrelated people about this matter, but instead, they all went home and packed up their things, and then directly left the headquarters of Rice Technology in the name of a business trip. The few executives who had learned of this matter were also silent about it, completely treating it as if they didn't know. Only when they met privately would they chat about it. Between words, I have a hunch that Mr. Su is going to mess things up. I also found out that it's still going to be something big. Shu, keep your voice down. Chapter 057 Mr. Su, it's really nothing. Mr. Su, this way please. For one morning, the smile on Xiao Zhang's face hadn't stopped. As Dong Sanjin's secretary, according to reason, in this part of Yicheng, he was also considered to be a figurehead, and the general officials had to be courteous when they saw him, but also depends on who to face. For example, in front of this, although the age of young 30 years old or not, but cannot stop people hundreds of billions of dollars not to mention, or even Dong Sanjin are going to the first day of the year to block the door of the existence of Ah. Originally, Dong Sanjin wanted to let the Yicheng investment port to receive Su Bai. After all, Su Bai to invest in Yicheng also counted as work counterparts, but after thinking about it, he still sent his secretary over. The only thing is that through this action, to express his Dong Sanjin on the importance of this matter, if there are ungrateful people who want to make trouble and add obstacles, just come and try. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, Su Bai, followed by Xiao Zhang, came to a square in the central district of the city, as the host of the small Zhang pointed to a building and introduced to Su Bai. This is it, originally called Fu Xing Building, built in 12 years, commercial complex. The first and second floor covers an area of more than 500 square meters combined. People's Road in the city's central district, the busiest part of the entire Yicheng. Logically, choosing the rice supermarket here was the most suitable. Su Bai twisted his head, looking hundreds of meters away. After Wojima's huge billboard, he turned back to look at Fuxing Mansion. What about the underground parking lot? How many spaces? 121. It was obvious that Xiao Zhang had done a lot of work in advance. Hearing this number, Su Bai shook his head decisively. No way. Hearing Su Bai say no, Xiao Zhang showed a bitter face. In one morning, he took this Mr. Su to several places, almost all the places that were suitable for opening a large superstore. He had taken Su Bai to all of them. Moreover, there were two places with better conditions than Wumel, but without exception, Su Bai refused all. Now, Xiao Zhang is completely at a loss. Mr. Su, this supermarket in the end how to open Mr. Su, why don't you and I talk about your specific requirements? Su Bai pondered for a moment and looked at Xiao Zhang, who pulled out his notebook. First of all, the area should be large, preferably 3 to 4 floors, with a single floor area of no less than 3,000 square meters. Hearing this requirement, Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of recording, had his head turned big. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to open a supermarket? This area can be used as an armory. What supermarket? So big. That's not all. It's best to have a 3-sided ring road, and at least 3 two-way entrances and exits for the underground parking lot. In addition, it's best to have 6 lanes in both directions to prevent traffic jams when there are too many customers entering and leaving the mall. No. This, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Xiao Zhang's heart. Is this the difference in thinking between an ordinary person and a 100 billionaire? When an ordinary person opens a supermarket, he thinks about how to make more customers, but when it comes to Su Bai, he won't even consider the problem of not having enough customers. People are directly considered. Too many customers, afraid of traffic jams. I have seen the blowing powerful, have not seen so blowing powerful. The key is, other people bragging Zhang can still refute, but in front of this, Zhang not only can not refute, but also can only honestly write down. While memorizing, Xiao Zhang's heart is worried. Mr. Su, you brag so big. If the time customers 2 or 3, how do you end yo? Also, the number of underground parking spaces, try to exceed 300. If it is not possible to meet, I need the supermarket ground, at least can provide 500 parking spaces. Hearing this requirement, Xiao Zhang no longer needed to memorize it. There was no need to memorize at all. What is the concept of 500 parking spaces on the ground? If you put down 500 cars, you need at least 10,000 square meters of area. You yourself pull the satellite map to see the entire Yicheng City area. If you can find a tens of thousands of square feet of open space for you as a parking lot, I eyeballs out to you as a bubble to step on. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was bitter. Mr. Su, that's really not there. Hearing Xiao Zhang say no, Su Bai didn't feel too surprised. After all a morning, he followed Xiao Zhang to run all over. On Yicheng already have a rough amount of understanding, but this was Su Bai's bottom line. Area, transportation, parking. These 3 points do not determine the lower limit of the rice supermarket, but it is related to the upper limit of the rice supermarket. As the first rice supermarket, Su Bai must make it a model project, benchmark project. This first shot must be fired. Alright, then I'll work hard for you. You go back and talk to Boss Dong. These 3 requirements are my bottom line. After saying this, Su Bai left, leaving Xiao Zhang in place confused. Talk to Boss Dong? It's useless to talk to the landmaster. This is not a question of who to talk to, right? Not more than an hour later, Dong Sanjin, who had gotten Xiao Zhang's order in his office, put down the signing pen in his hand. He really said that? 1,000 times true. Hearing Su Bai's 3 requests, Dong Sanjin leaned his back against the seat, his brows locked. Tens of thousands of square meters of supermarket outlets, over 500 parking spaces. There also had to be 6 lanes in both directions next to it. This kid, open a supermarket? The movement is so big? He's afraid of customers blocking the traffic? No, the supermarket hasn't even opened yet. Where did he get the confidence that it would be jammed? But what else can we do? We promised Su Bai we'd go all out. Now we can only go on with our heads. For the sake of this guy to draw his own cake. Now even if Su Bai wants stars, Dong Sanjin also have to step on the ladder to give him a pick down. Dong Sanjin, who couldn't think of a solution, simply stood up. Go to the meeting. Half an hour later, a meeting involving multiple departments was held under Dong Sanjin's auspices. The crowd of Yicheng's heads were overjoyed at first to hear that Su Bai was going to invest in Yicheng. But once you hear Su Bai is to open the supermarket, everyone is silent. A 2 staring at their own notebooks writing and drawing. Do not dare in Dong Sanjin eye to eye. Invest in what is not good. Invest in supermarket? Do you really think that people Wolheimer is a setup? You Su boss money no place to spend. To do charity can also be you open the supermarket? What do you think? Dong Sanjin, who has already obtained the unanimous consent of several senior executives in Yicheng, did not have to explain to everyone. After all, now the 8 are not yet a brushstroke. Dong Sanjin cannot be like Su Bai as a pie. Still, he only needed to play a good match. The rest, leave it to Su Bai. And when Dong Sanjin stated Su Bai's needs, not surprisingly, the entire conference room was quiet. Such a large area and supporting facilities, rummage through the entire Yicheng City, also cannot take out And just as the disappointed Dong Sanjin was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting, suddenly, a cadre sitting in the corner silently raised his hand. If only these 3 conditions are met, I do know of a place. More than an hour later, Su Bai, who had just driven home, received a call from Dong Sanjin. Are you sure it only has to meet those 3 conditions of yours? Nothing else matters? Su Bai parked his car and turned off the engine, sitting in the car to answer the phone. That's right, how about it? Got a suitable place? As long as the cap was resolved, the rest, for Su Bai, was not a problem. Su Bai had thought about it. If he really couldn't find a suitable location, then he could only buy a piece of land and build it himself. Money was a small matter. The key was that this was time-consuming, easily starting from 1 or 2 years. I want to do a lot of things in my life. Cannot spend all the time on a rice supermarket. I can't imagine that Dong Sanjin has found a suitable place so quickly. On the phone, Dong Sanjin's voice came again. The place was found for you. It's a chicken farm. Chicken farm? Su Bai had an expression of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. The next second, Dong Sanjin's voice on the other end of the phone raised several decibels. It's not a chicken farm that raises chickens. It's an airport. It's an airfield with a 2,600-meter runway. This time, it all gave Su Bai a whole won't. I opened a supermarket. You give me a whole airport? Chapter 058. Is this the beginning of the pressure? Located in the southern suburbs, Nanxiao Airport is considered a common memory for several generations of Yicheng people. In the 1940s, due to the needs of the War of Resistance, a route that went down in the history books came into being. The Hump Route. In the site selection survey of this important material route, 4 cities eventually stood out. They were Spring City in Yun Province, Wine City and Mountain City in Shu Province, and Yicheng. September 42. The construction of Yicheng Nanxiao Airport began. At that time, more than 80,000 civilian workers were employed, and the amount of earthwork was completed at 900,000 cubic meters, with 140,000 cubic meters of stone paving and 200 meters of runway. In order to support the war, the people of Yicheng worked day and night, men and women, young and old, and it took only 3 months to build Yicheng Airport. It can be said that this airport not only carries the weight of history, but is also a monument of merit for millions of Yicheng people. After the reopening, the economy took off, and Yicheng Airport welcomed several expansion projects due to the increase in passenger traffic. In 2009, the 4th expansion, but also the Yicheng Airport Terminal, expanded to 25,000 square meters. Even the airport runway have been expanded to 2,600 meters, together with the corresponding communication, navigation, meteorological, fuel supply, cargo and firefighting facilities. The airport has become a standard 4C airport. It has become a standard 4C civil airport. Despite several expansions, the officials of Yicheng at that time still underestimated the speed of the Dragon Kingdom's takeoff, with high-rise buildings rising one by one in the urban area and the area of the city rapidly extending towards Nanxiao Airport. Due to the existence of Nanxiao Airport, the height of a large number of buildings in the neighboring area was limited, coupled with the fact that the expansion of Nanxiao Airport had already reached its limit. So at that time, Yicheng officials initiated the existing Zhouguanyi New Airport project after 2 years of argumentation. A brand new modernized airport was rebuilt in the northern suburbs of Yicheng, and was officially put into use 3 years ago. The Nanxiao Airport, which carries the memories of several generations of Yicheng people, can't escape the fate of closure after more than half a century of vicissitudes. When the news of the impending shutdown of Nanxiao Airport was announced to the city through the TV station, the next day, tens of thousands of Yicheng citizens spontaneously rushed to the outside of Yicheng Airport, and after seeing the last airliner unfolding its landing gear and landing on the runway of Nanxiao Airport, countless old people could not hide their tears of excitement. Nanxiao Airport was closed. The future generations of Yicheng will still remember the 80,000 Yicheng people who built Nambashi Airport with the sound of trumpets that shook the sky. Just as the days are better now, do you still remember the 3 million old and young men who went out to fight the war in Sichuan? It is also because of the heavy sense of history of Nanqiao Airport. After the closure of Nanqiao Airport, let Yicheng officials headache for several years. To the military? It turned out that the Air Force didn't have a need to defend Yicheng. Sold to real estate developers? In the past 2 years, real estate has become what? Who still dare to take such a large piece of land? Tear it down? Demolition also requires a lot of money. They don't dare to tear it down, and they don't dare to sell it. In this way, Nanxiao Airport has been on hold for 3 years. According to the latest findings, the best way is to turn Nanqiao Airport into a city park, just like Shangjiang Praith Airport and Deutschehof Airport. But a city park renovation project with such a large area involves not a small amount of money. Just when Yicheng officials were scrimping and scraping to come up with the money, hey, Su Bai appeared. On one side was Su Bai, the tycoon investor who needed a supersized area to open a supermarket. On the other side is the Yicheng officials who can't find their mom with their children in their arms. It's like defecating in front of a dog. This is not a coincidence. On the runway of Nanxiao Airport, Su Bai took off his sunglasses and looked at the end of the runway, which could not be seen at all. Then he looked back at the huge terminal building. Even though Su Bai was used to seeing big scenes and big gestures, he was still numbed by this wave of Yicheng's operation. No, I'm just opening a supermarket. You guys are giving me an entire airport. Is it appropriate? Dong Sanjin, wearing a black executive jacket, handed his hung-up cell phone to his secretary, Xiao Zhang. The terminal building is 25,000 square meters, 2,600 meters of runway for you to use as a parking lot, 6 lanes in both directions on the old airport road leading from the city center to Nanxiao. I don't care if you're suitable or not. I'll fulfill all 3 of your requests anyway. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin came next to Su Bai, and the 2 of them stood side by side on the runway. Kid, the stage you want, we, Yicheng, have built it for you. I don't care if you want to make a scene or flood Chentang Pass. This next scene is up to you. It's starting to get on the pressure? Before leaving, Dong Sanjin, who had come to the car door, stopped and looked at Su Bai. By the way, let me give you a heads up. You make such a big commotion. If you end up releasing a dud, then it's not as simple as me retiring to your house to retire. I advise you to spend money in advance to build a cadre retirement home. Good guy, is the pressure so high? It wasn't that Dong Sanjin intentionally wanted to put pressure on Su Bai. It's Dong Sanjin himself who was ridiculously stressed. If Su Bai's movement is small, okay? The big deal is that by then the family scandal is not publicized. But Su Bai moved to engage in such a big, along with the Yicheng official, can only continue to increase the code, and even the shutdown of the Nanqiao airport are moved out, is to follow Su Bai directly. Stud. The spread is so big. If Su Bai finally pulled a big pile, then the fun. It's a big deal. Seeing Dong Sanjin who left by car, Su Bai, who was under constant pressure, pulled out his cell phone with a helpless face. Where are you guys at? Mr. Su, the navigation shows 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, 3 commercial vehicles with Rongqing license plates slowly drove into Nanqiao airport and drove directly into the runway to the side of Su Bai. With the sound of the car door opening, more than 10 of Rice Technologies' elite soldiers, including Secretary Xiao Lu, all got off the car, and seeing the crowd that got out of the car, Su Bai stared straight up. You guys, what situation? Only to see including Secretary Xiao Lu, including more than 10 people, all clear color black suit, leather shoes brushed rubbing bright, hair also combed meticulously, one by one carrying a black briefcase, but also all set a set of cold face. Look at this posture, just like the workplace elites coming out of Hong Kong movies. Mr. Su, didn't you say there's a big project? We deliberately changed this outfit to come and support you. Listening to Secretary Xiao Lu's explanation, the corners of Su Bai's mouth twitched madly. Goddamn, supporting the scene. You think the mob Big Brother negotiation? That's right, Mr. Su, you can tell us now. What exactly are you going to do? Secretary Xiao Lu and others are still in the dark until now. All the way to guess what big action Mr. Su has in the end. It wasn't until they received the positioning that Su Bai launched just now, knowing that the destination was a ruined airport. Everyone's curiosity was pulled to the ceiling, not understanding what this big boss of their own house was really up to. Su Bai's ass was on top of the front of his own A6, wrapping his arms around his head, looking at the curious faces of the crowd, and did not directly answer the question, but asked with a smile. I would like to ask, among you, who or whoever is at home, has an open supermarket? Open a supermarket? The crowd had a head full of question marks, and as it happened, the Secretary Xiao Lu silently raised his hand and weakly asked, Mr. Su, my dad opened a kiosk downstairs in the neighborhood. Count, does it? Hearing this answer, Su Bai excitedly slapped his palm. It's done. Call and ask your dad what you need to pay attention to when you make a supermarket a Fortune 500 company. The crowd? Chapter 059, have you asked other people's wajima's consent? If you were to ask, who is the deserved number 1 in the commercial building design world of the Dragon Kingdom? It is estimated that in 10 people, there are 10 different answers. But if you were to take that question and narrow it down to the post-80s, then the answer would be fairly uniform. Zhao Xiaofeng, right out of the gate, is the pinnacle, relying on a handful of flamboyant Yangcheng towers, and winning the Fritzker Prize, which is known as the Nobel Prize in the architectural design world. In plain English, to engage in commercial architectural design, you look for Zhao Xiaofeng. It is correct. Although Zhao Xiaofeng has passed the age of Zhao Xiaofeng, handled a few hands of masterpieces cannot be counted, is also considered to have seen the wind and waves. But when Zhao Xiaofeng stood on the empty runway of Nanqiao Airport and looked at the huge terminal building, he still couldn't stop himself from asking again, Mr. Su, I'll confirm with you one last time. Do you really want to take an airport and transform and design it into a supermarket? What evil work has not been taken, but so evil? Zhao Xiaofeng still saw for the first time. Airport to supermarket? Simply unprecedented. Sell what? Sell missiles. Such a large piece of land. What you do not good. You open a supermarket? What are you thinking? How is it? Mr. Zhao, is it difficult? Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. The difficulty is not there. Su Bai gave the design demand program. Most of the practical needs of the transformation, art and aesthetics, is secondary. Zhao Xiaofeng had already worked on the design of large commercial complexes many times. What may be a little difficult is the fire problem. After all, Nanqiao Airport is a waste-old airport. All kinds of lines and pipes aging, transformed into a large supermarket. The fire problem is the most important. It can be said that this kind of work, Zhao Xiaofeng invited over quite a bit of anti-aircraft gun to hit the mosquito sense of vision. It was really a big deal. It's not a big problem. I'll send someone to do the preliminary measurement data first, and I'll need a copy of the drawings from the airport's previous expansion projects. When I'm done with the capital, I'll bring my team over right away, and in 2 months at the earliest, the first version of the drawings will be in your hands. Zhao Xiaofeng was pulled over by a phone call from Su Bai. As a design master, it was impossible for people to be idle. There were several commercial projects in their hands. To be able to give Su Bai 2 months to produce drawings is already in the face of the two are old acquaintances, and her to 2 months out of the map. Su Bai immediately shook his head. Zhao Xiaofeng saw this. What? In a hurry? Okay, I'll draw more manpower. Plus overtime. 1.5 months. That's always okay. Anyway, the overtime pay is counted on you. You're not that bad. Who knows? Su Bai still shook his head. No, Mr. Su, what do you want? Let me say it first. Don't mess with me. I can have the emoticon of you pressing a pig. Su Bai stretched out 3 fingers. 3 months. Before May Day. The supermarket opens. The words just fell. Zhao Xiaofeng twisted his head and laughed. Half a second did not hesitate. Put 20-something years old. I guess Zhao Xiaofeng directly scampered away. Are you kidding me? Small 30,000 square meters of the terminal building. In 3 months to transform into a supermarket opening. You really think the street kiosk nah? This you still invite me to do hair local please a decoration team. Direct small hammer 40, sledgehammer 80 smashed wall not on it? Mr. Zhao. Add money. I add money. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng wanna go, Su Bai hurriedly stopped. The main reason was that Su Bai really didn't want to waste time on this matter. For a businessman, especially a successful businessman, if you can buy something with money, you should never exchange it with time, because money can be earned again when it's gone, but when time is gone, no amount of money can buy it back. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to add money, Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head decisively. Mr. Su, it's not a matter of money at all. As he said this, Zhao Xiaofeng broke his fingers and counted them one by one for Su Bai. Putting aside the design that I'm responsible for such a big remodeling project, you have to set up a project and invite bids, right? You have to screen the general contracting company, right? The general contracting and then the contracting, civil construction, water and electricity, fire protection, decoration, landscaping, all of them have to spend time, right? It takes half a day to find someone, and that's it. We haven't even officially started yet. 3 months to open. Are you kidding me? Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng insisting on leaving, Su Bai directly said, what if I say that I'm all ready? Just waiting for your design program? Ready? What ready? Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was wondering, a coaster with a local license plate drove into the airport runway, and when the door opened, Dong Sanjin's secretary Xiao Zhan was the first to get out of the car. Bosses, we're here, please get off. As each middle-aged man with a beer belly got out of the car, Zhao Xiaofeng looked stunned because several of them he recognized. All of them were from the circle. There were also 2 of them who were the regional heads of the national engineering companies. There are also a couple of business cards everywhere. At first glance is a subcontractor. This set of operations down. All to Zhao Xiaofeng whole will not. So you, Mr. Su, have invited all the guests to the table and are waiting for me, the cook, to serve the food? Mr. Su, what a situation. Su Bai's shoulders shrugged. First, I'm not a government project, whether to invite bids or not, it's all up to me. Second, in this acre of land in Sichuan and Chongqing, I still have so many contacts. Third, now the real estate recession. As long as you have money, work are eager to do. In short, it's a word. Partier's father's energy, beyond your imagination. Okay, you're rich, you're trenchant, you're noble, you're marvelous. Then, I have to finish the work of Capital Zhang first. People are waiting, Su Bai decisively said. Mr. Zhang from Rising Wind Network? I called him in the morning. He said it can wait a little longer. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. What? Even Mr. Zhang of Qifeng Network was given a PY deal by you? I got off the plane in Yicheng today. You have no intention of letting me go. I've seen the duck on the shelf, but the designer on the project, it is really the first time to see Okay, I'll do my best. Try my best. I'll try my best. I'll try my best if you say so. Finished. Su Bai is going to leave. Since the big problem he is the boss of the negotiation. The rest of the problem, to their own people to solve on the line. But Su Bai, who walked to the car and pulled open the door, appeared to remember something and looked at Zhao Xiaofeng. Right, Mr. Zhao. What? There's something else? I heard that the project that you're most proud of is the Yancheng Tower in Yancheng? Yeah, what? Su Bai grinned straight up. Trust me, soon it won't be the Goat City Tower. As Su Bai closed the car door and drove away, Zhao Xiaofeng still had a puzzled look on his face and looked up at the terminal building that stood in front of him. If it's not the Yancheng Tower, it can still be this supermarket of yours? Making a scene. It wasn't until Su Bai's old black A6 completely disappeared from view that Zhao Xiaofeng remembered a key issue. The leading cell phone manufacturer in China was not busy selling cell phones. Why did he think of opening a supermarket? The commotion is so big. Have you asked people to agree with Woolmer? Chapter 060, all packed away? Su Bai made a quick meal of this, even going so far as to use money to smash time. Saving time is just one thing. Until now, the news that Su Bai is going to enter the superstore industry is still only spread in a small range, and not too many people know about it. Among them, There was no lack of components that Su Bai deliberately concealed. The reason for this is that Su Bai wants to play a blitzkrieg, not to give Wojima too much time to react. In the words of our old ancestor, 1 pass of the drum, war rice is built, 2 passes of the drum, tighten the battle robe, 3 passes of the drum, the knife is sheathed. When the 4 drums go down, the knife must see blood. This is called momentum. This is called military spirit. The opening of the supermarket will be delayed for a year and a half. Not to mention the sheath of the knife. The knife is rusty my ass. Now Nanxiao Airport has boldly begun the renovation project. This drum has been sounded. As for the second drum, then we have to mention an old saying in the retail industry. Start by traffic. Life and death supply chain. Traffic. Su Bai is not lacking. According to a pig can have more than 10 million people to see. The core of the rice supermarket. In this supply chain, in human terms, you have to have enough suppliers, so that their products, placed on the shelves of your supermarket to sell, and those products, also have to be liked by consumers, which involves a series of complex issues. Su Bai's solution idea is quite simple. Professional things, to professional people to do. Yicheng Bridge under the bridge. Turn right 800 meters on the riverfront road. There is a car wash store business. Has been very good, and even a lot of guests, cross-city are to come here to wash the car. It is not that this car wash is cleaner than others. The quality of service can only be considered average. The reason why business is good, because this car wash store has a group of special car wash workers. They are not good at talking. Their faces always hang a naive and pure smile. The action is not too sharp. Most of them suffer from mental retardation, cerebral palsy, autism and Down syndrome. They also share a common name, Hey Beaner, as written on the signboard, Hey Beaner Car Wash. The owner of the car wash is Feng Jun, who is in his early 40s. 5 years ago, he and his wife opened this car wash together. The reason for opening the store was that his son, who suffers from autism, had been unable to find a job. Feng Jun usually doesn't talk much, and even has a mean face, so he often gets his ID checked by the police when he goes to the pedestrian street in the center of the city. Only the store's happy and naive customers know that the owner has a heart of gold. Regular customers who often come to the car wash store will also take advantage of the car wash gap, and Feng Jun chat and smoke, but very few people know that this usually always silent car wash store owner, 5 years ago, but has a completely different identity. The founder of Qianjiawi Supermarket. Back then, from the local Yicheng started Qianjiawi Supermarket, by virtue of good quality and cheap goods and good service, not only dominated the Yicheng, and even expanded to Sichuan, Chongqing and Yunnan provinces. Its branches are more than 87, annual income of hundreds of millions. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After 8 years, in the domestic first and second tier cities to gain a firm foothold in the international chain of large supermarkets, opened a vast sinking strategy. Walmart, Sell Delong, Auchan, Ito. For the local superstores in the Dragon Kingdom back then, it was no less than another version of the 8-power allied forces. People have advanced business philosophy, perfect supply system, powerful scale effect, complete set of logistics system, integrated information system. As for the local supermarkets, they only have a promotional poster with price cuts and discounts in the face of the onslaught of international supermarkets. So Feng Jun came to open the car wash. Mr. Feng also became Feng Boss. To this day, whenever Feng Jun review, feel that he lost not unfairly, lost convincingly. Compared to a super boss, he is still more suitable to be a car wash store owner. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Jun was sitting at the counter counting today's earnings, and did not notice in the slightest, a black Audi A6, has slowly driven into the car wash. Bang! After Su Bai closed the car door, he looked at the naive clerk who greeted him. The keys are in the car, please. There were no thanks, only the shopkeeper's bright smile. Right, where's your boss? A mute clerk reached out and pointed in the direction of the counter. Thanks. Su Bai, who passed through the gate, went straight to the counter, and after seeing the water dispenser next to it, he first went to get a paper cup to catch water. Taking advantage of the gap between receiving water, Su Bai twisted his head to look at Feng Jun, who was looking down at his cell phone at the counter. I heard my personnel manager say that he didn't manage to get you out of the mountain even after 3 visits? Feng Jun, who heard the commotion, raised his head, just in time to see Su Bai, who picked up a paper cup and stared for 2 seconds. Mr. Su, after taking a sip of water, Mr. Su nodded his head. If the general manager Su you're talking about is the one from Rice Technology, then that's me. If you're talking about the one who can't hold down a pig, I'll turn my head and leave. How did you? Came to meet you, the legend of the Southwest Superstore world, and washed the car on the way. After a burst of pleasantries, the two were seated on both sides of the coffee table. Feng Jun took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Bai, and when he saw Su Bai refused, he inserted it back into the cigarette case. How many years old is it? Mr. Su, as you can see, I am now the owner of a car wash store. Your personnel manager did come to me, and to be honest, the treatment was given very high. But, I'm really sorry, my level is average and my strength is limited. I really can't be qualified. Su Bai put down the disposable paper cup in his hand and laughed. I would think that Boss Feng is not unsure of himself. He is just unsure of the rice supermarket. Feng Jun is a person who doesn't like to lie. Just smiled and didn't say anything. Su Bai continued. Do you think? I'm from the cell phone business. Cross-border into the superstore industry. At best, it is considered a playful nature. Anyway, there is money, tossing and playing. You think, rice supermarket, even if I rely on my influence can be sensational for a while, is only a flash in the pan, cannot be long chant. Seeing that Su Bai had put words to this point, Feng Jun also had nothing to hide. Alas, Mr. Su, let me say something you don't like to hear. Your advantage is conscience and listening to persuasion. But for Walmart, people simply don't eat you. Wojima's goods does not have to be higher than your price. Quality also does not have to be worse than you. You can network to listen to advice to take advice. They also have their own customer service. The scene will be able to deal with the problem solved. If you are a consumer, is it willing to go to a long ago to cultivate the consumption habits of Walmart? Or go to a never heard of rice supermarket? It's not for nothing that people have been established for more than half a century, still standing, and have become the world's number one. Feng Jun said a lot in one breath. It was obvious that he had worked hard in private and had a very clear understanding of the rice supermarket. However, there was one thing that Feng Jun never said. That was this group of hay beaner sales clerks. Feng Jun did not feel comfortable handing over these simple children to others. After all, these silly children, even if they worked hard for a day, when the boss gave them $10 a day's wages, they will be happy to continue. Never say anything. Not everyone can be like Feng Jun, cold face and good heart. Feng Jun said. Su Bai quietly listened, did not refute, nor because of Feng Jun's blunt face. Su Bai, who had experienced many business negotiations, the most popular truth was to never follow the rhythm of others. Even though he wanted to explain to Feng Jun what was meant by the Donglai model, after careful thought, he decided to shut up. There wasn't a certain Donglai in this world, and people couldn't understand something that hadn't even appeared. Everything, only look at the results to speak. After a long period of silence, Su Bai looked towards a few hay beaners who were wiping the car outside the main door. Let's do it this way. I will renegotiate the treatment issue with you. Hearing the treatment issue, Feng Jun directly shook his head silently. This was not a treatment issue at all. Even if Su Bai gave more money, he would not go. As a boss who once had hundreds of millions of assets and also had big ups and downs, money was nothing more than a string of numbers for the current Feng Jun. In the end, it was still a dream. You are still serving as the CEO of Rice Supermarket, directly responsible to me. Other than that, speaking here, Su Bai lifted his chin, signaling the hay beaner car wash clerks outside. I will also set up a separate car cleaning department under the customer service department of Rice Supermarket, specializing in providing free car wash services for customers who drive to the supermarket to shop. Therefore, on behalf of the personnel department, I would like to cordially invite these brothers to join the car cleaning department of the Rice Supermarket. If it's fine with Mr. Feng, let's talk about their treatment. When he heard that Su Bai wanted to hire these pleasant beaners, Feng Jun was confused. Originally, Feng Jun thought that Su Bai's so-called treatment issue was his own treatment. Never in a million years did he expect that it was actually these hay beaners. Rice Supermarket actually wanted to hire these hay beaners? It must be said that Su Bai's hand back to the head to pull out, directly to Feng Jun to pull out the crotch. People are pulling out the numbness. This is, to take the entire car wash, all packed with the rhythm? Chapter 061, Congratulations. You've learned to answer the question. Mr. Su, are you saying that you want all of these children? Looking at Feng Jun's surprised expression, Su Bai knew that the initiative of this negotiation had returned to his hands. Still, there is only a hoe that can't be swung. There is no corner that can't be dug. I have personally made a move, and you still want me to come back empty-handed? When the boss do not want to face it? That's right, now Feng Jun has begun to waver. It was not because of the goodwill that Su Bai had shown by hiring these hay beaners, because the goodwill, too, was likely to be feigned, but because of Su Bai's business thinking. Think about it, the same two supermarkets, one is even difficult to park, the other, on the other hand, not only has ample parking, but also offers a free car wash. Which one do you choose? Take a step back again, the same two car washes, one has normal employees, while the other is a high beaner. Which one would you choose? This question, as the owner of She Beaner Car Wash, Feng Jun, had the most say. And now, Su Bai directly combined these two advantages into one. Hey Beaner Free Car Wash. This card is simply a king bomb. It could be said that this handful of tawdry operations alone could bring a very sizable amount of customer traffic to a medium-sized supermarket. The premise was that the supermarket's profits were enough to support Su Bai's pie-in-the-sky idea. Or rather, could it be that Su Bai was trying to hire these pleasant beaners with a very low package? It wasn't impossible. The daily expenses of a car wash store couldn't be said to be large, but it definitely wasn't small. Since they offered a free car wash service, then Su Bai could only squeeze the wages of his employees if he wanted to maintain the profits of the supermarket. So, the core of the problem was still the treatment of these hay beaners. Mr. Su, I think you've misunderstood. These children in my store, although they have all sorts of defects, but in my place, they are normal people and receive the same wages as normal people. If Mr. Su always thinks that just because they are hay bean children, they can work for you at a very low wage package. Thinking of this, Feng Jun resumed his usual cold face. He has been a boss. Naturally also know the nature of capital for profit. Often the bigger the boss, the less humane to speak of. The so-called employees is just a tool for them to make money. Feng Jun admired Su Bai's business thinking in his heart, but it did not mean that Feng Jun recognized Su Bai as a person. Su Bai seemed like he didn't even notice the change in Feng Jun's face, still looking at the shebeeners who were busy outside the store, and couldn't stop nodding his head as he listened to Feng Jun's words. It's true that you can't give it according to normal people's treatment. See, it was really like this. Feng Jun's face darkened even more, and even picked up his own teacup to drink water, rather like serving tea to a guest. Their treatment should be even better than normal. Feng Jun maintained the action of serving tea, staring at Su Bai with a ghostly expression. Just now he was a bit deaf. What did you say, Mr. Su? You said, Su Bai said to himself. I've seen documentaries about them, and a lot of hay beaners have a big inconvenience when it comes to their lives. That's commuting to work. It takes them a long time to remember which bus to take, which stop to get to, and which direction to go. If they take the wrong bus or get off at the wrong stop, it can be a hassle. In response to this situation, I think it's entirely reasonable to provide them with dormitories nearby, and well, there's also a cafeteria. As for the basic salary, temporarily set to 8,000 to 10,000, specific have to let the personnel department accounting. After all, it is manual labor although low point, but our welfare benefits more. Su Bai is talking, suddenly glimpsed, sitting next to Feng Jun appeared extremely bizarre scene. Only see Feng Jun although the expression is still cold, but do not know when. Feng Jun end of the teacup hand, but shook into a sieve. With the increase in the amplitude of the shaking, tea shaking began to splash out. Seeing this, Mr. Feng, are you okay? At this time, Feng Jun, in his heart, there are 10,000 heads of pig and pig surging. These hide beaner, he all just gave 4,005 salary plus a lunch. YouTube food tube housing even if, give back 8,000 to hit the bottom? How dare you ask me if I'm okay? I'm fine for now. Cough cough, nothing, my hand is numb. Although the treatment given by Su Bai was high, Feng Jun was not swept away. Mr. Su, I'm curious, the employees of the rice supermarket, do they all give such high wages? Su Bai nodded and said, is there a problem? Feng Jun was puzzled. Are you sure that big rice supermarket can afford such high labor costs? Su Bai gently shook the disposable paper cup in his hand, saying 1,000, saying 10,000. It's still a problem of the supermarket's efficiency. The question circled back. How to ensure the benefits of the rice supermarket? Just like what Feng Jun just said, could it rely on Su Bai's conscience and listening to advice? Mr. Su, unfortunately, until now, I still can't see what the core competitiveness of the rice supermarket is. Seeing this, Su Bai really had no choice, dipped some water from a paper cup, and wrote a word on the glass coffee table. One skim and one stroke. People. People? That's right, it's people. Su Bai said bluntly. Mr. Feng, assuming that you are now an ordinary specialized college student who just graduated, the average salary of a freshman in the market is around 4,000. If you come to my company to apply for a job and I give you 4,000, what would you think? Hearing this question, Feng Jun hesitated for a few seconds. According to this current employment environment, it was good enough for college students to find a job. Even if they maintained the average salary level, it was not bad. Just, go to work honestly. No, who knows? As soon as the words fell, Su Bai directly retorted. You will go to work and clock in on time, leave at the end of the day, do the work when you can, and push it when you can. The company earns money or not. How effective. And you have nothing to do, as long as you can pay wages on time, because $4,000, in this day and age, can only allow you to survive, not live. A call, said Feng Jun was speechless. He had to admit that what Su Bai said was the truth. Then what if I take my salary and raise it to 6,000? then your attitude would be completely different, because this has already exceeded the local average wage level. As long as you don't live too extravagantly, odds are you'll be able to save up a fortune every month to watch movies and have dinner and tea with friends. By the end of the year, when you go back to your hometown, you'll still be able to buy your parents a couple of new clothes and have a happy family New Year's Eve. Looking forward to a better next year. Reacting to your work, you will start to care if the company earns money or not and try to do more. You will expect the company to be able to maintain, not to close down, not to lay off employees. A call that made Feng Jun nod frequently. So, what if I then raise my salary to 8,000, twice the average regional salary? At this time, you are completely out of the realm of survival, and the amount of money you can save each month becomes more. And with that, you will consider saving up to buy a house, buy a car, get married and have children. You'll realize that all these expectations are all pinned on your job. So, every day when the alarm goes off, you will get up early and rush to the office, and you will devote yourself to your work with full enthusiasm. You will no longer just expect the company to maintain itself. Instead, you will want it to get better and better, more and more efficient, because only then will all your ideals be realized one by one. Then, saying this, Su Bai looked at Feng Jun. What if I raise the salary of a fresh college student to 10,000? Feng Jun decisively said. He will be like a chicken blood. He can't wait to live in the company, grabbing what he can do, learning what he can't do, and guarding what he can't do. He'll be even more attentive than you, the boss, and even if you fart in the elevator, he'll have to grab it and say it was him. Hearing this, Su Bai smiled and extended his right hand towards Feng Jun. Congratulations, you've all learned to snatch the answer. I have a saved manuscript today, so I'll add an extra chapter. Chapter 062. Let you think. You really dare to think? Su Bai's old S6 has been washed, parked in the open space outside the store. A group of Joy Beaner immediately copied the guy surrounded. Wipe the car, vacuuming vacuum. In the store, Feng Jun was still frowning and pondering. There was no way. Just now, Su Bai's flurry of rhythms was almost limping to him. He had to calm down and think about what exactly was going on. After all, he had once been considered a boss with hundreds of millions of assets, had met countless bosses, and knew a bewildering amount of theories on doing business. According to normal logic, as a company, it is certainly necessary to consider the cost of labor. Since it is the cost, we should try to compress. Employee wages can be as low as possible. How low? Cannot rise on not rising. Only in this way can we ensure a larger profit margin. The simplest example is the labor agency. People are relying on your salary to make money, but also want to raise wages? What are you thinking? This should be the normal thinking of labor. But when it comes to Su Bai here, it is anomalous. Feng Jun keenly aware of where it is wrong, but for a moment cannot think of, until he looked to Su Bai out of the toilet, which finally understood that the problem in the end where. It was only when he looked at Su Bai coming out of the toilet that he finally realized what the problem was. If it was Feng Jun himself, would he be willing to pay that much money to his employees? He said he could, but when it came to the time of the financial accounts, looking at the huge labor expenses, it is estimated that Feng Jun would be so distressed that he would gnash his teeth, because that money could have been his. Who would give his money to others for no reason? Then Su Bai. Why was he willing to do this again? Mr. Su, I still can't understand. Su Bai, who wiped his hands with a paper towel, sat down and laughed. Can't understand what? Can't understand that I, an entrepreneur, should be driven by profit. Why do I have to do the opposite and raise my own labor costs? Seeing that Feng Jun did not speak, Su Bai asked himself, then have you thought about the employees who, like you just said, I would grab over even if I farted? If I had 10, what would happen? What would happen if there were 100? What would happen if the several hundred employees of Rice Supermarket were all like this? Hearing this, Feng Jun was numb. Imagine that picture. A group of employees who are wailing with chicken blood. A group of employees who are receiving high wages and are more worried than the boss that the supermarket won't be able to go out of business. Thinking about it, Feng Jun's brain twitched and thought of Li Yunlong of the Independent Regiment. Looking at it, Feng Jun's eyes blurred, and he saw Su Bai as the old Li, and himself, obviously became Zhao Gang, the other person. Old Li said so much, is not hoping to piss in the same pot with himself. The words have been said to this point. He Feng Jun still have a reason to refuse? 5 minutes later, Su Bai drove a freshly scrubbed black old S6 and left the Hay Beaner car wash. Only the next Feng Jun stood on the side of the road, calling his daughter-in-law. Hey, wife, there's something to tell you. It's nothing, just. Feng Jun, who didn't know how to open his mouth for a while, looked at Su Bai's car's taillights and thought for a few seconds before popping out a sentence. Have you seen Bright Sword yet? At the same time, Yang Chang, although the first month had already passed, the red lanterns at the entrance of Friendship Day Chemical Factory were still hanging. Compared to the past, The current Friendship Daily Chemical had already seen a radical change. Even the rusty big iron gate at the entrance had been replaced with a brand new electric retractable gate at the end of last year. Only the boss Yicheng old Celestial, which was almost sold to pay wages, was still not replaced. For one thing, Yicheng drove out of affection. Rather, since learning that Mr. Su drove an old A6, Yicheng had looked away. The big boss with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets drove an A6. He, a small boss of Daily Chemicals, drove a Celestial, and was not ashamed of himself. In the morning, Yicheng was holding a calculator, counting the performance in the office, when suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Yicheng had also did not lift the road. "You kid, and you said how many times? Into the office do not know knock off." Push the door and into the Hishao directly to the water dispenser. "Seems to be thirsty." Grunt busy irrigation. Seeing this, Yicheng put down the calculator and removed the presbyopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. "How is it? Talk down or not?" Since the start of the year at work, Hishao has been running business outside. To be more specific, it was running superstores. It had to be said that the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, which had joined the rice standard, had been given a second spring. But from an objective point of view, it is not at all problematic, such as the live selling goods, although it can avoid the behavior of the middleman to earn the difference in price. But there is a problem is unavoidable. Courier fees. Although the Friendship of Daily Chemical Factory and the major courier companies have negotiated a large customer agreement, but after all, the unit price of many products was originally very low. A handful of courier fees, it is very uneconomical. Furthermore, consumers who buy goods through the live broadcast is not the majority now. Many customers have said that they are to help friends or family members to buy, which shows that the Friendship of Daily products, sales channels are still too single, has not covered enough groups. In order to solve this problem, this period of time, Hishao has been running hope to be able to through the superstore, in the way of factory direct supply, to expand the product to the line. But through the expression of Hishao is not difficult to see. He ran for a period of time down the results. Seems to be not good. Don't mention it, Dad. All ing fall into the eye of money. Mention me on the gas. It must be said that when Hishao went to these superstores on behalf of Yuyin, the purchasing managers on the other side were still quite polite. After all, it was a fact that Friendship Daily Chemicals products were popular, and they were sold out at live sales. This kind of high-quality customers, superstores naturally want to receive well. But down, Hishao face changed. Take the largest super Walmart. People have enough backbone, strong background, the use of the rich and powerful self-pickup mode. To put it bluntly, it is the first to buy the products of your Friendship Day Chemical Factory, and then they price themselves to sell. This involves a problem. That is, the problem of offline-online price difference. If Walmart sells more expensive than online, then consumers naturally will not go to Walmart to buy. Therefore, the pricing of Wojima must be lower than online, at least the same. In this case, Walmart wants to make money. So what to do? That is naturally purchasing time. Crazy pressure Friendship Daily purchasing price. Then the problem comes again. Join the rice standard Friendship Daily. Profit margins were already low. And then buy Walmart this big knife cut. So it's all working for Walmart. Well, the road of self-procurement super cannot go. Then go to the self-supporting total it. The so-called self-support, in fact, is consignment. For example, the Friendship of a bottle of hand cream, plus shipping costs to the supermarket offer $5 too, and then send the goods to the supermarket. The supermarket according to their own situation to sell. In order to make money, the supermarket may sell $6, may sell $8. Of course, is to sell the more expensive the better. Regardless of how much money to sell, the price of $5 too, and Friendship Daily settlement. Selling is those who do not know to compare the price of the customer. See the rice standard logo, brainless to the shopping cart. Hishao, who heard this model, his nose was crooked. This is not to smash the signboard of the rice standard? If Hishao dare to do so, take the lead in messing up the price of the product, destroy the image of the rice standard. It is estimated that Pierre's a mouthful of spittle can be drowned him. As a result, a pass down. Self-pickup supermarkets cannot. Self-managed supermarkets also cannot. Sort of busy work for nothing. Finished drinking water. Hishao put the cup on the table. I kind of see, Dad. Offline superstore this road. Other people can't count on it. Listening to his son's complaints, Yicheng felt indifferent. For Yicheng, today's Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has already allowed him to wake up from his dreams with a smile on his face. Not seeking to build on his success, but only seeking stability. Since the supermarket this road cannot go, then do not go not on the line. The live broadcast alone sells goods. Are enough. Listening to you. Who else do you want to count on? Hishao came over to the side of the desk. his face leaping up. Mr. Su Dad, isn't the other Mr. Su the main one who listens to persuasion? You say I go to persuade him to dry supermarket how? Not to say anything else, as long as he is willing to do, as long as he is standing stick, are thousands of daily chemical factory. Surely a call, to give him to support the scene. Hearing He Xiaokai talking more and more vigorously, He Xiaokai is too lazy to fight his confidence. People Su always listen to advice, and not stupid. Also dry supermarket, you win Wojima does not exist? Okay, you go to persuade. If you really want to persuade, you'll move your chopsticks first when you eat at home in the future. Really? You kid, have you gone against the law? Let you think. You really dare to think? Chapter 063, I suspect you want to karma my leaks. Yicheng Yuehua Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Yicheng. Just 2 days ago, the manager of the hotel's customer service department received a large order to provide accommodation, office and conference services for a team of more than 200 people. The name of the customer unit is called Rice Technology. Although many people say Su Bai stingy, every day driving the old S6 wandering around. Drivers are not invited one, but only the employees of the Rice Technology know, their own boss how stingy to themselves, how good to the staff. Like this time Su Bai in order to Rice Supermarket, from the Rice Technology to draw staff support, voluntary enrollment of countless employees, and these more than 200 employees from the technical department of the headquarters of Rice Technology, this time rushed to Yicheng's task, is for the upcoming establishment of the Rice Supermarket, to establish a set of perfect integrated information system. This is Su Bai's blatant copying of Walmart's work. There were many reasons why Wojima could become the world's #1, but one of them was crucial. That is, Wojima has a set of extremely advanced information system. In the 70s of last century, Wojima established the first logistics data processing center. It was one of the first companies in the world to use computerized offices. In the early 80s, Yicheng spent $400 million to buy commercial satellites, realizing the global network of data. In the 90s, Wumel began to popularize the global positioning system to the logistics terminal. In 2004, the first popularization of radio frequency technology. This set of combinations down, to reduce the operating costs of Wujima to a horrible figure. This is why, the same from the manufacturer to get goods, but your price, can never be cheaper than Walmart. So, if you really think of Walmart as a grocery store, you're very wrong. The world's #1 company, which covers tens of thousands of stores around the globe, is far from what it seems. It was no exaggeration to say that from the big data within Wojima, the Eagle Kingdom Intelligence Department could easily know the consumption level and trend of the residents of any city in the Dragon Kingdom, how many middle-class people there were, how many well-off families there were, and thus project whether the economy was growing or declining, thus providing side corroboration for national-level intelligence. That's why I say, the world's first, really not cover, and now Su Bai to do, to put it bluntly, walk Wojima's way, so that Wojima has no way to go, copy and it's over. From Rongqing transferred more than 200 strong soldiers, just came to the first day, opened as a program apes passive skills hair loss mode, in the hotel provides the office floor, the keyboard knocked out sparks, no way, Mr. Su gave too much. At the same time, these more than 200 people are only the frontline troops stationed in Yicheng, involving a lot of hardware and software field testing work. In the rear, Su Bai also specifically contacted a few large domestic outsourcing vendors and suppliers, formed a rear force of thousands of people to provide remote hardware and software technical support. That is, Su Bai does not have enough cash flow in his hands now, and the Rice Supermarket has not carried out an expansion strategy. Otherwise, Su Bai, who is addicted to copying, is expected to find the Space Department and play a few commercial satellites. We also come to a global data networking. Without realizing it, time has come to the middle of March. Less than a month and a half remained before the official opening of the Rice Supermarket on May Day. During this period of time, Feng Jun has lost weight, visible to the naked eye. The face that had been recuperating for a few years and had managed to grow round, had also become angular. A pair of black eyes, also dark and scary, obviously did not rest well for a while. Just out of the hotel elevator, Feng Jun pulled off the tie on his collar and quickly walked towards Su Bai's office. As Secretary Xiao Lu pushed the office door open, Su Bai was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window making a phone call. Seeing this, Feng Jun wanted to take out a cigarette to smoke one, but after seeing the clean ashtray on Su Bai's desk, he still resisted the idea of smoking. Su Bai, who hung up the phone, after seeing Xiao Lu, who was serving tea, go out, pulled over the chair and sat opposite Feng Jun. How about it? Feng Jun shook his head decisively. I suggest that the opening time be pushed back. Oh, over this period of time, Feng Jun had been running the major brand suppliers According to the original plan of Rice Supermarket, the SKUs, product categories, of the outlet should reach at least 16,000. That's right, this was also copied from Walmart. However, after running for a period of time down, the number of SKUs negotiated, only less than 3,000, less than 20%. According to this speed, wait until the May Day opening. Rice Supermarket shelves are estimated to be half empty. It is not that Feng Jun's ability is not good, mainly because Su Bai's requirements are too high. All the products, not only the quality of extremely strict requirements, the key is the price is also pressed to death. This kind of condition, the vast majority of brand owners heard straight shake their heads. You want to have good quality and low price. You Rice Supermarkets really think that good quality and inexpensive is a word? Mr. Su, according to your requirements, talk about some unknown small manufacturers is okay, but many big brands simply cannot talk down. Big brands? Yes, not to mention the big brands, even many mid-range brands. After hearing our requirements, they simply don't want to talk to me. But I didn't ask you to talk about big brands either. One sentence, completely giving Feng Jun a whole lot of trouble. Not talking about big brands? What's going on? Combined with a Rice Supermarket, directly dry into a small commodity wholesale market? You a commodity, no brand, there is no credibility. Brand have not seen. Who will buy your Seeing Feng Jun's incredulous expression, Su Bai pulled his chair and sat closer to Feng Jun. Let me put it this way, branding is actually a pseudo-proposition. This concept appeared in our country a long time ago, but the ones who refined it and formally used it on commodities were the Western countries. It's like the Zippo lighter, which followed the story of the soldiers of the Eagle Kingdom who fought all over the world and then used one to stop bullets, becoming a household name. There's nothing wrong with letting more people know about your product, from a business perspective, but that doesn't mean that when your product is popular, you can raise prices with impunity. For example, a lighter that amortizes the cost of research and development, which is only a few $dozen. In the hands of the consumer, the price becomes $100 or $200, or even a few $1,000s. You may think of this as branding, but in my eyes, this is an IQ tax. The same goes for many other cases. A clear stone dug out of the ground in South Africa, cut and packaged, with the phrase, "Love lasts forever." One lasts forever. You can sell it for thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter if you sell it for a lot of money. The point is that it doesn't hold its value, and it's only a few $100s when it's resold. So you can sell it for tens of thousands of dollars, but I can only sell it for a few $100s if I wear it for a day? Then you tell me, this is called brand? And the same domestic car, performance is not bad. You change a foreign label, said the joint venture, said the import, the price is several times, and you have to raise the price. Then you tell me, you call this a brand? If I'm a rich man, I don't care about the money. I'll buy a big brand to save face. That's not wrong. But I'm just an ordinary person. Just want to buy some affordable good use. You want to tell me that the big brand is good. No money can buy alone. Then I have to suspect. You are trying to karma me leak. These two chapters are a little water. Excessive chapter. We put together to see. Chapter 064, this is all. Can it work? Otherwise it would be said that Su Bai is a big boss. This brain circuit, this thinking, who can keep up? In fact, it's easy to understand. Nowadays, in our daily life, on the internet, TV and radio, all the big brands and big companies are full of advertisements, telling you to buy things you have to buy theirs. Theirs is the best, the others are all crumbs. It's like brainwashing over and over again to instill this idea in you, thus changing your consumption habits. Just like the current rice technology, Su Bai can use all kinds of ways to rise cell phone price increases. Do not have to rise too much, even if only up $200. Profit margins can also be doubled, even if it goes up $1,000. Su Bai is not worried about selling. One is that the quality of the rice cell phone is really reliable. The profit margin itself is low, and the price-performance ratio is ridiculously high. Secondly, Demi Technology has become the leading cell phone in the Dragon Kingdom, and in this industry, he has the final say. Change to other industries is not so. First use the way to smash money low price promotion to occupy the market. Squeeze peers, until the market is occupied. Peers died almost. Then backhand to a set of prices. Play is a flip-flop. Or why not say, the city said deep, all want to go back to the countryside it. Su Bai can understand this reasoning, because Su Bai himself is the insider. He stands high, so see farther. On the contrary, Feng Jun was a bit unable to keep up with Su Bai's rhythm. Mr. Su, as the old saying goes, you get what you pay for. Many consumers still recognize the brand. Su Bai shook his head decisively. The simplest example, Wanjiai, the international daily chemical giant, is considered a big brand. You dare to say they are worth every penny? Besides, Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, a second-tier daily chemical factory that was unknown last year. Do you dare to say that they don't have a cost-effective price? The saying penny wise and pound foolish is true. The mistake is that you tie it to the brand. The mistake is to think that only big brands that are value for money. Although Feng Jun admitted that Su Bai had a point. But Mr. Su, even if there are conscientious products within the small brands and small manufacturers, but consumers can't distinguish between them. Su Bai laughed. Then what do you think we are doing now? After saying this, Su Bai stood up and brought over the teacup on the desk. The reason why consumers recognize the big brands is because they used to try to be cheap and got screwed by a lot of inferior goods. Even if you spend a little more money, you have to buy a peace of mind. Buy a peace of mind. To put it bluntly, the so-called big brand is a guarantee. Su Bai, who had resat opposite Feng Jun. Since the big brand has a guarantee, then our rice supermarket can also have it. We guarantee that all the commodities in the rice supermarket are of guaranteed quality and quantity, and the price is still lower than the big brands. Non-consumable items, we have a 7-day return, 14-day replacement, and regular repair. The reason I told you not to go to the big brands, it's because our rice supermarket is supposed to be the brand. I want all consumers to know, when Rice Supermarket produces, it's a fine product. The words are so clear. If Feng Jun is still not clear about what to do, then Su Bai or change people before it's too late. Under a flurry of enlightenment, Feng Jun's entire body was energized. Especially that sentence. Rice Supermarket is a brand in itself. To Feng Jun blood are whole boiling. He still opened a supermarket in the past. Even this reasoning does not understand. Also yes, when the boss, all of them look towards the money. How to earn more money. How to come. How many people would be like Su Bai, thinking from the perspective of ordinary people? Perhaps, this was the difference between capitalists and people's entrepreneurs. Alright, Mr. Su, I know what to do next. I'll give you a military order. If the SKUs don't reach the standard on the 1st of May and you can't open, you take me for a test. Seeing Feng Jun, who excitedly got up, Su Bai waved his hand. Don't make the whole thing so serious, and take you for a test. When the time comes, you will directly bring your head to see. A joke, but instead let the rather stressed Feng Jun like a relief. Right, here's an idea for you. Although you don't have to go to the big brands, but you can stare at the big brands' corners and dig. Hearing this, Feng Jun raised his eyebrows. You mean, go and find suppliers of big brands to work with? That's right. After this incident with Wan Jiai, Su Bai sort of understood. In fact, many of the so-called big brands didn't have their own factories. They were all looking for foundries to process their products, and then labeled them with their own brand and sold them at a premium. A piece of the same quality of clothing, the cost of less than $50. Paste the brand can sell 800 or 900. For example, a certain gram, a certain D. There are also a lot of technical patents involved. You think, people manufacturers themselves do not have technical patents, do not have their own products? Otherwise you think, Shell Mercedes how to come. Here let himself to dig big brand's corner. Feng Jun a little numbclaw. Mr. Su, we are so blatantly digging into other people's corners. Engage in pingtai. Will it offend a little too many people? Hearing this, Su Bai's shoulders shrugged. The one who offends is me. What are you afraid of? Allow your brand premium, but don't allow us to engage in flat replacement? Well, when the sky collapses, there's a taller one to hold it. Feng Jun raised his hand and looked at his watch. Okay, then Mr. Su, I'm leaving. There's still an hour's flight to Zhejiang province. Su Bai nodded and looked at the dark circles under Feng Jun's face. You are now the CEO of Rice Supermarket. The authority is given to you. Know how to use it. Do everything yourself, even if you are too busy to touch the ground. How much can you accomplish in a day? Recruit people when it's time to recruit. Don't be afraid of high labor costs. Use the method I taught you to recruit people. I guarantee. Gaga good use. Feng Jun's front foot just left. The landline on the desk rang the voice of Secretary Xiaolu. Mr. Su, Manager He Xiaokai of Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has made an appointment for your call time. Hearing the words Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, Su Bai came behind the desk and pressed the one-button call. No need to make an appointment. I'm free now. Pick it up. Okay, on line 1. Actually, when the call was just connected, He Xiaokai regretted it. Persuading Mr. Su to open a supermarket? Isn't this a farce? He was the founder of the Dangdang Rice Phone, shouldering the responsibility of sanitary napkins for the nation's female compatriots, and was also the general helmsman of the Rice Standards Alliance. Soon also have to add a piece of the people's entrepreneurs of the golden signboard. Just this status, just this identity. It's not good for people to sit with their legs crossed and enjoy their happiness. Just because you, He Xiaokai, said something, you went to fight with the world's no. One woman, where did you get such a big face? But the phone is connected. Can't hang up for Mr. Su again. Hello? I'm Su Bai. Listening to Su Bai's voice on the other end of the phone, He Xiaokai's heart was about to jump out of his throat. At this point in time, stretching one's head is a knife. Shrinking one's head is also a knife. I've already made the call, so I'm not afraid of anything. If you're rejected, then just reject it. There are a few men who have never been rejected. After briefly talking to Su Bai about the current situation of Friendship Day Chemical Factory, He Xiaokai politely expressed to Su Bai, Mr. Su, I was just thinking, if you come forward and open a supermarket, our entire daily chemical industry will definitely support you. And on the opposite side of the phone, listening to He Xiaokai's narration, Su Bai himself was a bit confused. The reason why he didn't let Feng Jun go to these daily chemical manufacturers first was because the current Rice Standard Alliance couldn't hide anything at all. If one manufacturer knew that Su Bai was going to open a rice supermarket, the whole industry would know. If the entire industry knew, it was estimated that the entire Dragon Kingdom would also know. Until now, Su Bai has been trying his best to hide behind the curtain. As the CEO of the Feng Jun, as Su Bai threw out the smoke bomb, he wanted to leave these daily chemical manufacturers for the end. But unexpectedly, they actually came to the door on their own. It's really, how big are your shoes? How big are my feet? Su Bai looked at the calendar on the computer. This is the middle of March. It is estimated that the matter of the rice supermarket cannot be hidden soon. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few days earlier and a few days later, and it won't have much impact to say it now. Half a minute later, He Xiaokai hung up the phone and stood in place with his cell phone. Dumbfounded. Clarity was written all over his face. Seeing this, the nearby Hitsong Zhou shook his head and laughed. Rejected, right? I told you a long time ago, it's not possible at all. This phone call of yours is purely looking for discomfort. On the contrary, it was He Xiaokai, who was standing in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Dad, Mr. Su said he'll think about it. Think about it. What did you say? He said that he'll think about opening a supermarket. Hitsong Zhou stood up in a flash, looked his son up and down, with an incredibly surprised face. This is all. Can it work? The whole world knew that Su Bai listened to persuasion, but Hitsong Zhou would never have thought that Mr. Su listened to persuasion so well no matter what. Chapter 065, People Can't. Don't blame the road is not flat. Warm and humid air from the Indian Ocean and South China Sea, after crossing the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau with difficulty, as if a floodgate was opened, plunged headlong into the basin of Shu Province. With the landing of the first spring rain, Yicheng citizens have finally taken off their cotton coats and ushered in the spring with pleasant temperature. Time, without realizing it, had come to April. With Su Bai's order, the personnel department of the newly formed rice supermarket opened a vast recruitment process. At the same time, in the male dormitory building of Yicheng City College, Liang Wenchao, who had deliberately changed into a suit, pushed open the door of his dorm room, threw down his shoulder bag, and sat on his bed with a tired face. Several roommates saw this and inquired about the situation. Wenchao, how is it? Can it work? Liang Wenchao didn't say anything and silently shook his head. As juniors, they were graduating in June, and right now almost everyone was implementing their own jobs. Liang Wenchao vaguely remembered how excited everyone was when the instructor asked them to look for a job after the course ended. Everyone was harboring their own ambitions and ideals, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to go out into the community to make a big difference. Yes, society is very cruel. Society is very realistic. We all know the truth. But for this group of college students who haven't graduated and haven't experienced any setbacks, they simply can't realize it. To use a phrase that has been widely circulated among young people, it is, raising your hand is not an apology. It's a sign that you still need to practice. My dear brother, if you can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. Just because you can't, doesn't mean we can't. Look at me. Then a few months down, roommates and a few buddies, without exception, all kneeling, when the lofty words still echo in the ears. The reality is that one more than one kneeling dry. Scholarships for study members, all go to the movie theater ticket sales. You dare to believe? At first said that 3 years to buy a car, 5 years to buy a house. The reality is that there is no salary of 5,000? How about 4,000? 4,000 is not enough? I'll do it for 3,500. What? Even if you work overtime, if you're late, you'll get $100 off? That's not fair. As a result, the work of 3,005 people are eager to do. It is said that people teach people, can never teach, things teach people. Once will be, a few months down the road, the group of smiling, cheerful and lively college students, all silent, in the middle of the night on the balcony of the dormitory. You can always see someone looking out the window in silence. After so many years of study, society has taught them the truest lesson. I heard my cousin say that there are more opportunities in Rongqing, and the salary is also higher than Yicheng. Otherwise, let's go to Rongcheng. A boy who was half lying on the bed whispered. Ha, I've seen it earlier, the higher salary is not much higher. The key is that the kind of place like Rongcheng, the expenses are big like our kind of specialist freshers. The money you earn in a month is not enough for your living expenses. Can't quite put it this way, share a rent, then 600 or 700 a month. Take the subway bus to work a month 100 or 200. Life save a little bit of 2000 enough. And then, the boy who spoke himself was silent. Calculated, a month of 3 or 4,000 wages. In the end, the pocket left a clean. So you've been working for a year just to pay rent to the landlord, just to buy a car or a house for the boss. The reason for this is the fact that the people who go to college are really there to be a cow or a horse. If we can't, let's go into the factory. Another boy came out of the toilet and said, listen to my sister said, now the factory work piecework. Overtime if also have 7 or 8,000 a month. Hard work is a little hard, but it's a lot of money. It sounded like it was good, but including Liang Wenchao and the others, they didn't say anything. Once in the factory door is like the sea. Want to go in easy, but want to come out is difficult. For this group of young people in their early 20s, a passionate young people, who wants to do a glance to the end of the boring work, who does not want to use youth to bet on tomorrow, fight a little fight, when everyone is silent. Suddenly, sitting in front of the computer dormitory head received a message from the guide. Attention all students, today Rice Technology to this school recruitment. Please bring your resumes to the school auditorium as soon as possible if you are interested. The dormitory head picked up his cell phone and took a look. I'm going. Demi Technology has come to our school to recruit. The boy lying on the bed immediately sat up. Big Rice Technology? The Rice Technology that presses the pig? How can it be? People are the world's top 500. Come to our college school recruitment. You funny. Don't believe you guys look at the cell phone group message yourselves. A few seconds later. Nay now college students have no culture. All I chow walked the world. A few minutes later. A group of Croat boys to the speed of 100 meters sprint rushed down the dormitory building. Everyone is holding a resume? Towards the school auditorium rushed. Along the way, there is a vast number of girls from the girls' dormitory building rushed out of the girls. It seems that the school also knows the influence of the Rice Technology. Directly on the recruitment site in the auditorium, just punch the scale. The classroom simply cannot fit. How can Demi Technology come to our school to recruit? Do any of you know? I also just received the news from the guide. Part-time clothes are not changed before coming. Wow, I'm so excited. It would be great if I could go to work at Demi Technology. You think too much. People come to the school recruitment. Certainly is the best of the best. Do not look at our school so big. I guess people look at only so 3 or 5. Top day. No matter what. First go to occupy the position. In case the personnel manager has the vision. Just happened to see me this horse of 1,000 miles. The same school recruitment. The same time. In Yicheng more than 10 colleges and universities at the same time. And in this vast school recruitment action, Rice Supermarket, also formally into the public eye. For this group of college students, they don't care about why Big Rice Technology set up a supermarket, and they don't want to understand what the deep meaning is behind this matter. For them, who have been struggling to find a job for months, the only thing they care about is whether they can find a suitable job. The personnel department from the Rice Supermarket also deliberately played a careful game in this school recruitment exercise. In addition to the demand for jobs, and the condition of no professional restrictions, did not talk about any Rice Supermarket treatment. Even paper resumes are confiscated, and finally just left a resume mailbox, and then hastily closed. This hand operation down. A lot of students attending the school recruitment mentality, that can be very different. After half a day, actually is a supermarket. I thought it was to go to work at the headquarters of Rice Technology. That is, we are at least serious college students. Actually let us go to the supermarket as a cashier guide? Who are you looking down on? I told you, the world's top 500. How can be so kind? After half a day, the original is hanging sheephead selling dog meat. Shucks. But also the people's entrepreneurs. Disgusting. To open a supermarket to use college students. Really treat us college students as cattle and horses? I'm not going to go. I'll stand for so many hours a day in the supermarket. My legs will be too thick. Not everyone thought this way. For example, Liang Wenchao, who walked out of the auditorium, had already used his cell phone to take a picture of the email address of the personnel department of the Rice Supermarket. Although it was a supermarket and the salary might be low, but how low could it be? Talking as if he could find a high-paying job. What really makes Liang Wenchao fancy is the background of the Rice Supermarket, and a deep background means a high ceiling. I believe that as long as I work hard enough, I will be able to climb up the ladder in the Rice Supermarket step by step. You can call this corporate potential, which can also be interpreted as promotion space. Another reason, naturally, is Su Bai. Liang Wenchao meditatively felt that the boss who couldn't hold down the pig, should not be able to pit his own hometown. Right. Chapter 066. To live. To live is to endure. In addition to the large-scale school recruitment, the social recruitment work of the personnel department of the rice supermarket is also being carried out at the same time. Yicheng major recruitment platform, also all hung on the rice supermarket recruitment information. The same old treatment benefits column, only 2 words, negotiable. At 5:50 p.m., inside the office building in the central district of Yicheng City, less than 10 minutes away from work, Zhang Wei has already packed up his things. Last week, his father was hospitalized in a car accident, and every day after work, Zhang Wei had to rush over as soon as possible to help his mother take care of his father. After confirming that all his work for the day was taken care of, Zhang Wei stared at the time on his computer with boredom, worrying about his father in his heart. But just as the time came to 5:58, the door of the general manager's office pushed open, and a beer-bellied boss in his 40s walked out with a stern face, shouting towards everyone, "Stop all the work in your hands and come over for a meeting." From the expressions of the surrounding employees, it was not difficult to tell that this kind of stepping on the clock for a meeting was a common occurrence and had long since become accustomed to it. On the contrary, it was Zhang Wei who hesitated to tell his boss that he had to go to the hospital in a hurry. But after a few seconds of silence, Zhang Wei still picked up his own notebook and followed the crowd, heading towards the office. After all, he had already offended his boss last week because of his father's car accident, and the boss was holding a grudge against him. The day of his father's car accident was last Wednesday afternoon. Zhang Wei, who got the news at that time, went to ask for leave with his boss in a hurry, but the boss came with a salty remark. "In the end, what is the situation? You do not even understand the leave? If they're all like you, how can the work go on? Isn't there still your mother? It's not like there's no one else. Your focus should be on your work. Do I have to teach you that? Other people are fine at home? See how others don't take time off, but you have a lot of things to do every day?" At that time, Zhang Wei was anxious. Directly in the office disliked the boss a few words. To see the matter has become a big deal. The boss black-faced to Zhang Wei approved the leave. As a result, the next day, Zhang Wei's last month's project bonus was cut in half. The reason was that Party A did not recognize Zhang Wei's work when the project was wrapping up. Redundant. It would be better to say that Zhang Wei was entering the company's gate with his left foot, destroying the company's feng shui. Although he was not happy in his heart, Zhang Wei yet could only grit his teeth and endure it. There is no way. He is 28 years old this year, has not yet bought a booze, nor married, the deposit of $20,000 or less than. As a result, the father of this past car accident, or secondary responsibility, medical expenses a reimbursement calculation, just $2 million, as if fate deliberately want to joke with this young man in general, doomed to make him penniless. Nothing. What else can be done? Placed in the university, just graduated that time, encountered this kind of stupid hanging boss. Zhang Wei bird do not bird, turn around and go. But now, already 28 years old Zhang Wei, has long lost the initial sharpness, has completely recognized the reality of society, where there is so much cold out of the noble sun, where there are so many miracles in soaring. For him who was born in the remote countryside, born to be a cow and a horse, all his life is a cow and a horse, the human world is not worth it. It's like what Xihua said, to live is to endure, to die is to be done with it. The saddest thing is that Zhang Wei doesn't even have the courage to die, because he still had his parents who had raised him with great pains, and his family who loved him, facing those expectant eyes. All Zhang Wei could do was to endure. In the conference room, the boss in his early 40s was sitting on the main seat, as if the High Emperor was reprimanding his ministers, and as if the landlord in the ancient times was lecturing his family's longtime laborers because he was not satisfied with this year's harvest. If you say that the capitalists are profit-seeking, they can't compare to Su Bai, the people's entrepreneur who walks the line of conscience. Then put in the dragon country. In fact, many bosses, even capitalists, cannot be counted, because capitalists only think about earning your money, while many private bosses, you not only have to help him make money, but also want you to be grateful to him. Essentially, these private small business owners still belong to the feudal slave owner mindset. In their view, since you are paid a salary, you have to obey him like a long slave laborer. Seeing you idle, he will not think that you work efficiently and quickly. He will only think that it is for you to arrange the workload is small. And as an employee, you not only need to help the boss make money, more importantly, you also need to provide him with emotional value. Let him enjoy that feeling of being on top and pointing the finger. Otherwise, there will be so many companies moving to emphasize militarization. Wolf culture? Just like now, the meeting has been open for half an hour. The boss verbose half a day, did not mention anything serious, but including Zhang Wei, everyone should take a pen and pretend to record seriously. Of course, you can also not pretend. The consequences are, You think you're smart? Everyone else takes notes, but you don't. No wonder you every time the work is not completed well it. Many times they have to reflect more introspection. The problem in the end where, if you do a good job, the boss is in a good mood. You want to increase wages. It is another set of words. You are still young. Don't think about enjoyment as soon as you come. Learn to precipitate, to build up a thick and thin. Bread will be there. Milk will be there. The whole company. I am most optimistic about you. Why haven't you been given a raise in salary? It's because I'm testing you. So, with a boss like that, Zhang Wei's salary should be very high. That's right. The reason why it's bearable for Zhang Wei is because of this job, which offers him a salary of $5,000 a month. $5,000 wasn't high, and on the internet where there were millions of dollars per capita per year, it was nothing. But in a third-tier city like Yicheng, $5,000 already exceeded the income of the vast majority of people. At 7:30 p.m., the meeting finally ended. In the neon lights, out of the office building Zhang Wei came to the street. Waiting for the bus gap, Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and looked at the major recruitment platform. The idea of changing jobs, Zhang Wei has long had. He doesn't expect to increase his salary by jumping ship. He just hopes to change to a less torturous boss. That's all. It was still the same saying, a cow or a horse. One should have the awareness of being a cow or a horse. Flipping through, a recruitment content appeared in front of Zhang Wei's eyes. Rice Supermarket? Click in to see. A subsidiary of Rice Technology? Rice Technology to enter the super business. To open a supermarket in Yicheng? And there were a lot of positions being recruited. Shopping guide, cashier, customer service, sorting, security. To Zhang Wei's work history and professional, obviously not suitable for such a position. A good job not to do. 5,000 monthly salary not to take. Run to a supermarket to work? But Zhang Wei is genuinely moved. The heart is not the job position, but Su Bai this person. Rice Technology this company. As a Yicheng hometown, Zhang Wei is also a fan of Su Bai Douyin. He firmly believes that Su Bai's persona is not a script. There is no scriptwriter that dares to make $100 billion old boss to press a pig. Although the salary of the rice supermarket does not see higher than his current salary, but the boss is nice. How about taking a gamble? Give up your current job and go to the rice supermarket to start from scratch. I am 28 years old, still young. As long as you are willing to work hard, there are certainly opportunities. Taking advantage of the bus to the station to open the door of the gap. About to get on the car, Zhang Wei a ruthless. A bite, finger point, resume has been sent. Chapter 067, looking for a job. Talking directly to the boss? April 21st, Monday. 9 days countdown from the opening of the rice supermarket. Yicheng City North in the early morning. Zhang Wei stepped off the bus and looked at the navigation tips on his cell phone. Wondering, isn't this the former Nanqiao airport? Rice supermarket, how come it's here? Originally, Zhang Wei thought that the rice supermarket must be in some busy location in the city's central district. After all, Yicheng was that big, and only the city's central district had human traffic. But as the bus drove further out of the city, Zhang Wei's heart became more and more apprehensive. Who will open the supermarket outside the city? This can still be human traffic? At this time, Zhang Wei's heart was in a state of flux. Until now, his mind still echoed the words of the boss when he resigned. Just this look of yours. You'll be hanged like this for the rest of your life. Resignation report, I'll give you approval. But by the time you want to beg me to come back, humph, it's not this salary now. The way back, there is no more. Now the 28-year-old Zhang Wei has spelled out his future. He cannot retreat. Just when Zhang Wei did not know to come to the rice supermarket, in the end is right or wrong. After passing a corner, he saw the scene in front of him, jaw-dropping, only to see that the original Nanqiao Airport's terminal building was now brand new, with a grayish-white facade that used the geometric shape of a polyhedron. From a distance, it looks like two huge gray and white blocks next to each other, giving people an exaggerated visual impact. At first glance, it is from the handwriting of architectural design masters. Zhang Wei's literary literacy was not high. If he had to describe it, it was foreign. It could be said that the entire Yicheng City did not have such a stylish building. Even if it was placed in Rongqing City, it was also one of the top two existences. And on the facade directly in front, a few large words were particularly conspicuous. Rice Supermarket. After seeing the words Rice Supermarket clearly, Zhang Wei's entire body froze. To actually take the entire Nanqiao airport and transform it into a supermarket? Sure enough, it was a large sum of money. With a surprised face, Zhang Wei walked towards the door of the rice supermarket, only to realize that the employees who reported to the rice supermarket today were simply too many. From the expression of the crowd is not difficult to see, everyone is the same as him. To come to work in the rice supermarket, both apprehensive and excited. After coming to the personnel department's office, submitting the physical examination report, and having a brief communication to understand. It was obvious that the personnel lady was very satisfied with Zhang Wei's resume. After all, for supermarket employees, the requirements are not so high. To Zhang Wei's work experience, to work in the supermarket, but a little bit of talent. In between the conversation, Zhang Wei still couldn't help but ask the question he had always wanted to ask. Is it convenient to know the salary package of the position? Although Zhang Wei was rushing towards rice technology in Su Bai, it didn't mean that he didn't care about the treatment. Moreover, the recruitment information was also written as negotiable. Who knows? After hearing this question, the personnel lady did not answer Zhang Wei positively. I'm sorry, the issue of your treatment is not something to talk to us about. Not talking to personnel? Then who to talk to? Just as Zhang Wei froze, the personnel lady added with a smile. The treatment issue will be discussed with you personally by Mr. Su. Mr. Su, the general manager Su you mentioned. Could it be? That's right, it's general manager Su Bai Su. Hearing the word Su Bai, Zhang Wei was confused. I'm here to apply for a job as a supermarket employee, not for a job as the CEO of the rice supermarket. Are you guys sure you're not mistaken? A few $1,000s of salary at the top of the day, and you're asking the big boss, Mr. Su, to come and talk to me in person? No, it's true that if you're looking for a job, you can talk to the boss directly, so it's really boss direct hire. According to the instructions of the personnel, Zhang Wei went downstairs to the parking lot behind the rice supermarket. Said parking lot? In fact, is the original Nanqiao Airport runway? Painted parking spaces, a glance at the end. If you can use an airport runway as a parking space, it is estimated that the rice supermarket is the only one in the world. At this time, on the parking lot, thousands of newcomers who had come to report for work had already gathered, and it seemed that everyone, like Zhang Wei, had learned the news that Su Bai would personally talk to them about their treatment. Looking at this, it definitely wasn't one-on-one anymore, but Su Bai talking with everyone. It had to be said that this was the first time Zhang Wei had encountered this odd way of talking about treatment. After walking into the team, murmurs came from the surroundings. I'm so damn out of this world. Directly talking about job treatment with $100 billion boss. To be honest, I came here because of Mr. Su, at least he's still conscientious. Unlike my previous boss, who didn't treat his employees as human beings at all. I am also, these days, where the wages are low. I do not expect to get a high wage in the rice supermarket. At least there is Mr. Su, the boss, will not be so tortured. I do think that the background of the rice supermarket, at least there is Mr. Su backing, it will not be like those small companies. Dry half a year on the closure of layoffs. Promotion space is also big. It can be seen that most people, like Zhang Wei, are rushing to Su Bai. Even if they started with low wages and low starting points, they were willing to follow Su Bai, as the crowd gathered more and more. At the same time, the office area on the top floor of the rice supermarket, Su Bai sat in his office, writing and drawing on the A4 paper in front of him. Today was April 21st, 9 days countdown from the official opening of rice supermarket, and just 2 days ago, the rice supermarket officially completed its acceptance. Even the formaldehyde problem that Su Bai was most worried about was reduced to a safe standard by Zhao Xiaofeng by all means. The fact proved that Partier's father's energy was indeed beyond imagination. Only, when Zhao Xiaofeng came to Yicheng, he was 167 pounds, and when he left, he was 135 pounds. No one knew what he had gone through in these 3 months. On top of that, Fengjun also listened to Su Bai's method of employing people, spending a whole twice as much as his high salary to set up a procurement team of over 100 people. This group of purchasing staff has been the country's major brands of suppliers all dug a hole. That Ho Swing, one more than a ruthless. As of now, the SKU categories of the rice supermarket have completely reached the expected 16,000. Every day there are freight trucks with license plates from all over the country, constantly driving into the storage and logistics center of the rice supermarket. In addition, the integrated information system of the rice supermarket, under the day and night livers of thousands of programmers, has finally completed its delivery and acceptance. Decoration and remodeling complete. Product supply complete. Information system complete. Su Bai's gaze rested on the last piece of the rice supermarket's puzzle. People, just like Su Bai and Fengjun said, people are the core competitiveness of the rice supermarket, so much so that this time, Su Bai, the big boss, had to personally step in for a boss direct hire. 2 minutes later, Secretary Xiao Lu knocked on the office door. Mr. Su, it's all ready. Su Bai put down the signing pen in his hand and rubbed his sore wrist. How many people are there? According to your requirements, plus the reserve talents, just under 1,200 people. Hearing this number, Su Bai nodded with satisfaction and stood up while grabbing the jacket on the chair while asking his secretary Xiao Lu, Do you know how to negotiate treatment as a boss? Xiao Lu, who was holding the tablet, shook his head in wonder. Su Bai, who had put on his jacket, tugged on his collar. Very simple. Give a high salary. As high as you can. As high as you can. Until the employee is afraid. Scared? Yes. It's fear. Fear of losing this job. Fear of losing this paycheck. How afraid he is. How hard he works. After saying that, Su Bai led Xiao Lu towards the elevator. Go, I'll take you to scare them. Chapter 068. Mr. Su, you're really serious. On the large runway parking lot, 1,200 newcomers who had come to report for duty had already gathered. They didn't have to wait too long. The team had just assembled, and Su Bai, who was dressed in casual clothes, came to the podium. Su Bai's appearance immediately caused a warm applause at the scene. It had to be said that Su Bai's conscientious persona of the network listening to persuasion had won a good deal of favor among the general public. The rice cell phone he manufactured had become the second choice of the common people with its super high price/performance ratio. The rice standard he set off benefited every household. He should have stood tall and stayed on the altar held up by the people, enjoying flowers and applause. But instead, through a live broadcast that couldn't hold down a pig, he jumped off the altar himself, contributing countless emoticons and famous internet stems to everyone. It also makes everyone realize that Mr. Su is not too high up to look up to. He is the same as everyone else, driving an ordinary sedan, will also return to his rural hometown for New Year's Eve, and even, will also press the pig. This is the people's entrepreneur, the model that everyone expects. As soon as Su Bai took the stage, some bold newcomers in the front row started to coax. Mr. Su, next New Year's Eve, I'll help you press the pig, and I'll make sure that one won't squeak. Mr. Su, my mom is your fan. My whole family is your fan. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Su's cowhide. There were also many people who were worried that if they joked with Mr. Su like this, would Mr. Su get angry? After all, the internet is the internet, and reality is reality. Just like many big stars, usually in front of the camera quality pull full, but in private, they are so big that they can't move and get angry and scold people. But what they didn't expect was that instead of being angry, Su Bai had a smile on his face. I believe everyone knows from the personnel department that today I will personally come to talk to everyone about treatment. As soon as Su Bai, who was holding the microphone, opened his mouth, the scene suddenly quieted down. However, before talking about treatment, I believe everyone should be very clear about my persona, right? As soon as the words fell, an employee on the stage shouted, "Listen to the advice." In the next second, the crowd resounded with laughter. There was no mistake. Su Bai's persona was indeed listening to persuasion. It was because of listening to persuasion that there was the rice cell phone. It was because of listening to persuasion that there was the rice sanitary napkin. It could be said that listening to persuasion was synonymous with Su Bai. That's right. It seems that everyone knows that I am a person who listens to persuasion. So, for today's treatment issue, I will still take the approach of listening to persuasion to talk to everyone. In other words, regarding the issue of everyone's treatment, I would like to listen to everyone's own opinions. As soon as the words fell, the entire scene fell silent, and everyone was all confused. And, so obedient to persuasion? Isn't the treatment of the employees all set by the boss himself? You're asking us? So you're asking us to set our own treatment? Similarly, the team heard this way of Zhang Wei, also confused, not waiting for him to figure out the situation. Standing next to the little brother came over. Big brother, what is the situation this is? Treatment can also raise their own? The first time out of society to find a job, Liang Wenchao hurried to the side of Zhang Wei, asked. Do not know. I am also the first time I ran into this situation. Not to mention Zhang Wei, I'm afraid that the presence of 1,200 newcomers, no one has met this situation. All talking to each other, looking around, do not know what this Mr. Su is going to do this time. Seeing this, Su Bai had to take the initiative to speak. Let's put it this way. Everyone say a word. What is your expected salary? With a specific question. This was much better. Not long after, a big brother in his 30s raised his hand and said, Mr. Su, I came to apply for the security guard job. I also ran to you. I didn't think to ask for a high salary, just 3,000 out. With the first person speaking, there was naturally a second and third. Mr. Su, I used to work in the supermarket. I have experience. I want 3,800, just the same as the original. Mr. Su, I don't have much experience, but also run to you. The salary is okay. Less is not less. As long as the leader scolds, don't scold the elders of the family on the line. Listening to everyone's request, Su Bai was speechless. Don't scold the elders at home? This is also considered a request? After a preliminary understanding of everyone's expected salary, most of them are concentrated in the 3,000 to 4,000 range. More than 4,000 are counted as a very small number. Su Bai, who was holding the microphone, stood on the stage, looked around at the crowd, and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. Okay, got it. Looks like everyone wants to take a salary of about 4,000, right? Since everyone wants to take so much, then I'll really give it like that, yo. Su Bai's call directly caused a commotion at the scene. No, Mr. Su, you came for real. You really came to listen to persuasion? How much we say is how much. Can it still be like this? Sure, you just want to take so much, right? Then I'll really listen to persuasion. With Su Bai's burst of adding fuel to the fire, there was finally a little brother who raised his hand and shouted, Mr. Su, I want $5,000 a month. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, Su Bai raised his hand and pointed at the little brother who spoke, uttering that classic quote, received, arrange it. Colleagues in the personnel department, write him down, 5,000 a month. Is there any more? I said, I'm here to listen to persuasion today. After this village, there's no more this store. The little brother who just raised his hand had a look of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? I boldly shouted of 5,000. And Mr. Su really gave it? How can this work? Su Bai's this flurry of operation, directly to the scene of the crowd. Show hemp. Seeing the little brother shouted 5,000 to take 5,000. The crowd suddenly panicked. Immediately someone raised his hand again. Mr. Su, I want 6,000. Give me $6,000 a month. I'm sure to do a good job. If you do not do well, you do not have to dismiss me. I immediately carry my own roll. Received. Arranged. If anything, the $5,000 just now still left everyone puzzled. Now a monthly salary of $6,000 had already made everyone dumbfounded. $6,000 a month, already more than the wages of the vast majority of people in Yicheng. Simply tempting. The key is that people say 6,000. Mr. Su on the spot to listen to persuasion arrangements. Hesitation did not hesitate. Since others can do, then why not their own? Others can do a good job. They can do better than him. All are 2 shoulders on top of a head. Can be worse than you? This time, standing in the team Zhang Wei also finally could not help. Immediately raised his hand and said, Mr. Su, give me $8,000 a month. I don't dare to promise you anything. I can only say that it will be worthy of this salary. With Zhang Wei's sentence of $8,000, the crowd twisted their heads in unison to look over. Buddy, fierce man letting you shout. You really dare to shout? A supermarket employee, you want 8,000? Have this courage. You as a supermarket employee is really talented. Go to do robbery more good. To be honest, after shouting 8,000, Zhang Wei himself also egged. Indeed, this kind of work, shouting 8,000 is indeed a little excessive. Whose supermarket will give employees 8,000 a month's salary? But what everyone didn't expect was that Zhang Wei had just finished shouting, and Su Bai's voice came from his ear. Received. Arranged. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was stumped in place. No, Mr. Su, you really give not even considering it? $8,000 just like that? All the people present were just like Zhang Wei, directly confused by Su Bai's arrangement. If 5,000, 6,000, there are still people who dare to shout. Then like Zhang Wei shouted 8,000. There are really not many people. There is no way. Take 8,000 wages. You have to have the strength of $8,000. Everyone is afraid that they don't have the ability to get that high of a salary. If you take $8,000 a month, but still cannot compare to take 6,000 a month, then not properly become a big joke? At this time, Zhang Wei is also afraid. 8,000 a month, they have to do what kind of, to deserve this salary? Not every day the first to the company, the last one to go after work? Just as Zhang Wei for his own impulsive feel regretful, he did not know. Next to him, there is a just out of society rash, then he is even more fierce, only to see Liang Wenchao directly raise his hand and shouted, Mr. Su, give me 10,000 a month, nothing more. I'll go and cut down the fortune tree in front of Wojima tomorrow. Chapter 069, dare I ask whose fierce general is this again? Otherwise, they say that the post-dots are rectifying the workplace. For Liang Wenchao such as 00 after college students, what unspoken rules? What workplace rules? All bull ********. Your boss money did not give in place. Off work at 6 o'clock I stepped on the point to go. Delay a second are disrespectful to their own. If you dare to call me on the weekend to talk about work, I dare to pull you directly into the black. But then again, as long as your boss has the money in place, everything is fine. As long as you are willing to give double overtime pay, I can live in the company. Plus until the company went bankrupt. It is said that after 70, 80 bosses like to talk about ideals, but for the young after 00, sorry, I only talk about money. Just like Liang Wenchao, as long as Su Bai dares to give him $10,000 a month, he really dares to go in the middle of the night to cut down the fortune tree in front of the door of Walmart. The premise is that Su Bai is willing to give it. And when Liang Wenchao, this rash young man, shouted out $10,000, the entire scene, 1,200 newcomers, all looked at Liang Wenchao with the eyes of a demon. Originally thought that Jiang Wei, who shouted 8,000, was already invincible, but I didn't expect that there was someone else who was even fiercer than him. Dare I ask whose fierce general is this again? At this time, Jiang Wei, who was standing next to Liang Wenchao, silently moved away half a step. Move away another half a step. Don't even look at me. I don't know this little cutie. He shouted 10,000. It's none of my business to shout 8,000. I was ready to be the first to arrive at the office and the last to leave, but this guy was even more fierce. He came up to cut down the fortune tree of Wolheimer, Nima, for $10,000 a month. You are also blood life. But just when everyone thought, Su Bai will not pay attention to this chopping tree rash, who knows? Su Bai, standing on the stage, didn't even give everyone time to react, but instead looked at Liang Wenchao with an appreciative face. Okay, $10,000 a month, received and arranged. This is okay? This time, someone finally couldn't sit still. Another big brother with a wide body and fat body raised his hand and said with a serious face, Ahem, Mr. Su, truth be told, my dad is a lumberjack, cutting down trees this piece. I also count the family learning. Give me 10,000. I'll go with him. The words just fell. The scene of 1,200 people all raised their hands, without exception. All want to cut down trees. It could be seen that everyone wasn't running towards the fortune tree at the entrance of Wojima. Rather, they are running towards the $10,000. The reason why they raised their hands was to tell Su Bai they were the same as Liang Wenchao. As long as Su Bai gave a high enough salary, they could do whatever they were told to do. And seeing everyone raise their hands, Jiang Wei's hanging heart finally put down. Finally do not have to be the first to arrive at the company, the last to go. And Su Bai on the stage, looking at the crowd of people who raised their hands, finally revealed a satisfied smile, raised his hand and pressed, signaling everyone to put their hands down before saying in a serious tone, there's no need to cut down the tree. I can see that everyone wants to get a high salary, but is afraid to apologize for this salary. But I want to tell you all that what I want is not your $10,000 ability, but a $10,000 attitude. Ability, just your lower limit, can be slowly improved in the work, but attitude is your upper limit. I don't believe in any guarantees given to me by my employees, because guarantees, they are all false. But I believe that the employees I hired for $10,000 will definitely give their all and have no reservations in their work, because money, that's what's real. Now it seems that everyone's opinions are very unified. In that case, then I'll set everyone's wages according to the standard of $10,000. Yo, this time, there was finally no one left to speak or raise their hands. Instead, it was an employee in the front row who boldly asked, Mr. Su, you are not joking with us? Everyone held their breath, deeply afraid that Su Bai would suddenly come out with a sentence. It was you guys who were joking with me first. Seeing this, Su Bai did not answer directly, but turned his head to look at the personnel manager standing on the side of the podium. Take a hard note. From today, the minimum base salary of the rice supermarket, $10,000. Specifically how much? According to the individual's ability and job placement to talk. In addition, this is after tax, does not include social security as well as provident fund. Also, the annual salary increase, and rice technology, the same as the grassroots staff annual salary increase of 12%. Only after the personnel manager had memorized Su Bai's requirements did Su Bai look at the crowd of dumbfounded employees under the stage and smiled. Now can I hear the applause for a monthly salary of $10,000? The employees froze in unison, and then, throughout the runway, applause rose to the sky, whistling and cheering. Many people even shouted, Mr. Su, this is the applause of a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. Listen to it, is it loud enough? Shoo, Mr. Su, I love you. Mr. Su, you're the most handsome in the whole world. And Liang Wenchao under the stage, after seeing Su Bai really set a monthly salary of $10,000, his hand clapped loudly. Really give 10,000 and 12% salary increase. This rice supermarket, I really came to the right place. At this time, Jiang Wei was also so excited that his legs were shaking. This time, fate finally did not joke with him again, but instead gave him a big surprise. Quitting his job and coming to rice supermarket was the best decision he had ever made. The crowd beside him was also so excited that they were talking about it. God yo, changed a job. The salary directly doubled more than my family's ancestral tomb smoke? Smoke? I think it's almost burning. $10,000 a month. You can't even find it. Brother, give me 2 slaps. Am I dreaming? Why don't I wake up? He, make the master laugh. If 3 or 4,000 a month, I can still give you pretend. But if you have a monthly salary of tens of thousands, then I'm sorry, I do not pretend. My humble self is known on both sides of the Yangtze River, as well as some of the townships of Yicheng area of the gold medal sales, known as the king of the sales of Chen sells the light. I apologize to you all. No, brothers and sisters, I think it's better to cut down the fortune tree at the entrance of Walmart. Keeping it is definitely a scourge. Just when everyone was excited about the monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars, who knows? Su Bai on the stage raised his hand and pressed, until everyone endured the excitement and quieted down. Okay, since the salary standard is set, then we will, next, come back to the issue of welfare treatment, and welfare treatment, all with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. There are still benefits? Seeing this, a bold big brother directly shouted, Mr. Su, on the basis of your salary, benefits I do not want. You just look at it. We certainly do a good job. Who dares to pull the rug out from under you? I directly give him 2 electric cannons. That's Mr. Su, the salary is so high, but also what benefits just work overtime on the line. I'm the same. Welfare what? We have not seen. At most, when the birthday to send $200, New Year's Day to send some gifts. No big deal. As for the working hours, all the monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars, you still require working hours? Whether it's 996 or 007, you, Mr. Su, just say hello. Since you dare to offer $10,000, we'll show you what a $10,000 attitude means. Do you really think a cow or a horse is called a cow for nothing?